Yunwaning passed through the book and became the miserable and short-lived cannon fodder sister of the vicious female supporting character in the book. Thinking of the tragic fate of her family in the future, Yunwaning wailed in her heart, "Mom, your cousin is worried about my father wanting to be a child, so she secretly writes letters to wild men in your name to frame you. You will be killed by her soon. Dad, you were set up by the heroine and the traitorous minister. After your death, your head was hung on the city wall to be exposed to the sun, and you became a shame to the great military kingdom. Sister, your fiancé is the male protagonist, but you are not the female protagonist. If you don't leave him, you will be sold into the ravines by the female protagonist's suitors and become a reproductive tool for all the men in the village. You will be tortured and beaten to death. Death is so miserable. Brother, your friend Guhong cannot believe that he is the heroine's licking dog and would stab you in the back just to help the heroine. And second brother, you lost your memory and were picked up by the heroine. You will become the heroine's licking dog, helping her to fight against Uncle Chi everywhere, killing Uncle Chi and your sweetheart. In the end, your sweetheart died in your body. In arms. Later, Yunwaning was surprised to find that the whole family's personality had collapsed. Mom dealt with the bad guys in advance and solved all future troubles. Dad was not killed, and he successfully brought down the traitorous minister. The elder sister married the emperor and doted on the harem alone. The eldest brother was the first to stab his friend in the back. The second brother got married to his sweetheart, and even the seventh uncle was not the villain that everyone wanted to fight, but instead became the golden son-in-law that all the noble ladies in the capital were competing for. Yunwaning was confused. Why did the whole family of villains change their fate against the will of heaven? This plot is too ridiculous, isn't it? Is she wearing a fake book? Chapter 1. She can actually hear the little girl's heart. Yunwaning is out of the book, the descendant of a dignified medicine king. Because he stayed up all night to read a novel, he accidentally took the wrong medicine when he was testing the medicine the next day, and then he took the medicine himself. When they arrived at the underworld, the king of hell stroked his beard and looked at her curiously. TSK, in so many years, I have only seen people test medicine on others, but I have never seen anyone test medicine on myself, let alone someone who lost his life chasing novels. Since you like that so much, world, I will help you complete what to accomplish. Yunwaning was very confused. Before she could react, she saw the king of hell wave his hand, and then her consciousness was sucked into the whirlpool and completely plunged into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she was reincarnated into the book The Queen's Thousand Years and became the cannon fodder sister of the vicious heroine who was born but died tragically young. Congratulations, madam, for adding another daughter to the Grand Duke. In Ningguagong's mansion, the midwife held the newborn Yunwaning and congratulated the duke's wife with a smile. The duke's wife leaned weakly on the bed, cheering up and smiling. Bring it over and show it to me. After saying that, Yunwaning was carried into a soft and fragrant embrace, and a pale and haggard face appeared in his sight. Having just given birth, the woman's hair was messy and beads of sweat hung on her forehead. However, even her embarrassment could not hide her stunning beauty. Yunwaning's eyes suddenly shone. Although she has been wandering in this world for most of the day and has long known that her mother in this life is a great beauty, from this perspective of death, she was once again struck by beauty. Wow, this is my mother in this life. She is so beautiful. She is indeed one of the two beauties of the empire. Mrs. Yun was stunned. Was it because she was too weak just after giving birth that she had auditory hallucinations? What's going on with this squirting sound? It's just a pity that such a beautiful girl will be killed by her cousin Yang Xianer in a short time. As a family of cannon fodder and a relative of the vicious female supporting character, no one in the Yun family will end well, and the first one to go offline is my mother. Yang Xianer, this is indeed her cousin, but why did the little girl say that she would be killed by her cousin? Also, what do you call a cannon fodder family or the relatives of a vicious female supporting character? Mrs. Yun's head suddenly buzzed. She lowered her head and stared blankly at the small milk bag in her arms. Little Naibao's eyes were only a thin slit, but he seemed to be looking at her very intently, not like a newborn baby at all. So, are those voices her thoughts? She can actually hear the little girl's heart. The reason was that my mother kindly took in her orphaned and widowed cousin Yang Xianer and took the mother and daughter into her house. However, Yang Xianer only missed my father and wanted to be the wife of the duke of the country. By the way, on the day I was born, that bad woman stole the belly band made by my grandmother when she was still young. The belly band had my mother's name embroidered on it. While Lin Weian was drunk, he stuffed his belly band into Lin Weian's arms and spread rumors that his mother had committed adultery with him and that I was not his father's child. Soon, the belly band fell into the hands of Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin came to the Ninghua Palace angrily, threw the belly band at the gate, and scolded her mother in the street for several days. My mother's reputation was completely ruined. In order to save the remaining face of my father and the general's mansion, she finally committed suicide in tears. What should I do? How should I remind my mother to be wary of her cousin? It's so annoying. If only I could talk. In the story, it was because my mother committed suicide, which was a heavy blow to my father. After that, my father failed to recover and neglected to discipline his sister, which caused his sister to turn into a black man step by step, bringing disaster to the entire Yin family. If my mother's fate could be changed, maybe things would turn around in the future, and she wouldn't have to continue to be cannon fodder. She would be shot to death by thousands of arrows along with Uncle Chi when she was just weaned. Yun Wanning wanted to speak anxiously, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. I'm so tired traveling through the book with memories. I want to change the fate of my own cannon fodder, but I can't speak. I ask, is there anything more desperate and tragic than this? Yun Wanning wanted to cry but had no tears. What she didn't know was that after Mrs. Yun heard that, her whole body trembled. She bit her lip and tightened her arms, holding her tightly, and a flash of pain quickly flashed in her eyes. Lin Weian was her childhood sweetheart. They had an engagement. Cousin Yang Xan her husband died. Because of the daughter she gave birth to, she was cruelly kicked out of her husband's house by her mother-in-law. There was no room for her, she had nowhere to go, she was so pitiful, but she kindly took them in and raised them as mother and daughter in her house. But it turns out that my cousin has always been thinking about her husband, even to the point of putting her to death? Xiao Tao, Miss is hungry, take Miss to find a wet nurse. After a while, Mrs. Yun calmed down and called the maid with a calm expression. Yun Wanning was carried out by the maid. Before leaving, Mrs. Yun heard her collapse and scream in her heart. I don't want to breastfeed, this is too shameful. No, the bad woman is coming to harm my mother soon. Mother, how can I save you? It's so annoying, I'm obviously reincarnated with my memories, but why can't I speak? The corners of Mrs. Yun's lips curled up slightly, and her heart was filled with softness. My child, mother already knows that someone is trying to harm me. Don't worry, mother will handle it well. In this life, mother must live a long life and watch you grow up healthy and happy. At the next moment, her face darkened. Come here, call Ma Wang to me immediately. Although I don't know why my daughter knew their fate, the matter is of great importance. She must take precautions before they happen and nip all risks in the cradle. Soon, Mrs. Yun arranged everything properly. At this moment, the maid came to report that the fourth lady refused to drink milk and was about to make the wet nurse anxious. Thinking of Shanaibao's previous thoughts, Mrs. Yun sighed helplessly. Bring it to me and give it a try. Yun Wanning was carried into Mrs. Yun's arms again. Mrs. Yun squeezed the milk into a bowl, asked the maid to feed her with a spoon, and then coaxed her gently. Baby, be good, you are still young and can only drink milk. All babies drink milk. Yun Wanning was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore, and saw that she was being fed with a spoon. Then he blushed and quietly found the steps for himself. Mom is coaxing me, forget it, let me give you face, I will just drink a few sips. My daughter gives me face. Mrs. Yun curled her lips, she was so happy that she looked at the little milk bag with eyes so gentle that she could almost shed tears. So sleepy, I want to sleep. Newborn babies sleep a lot. Before Yun Wanning drank a few mouthfuls of milk, she felt a surge of sleepiness. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't resist it. When Mrs. Yun tilted her head to look at her, she had already fallen asleep spitting out milk foam. Mrs. Yun chuckled and gently wiped the milk stains from her face with a handkerchief. Cousin, I heard that you have given birth. I came to see you. In the afternoon, a graceful figure walked over with her waist twisted, sat on the bedside and pulled Yun. The lady's hand greeted her with care and concern. Mrs. Yun was lying on the bed with a sad expression, looking at the woman in front of her lightly. She was dressed in a red and pink dress, painted on her eyebrows, and dressed like a fairy. She was obviously living under someone else's roof, but she was even more flamboyant than she was, the wife of a duke. Thank you, cousin, for your concern. I have just given birth and I am very tired. I want to sleep for a while. My cousin should go back and rest early. After a few words of conversation, Mrs. Yun yawned and fell asleep. Cousin, please wake up first. Yang Xaner pushed hard several times, but she didn't react at all, seeing that she was sleeping so soundly. Yang Xaner smiled proudly, then tiptoed to open the closet, and soon found the belly band embroidered with Mrs. Yun's name. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. The bad woman was caught. Cousin, what are you looking for in my closet? A faint voice sounded from behind. Yang Xaner was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She turned around quickly, hid her hands behind her back reflexively, and looked at the woman on the bed, who had woken up in shock. No. She smiled coquettishly and said with a guilty conscience, "Didn't my cousin fall asleep? When did you wake up?" Mrs. Yun closed her eyes, too lazy to continue acting with her, and directly called the person waiting outside the door. The maid and mother-in-law came in. "Go and search and see what she stole from me." It's true that she was tricked, but she also gave this woman a chance. As long as Yang Xaner doesn't harm her, then she won't take action. But Yang Xaner is still evil and insists on harming her. Sure enough, the white-eyed wolf is not well raised. Cousin, how can you suspect me of stealing things?" Yang Xaner was shocked and didn't understand why her cousin, who had always been kind, became so domineering. However, no one paid any attention to her. The belly band hidden in her sleeve was quickly found by the mother-in-law and presented to Mrs. Yun. Mrs. Yun stretched out her hand and gently touched the words Yi Shi Wei in the corner of her belly band. Feeling cold in her heart, the bad woman was caught? This is wrong. The plot is obviously not like this. It's so good, how could the plot collapse? As early as when the mothers-in-law came in, the noisy movement woke up Yin Wanning, but she was not a real child after all, so she did not cry or make a fuss, but quietly watched. Then I discovered that things seemed to be progressing a little differently. Hearing Naihu's heartfelt voice, Mrs. Yin turned her head, and saw a faint doubt in her dark eyes, with a confused look on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the so-called plot. This look is so cute. Could it be that God heard my shouts and appeared? No matter what, this garbage plot collapsed so well. Mrs. Yun was so soft-hearted that she couldn't help but touch her soft little face gently. Silly daughter, it's not God's manifestation. It's you. You are my mother's little lucky star. Well, cousin, I just think your belly band looks good and I like it so much, so I want to make one just like it. My cousin can't be so petty and get angry even over such a trivial matter. Seeing that her deeds were exposed, Yang Xaner panicked and excused herself. This bad woman, she was caught doing bad things. She just didn't admit her fault, but instead accused my mother of being petty. She is really shameless. Mom, you must not believe her. This woman is very bad. She really wants to kill you. You don't even know that she has been thinking about my dad for a long time. When you weren't paying attention, she climbed into my dad's bed several times to have sex, but was thrown out by my dad. My dad was afraid I didn't dare to tell you because you had fetal irritation. She couldn't win over my father, so she started plotting against you. In your name, she wrote to Lin Weian many times to express her pain of longing for her. Lin Weian really thought that your old feelings for him were not over. Every day missing you at home. Mrs. Lin hated you deeply because of this. Later, at the instigation of this woman, after finding your belly band from Lin Weian, she became so angry that she went crazy on the spot. Regardless of the face of the Duke's mansion and the Lin mansion, she came over and scolded you. Several days. Mrs. Yun pinched her fingers, her whole body shaking with anger. What a wonderful Yang Xiner. Ever since she was brought into the general's palace, her food and clothing have been of the same standard as her, the princess's wife. She has never treated her badly, pitied her, or treated her like a baby. My sister is okay, but this is how she repays her. The man who wanted to steal her husband wrote a letter to Lin Weian in her name to express his pain of longing for him. How could she do this? How could she have the face to face her husband? Really? If you just like it, why can't you tell me directly? With the relationship between you and me, do you still need to be so sneaky? I haven't had time yet. Said, cousin fell asleep. I called her cousin, she was just too deep in sleep. Yang Xiner curled her lips and excused herself eloquently. Mrs. Yun was silent. If she hadn't heard her daughter's thoughts, maybe she would have really thought that this was just a trivial matter and would have been fooled by her words. How could she have imagined that her cousin, who was favored by her, not only was not grateful, but actually wanted to harm her? This woman is so eloquent and shameless. Mom, why should I talk nonsense to her? Send someone directly to search her room.
There are several letters written in your name with Lin Weian hidden in her room.
In addition, she also got a lot of gold and silver from you.
This white-eyed wolf is not worthy of spending our money.
Mom will plunder all the money she swallowed and beat her again. Throw him out half dead. The corners of Mrs. Yun's lips curled up slightly, and her daughter actually thought of her together. They acted in such a tacit understanding, she was worthy of being her daughter, and indeed mother and daughter were connected. Come here, pull Mrs. Cousin down and put her in the woodshed.
Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yang Xiana hastily. What? Lock me up?
Are you crazy?
I'm not your servant, how can you let someone lock me up?
Halfway through the argument, she suddenly realized he lost his composure and smiled stiffly, his tone a little softer.
Cousin, don't joke with your sister. You know, my sister is timid.
Mrs. Yun watched her performance quietly and smiled softly, her smile not reaching her eyes. There are no rules for touching private things without the permission of the owner. Lock her up and teach her the rules.
Several women.
He immediately rushed towards Yang Shiner, grabbed her hard, and dragged her outside. Yang Xianer finally realized that Mrs. Yun was serious. She struggled wildly and begged for mercy in horror, but the mothers-in-law had long been ordered by Mrs. Yun and did not tolerate her at all. When they saw her struggling, they slapped her hard on the face.
Yang Xiana was stunned and lost her ability to resist.
Soon, she was dragged away. Go down to I in the bedroom. Mrs. Yun asked Mother Wang to search Yang Xianer's room to see how much money she had taken from the house and take it all back. I didn't want Yun wanting to think too much, so I didn't mention the letter in front of her, and just gave Wang Ma a wink. Master and servant have had a tacit understanding for many years. Wang Ma only needed one glance and nodded in understanding and left. Wow, the bad girl was beaten and she got her money back.
My mother is so awesome. Sure enough, as long as my mother discovers Yang Xianer's sneaky little moves, she won't be framed so easily.
She is so wise and powerful, and she is worthy of my mother. No, I almost forgot, there is still something unresolved about the letter. Yeah, it would be great if the mother-in-law could turn out the letter and give it to my mother. Then my mother would know what unforgivable things the bad woman did behind her back. Otherwise, if that bad woman uses her sharp tongue to defend herself in the future, what will happen if my mother accidentally believes her? She will definitely continue to cause trouble to her mother in the future. Seeing how worried the little girl was, Mrs. Ning smiled helplessly. It seems that after Wang Ma dug out the letter, she still had to perform a scene in front of Sha Nai Bao, otherwise Sha Nai Bao would be worried. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. What he got was the cannon fodder script. Wow, no, I think I peed. I really peed, so embarrassing. Ugh, I don't want to live anymore. It was hot under her buttocks. Yun Wanning was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. She couldn't hold back and cried loudly. He just cried and stopped quickly, with a confused expression on his face. Why am I still crying? Wow, what should I do if I am even more embarrassed? Mrs. Yun was startled, and quickly got a clean diaper for her to put on. If you don't cry, don't cry. I just peed. It's okay. Mom will give you a new one right now. Yun Wanning was sure that being reincarnated as a child with memories was not all that beautiful. It was a bit shameful to experience things that could only be faced calmly when one had a mind and was ignorant. With a crunch, just as Mrs. Yun had changed her diaper, the door was pushed open, and a tall and majestic figure strode in wearing a dusty coat. It is Ning Wagong Yunzheng. After receiving the news from the boy, he hurried back from the military camp, take off the cloak on his body to get rid of the cold air. Then he walked to Mrs. Yun and took her hand with concern on his face and a quick and concerned voice. Madam, you gave birth. How are you? Are you feeling well? Mrs. Yun looked at him and smiled slightly. I'm fine. Husband, don't worry. Yun Zhan looked to his left. Looking to the right, I finally felt relieved after seeing that everything was fine with her. The military affairs are busy, and my husband really can't get away from me. I didn't come back until now. I couldn't accompany my wife to give birth, which made my wife feel wronged. Look what your husband said. Mrs. Yun glanced at him delicately and said considerately, the birth was sudden.
My husband has an important position and is unable to do anything. It's not like he didn't stay with me on purpose. I won't feel wronged. Alas.
Yunzheng sighed and held her in his arms. The more the madam understands the righteousness, the less happy it will be for the husband.
However, as long as the madam is fine, you don't even know.
When I heard that you were in labor, the husband would be scared to death. Hurry up and hurry up, it's still a little late. He and Yer were in the military camp, while Lao Chi took Chinner out to seek medical attention for her leg.
Yaoer was staying at the women's hospital.
Apart from the servants and the restless and kind-hearted young Xaner, there was only one madam in the house. I can't imagine how terrible it would be if something unexpected happened during the production process. Hey, this must be my dad.
When did my dad come back?
Dad and mother have such a good relationship, they are chatting online. Who understands the family members? So sweet, my teeth are about to fall out. Aha, I almost forgot, I have no teeth now. It doesn't matter, the important thing is that I really hit it. So happy. Mrs. Yun, I almost forgot that there is a little nanny here who has memories of past lives and can know their fate. Yunzhen? His tiger body shook, and his eyes gleamed. Who is speaking, still calling him daddy? What is CP? Suddenly, Mrs. Yun pushed him away and shyly picked up a small milk bag and gave it to him.
Husband, this is our child, a daughter.
Come and hug her. Daughter, is this the child that madam just gave birth to him today? Yunzheng was slightly startled, took it carefully, and then met a pair of starry eyes. Wow, my dad is so handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extremely handsome. This look matches my mother so well, they are a perfect pair, with divine looks.
No wonder Yang Xiner misses my dad every day.
It turns out that my dad is so good-looking. Yunzheng, what is the origin of the little milk bag in his arms? How come you even know that Yang Xiner is thinking about him? She obviously can't speak yet. Why can he hear those sounds? Could it be that what he heard were her thoughts? Is he special, or is the little milk bag special? Yunzheng secretly glanced at Mrs. Yun and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that her expression was as usual. It seems that only he can hear the little milk bag's inner voice. Otherwise, the lady would not be so calm when she heard that Yang Xiner was thinking about him. Seeing how calm he was, Mrs. Yun completely dispelled his worries about whether he could hear the little girl's heart. He certainly couldn't hear it, otherwise, it would never be so peaceful. It seems that only she can hear the little milk bag's heartfelt voice. It is indeed a heart-to-heart connection between mother and daughter. In addition to being good-looking, my father also has great strength and ability to lead troops. At the age of 13, he went into battle to kill enemies and conquered all directions, gaining a great reputation. He was from a declining noble family, and relied on his military exploits to gain the favor of the late emperor. The late emperor praised him as the strategic general of the Great Wu Kingdom and conferred the title of first-class Duke Ning Wagong. He was loyal to the country, loved the people, loved his wife, children, and younger brothers. He was simply invincible and perfect. Yunzheng was particularly affected by his daughter's compliments. He raised the corners of his lips and gradually felt elated. However, the next moment, he felt as if someone had poured cold water on his head, and his whole body was chilled. It's just a pity that such a perfect father is not the male protagonist. He got a cannon fodder script. After my mother was killed by Yang Xiner, my father was in pain all day long, and he no longer had the mentality to deal with the intrigues in the court. Later, the eldest brother and sister offended the heroine, and the heroine became angry and joined forces. The traitorous minister killed my father. They didn't care about the life and death of the soldiers, secretly cut off my father's food and grass, bribed the internal affairs to set up my father's defeat, and even allowed him to be captured by the enemy. The father of General Tians, who had been victorious in every battle, and Ning Wagong, who was knighted for his military exploits, ended up as a prisoner of war. In the end, he died tragically under the sword of the enemy, and his head was hung on the city wall to be exposed to the sun for 3 full months, becoming the capital of the enemy to ridicule Dod Kingdom. Dad's lifelong honor was shattered. After his death, the label of prisoner of war stuck to his body like maggots on his tarsal bones, becoming a stain that could not be washed away. No one remembers how much blood he shed and how many injuries he suffered while defending his territory and expanding his borders when he was knighted for his military exploits. When everyone mentions Dad, they will only mock him for being the first trophy of a head hung on the enemy's wall in a demonstration since the opening of the Great War Kingdom. A great hero who spent his life in the military, protecting the country and loving the people, was spurned by the people he protected after his death. It is simply that God has no eyes, little Labao's inner voice continued, but Yun Zheng could no longer hear it clearly yet he was trembling all over, his handsome face was so white that there was no blood at all, and all he could think of was, mother was killed by Yang Xaner, will madam be killed? No, no, he will never allow it, Yang Xaner.
It seems that woman can't be kept.
A dark color flashed across Yun Zheng's eyes very quickly, and Mrs. Yun is not much better than him. She bit her lip so hard that it was bitten, and there were bursts of stinging pain, but she seemed not to feel it. I had known for a long time that she would commit suicide to save the face of Ningwa Palace and her husband after losing her reputation, but she never thought that her husband would be so miserable after her death. I am the little girl's heart, who is the heroine who joined forces with the traitorous minister to kill her husband. End of this chapter.
Chapter 4, That woman is full of evil. Madam, the old slave is back.
At this moment, Wang Ma, who was sent to do something, came back, followed by two more. When a boy carrying a box saw Yun Zheng, the three of them quickly saluted. Yun Zheng stuffed the small milk bag in his arms to his wife, waved the boy away, his eyes fell on the mahogany box on the ground, and asked suspiciously, "This is?" "Husband, there is something I haven't had time to tell you yet." Mrs. Yun told Yun Zheng everything about how Yang Xaner secretly took it from her belly band and was caught by her, but she only concealed the little girl's innermost thoughts to give her an early warning. "Cousin, she was so sneaky that she specially took this piece that my mother gave me as a gift for hair extensions. This piece was embroidered with my maiden name, so I doubt that she hasn't was kind-hearted, so he had her locked up for interrogation. Seeing that her hands and feet were unclean, I asked Ma Wang to search her room to see if she had stolen any other important things while I wasn't paying attention."
Items. Mom is right. Ma'am, you're right. Two voices sounded in unison.
Mrs. Yun was slightly startled. She looked at Yun Zheng and then at the little baby in her arms. They were indeed a father and daughter. What they said all exactly the same. Hey, Dad just completely expressed my feelings. This is such a tacit understanding. He deserves to be my dad. After receiving his daughter's approval, Yun Zheng's lips curled up slightly, and the heavy haze in his heart was temporarily lifted, and he continued to speak calmly.
This Yang Xaner, my husband, looks at her with bad intentions.
She really deserves to be interrogated. If not, my wife will hand her over to my husband, and I will definitely pry her mouth open. He was really dozing off and someone would hand him a pillow. Just when he was about to deal with this woman, she bumped into his wife's hands. In this case, why should he endure it any longer? Immediately take advantage of this opportunity to drive that woman out of the house to avoid future troubles. Yes, Dad is right, that woman is full of bad things. Yun Wanning hurriedly agreed in her heart, "Don't worry, she has been locked up and can't escape." The father and daughter sang together, which made Mrs. Yun very amused. After comforting her, she winked at Wang Ma and asked about the search situation. Wang Ma immediately opened the box on the ground, and immediately, most of the box containing gold, silver, jade, and jewelry appeared in front of several people. "This old slave took this from Mrs. Young and Miss Cousin's room on the order of my wife. I also asked the Duke and his wife to see it." So many. Mrs. Yun opened her lips in surprise. In the past, the mother and daughter always cried about their poverty in front of her. She couldn't bear it, so she sent some jewelry to them every now and then, but there was far less than this much. This Yang Xaner actually plundered so much money from Duke Ning's mansion right under her nose. She is really greedy. Even Yun Zheng was a little surprised. Wow, so much money, I feel so happy just looking at it. It would be even better if all of these were mine, I want it. Yun Wanning tilted her little head, looking at the golden jewelry in the box with shining eyes, and her saliva was almost drooling. The couple looked at her little appearance and thought it was very funny. They didn't expect that this little milk bag was actually a little money addict. Yun Zheng coughed and said, "I haven't prepared a meeting gift for Xiaoxi yet. Let's just pick out all the gold and silver inside and send them to the gold shop to make them into jewelry and longevity. Lock, put away the rest for now. Xiaoxi is my baby. Wow, are you going to give me all the gold and silver? I have to say, Dad, you understand me. I love you so much. I love my dad the most. My daughter actually said that she loves him the most." The smile on Yun Zheng's lips deepened, and he was in an extremely good mood. Mrs. Yun gave him a resentful look.
This guy can accurately control his daughter's favor as soon as he opens his mouth. He even expressed his daughter's feelings before. Is it really a tacit understanding between father and daughter? Give the rest to Xiaoxi. Looking at her little appearance, she seems to like those things very much. Don't you think so, Xiaoxi? Mrs. Yunhee chuckled and nodded her soft little face, teasing her deliberately. Yun Wanning wanted to nod her head repeatedly, but it was a pity that her bones were too soft now and she couldn't do it. Hey, she puffed out bubbles and smiled hard, stretched out her small hand, and struggled to grasp Mrs. Yun's slender jade fingers. Yes, I really like it. Give it all to me. Mom is so good. She is the best in the world. She loves my beautiful mother the most. Mrs. Yun was amused by her. Hey, Xiaoxi actually grabbed my finger and smiled at me. My Xiaoxi is such a lucky baby. He smiled right after he was born. This scene made Yunzheng extremely envious. He also wanted to stretch out his fingers to grab the little milk bag, but when he saw that the lady's fingers were so thin and it was so difficult to grasp the little milk bag, he lowered his head and glanced at his own. His fingers were both thick and rough, and he immediately sighed in disgust and helplessness. Forget it, the skin of the small breast bag is delicate, and his fingers will be so rough that it will hurt the small breast bag. My lord, madam, this old slave accidentally found this in Mrs. Yang's room. Wang Ma presented several letters with a heavy face. Yun Zheng raised his eyebrows. He took it, and after a few cursory glances, he was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Several letters, except for one signed by Mrs. Yun, the rest are all replies from Lin Weian. The contents of the replies are lingering, overtly and covertly teasing, expressing the pain of missing each other. Wow, my mother-in-law is very reliable in her work. She actually dug out the letters between Yang Xianer and Lin Weian in my mother's name. It seems that she did it carefully enough and she really lived up to my expectations. High hopes. Dad is so wise. After reading these letters, he will definitely be able to deal with the hidden dangers behind. I'm so hungry all of a sudden. My wet nurse is so unprofessional. Why doesn't she come to feed me? Or should I cry twice to remind my mistress? Her voice had just ended, and before Mrs. Yun had time to react, the wet nurse came in and said that it was time for the young lady to nurse. Yun Wanning was instantly elated. The nanny came to feed me on the spot. It seems that I blamed the nanny wrongly. The nanny is so professional, but I was blind. Her ability to make the most of the situation made Mrs. Yun couldn't help laughing. She chuckled and carried her to the wet nurse, and told the wet nurse to remember to feed her with a spoon. Yun Wanning is even happier. Sure enough, my best friend is my mother. Only my mother understands me best in the world. I will always love my mother. Yunzheng, the one who understands her best is obviously him, okay? He could hear her thoughts. Husband, what are those letters? Show me. After Yun Wanning was taken away, Mrs. Yun's eyes fell on the letters in Yun Zheng's hand, pretending to be something he looked like he didn't even know, and asked curiously. She wanted to see how her cousin interacted with Lin Weian in her name. Madam, they are all ugly things. There is no need for you to look at them, dirty eyes. Yun Zheng's face froze and he quickly put the letter away. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. The madam asked for it for her husband himself. That damn woman dared to use the name of the madam to write letters to Lin Weian and ruin the madam's reputation. Even 100 deaths would not be enough to vent her hatred. Fortunately, these letters were accidentally found by Wang Ma today and fell into his hands. Otherwise, once they were released, the consequences would be disastrous. The same goes for that bitch Lin Weian. After all these years, he is still thinking about Madam. A random letter signed by Madam can make him fascinated and confused. It is really stupid and cunning. Blind. In vain, he grew up with his wife as a childhood sweetheart, but he couldn't even recognize her handwriting. Yang Xianer's handwriting is much uglier than Madam's handwriting. He was afraid that Mrs. Yun would be upset, so he deliberately concealed it, but Mrs. Yun insisted on reading it. He could not forcefully refuse, so he had to hand over the letter helplessly. Madam, let's talk first and see what happens, but you must not let these things affect your mood. Mrs. Yun did not answer the words. After taking it, she glanced at her.
I almost finished reading all the letters, and then I started crying while holding the handkerchief. Although it was a show, it would be false to say that she was not sad. After seeing the contents of the letter with my own eyes, I truly understood how determined my cousin was in wanting to harm her. It is good to dig out your heart and lungs, but what you get in exchange is to lure the wolf into the house and deliberately frame you. It is really sad. Her appearance of pear blossoms with rain made Yunzheng feel very distressed, and he quickly hugged her and comforted her softly. Madam, don't cry. You have just given birth to a baby. Crying like this will hurt your eyes. Yang Xin, that woman is a wolf-hearted woman. My husband must teach her a lesson. To vent your anger on Madam, she doesn't have to be as knowledgeable as that kind of thing. Does your husband have no doubt at all whether these letters are really related to me? Mrs. Yun raised her head and looked at him pitifully. Yunzheng chuckled and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Tears. My husband believes that my wife is not that kind of person. My wife asked for it myself. If I doubt you, wouldn't it mean that I doubt my husband's own vision? His own charm, that's very confident. Only men who have no ability will be suspicious all day long and suspect that their women are unfaithful. Mrs. Yun's heart felt sweet as she was coaxed, as if she had drunk honey. She laughed angrily and bumped him gently. The next day, early in the morning, Yun Wanya, the second eldest son of the Yun family, and Yun Wanyao, the third eldest son of the Yun family, came back from leave. The two were twins, with identical delicate facial features, but Yun Wanyao was obviously softer. Mom, I'm back. I heard that you gave birth to a sister. Where is the sister? Give me a hug. I heard a sweet voice far away, and soon two figures rushed in fiercely. The young man and the young girl had picturesque features and stunning faces. They were too beautiful to look like real people. The veins in Yunzheng's forehead jumped, and he slapped the tall and straight boy on the left on the head. Dad, you're going to hit me as soon as I come back. It's okay to hit me in the military camp, but why are you beating me at home? Mom, look at Dad, he's hitting me again. After sensing that something was wrong, Yun Wanya quickly evaded and did not forget to complain to his mother. Yunzheng continued to kick her with a straight face. Your mother is still in confinement, so she can't be disturbed the most. It's better for you, brat. Your sister speaks so loudly, and you don't know how to stop me. If I don't beat you, who will I beat? Look what this is saying. Yun Wanya almost died of anger. Dad also said that it was Yun Wanya who raised her voice so loudly, and that it was Yun Wanya who made the noise to mother, and it's not me. Are you going to hit me too? Yun Wanyao looked at them and covered her mouth and chuckled. Smile, smile, laugh to death. Yun Wanya turned around and glared at her. You are an elder brother. If you don't stop your sister, are you still reasonable? Yun Wanya took a deep breath and argued with reason. You still mentioned it to me? Are you being reasonable? If you are being reasonable, you will blame me for Yun Wanyao's fault? Wow, what's going on? Who is disturbing the baby while I sleep? It was so noisy. Yun Wanning was sleeping soundly, but was woken up by a burst of movement. She was immediately irritated. She wanted to complain a few words, but unexpectedly, when she opened her mouth, she burst into tears. Yun Wanya? Yun Wanyao? My sister can talk right after she is born. No, there must be something wrong with my ears. My sister has just been born, how can she speak? Seeing that his father and Yun Wanyao looked normal at night, Yun Wanyao thought that he had heard wrong and did not dare to ask more questions. Yun Wanyao was similar to him. Seeing that her father and brother had the same expressions, she thought she was hearing something. I have to say that in some aspects, the tacit understanding between the twins is amazing. You guys, it's true, you woke up the little four. The little four didn't cry. My mother continued to sleep while holding the little four. Mrs. Yin complained to the father and son, and quickly took the little milk bag in her arms and gently shook it and patted it. The cry of the little baby made Yun Zheng feel distressed. He touched his nose, lowered his voice and glared at Yun Wanya. Look at you, you woke up Xiaoxi. I'll settle the score with you later. Yun Wanya rolled his eyes and spoke back unconvinced in the same voice. Dad and Yun Wanya are responsible for my little sister being woken up, so why are you talking to me alone? Dad, you are so partial, does your conscience really not hurt? Hey, Yun Wanyao? Isn't that the original heroine who was robbed of her luck?
She's my sister. Is sister back? Come on, let me see my sister.
I have lived 2 lifetimes and I have never seen a living heroine.
Oh, I almost forgot, this is a time-traveling novel.
From the moment the heroine time travels in, the sister becomes the female supporting character. Hearing the name Yun Wanyao, Yun Wanning's brain was stimulated and he suddenly woke up. Of the two brothers, Yun Wanya and Yun Wanyao, opened their eyes wide in astonishment. They were sure that they heard nothing wrong this time. They really heard the little sister speak this time. Besides the little sister, who else would call sister Yun Wanyao? Who else has such a squirting sound? But how could the little girl be able to talk right after she was born? And looking at the expressions of father and mother, they don't seem to be surprised at all. What's going on? Yun Wanya and Yun Wanyao are both human beings, so neither of them asked their parents first to expose themselves.
Instead, they pretended not to hear anything and secretly observed the other's reaction.
While observing, I was still thinking about what Xiao Naibo said. What does it mean to be the original heroine who was robbed of her luck? What are also called crossbook novels? Why did the original heroine, Yun Wanyao, become the supporting actress after the heroine traveled through time? In addition to the brother and sister, the Yun family and his wife are also thinking about these issues. Even though they are both smart people, they still can't figure it out. These words were completely beyond their cognition.
No one would have thought that the world they lived in was actually a world of fiction. Hey, Xiaoxi is not sleeping yet? Now that he's awake, let's say hello to my brother and sister.
My brother and sister haven't seen Xiaoxi yet. Yun Madam was the first to come back to her senses. She silently remembered the key information in her heart, hooked Yun Wanning's little finger and moved it, looking at the brother and sister with a slight smile. End of this chapter.
Chapter 6, My sister is the original heroine. Year Yaoer, come and see my sister quickly.
Although the little girl's origin is unknown, she seems to know everyone in the family destiny, so she must let the little milkbag have as much contact with everyone as possible. Based on the fate of her and her husband, I am afraid that the fate of the 3 Yaoer siblings will not be very good, so she must try to get as much information as possible and make plans in advance. The brother and sister, who were curious about the little milkbag, immediately gathered around after hearing Mrs. Yun's words. Yun Wanya took Yun Wanning away first. Her eyes sparkled instantly, and she couldn't help but kiss her face hard several times. Wow, little sister, this is so cute. Pink and Jade and Snow are cute. This skin is like milk, smooth and tender, and there are still stockings. The milky flavor is like a small glutinous rice dumpling.
I really want to take a bite.
Yun Wanning was stunned by the unexpected attack, her eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him.
My little sister's expression is so funny, haha, she's so cute.
Seeing this, Yun Wanyao couldn't help but kiss her hard twice. This was the first time she had seen a newborn baby with such an expression. It became more and more interesting the more she looked at it. On the side, Mrs. Yun couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips when she saw the two sisters looking in love. Yun Wanyao, that's enough.
I've drooled all over my little sister's face.
Yun Wanya looked at Yun Wanyao with disgust, but actually she was envious and jealous in her heart. The little girl looks sweet, soft, and kissable. He also wants to kiss and hug her. Damn Yun Wanyao, it's her fault for taking her away first. That's right, my sister doesn't follow martial ethics and unexpectedly attack me. But she praised me for being cute.
Forget it, isn't it just a few kisses from my sister? No matter how you look at it, it's all my profit. My sister is the original heroine. She is fragrant and beautiful. I like her.
Yun Wanyao raised her eyebrows slightly and showed a bewildered smile. She didn't bother to pay attention to the shouting Yun Wanya. I am sure she can hear the little sister's voice, and the little sister praised her for being beautiful and said she likes her. She is such a lovable little guy, but how could she have the ability to listen to her little sister? It's incredible. At the same time, Yun Wanya was in a similar state to her, and he was sure that he could hear his little sister's heart. However, what made him unbalanced was that the younger sister actually said that she liked Yun Wanyao.
What about him? Isn't he worthy of being liked? Speaking of which, is there something wrong with this hot chicken author? My sister is beautiful, noble, and has a good temperament. She is a positive character no matter how you look at her. Why do you have to forcibly reduce her intelligence, darken her, and write her as a female villain? Oh, in the future I will drink more milk to grow up quickly and learn to speak quickly. I must always dissuade my sister and never go against the heroine. The heroine has an aura of invincibility and is the author's biological daughter.
No one can oppose her and still escape unscathed. Everyone who opposes the heroine will die miserably, but if we talk about the worst one, it is my sister, the number one villain heroine. Alas, such a proud girl like her was sold to a remote mountain ravine by several suitors of the heroine. All the men in that ravine can humiliate her at will, and she becomes the village's reproductive tool. It was really miserable to sleep in a pig shed and eat pig food every day, and to be insulted by others for being a sow. After being tortured to death, she went crazy and died of dystocia. No, I must save my sister. I must not let her go down the same path as the plot.
The fight against human traffickers starts with me. Well, that's it. From today on, I will drink more milk.
No, I seem to have pooped. I'm dying. My sister just hugged me and I did such an embarrassing thing.
She won't like me anymore. What to do?
Everyone was immersed in what she called the plot, their faces turned paler, and they didn't hear what she said at all, especially Mrs. Yun. Ever since Yang Xaner's matter was verified, she had no doubts about the plot mentioned by Yunwan Ning. Not so, will her Yaoer really be so miserable in the future? No, it won't happen. Wouldn't it be exposed that Yang Xaner wanted to harm her? Then, Yaoer's future affairs can definitely be changed, right? The cause of the matter was that her husband would only be plotted after she died. So now, no matter what happens, she will not be stupid enough to commit suicide. As long as she does not die and reminds her husband sideways, he will not be plotted by evil people. As long as she and her husband die, Yaoer's fate will definitely be changed. Yes, that's it, that must be the case. Why Yunwaning couldn't stand it any longer and burst into tears.
The baby's clear cry brought everything back to reality in an instant. What smells so bad?
Yunwanya calmed down and deliberately slapped his nose following Yunwaning's thoughts. But there were many things on his mind. Will Yunwanya really be like her little sister in the future? No. As long as he lives, he will never let her end up like that unless he dies. Woo. Second brother, I am already very ashamed.
Can you please stop mentioning this matter? I also want to save face, okay?
Baby, I am still too young and cannot take care of myself when I eat, drink, and defecate.
I am also very helpless. I will definitely change when I grow up.
His words and actions made Yunwaning so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. If possible, she would like to hide her face and never see anyone for the rest of her life.
There's no smell. Is your nose broken?
After trying hard to shake off the things about her in her little sister's heart, Yunwanya stabilized her mind and turned to glare at Yunwanya. She didn't ask anything. It was obvious that he did it on purpose, deliberately embarrassing the little girl. Yunwanya came back to his senses and was stunned to realize what he had said. He quickly said, Yes, my nose seems to be broken.
Put the little one on, give me 4.
She may be hungry, or she may have peed.
Let me check the diaper.
Mrs. Yun came back to her senses, forced a smile with a pale face, and reached out to hug Yunwaning, thinking of the next incident where everyone was watching her daddy. Yunwaning immediately closed her eyes, wishing she could disappear on the spot. I really want to die, sister, second brother, can you not watch it?
Especially second brother, do you understand the difference between men and women?
You better close your eyes for me. Mrs. Yun's hand untying the swaddling clothes paused for a moment, and soon returned to her natural state.
By the way, Yaoer, you came back so early, didn't you have anything to eat? Go to the kitchen to find Uncle Joe and ask him to cook what you want. Husband, it's time for Chelsea to nurse. Go and call the wet nurse.
She calmly arranged for the father and son. End of this chapter.
Chapter 7. How bad is Su Qingqing? Mother Yunwanya doesn't want to leave.
First of all, he's not very hungry. Secondly, he hasn't hugged his little sister yet. I want to hug my little sister and listen to what she will say about him. He really couldn't figure out what Yunwanya was doing when he was bullied like that. Can't you hear what your mother is saying?
Hurry up and get me to the kitchen.
A majestic and burly figure strode over. Yun Zhang, with a dark handsome face, grabbed him by the back of his collar and threw him outside. He even dares not to listen to his wife's words.
This brat has an itchy skin and needs to be dealt with. Hey, Dad, I can walk on my own, you better let me go. Under the suppression of the powerful bloodline, Yunwanya is like a chicken caught by an eagle.
Quickly begged for mercy and surrendered. Forget it, let's go to the kitchen first. When we're full, we'll come back to hug my little sister. He hasn't hugged his little sister yet. Even if he comes over later, his mother will definitely not say anything. Yun Zheng snorted coldly and threw him away. He turned to look at Yun Wanyao, his expression softened instantly, his dark eyes were gentle and doting, which made Yun Wanyao's teeth hurt. When dealing with him, it was either fists or kicks, but when dealing with Yun Wanyao, he immediately changed his face. Isn't it too serious to favor girls over boys? Yaoer, let's go. Oh, okay. The father and son walked outside. Yun Zheng put one hand behind his back and clenched it tightly into a fist. His Yaoer, he will never let her end up like what Xiaoxi wants. It doesn't matter whether he is a heroine or not, whoever dares to hurt his daughter, even the king of heaven, I will make him pay the price. Yun Zheng's dark eyes narrowed, and a trace of anger quickly flashed in his eyes. Wow, I feel emotional again. My mother really understands me so well. Every arrangement is exactly what I want. I really love my mother. Mom, you are so kind to me. I will work hard to live until I grow up. I hope you can also live a long and healthy life. When I grow up, I will honor you well. After everyone left, Yun Wanning looked at Mrs. Yun with stars. Although the mansion hired a wet nurse for her and a large number of women and maids, Mrs. Yun did many things herself. For example, change her clothes, diapers, wash her butt, etc., and take her to bed at night. She had to drink milk once an hour, and Mrs. Yun personally fed her at night. She woke up once an hour, and she didn't sleep well all night. She witnessed with her own eyes the greatness and difficulty of being a mother. Mrs. Yun was coaxed to smile brightly by her, and her heavy mood because of Yun Wanyao also temporarily improved. Her Xiaoxi is really a good and filial child. From now on, she should treat Xiaoxi better. After changing the diaper, the nanny also came. After Yun Wanning had eaten, she was carried to the window by Mrs. Yun. The idle mother and daughter squinted in the sun. Cousin, my wife has just given birth to a baby and needs to rest. It is not appropriate to disturb her. Get out of the way. I have something very important to see my aunt. How dare you, a servant, stop me? If I am delayed, can you afford this important thing? The sun was warm. Yun Wanning was so sunburned that she was about to fall asleep, but outside, suddenly there was a loud shouting. I was frightened, my little body trembled slightly, and I woke up completely. Hey, who is this so annoying? Why did you come to the door of my mother's room and scream? Baby, I had enough to eat and drink, but I was just about to fall asleep. This guy woke me up, and it affected my growth. What should I do? I am still anxious to grow up and save my sister. On the beauty's couch, Mrs. Yun slightly raised the corners of her lips. The more she listened to the little girl's inner voice, the more interesting she became. I don't know what kind of world Xiao Naibo was in her previous life, and she could develop such an interesting personality. This is the first time she has seen such an interesting person. Then she thought of the movement outside the door, her brows furrowed again, and a touch of boredom appeared in her eyes. This Su Qingqing is really getting more and more unruly. What, is the guy making a fuss outside the door? Su Qingqing? Yang Xianer's daughter? Me, how could I forget this person? This guy is not a good person. Mrs. Yun raised her eyebrows and pricked up her ears to listen carefully to the little milkbag's thoughts. For fear of missing any keywords, she wanted to know why Su Qingqing was not a good person. However, after the little girl said that sentence in her heart, she fell into silence and there was no more sound. It's hard to believe that the little girl, who has always been talkative, worried, and imaginative, is so calm at this moment. How bad is Su Qingqing? Mrs. Yun was extremely curious. After thinking for a moment, she waved her hand to call her personal maid. Go and ask someone to put the cousin in. Since Xiao Naibao didn't want to think about Su Qingqing too much, she put Su Qingqing in front of Xiao Naibao and asked her to have to think. Baby, don't blame mom for taking advantage of you. I heard from your heart that our family is so miserable. How could mom remain indifferent? Mother must try her best to get as much information as possible, so that we can make careful plans in advance and change the fate of our family so that you and Yaoer can live happily. Finish this life. Mrs. Yun sighed in her heart. She really had no choice but to make this last resort. Xiaoxi is so kind and loving, and she worries about everyone in the family, so she must be able to understand her, right, Mom? You can see her if you want, but you must not feel affection for her anymore and agree to any of her requests. You treat her as your junior and love her, but she hates you and hates you to death. Not only did she encourage her mother to steal my father from you, but she was also jealous and disgusted with my sister. The better you treat her, the more she will hate her sister.
Mrs. Yun, it turned out that Yang Xiner had evil intentions towards her husband, and was it also Su Qingqing's contribution? She is actually jealous of Yaoer?
Hate Yaoer, how could this happen? Mrs. Yun felt that her entire worldview had been overturned. Just as she was about to continue listening, a light and slender figure rushed in. Su Qingqing looked at her in panic.
Aunt, my mother is missing. She didn't come back all day last night. I searched everywhere in my house and couldn't find it anywhere. Does Aunt know where my mother has gone?
In addition to her mother, everyone together also missing were their mother and daughter, all the belongings they had accumulated in the past 3 years since they came to Ningwa Duke's mansion. Could it be that my mother ran away with all the valuables on her back? That shouldn't be the case. Under her instigation, my mother has been thinking about her uncle. She always dreamed of becoming the mistress of Duke Ning's mansion. How could she run away without saying a word? Yesterday, Su Qingqing left the mansion and used the name of Yun Wanyao to attend a Lao Shitsi poetry party organized by Taifu Qianjin.
In addition, the servants in the mansion were strict with their mouths, so she did not know that Yang Xiner was imprisoned.
Those things, hey, this is Su Qingqing, the white-eyed wolf who is unfamiliar with food. He doesn't look very smart. No wonder he does unscrupulous things all day long. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. No matter how Yun Wanning looks at Su Qingqing, she doesn't like it. Yun Wanning curled her small mouth with a look of disdain, but because she was too small and her facial muscles were underdeveloped, she couldn't control her expression and drooled. Come out, this is so embarrassing. I'm drooling just by making an expression, baby, it's so difficult for me. Mrs. Yun smiled, lowered her head and gently wiped away her saliva with a handkerchief. Her heart was tickled. She wanted to know what other bad things Su Qingqing had done besides the things mentioned above. Didn't I tell you that my wife needs to rest and no idlers are allowed to disturb her? A sound of footsteps came, and Yunjing took Yun Wanye and Yun Wan with him. Brother and sister Yao came in, and when they saw Su Qingqing, they scolded the maid beside them with a cold face. The maid shrank down, not daring to express her anger, being treated as a mere idler by the owner of the Duke's mansion. Su Qingqing's face stiffened, and she bowed slightly to Yunjing in embarrassment.
Qingqing has met my uncle.
Okay, don't get angry with Xiaodao, I asked her to let Qingqing in. Mrs. Yun was dissatisfied with Yun Zhang's behavior of angering the maid, and glanced lightly looking at him. Yun Zhang's arrogance immediately dropped.
Madam taught you a lesson.
On the side, Yun Wanyao covered her mouth and chuckled, making her parents cry sweetly. Yun Wanyao rolled her eyes disdainfully, looking down on her father very much. Dad is really worthless. A man who is a majestic general and a fierce tiger and a dragon is actually afraid of his own wife. It is really embarrassing for a man. He will never be so humble in front of a woman in the future. At the time, Yun Wanyao could never imagine that the slaps in the face would be so severe in the near future. Your mother was caught stealing, so I had her locked up. Mrs. Yun looked at Su Qingqing and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the twins and Su Qingqing were instantly shocked, and they all looked at Mrs. Yun in astonishment. Especially the twins, the dragon and the phoenix, were filled with curiosity. When they were away, what on earth did Yang Xiner steal from my mother to make her cruel enough to lock her up? My mother has a gentle temper and is generous to others. Ever since she brought the mother and daughter back, she has been very indulgent towards Yang Xiner. In other words, even if Yang Xiner secretly moved half of the Duke's mansion, my mother would not care about her. Why did she suddenly change her gender?
Aunt, did Aunt make a mistake?
My mother is my aunt's cousin, how could she steal her things? After a moment, Su Qingqing came to her senses and defended her mother with a pale face.
Really?
Yunjing strode to the mahogany box on the ground, opened it, grabbed a handful of jewelry and turned to look at Su Qingqing. His handsome face darkened. Do these look familiar? These were the gold and silver that Wang Ma had collected yesterday and given to Yun Wanning. But before they could send them to the gold shop, Su Qingqing came to the door. Su Qingqing's face turned a little whiter, and her heart was filled with panic and pain. It turns out that all the belongings that disappeared out of thin air from their mother and daughter's room are here. It's so good. Why did this family think of going through their bedroom? Is there such a way to treat guests? Dad, my mother, and I gave these jewelry to Qingqing.
Yun Wanyao held Yun Zhang's arm in a flattering manner and coquettishly interceded for Su Qingqing.
She was a smart person. Considering what she had said before, how could she not understand the scene in front of her? Is it because of these external things that my parents are embarrassing my cousin Qingqing? Although she was also shocked by the number in the box, she still felt that her parents had suddenly become too stingy. Qingqing is her cousin, a younger generation of her parents. How can her parents have a problem with Qingqing because of these vulgar things? However, Su Qingqing was not only ungrateful to someone who helped to plead for mercy, but her eyes darkened, and she was filled with resentment towards Yun Wanyao. This damn annoying woman must be laughing at her for being so pretentious. Isn't it because of good luck that he was reincarnated as the daughter of the Duke's palace? Why humiliate and look down on her so much? Oh, sister, you tried your best to plead for her, but she didn't appreciate it. They just thought you were humiliating her, and they probably cursed you to death in their hearts. The better you and your mother treat her, the more she will hate you. Hate that you were so lucky to be reincarnated as the daughter of the Duke of State. Hate that you can become the fiancé of King Qi. Hate that she can only lie down. I do small things to please you. You are obviously living under someone else's roof, but you don't even have the self-cultivation of a sojourner. You always compare yourself with your sister. She is jealous that your food, drink, clothing and jewelry are better than hers, jealous that you have the love of your father, mother, and seventh uncle, and jealous that the servants in the palace respect you more than her. She wishes you were dead every moment. So, when the heroine appears and becomes enemies with your sister, she immediately betrays you and becomes the heroine's lackey, helping the heroine deal with you. Using your trust, she drugged you and threw you unconscious to the refugees. As a result, you were tainted by the refugees and lost your innocence. She completely cut off your marriage to Qi. The possibility of the palace. It can be said that, sister, you will be so miserable later, and this woman is the trigger. Yun Wanning disliked Su Qingqing no matter how she looked at it, and she complained crazily in her heart. The more she complained, the angrier she became. When she first read the novel, she actually didn't have much feeling for this character. She couldn't say she liked or disliked it, but the problem is, she is now reincarnated as the youngest daughter of the Yun family. This Su Qingqing has not been kind to the Yun family from the beginning to the end, and in the later period, she went crazy and harmed Yun Wanyao's seventh uncle and her. She is really crazy if she has a good impression of this white-eyed wolf. Except for Su Qingqing, the Yun family couple and siblings who heard her voice were all shocked and looked at Su Qingqing angrily. This damn Su Qingqing's so vicious, it's none of your business, stop talking. Yun Zheng was the first to come to his senses and waved away Yun Wanyao's arm angrily. This was the first time he used such a serious tone. Talk to Yun Wanyao. Yun Wanyao was stunned and stood silently aside with her head lowered. Her heart was complicated and sad, and she couldn't help but want to cry. There was no little sister before, so she treated Su Qingqing, her cousin, as her own sister. As long as Su Qingqing showed the slightest liking for her clothes and jewelry, she would give them to her without hesitation. She led Su Qingqing to make friends with noble ladies from wealthy families, and helped her make like-minded friends. Whenever someone in the circle looked down on Su Qingqing's background, she would give him a slap in the face and vent his anger on him. But it turns out that in Su Qingqing's heart, she actually thought of her that way. Even because of jealousy and resentment, he would turn against the heroine and harm her so cruelly. A woman's innocence is as high as heaven, but Su Qingqing actually designed to destroy her innocence. Yun Wanyao clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, as if she had fallen into an ice cave, trembling with cold. Oh, mother, sister, you are really too naive. The so-called relatives are those who dislike you for being poor and fear that you are rich. Yang Xaner and Su Qingqing, mother and daughter, typically want to enjoy your protection and glory, but they are also jealous of your life. Great. The old one wants to steal my father, the younger one is jealous of my sister, and the younger one is the offspring of a big bad seed. They are all white-eyed wolves who have not been raised well. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. You white-eyed wolf, don't touch me. The laws of our country state that stealing is illegal. Yun Wanya squinted her eyes and said in a gloomy voice, this Yang Xiner is so bold to dare to sneak into our duke's house. And this Su Qingqing, as the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I think she has such unclean hands and feet. It's quite suspicious. Dad, in my opinion, it's better to send the mother and daughter to the Yamen directly. When the time comes, he will take good care of the Yamen, and he will definitely let the mother and daughter die in that prison, to see how Su Qingqing will harm Yun Wanyao in the future, and that Yang Xiner dared to rob her father from her mother. I really don't know how to write the word death. No, Aunt, I don't have it, I really don't have it. Hearing his words, Su Qingqing was instantly frightened out of her mind, her face turned pale, and she threw herself into the clouds next to Madame. He grabbed Madame Yun's clothes and begged for mercy. You scared Shosi. Mrs. Yun had a cold face and pushed her away indifferently. Yun Wanning nodded repeatedly in her heart. Yes, yes, mother is right, you white-eyed wolf, don't touch me, I'm afraid I will be infected by you. It can be seen that Xiao Naibao really hates Su Qingqing to a certain extent. Mrs. Yun lowered her head to tease her, her eyelids drooped slightly to cover the faint chill in her eyes. The evidence is conclusive that your mother committed theft and was stolen by me. She must be taught a lesson. As for you, the principal government has been extremely kind to you and your mother over the years, and you are not young at all. Let's find another place. What? Su Qingqing's legs softened and she almost fell to the ground. Tears fell like broken beads. She murmured with red eyes. Auntie, are you trying to drive me away? Otherwise, our Yun family will have to support you mother and daughter for the rest of our lives? If you really don't want to get out, then go to the yamen and go to jail. Yeah. Yun Wanya scolded coldly, her delicate and beautiful eyebrows darkened, covered with a layer of anger. He always felt that his mother was too kind to Su Qingqing and he should not just kick her out of the house so easily. It's just that my mother can't hear my little sister's voice after all. I don't know how hateful Su Qingqing is, but she still treats her as a junior. It's already good to be able to do this, leave the rest to him. As long as Su Qingqing is kicked out of the house, she will be helpless. At that time, it depends on how he wants to deal with that woman, whether he wants to kill her or keep her for torture. In fact, Mrs. Yun had the same idea as him, planning to drive Su Qingqing out before cleaning up. The Yun family's support for the mother and daughter was known to all the famous families in Haojing. If the mother and daughter died in the Duke's mansion, some unfavorable rumors would inevitably spread against them. It's not worth damaging your family's reputation because of these two people. The young man's gloomy and cruel look made Su Qingqing frightened. She knelt down in front of Mrs. Yun with a thump, crying and begging for mercy. No, Aunt, it was my mother who did the theft, not Qingqing. Qingqing had no knowledge or involvement in this matter. Please don't vent your anger on Qingqing. Qingqing has long been gone. Isn't it the same as leaving Qingqing to die? I love Qingqing so much, can I really have the heart to drive Qingqing out? She wanted to teach her mother a lesson, but she had no choice but to abandon her car to save her husband and sacrifice her mother to save herself. Husband, I'm tired. I'll leave you to deal with this matter. However, Mrs. Yun didn't even look at her. For a second, she was possessed by the drama spirit. She closed her eyes and made a mental statement. An unbearable look, she has always loved Su Qingqing. If she suddenly decided to drive him out, wouldn't it make the father, son, and the little girl suspicious? It's better to give up to your husband. Seeing Ye's attitude towards Su Qingqing is so bad, I believe that as long as she doesn't change her attitude and keep Su Qingqing, then Ye will definitely find a way to get his father to give him away. Go. The father, son, and Xiao Bao were successfully deceived by her acting skills, and they really thought she couldn't bear it, but this is a great opportunity and they will never miss it. The Duke of Gui gave an order, and the servants in the mansion immediately dragged Su Qingqing away and threw her out without mercy. No matter how she begged for mercy, it was useless. After being thrown out, Su Qingqing did not give up and wanted to break in. Then, she was punched and kicked by the servants. Soon she was beaten until her nose was bruised and her face was swollen, and she ran away holding her head. Oh, the plot is getting worse and worse. This Su Qingqing was kicked out. The strange thing is that my mother didn't protect her. Could it be that my mother was really heartbroken by Yang Xian'er, so she woke up? Already? Or should we say that after Yang Xian'er harmed my mother, it started to collapse, triggering a chain reaction, causing the subsequent plot to collapse out of control? What, in the original plot, Yang Xian'er was supposed to succeed in killing her mother, but now it's revealed and it's over. Through the continuous voices of their hearts, the two of them had vaguely understood the meaning of Hankai, and now they were shocked and stunned when they heard these words. Could it be that my mother can also hear my little sister's thoughts? The previous resentment towards Su Qingqing was just to show to prevent them from suspecting. If this is the case, then my mother's performance was so realistic that she successfully deceived them. Since my mother can also hear my little sister's thoughts, what about the others? The brother and sister immediately began to doubt each other, their father, every servant in the house, and everyone in the world. It seems that they must find a way to test it. It is okay for their own family to hear the little sister's voice, but if any outsider can hear it, wouldn't the little sister be in danger? Yun Zhang was also a little surprised, but he soon realized that yes, Madame must be able to hear Xiaoxi's thoughts, otherwise, she had always felt sorry for Yang Xaner and her daughter, and regarded Yang Xaner as her own sister. How could she suddenly be so ruthless as to imprison them in the woodshed? I am afraid that even those letters were deliberately arranged by Madame Wang to be searched out. It was precisely because she heard Xiaoxi's voice that she was able to discover in time that Yang Xaner wanted to harm her and take immediate and decisive action. Otherwise, if her underwear falls into Lin Weian's hands and someone makes a big fuss out of it, Madame will definitely have no shame in living. Thinking of this, Yun Zhang shuddered all over. He seemed to have understood what Xiaoxi was thinking about how his wife was killed by Yang Xaner. Soon, he thought of the same thing as the brother and sister. Since he and his wife could hear Xiaoxi's thoughts, what about others? He glanced at the two brothers and sister calmly, but saw that the two brothers and sisters looked as usual and could not tell anything. No, we must find a way to test it. Yun Zhang frowned tightly. Your Majesty and Madam, I heard that the young lady has returned to your home, and the King of Qi has come to ask for an audience. He's here. Hearing the butler's report, Yin Wanyao lowered her head and slightly raised the corners of her lips, feeling sweet and expectant in her heart. Speaking of which, she had never seen him again since her father forcibly sent him to a girls' hospital. Wait, Qi King Mo Yuanhao? Isn't that the male protagonist? It's over, he came to harm my sister. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. This King Qi is actually the male protagonist. This novel is written very clearly. The original owner of the heroine before time travel was originally the fiancé of her eldest brother Yin Wanchen, but she disliked Yin Wanchen. His legs are disabled, but he is obsessed with the heroine Yin Wanyao's fiancé, His Highness King Qi of the Dog Kingdom, Mo Yuanhao. While jumping up and down to break off the engagement with Yin Wanchen, she tried her best to frame Yin Wanyao and seduce Mo Yuanhao. In the end, she made Mo Yuanhao angry, and designed to ruin her reputation and bring down the family backer behind her. The original owner died tragically and went offline. After the heroine traveled through time, everything was still too late. She originally wanted to stay away from the male and female protagonists, find another opportunity to break off the engagement with Yun Wanchen, and live out her life in a low-key and peaceful manner. However, from the moment she traveled across time, she took away all of Yun Wanyao's luck and aura. She is the heroine of this world and is destined to be anything but ordinary in this life. On a whim, I went to a brothel to see an Oiran, but unexpectedly, I was tricked by evil people and got a love potion. When he was about to be unable to withstand the effects of the medicine, he met the male protagonist Mo Yuanhao, who was injured and unconscious. He executed Mo Yuanhao on the spot. Before leaving, he accidentally dropped a jade tablet. When Mo Yuanhao woke up, he found that he had been taken advantage of. At that time, he was in love with Bai Yueguang Yin Wanyao, so this incident made him sick. He sent people to secretly trace the jade tablet, and finally found it on the heroine. Originally, he wanted to kill the heroine, but the people he sent seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and the heroine cleverly escaped several times. He had no choice but to take action himself, but discovered that the heroine was dazzling and unique. After a period of time, he was gradually attracted by the heroine's appearance and talent, and began to waver between the heroine and Yun Wanyao. It was precisely because of his vacillation that Yun Wanyao was unable to give up on him, blaming everything on the heroine, turning completely dark, and embarking on the road of self-destruction. The funny thing is that after Yin Wanyao turned black, Missouri Yuanhao never reflected on himself. He only thought that Yin Wanyao had become bad and was no longer the kind and beautiful girl in his memory. He began to ignore the series of disasters that happened to the Yin family, ignore that Yin Wanyao was humiliated and bullied by the heroine's suitors, ignore that she was set up by Su Qingqing and had her body taken over by the refugees, and used this as an excuse to follow Yun Wanyao breaks off the engagement. While reading the article, Yun Wanning must have had a funny brain, and she actually liked the male protagonist. She felt that he was strong, beautiful, and unlike a holy father. He became very dedicated after falling in love with the female protagonist. I really like this couple. After contacting several people from the Yun family, her mentality suddenly changed a lot. Yun Wanyao is her sister, and she will definitely stand by Yun Wanyao's side. Sister, he is the male protagonist, but you are not the female protagonist. The male protagonist was chosen by the author for his own daughter. If you get too close to him, there will be no good results. He will be killed. Hey you! There are thousands of men in the world. Sister, you are beautiful and rich, but you must not hang yourself from a tree. Yun Wanning shouted anxiously in her heart, and several people present were stunned again. This King Chi is actually the male protagonist. Everyone thought about the engagement between Yun Wanyao and Mo Yuanhao, and their faces couldn't help but look ugly. The ugliest person among them was Yun Wanyao herself. My father was deeply favored by the late emperor, so she grew up with King Chi. They had a deep love for each other and were very happy with each other. They were still engaged. How could he be a boy? Host, how could this happen? Could it be that the little girl made a mistake involving Mo Yuanhao? Yun Wanyao could not blindly believe Yun Wanning's voice for the first time, but began to have doubts. Several glances came over, and Yun Wanyao immediately came back to her senses. For fear of being caught, she quickly lowered her head and looked shy and happy. Dad, Mother, King Chi came to see me. I'm going to see him. Hey, sister, I suddenly remembered that King Chi came to see you today. Will you? You must not agree to the offer of employment on the pretext that you are about to get haircut. If you agree to his employment today, when the heroine shows up, this matter will become a big problem for him. If he can't solve this problem, he should deal with the Yun family directly. Sister, it would be great if you could hear my shouting. In that case, I will chant it in your ear at least 800 times every day. As soon as she turned around, she heard the urgent cry of the little girl. Yun Wanyao's expression suddenly became unbearable, the smile on her lips disappeared, and her complexion became heavy and complicated. Fortunately, she kept her head down so nothing was unusual. The fists hidden in her sleeves were clenched tightly, and Yun Wanyao walked towards the door in a hurry, listening to the footsteps gradually getting smaller. Yun Wanning sighed in her heart, once again wondering why she couldn't speak. The elder sister does not know what will happen in the future, so it is inevitable that the girl will be pregnant and full of beautiful fantasies about King Chi in the future, but she knew it. It felt really uncomfortable to watch her sister go through that spicy drama, but to be powerless. It would be great if I could go back in time. If I go back in time, I must kidnap the damn author with a knife and threaten her to rewrite this article for me and make my sister the female protagonist. It is best to change her to a male protagonist. Yes, if it were another male protagonist, Mo Yuanhao would be really annoying. Oh, what a pity, she just thought about it. I have been reincarnated here, and my body in the previous life has been poisoned by her a long time ago. I will definitely not be able to go back. Yun Wanning was like an eggplant beaten by frost, lying limply in Mrs. Yun's arms, looking listless. Madam, my husband has some important matters to deal with. Let's go and work for a while. You can take Xiaoxi to rest for a while. It's almost noon and Xiaoxi hasn't gone to bed yet. Well, okay, husband, go ahead. Mrs. Yun responded absently. Soon, Yun Zhang turned around and went out. Yun Wanyao touched his chin and looked at his majestic back, his beautiful eyes sparkling. When Dad was talking to Mom, his eyes were erratic, and it was obvious that he had some evil intentions, and he didn't know what he was planning. Should he follow and have a look? Forget it, Yun Wanyao sighed and gave up the idea. If he was caught by his father, he would have to get beaten again. Not if you have nothing to do, you might as well hug your little sister. Mom, give me a hug, little sister, I haven't hugged her yet. He was not entangled in the matter between Yun Wanyao and King Chi. Mom can hear my little sister's voice anyway. She will definitely not sit idly by and ignore this matter. He only needs to observe secretly when my mother doesn't handle her properly. It's not too late for him to take action. Bending slightly, looking longingly at the small milk bag in Mrs. Yun's arms, Yun Wanya's heart instantly softened. Wow, the little girl is so cute. I want to Rua. Hearing the voice, Yun Wanning lazily raised her eyelids and looked at him. In an instant, her sleepy eyes sparkled. Hey, this is my second brother, so handsome. I didn't notice him before. The second brother and sister have similar facial features. Yeah, the twins are really magical. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Little sister, are there any people who can cheat on me like you? I have to say that my father and mother's genes are really great. If I hadn't died so early, I would have been a great beauty if I had lived to grow up. Maybe it won't be any worse than in my previous life. In my previous life, I was the most beautiful woman in my sect. Yun Wanyao had just been elated by her praise. However, before she could laugh, she heard the next sentence. Did the little sister mean that she also died very early? How so? What are you doing standing there? Don't you want a hug, Xiaoxi? Mrs. Yun finally cheered up. Seeing that he was in a daze, she frowned and hugged him patiently. Teach him how to hold the baby, lest he make the baby uncomfortable or accidentally drop it. You have never held a child before. Pay attention when you hold a child, and remember to hold it like this. She is used to hearing little milkbags praising everyone's appearance, and she has long since it is clear that Xiao Naibo is not only a money fan, but also a person who cares about appearance stuff. It's not surprising at all that Yi looks good and Xiao Naibo would praise him. Oh, I know, don't worry, Mom, I will be very careful. Yun Wanya quickly came to her senses and gently took the baby bag over her body. It was very soft. He was careful and braced himself. Hello, little sister, I am the second brother. Yes, I know. Yun Wanning curled her lips and responded to him in her heart. Isn't it said in the book that the second brother is scheming and has endless plans, and is the seventh uncle's biggest enemy? Why don't you look a little smart? Yun Wanya's expression froze instantly. What does it mean to look not too smart? Are you saying he is stupid? Wait, he is Uncle Chi's biggest enemy. How can I say this? He has always respected Uncle Chi and obeyed his orders. He is more affectionate than his father. How come he is Uncle Chi's biggest enemy? Little sister, can you make it clearer? How can second brother believe your words like this? However, the little milk bag in his arms didn't know what he was thinking. The little milk bag had already opened its small mouth and yawned, and its eyes were gradually becoming hazy. I'm so sleepy, I really can't stand it anymore. I just fell asleep. So Yun Wanya could only watch her half speech, and then she exhaled. Huda fell asleep, his appetite was whittled down like this, and he scratched his head in discomfort. Whoosh, at this moment, he felt a look like a cold arrow, shooting towards him coldly. She is his beautiful and gentle mother. My mother must have heard what Xiao Naibo was saying and suspected that he was not a good guy. Yunwan wanted to cry every night but had no tears, feeling helpless and weak. Little sister, are there any people who cheat on me like you? He calmed down and quickly acted innocent and confused. Mom, what's wrong? Why do I suddenly feel that your eyes are a little scary? Oof. Mrs. Yun sneered and looked at him steadily. This guy turned out to be Lao Chi's enemy. If that's the case, let's see if she doesn't skin him. Since Xiaoxi has not made it clear yet and the evidence of this guy's crime is incomplete, we will not deal with him for the time being until the evidence of his crime is confirmed. Xiaoxi is asleep, give her to me. Mrs. Yun had a cold face, and she suddenly found Yun Wanya displeased. Oh, okay. Yun Wanya weakly handed over the small milk bag, not daring to take a breath the whole time. It's over, he will become a sinner in his mother's heart now, and he will probably have to keep his tail between his legs in the future, but he obviously hasn't done anything yet, which feels so wronged. Little sister, you really did me a lot of harm. Mrs. Yun took the sleeping little milk bag inside helplessly, with a worried look on her face. She doesn't have a clue about Yaoer's matter yet. Why did she bring up Year's matter again? It seems that her family is destined to be unstable. Thinking of Yun Wanyao, Mrs. Yun couldn't help but have a headache. Xiaoxi's inner voice has made it very clear. Yaoer and King Qi are destined to be fruitless. If Yaoer doesn't alienate King Qi in time, trouble will surely arise, but the problem is that Yaoer is now obsessed with King Qi, and there is a marriage contract between them personally given by the late emperor. This engagement is no joke. What should I do? For the first time, Mrs. Yun felt that deep powerlessness. Forget it, she knows nothing about the heroine, so she should wait and see what happens. Once another woman appeared next to King Qi, she would immediately ask her husband to meet the Holy Emperor to terminate the engagement and make the marriage between King Qi and the heroine complete. In addition, Yaoer must be restrained and she must not be jealous for King Qi Zhangfeng or provoke others. In short, she must not let Yaoer end up like what Xiaoxi wanted. Back garden, behind a tall rockery, Yun Zheng hid himself, quietly watching the two people talking not far away, and listened carefully to the sounds over there with his ears raised. Yaoer, I haven't seen you for a long time, how are you doing? In the pavilion between the flowers, a man in brocade clothes is extremely handsome and noble. He slightly curled his lips, a pair of his black eyes looked at the girl in front of him tenderly. Looking at that haunting and extremely familiar face, Yun Wanyao instantly put all Yun Waning's thoughts behind her and nodded slightly with a red face. Okay, what about you? Well, I am good, the only bad thing is, Yunhao stopped deliberately, his eyes gradually darkened, and the look in his eyes made Yun Wanyao's heart beat faster. She turned her head away, bit her lip and said in annoyance, speak well. Yes, Mississippi. Yunhao gave a low laugh, which sounded pleasant. The sound is deafening. When there is no limit to the end of the world, there is only endless love. Yaoer, the only bad thing about me is that I can't see the sweetheart I miss day and night. Now, Yun Wanyao's her face turned completely red, all the way to her neck, and she felt both shy and sweet. Bah, Yun Zheng spit in his heart several times. Mounhao, a boy who looks cold and distant on the surface and keeps away strangers, turns out to be a prude. In private, he is so glib. No wonder he can coax Yaoer into choosing him, but Yaoer hasn't even had hair extensions yet. How can this bastard say this to her all day long? It's so shameless and shameless. If he hadn't secretly followed Xiaoxi because he wanted to see if every word of Xiaoxi's words came true, he still wouldn't have known that this boy was so shameless in private. Yun Zheng clenched his fists tightly and was so angry that he didn't like Mo Yuanhao no matter how he looked at him. Me too. After a moment, Yun Wanyao calmed down, bit her lip and responded softly. Mo Yuanhao raised the corners of his lips in a great mood, watching her eyes gradually heat up. Suddenly, he sighed and said in a low and hoarse voice, "I really want to see Yaoer every day." As soon as these words came out, Yun Wanyao immediately felt something in her heart with a bad premonition. Before she could react, the deep and pleasant voice continued to sound, "Yaoer is about to get hairpin. Why not? The king, will come here in the next 2 days to betrothal her, and after Yaoer goes through the hairpin ceremony, I will marry Yaoer immediately, okay?" End of this chapter. Chapter 12. She is really worried about this family boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Yun Wanyao stood frozen on the spot, looking at him blankly, looking pale and ugly behind the rockery. Yun Zheng's eyes suddenly dimmed. Sure enough, this boy mentioned the appointment to Yaoer, and Xiaoxi's wishes once again came true. What's wrong with Yaoer? Mo Yuanhao frowned, his eyes searching. Yun Wanyao immediately lowered his head, suppressed the panic in his heart, and tried his best to pull his lips and force a smile. This is a bit too sudden. I am not mentally prepared. Mo Yuanhao laughed softly and believed her rhetoric. When girls grow up, they will always get married. The marriage contract between you and me was given by my father. It has been many years. It will only be a matter of time before I marry you. In fact, my father gave me the marriage contract. It was originally intended that Ningguogong's daughter would be the crown princess of the great martial kingdom and the future mother of a country. It was because he had liked Yaoer since he was a child. After learning the news, he took the initiative to kneel in front of his father and pray, and then he won the engagement. It's just that she didn't know about it. Well, the wedding is not a trivial matter after all. It would be too hasty for the two of us to agree on it like this. How about this? I will inform my parents in private first, and you will wait for my news. Yun Wanyao's mind was filled with Yun Wanning's previous thoughts, and she was in a mess. She didn't know what to do, so she had no choice but to resort to dragging. She still needs to think about this matter carefully and discuss it with her mother. Since my mother can hear my little sister's voice, she will definitely make plans for her. Thinking of this, Yun Wanyao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. She was very sure that if she hadn't heard her little sister's thoughts in advance, if Mo Yuanhao said he wanted to re-employ him today, she would have happily agreed. Then, will he end up like the little sister in his heart? Yun Wanyao's heart felt like bleeding. It hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. The man in front of her was her childhood sweetheart and they were in love. Everyone in the world knew that he was her fiancé and would be her husband in the future. However, he would fall in love with another woman in the future. Okay, listen to Yaoer. Then I will wait a little longer. However, Yaoer must give me good news. You must not let me down. Outside the study, the confidant stood upright at the foot of the steps, like a pillar. A burst of heavy footsteps came from far away, and the handsome and majestic Duke of Gua, who was in his prime, walked towards him with his hands behind his back, a dark face and a look of bad mood. Lord! Lu Wu hurriedly bent down to salute, puzzled in his heart. The Duke of the country is happy with his daughter. He has been smiling all the time in the past 2 days. What is going on today? Who is so ignorant to offend him? Come in and talk. Yun Zheng glanced at him and walked towards the study, and Lu Wu quickly followed. Is the matter done? Yes, my subordinate has asked Yang Xian'er to be severely punished. This is the confession that the Lord wants, and the other one is from the backyard. The letter received over there. Lu Wu respectfully presented 2 folded documents and a letter. The document was a confession written by Yun Zheng, who forced Yang Xian'er to imitate his wife's handwriting. The book explained the entire process of her secret correspondence with Lin Weian in the name of his wife. The contents of the 2 documents are exactly the same. As for the letter, it was sent by Lin Weian. After learning that Yang Xian'er was communicating with Lin Weian in the name of Mrs. Yun, Yun Zheng took control of the servants in the mansion who were bribed to help deliver the letter, and the letter naturally fell into his hands. After reading Lin Weian's letter in a hurry, Yun Zheng was furious and gritted his teeth angrily. This damn thief has a lot of children, but he still cares about other people's wives, and he doesn't mind embarrassing his own children. He is really a scum. When he mentioned the wolf hair, he wrote quickly and scolded Lin Weian. After scolding for more than 10 pages, I finally lost some of my anger. It dried the ink, folded Yang Xian'er's handwritten confession and his abusive letter, packed them up, and handed them to Lu Wu. You find an opportunity to stop Lin Weian's turtle grandson and hand this and Yang Xian'er to him personally. Remember to give him a few words for me. Just say, if you bring it. It's naturally not a good thing to say to I. In addition to explaining the whole thing, he also cursed and threatened Lin Weian to give up on Yi Shiwei and not to write to Yi Shiwei in private in the future. It is really not a good job to insult Mr. Zhang Shushirlang. Lu Wu touched his nose and put the envelope away. After finishing this matter, you and Ming Zhan will go and keep an eye on King Qi. Remember to be careful and don't get discovered. The Duke of Guo squinted his eyes and his face was clouded. Immediately raised the difficulty of the task to hell level. Lu Wu suddenly felt that in comparison, insulting Mr. Zhang Shushirlang seemed nothing. He was too hasty. Yes. Soon, Lu Wu left. Yun Zheng burned Lin Weian's letter, put away the remaining confession, and walked towards the main courtyard. In the bedroom, Yun Wanning had already woken up, had eaten, and changed her diaper. She was blinking her eyes and listening to her mother chatting with her sister attentively. Although she was just born, she was really worried about this family. Mother, the King of Qi said that he would like to come to our house to hire someone in the next 2 days. After the daughter has done the hairpin ceremony, he will marry her. Before returning, Yun Wanyao said she had already calmed down, and when she said this, she lowered her head slightly, pretending to be a shy little girl. Mrs. Yun had been mentally prepared for a long time, so her mood did not fluctuate at all now. On the contrary, Yun Wanning's eyes flashed, extremely anxious. Sure enough, the plot master is so powerful, my sister is going to be harmed by this bastard Mounhao. In 7 days at most, the female protagonist will have an intersection with the male protagonist. It won't be long before the male protagonist thinks you are an eyesore. What should I do? It would be great if I could entrust my dream now. I must entrust my sister with my dream. Then how did Yao reply to King Qi? After listening to Xiao Naibao's thoughts, Mrs. Yun pursed her lips and asked calmly, this appointment is a big deal, so my daughter wants to ask her mother first and then give him an answer. Yun Wanyao told the truth. What's going on? Why did the plot collapse again? Am I wearing a fake book? Or is my sister also a book wearer? Or is my sister reborn? Yun Wanning's eyes widened, she was almost shocked, and her imagination was running wild. It is clearly mentioned in the book that after King Qi proposed the offer of employment, Yun Wanyao was instantly carried away by joy, leaving her parents behind, and agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, the King of Qi came to hire him as promised, with the roar of gongs and drums and the white horses clearing the way. The King of Qi personally delivered a total of 72 betrothal gifts. The momentum was unprecedented and the whole Haojing was shocked. For this reason, in the future, when King Qi fell in love with the heroine, got tired of Yun Wanyao, and wanted to annul the engagement, it would be extremely difficult to do so. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Xiao Naibao was such a greedy little calf, could only ask for Yun Wanyao's consent. How could Yun Wanyao agree? Everyone in the entire Dao Kingdom knew that she would be Princess Qi, but now she was suddenly asked to give up the throne. How could she afford such shame? What's more, King Qi's new love is still her eldest brother's fiancé. Even if she doesn't care about her face, the Duke's palace cannot help but care. She must consider the government. As a result, Yun Wanyao refused to break off the engagement, and began to go dark, crazily targeting the heroine, and embarked on the path of a vicious supporting actress who would kill herself successfully. But now, she did not agree to the offer proposed by King Qi. How can Yun Wanning not be shocked by this? Yun Wanyao, the book wearer, should be like the little sister, an outsider who knows everyone's fate. But what is rebirth? How many strange words are packed in that little girl's little head? How come she has such random thoughts all day long? Mrs. Yun looked at Yun Wanyao, her eyes flashing slightly. According to Xiaoxi's opinion, Yao should have agreed to be hired by King Qi, but now her behavior has changed with the plot. Thinking of her own experience, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Yaor can also hear Xiaoxi's thoughts? If that were the case, it would be much easier to handle. Well, Yaor handled this matter well. Although you and Prince Qi are married by the late emperor, marriage is a major event in life after all, and you should discuss it with your parents. Yun Huanyao nodded and said very obediently, "What mother said is true, and my daughter thinks so too." "Okay, mom will discuss it with your father." Seeing her daughter being so obedient, Mrs. Yun chuckled with satisfaction. She gently grabbed Yun Huanyao's hand, her expression instantly reluctant. "But Yaor, Chen'er hasn't married yet, and you are still young and underage. My mother's original intention is to keep you for a while longer, and wait until you have performed the hairpin ceremony. What do you think about talking to King Qi about the appointment?" Xiaoxi mentioned in her heart that the heroine will meet King Qi in 7 days, so the best way she can think of is Chen'er went out for treatment on his leg and has yet to return. As long as she uses Chen'er as an excuse, she should be able to delay him for a few months. Yaor listens to mother. Whatever mother arranges, Yaor will do it. Mother can hear my little sister's voice. She went against the plot today. Mother should have guessed that she can listen. It's time to talk about my little sister's heart. So Yun Huanyao is not ready to continue acting in front of her mother. There is no need for mother and daughter to pretend to deceive each other. This layer of window paper should not be punctured for the time being. Not bad, this direction is very good. My sister broke the plot, and with mother's arrangement, the dismissal can be completely avoided. Her marriage to King Qi will not be heated up again because of the huge betrothal gift. Even if the male protagonist changes his mind and wants to break off the engagement with his sister in the future, he will not blame her and our Yun family. She just needs to be a quiet, beautiful, and innocent victim. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Yun Zheng strode in. "Dad." Yun Huanyao stood up quickly and looked at him with a smile. "King Qi is gone?" When it comes to this person, Yun Zheng's mood got better just now when he saw his wife, but it became much worse again. Yun Huanyao hummed and said suspiciously, "What happened? Why do I feel that Daddy seems to be in a bad mood?" She was keenly aware that Daddy was mentioning when he heard the word King Qi. His face turned darker, and he felt like he was gritting his teeth. Could it be that King Qi has provoked his father, or is the father like them, able to hear the little sister's thoughts? "It's nothing, it's just some bad things in the military camp, so don't mention it." Yunzheng laughed twice quickly, with a smile on his face. If Yaor could also hear Xiaoxi's inner voice, so she might have begun to doubt him. Well, sometimes the kid at home is too smart, which is not a good thing. He strode to the beauty's couch by the window, bent down and picked up the little milk bag that was blowing bubbles involuntarily. After thinking about it, I felt that it felt so comfortable to hold me in my arms. I will remember to hug me every day from now on. Well, you'd better tell me what's new outside. I lie here every day eating and sleeping, baby, I'm almost bored to death. When will you grow up? I want to go to the night market and eat a lot of delicious food. I drink milk every day and the bird is almost out of my mouth. Wow, I want to eat spicy hot pot, snail noodles, mutton shabu shabu, barbecue, duck neck, spicy crayfish. The more Yun Ning thinks about it, the more he becomes greedy, and he can't stop. He swallowed hard, but he couldn't control it, and the saliva flowed out again, which made Yunzheng amused. Xiao Naibo is not only a money lover, but also a foodie. Look at the long list of dish names she just read out. Speaking of which, except for mutton and duck neck, Ning Guogong, who was a powerful man in the Great Wu Kingdom, had never heard of any of the names of the dishes. However, it sounds delicious. No wonder the little girl is drooling with greed. He is almost drooling. Mrs. Yun and Yun Huanyao on the side were also amused by her. The little milk bag is really a greedy little cat. Unfortunately, she can only drink milk now, which is really difficult for her. Afternoon, several young men came to the Duke's mansion together to deliver a message for their master and make an appointment with Mr. Yun. "Mom and Dad, I'm going out. Don't wait for me for dinner." After Yun Huanyao greeted her parents with a smile, she ran to the bedside, picked up the little milk bag, and put it on her face. Kissed hard. The young man was wearing a dark blue robe, with long hair like ink, picturesque eyebrows, and a delicate and gorgeous face, like a monster. Yun Huanyang's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked straight at her brother, and she screamed praises in her heart. Ah, what kind of beauty is this? Second brother is so handsome, but it's a pity that there is no internet here. Otherwise, I would have live broadcast for him. so that sisters all over the world can enjoy it. No, 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 the second brother is so handsome. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a calcium circle. The audience should not be limited to the sister group. Quick, quick, give me a network, I want to benefit all mankind. On the side, Yun Wanya curled her lips and looked at Yun Wanya. She seriously suspected that this guy dressed up like this and hung out in front of her just to make her praise him. What a slut! Yun Wanya couldn't understand what the internet, live streaming, and calcium circle heavenly vegetables were, but he could understand his little sister's praise of his great beauty. The compliment was very useful. He raised the corners of his lips and said in a great mood, "Little sister, my brother went out to play. I will bring you some interesting gadgets when he comes back." Wait a minute, why am I just looking at my second brother's face and forgetting such an important thing? After receiving the news that my mother had given birth, my second brother asked for leave from the military camp and came back to see my mother. After his group of friends knew the news, they asked him to go out to play today. The second brother has been playful since he was a child. This is okay, but the problem is that the second brother is unlucky today. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. My little sister cried so much that my heart almost broke. When he went to the appointment, he took the White Tiger Avenue in the west of the city. Passing by a small lake over there, I met a woman who fell into the water by chance. The second brother was so kind-hearted that he jumped in without hesitation and rescued the woman. The woman had an abortion after being rescued. She fell into the water because she became pregnant out of wedlock and was abandoned by her lover. She had no choice but to do so. Unexpectedly, after she woke up, she left the child on her second brother and bit her to death, claiming that the child belonged to her second brother. The second brother could not argue and simply chose to deal with it coldly. However, the woman's family is not a good person. Her parents gathered 180 relatives and went to the Duke's mansion every day to make a fuss and force her second brother to marry the woman. The other party had a large number of people, and the matter was a big deal. Even the civil and military officials and the emperor knew about it, and the officials made fun of Dad about it. My mother dealt with the other party in various ways, but to no avail. She had no choice but to make the decision for the second brother and marry the woman into the house. For this reason, the second brother was dissatisfied and completely quarreled with the mother. Until my mother was killed by Yang Shiner, she could not reconcile with her second brother. Oh, what should I do? That woman is a nuisance and cannot be saved. The second brother was kind enough to save her, but she repaid her with kindness and ruined his reputation, causing him to turn against his family. It can be said that what the second brother will become like later has a lot to do with this woman. What should I do to stop my second brother from wandering around? Well, if I don't rely on him, I need him to hold me. I'll cry hard as soon as he leaves. My mother definitely can't bear to see me cry, and she might not let my second brother go out. Yun Wan Ning was thinking hard in her mind, figuring out how to plot against Yun Wan Yi. She didn't even notice how ugly her handsome and angry second brother looked right now. He's so unlucky in the plot. Suddenly, two probing eyes glanced over, and you knew it was my mother and Yun Wanya without even looking. Yun Wanya immediately realized that besides her mother, Yun Wanya might also be able to hear her little sister's thoughts. In order not to expose herself, Yun Wanya quickly calmed down her emotions, smiled, touched the soft little face of the little milk bag, and put her on the bed. Okay, it's getting late, brother is leaving. Hua Yun Wanning, who had no idea that her thoughts had been exposed. As soon as he was put down, he immediately implemented the plan. She curled up her little mouth and burst into tears at the top of her lungs. She cried so heart-wrenchingly that she kept waving her little arms towards Yun Wanya, making it clear that she wanted him to hug her. Look, second brother, I cried so sadly, you must not have the heart to leave me and go out on your own, right? Yun Wanning felt very proud and praised her clever little mind. Mrs. Yun was amused by her carefulness. She suppressed her smile and went over to pick her up. When she turned to look at Yun Wanya, she immediately made a serious face. Look at it like this, Xiaoxi seems to want you to hug her, otherwise you don't go out, just hug her and coax her. Yes, mother is right, don't go out, just stay at home and coax me, second brother. Seeing that her mother understood what she meant, Yun Wanning cried louder and waved her little arms harder. His dark eyes were watery as he looked at Yun Wanya, looking very pitiful. Although he knew she was faking it, Yun Wanya couldn't help but feel distressed and almost agreed. "No, mother, I've already made an appointment with someone, and they are still waiting for me. I'll stop crying when I can't see my little sister. I'm going to go first. My little sister is crying so hard that my heart is breaking." After saying a few words in a hurry, Yun Wanya turned around and ran outside quickly. Disappeared. "What, second brother?" He left. "You really have the heart to leave her crying heartbrokenly and go out to have a good time and have a good time?" Yun Wanning was dumbfounded. After coming back to his senses, he roared angrily in his heart, "Asshole second brother, I worked so hard to save you in vain, baby, you were so ignorant." Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanya were also surprised by Yun Wanya's behavior. For a moment, they couldn't guess whether he really couldn't hear Xiaoxi's thoughts or whether he had other plans. "Yaoer, come and coax Xiaoxi." Mother suddenly remembered that there is something else. After thinking for a while, Mrs. Yin made a decision. What Xiaoxi said about Year is not a trivial matter, so she must make some preparations to ensure that nothing goes wrong. "Oh, okay." Yun Wanya walked over, held Yun Wanning in her arms and coaxed her gently. She knew that her mother was going to arrange things for Yun Wanya, but her mother was still in confinement. Alas, Yun Wanya shook his head and sighed. Feeling dizzy, she couldn't stop her from going out. She could only remind her to wear more clothes to keep out the wind. After Yun Wanya left, Yun Wanning stopped crying. She blinked her wet eyes and watched her mother and sister play riddles, feeling a little confused. "Mom is still in confinement. What are you going to do? Why can my sister know what my mother is going to do? Woohoo, do you think my mother and sister have a better understanding of each other?" No, my sister is probably smarter than me." Yun Wanya, to the west of the city, Baitu Avenue. The night is so busy that we don't enjoy the beautiful scenery along this avenue as usual. It took a little time to listen to the little sister's voice, so he had to hurry up and rush to Mingsui Lake to see for himself who the woman who repaid him with kindness and hatred in the plot was. Mingsui Lake is lined with green grass and bright flowers. Yun Wanya arrived at the right time and saw a slender and graceful figure standing in a pavilion by the lake from a distance. Judging from the back, she must be quite pretty. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stood not far away, watching quietly to see if the woman would jump. If she really jumps, then from now on, he will firmly believe in the little sister's voice and treat her like a god. With a pop, he just finished his thoughts, and the woman plunged into the lake, causing a huge splash on the lake. Holy shit, Yun Wanya's eyes widened and she hurried forward, only to see the woman struggling in the water in a panic. Help me." Seeing someone coming, she waved her arms desperately for help, which made Yun Wanya happy. Does anyone really want to commit suicide, but regret it halfway through? This woman didn't hesitate when she jumped into the lake. Why did she start asking for help after jumping in? There was a sound of horse hoofbeats, and a middle-aged man quickly dismounted from his horse, used Qing Kung Fu to cross the air, jumped into the lake, and lifted the woman up. "I saved the person, and this girl is mine. I don't have the status of a kid like you, so why are you looking at it? Let's go." The middle-aged man was holding the drowned woman in his hands, fiercely staring at Yun Wanya. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Does Year actually like someone? Yun Wanya touched her nose, glanced at the horse not far away, then looked at the face of the middle-aged man, and laughed. "Let's go now, little brother, let's go now. I will never compete with my elder brother for anyone. Please don't be angry, my elder brother." After saying this, he left with a smile. "Well, I really didn't realize that my mother had such a thoughtful mind before a look at today's arrangement. It's okay to send Uncle Zhongli to break the situation for him. I'm still worried that he can hear the little sister's voice and doubt her, so I asked Uncle Zhongli to wear a human skin mask, change his voice, and wear a height-increasing mask. Pads and shoulder pads alter the body shape. If it weren't for his innate supernatural powers and his perverted ability to recognize people and observe people, he would have been deceived into thinking that things had suddenly changed. That's all, it's best this way. If his mother takes action, he can feel at ease and the plot will collapse." Watching his back getting further and further away until he completely disappeared, Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sweaty horse lived up to expectations and allowed him to catch up just in time. If it was a step too late and the second young master saved someone, he would have to rely on acting to rob the woman. He insisted that this woman was his sweetheart and asked the second young master to hand her over to him. Although I don't know why the mistress doesn't want the second young master to save people. She must have her reasons for arranging it this way. Zhongli's eyes fell on the woman who was unconscious due to choking in the water in his hand. He placed her next to the hidden bushes and strode away. He has saved the person. As for life or death, it depends on the woman's own destiny. The Duke's mansion, eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and the day passed quickly. The sun was shining brightly the next day, and Yun Wanning was carried to the window again to bask in the sun. She lay lazily in Mrs. Yun's arms, still thinking about Yun Wanya's affairs. Oh, I couldn't stop my second brother from going out yesterday. He must have saved someone. In a few days, the woman's family will bring a large group of people to the Duke's mansion to cause trouble. What's going on? Do it? Seeing that she was still thinking about this matter, Mrs. Yun felt warm in her heart and the corners of her lips curled up. Xiao Si is still so young and is already worried about their family. After worrying about her and her husband, she also worries about Yao and Yeer. It's really hard for her. Although my second brother was a bit of a jerk for not coaxing me to play with his friends, I couldn't bear to watch him marry that woman. The second brother has had someone he likes very much since he was a child. It seems a bit miserable that he can't marry the person he likes. The most important thing is that my mother is such a good person, and if her second brother turns against her because of being forced to marry a wife, my mother will be heartbroken to death. Ugh. Mrs. Yun? When she heard that Yun Wanya liked someone very much, a flash of surprise flashed in Mrs. Yun's eyes, and she suddenly became interested. Does Yeer actually have someone she likes? She didn't know, and she didn't know whose daughter Yeer liked. Mrs. Yun gently touched her little hand and called the maid. Go and see if the second young master is back. If he comes back, ask him to come see me. The maid left quickly. Yun Wanning blinked her eyes. Her mind was rarely empty for a while, and she played with her mother's fingers with her little finger. Mother, you called me? Without much effort, Yun Wanya followed the maid. In his hand, he was holding a very beautifully made cloth tiger. As soon as he came in, he walked towards Yun Wanning, grabbed the cloth tiger and waved it in front of her eyes. There are many small bells sewn on the cloth tiger. As he moves, a very pleasant tinkling sound sounds. Little sister, this is the gift my brother brought you. Do you like it? If you don't like it, take it away. I am just small in body, not young in age. How could I, an adult, like such children's toys? Yun Wanning is still brooding over the fact that Yun Wanyi left her crying yesterday and went to drink. She is not surprised that he came to coax her just now. Look at my little sister, I really like her. The gift she chose personally was rejected. Yun Wanya was so embarrassed that she had no choice but to give it to herself. Find a stairway by yourself. After laughing a few times, he casually threw aside the cloth tiger in his hand, bent down and picked up Yun Wanning. Come and let me hug you. I'm really sorry for yesterday. I apologize to you. The bastard second brother is not allowed to hug me. Everything has happened. What's the use of hugging me now? Yun Wanning waved her little arms vigorously, showing her teeth and claws. Yun Wanya, I never expected that the little milk bag would be so vindictive. I still can't let go of what happened yesterday. The smile on his face deepened a little, and he pretended not to hear anything, holding Yun Wanning in his arms and teasing her. I stink of alcohol. Please don't touch me, bastard second brother. Whether in the past life or in this life, Yun Wanning's sense of smell is extremely amazing, which is also one of the innate conditions necessary for being a qualified medicine king. Therefore, even though Yun Wanya had already taken a bath and there was only a faint smell of alcohol left on her body, Yun Wanning still suffered from a headache and kept struggling in his arms. Is it that smelly? Not only had he taken a shower, but he had also changed his clothes, inside and out. Yun Wanya sniffed and sniffed himself quietly. Well, he can't smell anything. Xiaoxi doesn't want you to hold her, give her to me. Mrs. Yun glared at Yun Wanya with a dark face, and quickly took the little milk bag over. Smelling her mother's, Yun Wanning instantly felt happy with the faint smell of milk on her body. It's still so comfortable in my mother's arms, it's fragrant and soft, I love it so much. Mom, what do you want from me? Yun Wanya asked weakly, touching his nose. He tried to remember that apart from drinking with his friends, he shouldn't have done any bad things that were punished, right? So Mom definitely didn't call him here to deal with him, right? I heard from my servant that you came back very late yesterday. Did anything happen yesterday? No, except for drinking with friends at Jufeng Tower. The child was everywhere. I didn't go, and I didn't cause any trouble. Yun Wanyu rolled her eyes in her heart. Yesterday, in addition to sending Uncle Zhengli to disguise herself and later rescue the woman for him, Her mother also sent Uncle Shinto to keep an eye on him secretly. I'm afraid my mother knows more about what he did than he does.
Now that you're asking him this, do you really think he doesn't know anything? Really? Why don't you think about it carefully before you answer?
Mrs. Yun curled her lips and smiled. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a dangerous light in her eyes.
Yun Wanya was trembling all over. All the hairs on his body stood up. Mom, what do you mean? Otherwise, just say it. Well, I remembered it. Yesterday when I was passing by Mingsui Lake on Baihu Avenue, I met a woman who threw herself into the lake. After thinking about it, this is the only thing that happened.
Yun Wanya laughed twice and tried to make a sound. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yun Wan Ning's ears immediately stood up. She looked so serious, which made Mrs. Yun extremely amused. Continue.
Sure enough, this was the case.
Yun Wanya breathed a sigh of relief and put a cynical smile on his face again. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Why does the little sister even know this? The kid was going to save people, but before he could take action, he was overtaken by a big brother. That big brother is strong and powerful in Qingdong.
It's amazing, he seems to be an acquaintance of that woman.
He just saved someone, and he drove me away very seriously. I didn't want to stay and ask for trouble, so I went to Jufengli to have a drink with my friends.
Mom, this is all about the child yesterday. Is there anything else you want to know? For example, how much food the child ate, how many glasses of wine he drank, how many times he went to the latrine, etc. What? Yesterday, my second brother was intercepted while rescuing someone? Why did this plot collapse again? Could it be that what I was wearing was really a fake book?
Hearing Yun Wanya's words, Yun Wanning felt thunder rolling from the sky, and he was completely shocked. Ignore it, I can't figure it out anyway, it'll just fall apart if the plot falls apart.
The second brother failed to save anyone yesterday, so the woman shouldn't be able to rely on the second brother for anything, right?
The second brother does not need to be forced to marry her, the Duke of Ningwa does not need to be in a state of distress because of this, and the father does not need to be laughed at by the traitorous ministers and officials. More importantly, the second brother will not turn against his mother because of this.
However, I am still very curious, who was the one who beat the second brother to save people yesterday?
Hearing the last sentence, Mrs. Yun's face froze slightly, and she couldn't help but feel guilty, and Yun Wanya finally understood why her mother had to call him to ask him again even though she knew all his movements. It turned out to be because of my little sister. The younger sister was still thinking about this matter, and Yun Wanya was slightly moved.
Because my mother cares about you, I asked you a few more questions. Why, you are not happy anymore?
After looking at each other in silence for a while, Mrs. Yun glanced at him and said lightly, obviously, she was dissatisfied with his last sentence. Yun Wanya quickly apologized. How could it be? My mother cares about my child, but it's too late for my child to be happy, so how could she not be happy?
Is my child a person who doesn't know good and evil? Can you understand my mother's painstaking efforts so much? Mom is very pleased.
Mrs. Yun smiled slightly, and she didn't know what was going on. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Yun Wanya's heart, and her whole body became alert. His intuition told him that what his mother said next was not a good thing.
In this case, mother still has something to say.
Yesterday, King Chi came to see Yaoer at the house and mentioned the engagement to Yaoer. He said that he would get married when Yaoer grows up.
Mother. I'm thinking, you're not young anymore, and your sister is getting married soon, so I want to ask you, do you have a woman you like? If you do, I'll ask someone to propose marriage as soon as possible. You decided to arrange it for you after Chinner's wedding is completed.
As expected, he knew that what his mother said was not a good thing. Yun Wanya just felt like his head was spinning. He never thought that his mother would be involved in his marriage. Before he could finish speaking, Yun Wanning, who had been eating melon quietly for a while, could no longer hold it in anymore and was frantically spoiling her mother in her mind. Yes, second brother, he has it. Mom, you don't even know that my second brother has liked me since he was very young, but he has no way of keeping his mouth shut. He offended me so much that he ignored me for a long time.
He did.
Yun Wanya, no, why does my little sister even know this? He was naked in front of his little sister, and he didn't even have any privacy, right? No wonder my mother suddenly thought of telling him this.
She must have been thinking about it when she was bored. Mrs. Yun's expression instantly brightened. She never expected that Yer would offend her so much. Is that mouth of his so annoying? Ha, Mom, are you too anxious? Uncle Chi is not married yet. I am not in a hurry, really not in a hurry. If Mom has nothing to do recently, you can help Uncle Chi look for someone first. If Uncle Chi doesn't get married, it will be rumored throughout Haojing that he is not married. If Grandpa knows about it, he will probably be very angry. Yun Wanye laughed quickly. Twice, he saved himself from the siege and pulled Yin Zhan out as a shield without any guilt. Uncle Chi, you have loved your nephew since you were a child, and your nephew must also show proper filial piety to you. You are absolutely welcome. Look, what are you talking about? Have you ever said that to an elder? Mrs. Yun's face turned dark for a moment. No wonder Xiaoxi said that he had no clue, and the girl was so angry that she ignored him. He did. If Lao Chi heard this, he would probably be so angry that he would slap the boy. Oh mother, what did you say? That wasn't true? Suddenly, Mrs. Yun sighed. What you said does make some sense. Lao Chi is already 19 this year. He is the eldest among all the young masters in Haojing. It is said that a sister-in-law is like a mother, and the 7th child was brought up by me. I mentioned this matter to him several times in private, but he always ignored it. What can I do? Oh, Mom, in short, if Uncle Chi is not married, neither can I. Otherwise, my eldest brother and I are both married, but Uncle Chi is still single. How will outsiders view our family and think that we are mistreating Uncle Chi and not giving him anything? I'm getting a wife. Just as Yun Wanye finished speaking, a rich voice came and Yun Zheng strode in. What are you talking about? Dad, you are back. Yun Wanye quickly stood up straight and said, hello. Dad has an occupational disease during military training, which is the most unsightly thing for a man. If he sees that he is not standing well, he will definitely kick him hard. Yes. Yun Zheng responded, walked to the window and sat next to Mrs. Yun, picked up Yun Wan Ning, and teased her with expressions. Xiaoxi, give Dad a smile. Yun Wanning twitched the corners of her mouth and drooled. Oops, I'm drooling again. I'm still too young and can't control my muscles, so I drooled out accidentally. Although I'm a bit ugly, Dad, don't dislike me. After a while, I'll be able to smile very cutely. The three of them were amused by her, but they all held it back. This little baby seems to care too much about beauty and ugliness. Whose baby doesn't drool? Hey, my little four really laughed. Little four is so cute. She is cuter than Yer and Yaoer when they were young. She will definitely be a more beautiful girl than her sister when she grows up. Yun Zhengyi praised Yun Wan Ning mercilessly, and Yun Wan Ning was elated by his praise. Really? This puts me at ease. But Dad, I want to remind you, it is wrong to step on one and hold one in front of the other. My sister is the most beautiful, and I am only as beautiful as my sister at most. Step on one and hold one. The couple and Yun Wanye said they had learned new vocabulary. Yun Zheng teased Yun Wan Ning for a while, then hugged her and looked at Mrs. Yun, who was aside. Madam, I heard that the daughter of the Su family is ill. She has a high fever that has not gone away for several days. That old man Su Jian is almost worried. During the morning of the court today, he asked Your Majesty for a medical doctor. I was thinking, should we send someone to take a look? End of chapter. Chapter 17. The heroine traveled through time. At this time, although he and the old guy Su Jian were on the same quarrel and had always been at odds with each other, the Su family girl was his Chener's future wife, no? If you go and see it, it doesn't seem appropriate. What? A daughter from the Su family? Yes, the heroine is here. How could I forget such an important thing? After her sister was sent to a girls' hospital by her father, Yuan Su Qianxue started talking bad about her, ruining her reputation, and secretly seduced Mo Yuanhao. Mo Yuanhao couldn't bear it anymore and asked his subordinates to teach her a lesson. The original Su Qianxue was frightened and became ill. It was at this time that the heroine traveled through time. When Su Qianxue wakes up tomorrow morning, she will no longer be the original Su Qianxue, but an alien soul from the 21st century. In the past 2 days, in addition to worrying about her sister, she also worried about her second brother.
to the point that Jin Wanning completely forgot about the point where the heroine traveled through, and now that she heard her father mention it, she suddenly remembered it. What? Both the couple and Yun Wanya were shocked, as if a huge wave was rising in their hearts. The heroine that Xiaoxi has been thinking about for so long, the culprit who caused so much harm to Yaoer and their family, is actually the daughter of the Su family, Chener's fiancée? How could this happen, thinking of her husband's extremely miserable fate? Mrs. Yin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her whole body shivered uncontrollably. Her face was pale and her lips were trembling. It took a lot of effort to calm herself down and force a smile. Of course I have to go and see her. After all, the Su girl is Chener's fiancée. She is so seriously ill now. If our family doesn't say anything, it will inevitably be blamed. Let's do it. Since I am inconvenienced, my husband prepared a generous gift and went to the Su mansion in person. Oh, just let Dad go. Can you just forget about the generous gift? The heroine is the enemy of our family. Mom, you asked Dad to bring generous gifts to the enemy. Isn't this a proper act of subsidizing the enemy? Hearing that her mother asked her father to bring generous gifts to see the heroine, Yun Wanning immediately became unhappy and shouted anxiously in her heart, with the generous gift from the enemy, it is better to give it to the servants in the mansion. At least many of the servants are loyal to the Duke's mansion. Considering the things the heroine did to the Yun family, it would be nice not to throw her a rotten egg. Okay, it made the little money fan unhappy again. Mrs. Yin smiled helplessly, but how could there be any reason to come to see someone empty-handed? If this spreads out, it would be too shameful, and the Duke's mansion will lose all face. On the other hand, Yun Zhang and Yun Wanya felt that Yun Wanning's thoughts were reasonable. If their family would suffer so much from the heroine in the future, why would they give her such generous gifts? Xiaoxi said, this kind of behavior is called capitalizing on the enemy. Capitalizing the enemy and supporting the enemy, isn't this what only fools do? Well, I know that my husband knows it. Madam, please don't worry about this matter. Just leave it to my husband. Yun Zhang had an idea in his mind as soon as his eyes flashed. He stuffed Yun Wanning into Madam's arms and got up from the couch. The lady took Xiaoxi to have a good rest, and her husband went to deal with the matter. After speaking, he left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Yun Wanya's eyes darted around. Mom, the kid suddenly remembered that there were some things to deal with, so he took the first step. After leaving this sentence, without waiting for Mrs. Yun to respond, he quickly followed. Go up, dang, the tiger that my second brother gave me is pretty good. I didn't realize it. The bell is made of pure gold, the eyes are black jade, and the necklace is mutton fat jade. I love it. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Yun turned her head and saw Yun Wanning holding the little tiger that Yun Wanya brought with her two little hands, drooling and eyes shining. The necklace the little tiger was wearing turned out to be carefully polished mutton fat jade beads. Mrs. Yun smiled. Her fourth child was quite knowledgeable. It seemed that the previous family background was not bad. However, who said that he didn't like the little tiger his brother gave him? After I handed over the gold and jade, I immediately fell in love with it. I am really a little money addict. Front yard, Yun Wanya shouted loudly as he ran, Dad, wait for me. Hearing the voice, Yun Zheng deliberately slowed down his pace, and soon, exquisite and stunning, the young man chased after him. Yun Zheng looked at him indifferently and said, Tell me, what are you kidding about? This boy's eyes were rolling around, and his face was full of evil intentions. He knew a son better than his father. He knew with just one glance that this boy had no bad intentions. Hearing this, Yun Wanya rolled his eyes, unable to maintain his demeanor. Oh, Dad, this is your fault. My kid, I just want to share my worries for Dad. Do you say that about your son? My kid is really sad. Let's get down to business. The corners of Yun Zhang's mouth twitched fiercely, resisting the urge to kick the talkative boy into a crack in the wall. Yun Wanya, on the other hand, chuckled complacently, without any awareness of being almost kicked. Dad, aren't you at odds with that old guy Su Jian? If you go to his house in person, that old guy will definitely not give you a good look. You said you are the first of the 8 princes. Ningguagong, why do you need to look at his face? So the boy decided to go on this trip for his father. As his son, it is his duty to look at other people's faces for his father. What do you think of him? It's really hard to pick up which pot should be opened. Yunjing's face was as dark as the one at the bottom of the pot.
Then I really thank you. Dad doesn't have to be so open-minded, so it's settled.
Yun Wanya smiled crazily, not noticing the calculation flashing in Yun Zheng's eyes. After a cup of tea, Yun Wanya held a small pot of evergreen trees and the corners of her mouth twitched.
Dad, do you really want to send this to Su Mansion? Will the child be beaten out?
I'm pretty sure that Dad can hear my little sister's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely not be the kind of person who gives gifts and searches for them. Originally, he planned to withhold the generous gift from his father and send something at will to the Su Mansion. Now that Dad has prepared this, he still wants to deduct a hair. In this case, wouldn't it be a waste of time to go and see the face of the Tai Wei for my father? Oh, what a loss, what a hastiness, Ginger is still too old. Yun Wanya wailed in pain in her heart. Yunzheng put one hand behind his back, raised his chin slightly, and said with a calm expression, rituals are less important than people's intentions. In our country of great martial arts, this evergreen tree symbolizes eternal renewal, happiness, longevity, and health.
My lord,
I hope that Miss Su can be as perseverant and strong as an evergreen tree and get rid of all diseases as soon as possible and be in good health.
What's wrong with that? Su Jian prides himself on being elegant and noble. I feel that except for myself, everyone in the world is greedy.
I really have to send something valuable to be looked down upon by him.
What I am doing now is nothing more than greed. It's just catering to his noble and upright preferences. How could he be dissatisfied?
After you go, remember to tell him exactly what I said without missing a word.
Do you understand? End of chapter. Chapter 18. Trampling our Su family's face to the ground. Yun Wanya shrank her neck and was very speechless.
Look at how grandiose her father's words were. He really learned something, then he began to seek death.
Do you want to include the part where Dad said that Su Jian prides himself on being noble? You are sincerely looking for a kick, right?
Yunjing's forehead was throbbing with veins, and his face instantly darkened 3 degrees. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yun Wanya ran away. Dad, I have to look at someone's face for you.
You'd better stop kicking me now.
If I get kicked, you'll have to run away by yourself this time. Yunzheng, Tai Wei Mansion. When he learned that someone from the Duke's mansion came to visit Su Qianxue, Su Tai Wei didn't have much emotion, but the Tai Wei's wife's face immediately darkened. The government of this country really has no self-awareness.
Yun Wanchen's legs are crippled and he is a disabled person. Does he still want to marry my Shuer?
Su Tai Wei said calmly. He glanced at her and said without emotion, Shuer has a high fever and is unconscious now.
What's the use of saying this?
The most important thing now is that Shuer gets better. Hearing this, Mrs. Su suddenly, my heart trembled, and after sighing, I silently closed my mouth. Alas, her Shuer still doesn't know when she will wake up. Without much effort, the servants of the mansion led the handsome young man from the Yun family over. Mrs. Su stared at the young man with a strong body and delicate face, with a touch of regret in her eyes. How great would it be if this son were the eldest son of Duke Ningguo? The Su family doesn't have to be in such a dilemma.
My nephew, Yun Wanya, pays homage to Uncle Su and Aunt Su. Yun Wanya came forward, bowed his hands and saluted the two of them. Su Tai Wei gave him a virtual support and said a few polite words to each other.
After briefly asking about Su Qianxue's situation, Yun Wanya went straight to the topic. My parents were very worried when they heard that Miss Su was ill. However, my mother had just given birth to a baby girl and was weak and could not move around. My father was busy with work and couldn't leave, so he specially asked his nephew to take his place. They came to visit. The Su family smiled and said nothing, and kept sneering in their hearts. Everyone knows whether Yin Zheng is busy with business or just doesn't want to visit his Su family, so why bother to say it so nicely? With the Su family's attitude, Yun Wanya was not shy about sticking his warm face to their cold buttocks, and directly waved to Chang Sui Tsangxuan to present a small pot of evergreen trees.
There are differences between men and women.
For the sake of Miss Su's reputation, my nephew will not visit it in person. This evergreen tree was specially selected by my father for Miss Su and he spent a lot of thought on it. The evergreen tree in our great martial arts country symbolizes eternal renewal, longevity, and health. My father said that he hopes that Miss Su can be as perseverant, strong and tenacious as the evergreen tree, and that she will be able to get rid of all diseases as soon as possible and be in good health.
The etiquette is less important than the intention. Uncle Su's taste is the most elegant. I think he will like it.
Although he was just running errands to spread the word, Yun Wanya would not be so stupid as to repeat exactly what Yun Zhang said. He specifically picked out pleasant things to say, held Su Jian up in his hands, blocked the Su family's mouths, and made others unable to find any fault. Mrs. Su's face turned green with anger. As early as when Yun Wanya asked someone to present the evergreen tree, she was full of dissatisfaction. Although the evergreen tree has a good meaning, looking at the entire Dog Kingdom, how can anyone visit a patient and give a small potted tree? The people of the Duke's mansion really don't have any shame in bringing this piece of shit to their door to criticize them, but they still say it in such a high-sounding way. But she can't have an attack yet. If she does, once word gets out, not only will her family's hard-earned reputation be ruined, but she will also have an ugly reputation of being disdainful of other people's wishes and greedy for money. Mrs. Su endured the disgust and anger in her heart, and her smile made people accept her, but her heart felt as if she had swallowed a fly, and she felt extremely sick. However, Yun Wanya was too lazy to consider the feelings of the Su family. After giving the gift, he hurriedly left. Okay, what a good Yun family, what a good Ningguo Gong, really good. As soon as they left, Mrs. Su, who had been so angry that her head was smoking, could no longer hold on. Unable to hold back, he snorted coldly, threw out his arm and hit the evergreen tree on the table to the ground. With a pop sound, the ceramic flower pot broke into countless pieces, mixed with soil and scattered on the ground. The servants were so frightened that they didn't dare to express their anger. What are you doing? Su Taiwei frowned and looked at the angry woman with displeasure. Mrs. Su was not afraid at all. She held her neck and glared at him angrily. Grow. What should I do? Shuer is unconscious and it's okay if Yun Zhang doesn't come. What does it mean to send that boy Yun Wanya to bring a pot of evergreen trees? This clearly means that our Su family's face will be trampled to the ground. His Yun family might as well not come. If we let the neighbors know that they sent a potted tree here, why don't they laugh at us? How can our Su family have the face to see people in the future? How can my Shuer get along with a noble lady from the capital? Retreat, retreat, the Yun family doesn't value my Shuer so much. Shuer doesn't have to be that useless person from his family. Our Su family can't compete with him, Prince Yun. I do. I want to see, after my Shuer and Yun Wanchen break up, who else among the rich ladies is willing to marry that loser? Shut up. Mrs. Su. Wei looked at her with cold eyes and said, Who is Prince Yun? That is Your Majesty's personally appointed Major General Zhang Yuan, and he is a meritorious official of the Great Wu Kingdom. How can you allow an ignorant woman like you to cripple him? You are not afraid that the Holy One will punish you after hearing this? The crime of insulting a hero. When she heard the word Holy Lord, Mrs. Su's arrogance instantly dropped, her lips trembled, but she still spoke harshly. No. So what if Yun Wanchen is a meritorious official? It is a fact that his legs are disabled. How can he be worthy of my Shuer now? I'm just telling the truth. Besides, the Yun family doesn't take us seriously. If the Holy One wants to punish me, let him cure me. Su Taiwei was too lazy to continue arguing with her. Okay, sooner or later, the Su family will be killed by your mouth. Everyone is scheming and acting in a low-key manner. This stupid woman is better. She talks nonsense when she opens her mouth. In addition to harming herself, what can be accomplished? Sooner or later he will be pissed off by this brainless guy. After leaving the Su mansion, Yun Wanya felt that the evil energy that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time finally came out. Looking at the ugly expression on Mrs. Su's face, she was probably scolding him from the Yun family right now, but he was very proud and in a good mood. Ever since her eldest brother's legs were injured, Mrs. Nasu began to be dissatisfied with her eldest brother and the marriage between the two families, and she had other plans in her mind. She completely forgot that it was she who begged the Duke's mansion to arrange this marriage. The same goes for Su Qianxue. She was obviously engaged, but she hooked up with King Qi and ruined Yaoer's reputation. She didn't take her eldest brother and the Duke's government seriously at all. She was nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Now it's probably someone else's turn to eat my food. The younger sister said that after tonight, Su Qianxue will no longer be Su Qianxue, but the soul of a person from another world traveled here and became the heroine of this world. In the future, he will harm his Yun family to the point of ruining his family and making everyone miserable. Compared with what the Su family did, today he and his father just humiliated the Su family. which was simply too merciful. Cousin, save me. When they were about to return to the Duke's mansion, a figure suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Yin Wanyi and Song Xian. The girl was in ragged clothes and her face was dirty. She looked completely different from when she was thrown out of the Yin family. She looked at him weakly and panicked with red eyes, as if grasping at straws, pleading urgently.
Cousin, the Su family wants to send me to be a concubine. I don't want to be a concubine.
Please help me, cousin. After being kicked out of the Yun family, Su Qingqing with nowhere to go, he had no choice but to return to Su's house. I originally thought that although she was a woman, she was still a member of the Su family. Without her mother to rely on, her grandmother would always feel unbearable and pity for her, but who knew that although the old godly woman kept her, she wanted to sell her to an old man in his 50s as a concubine to pave the way for her grandson. She pretended to agree, tricking the Su family into relaxing their guard, and escaped while they were not paying attention. Knowing that she could not enter the Duke's mansion, she squatted outside the mansion and waited for more than an hour, and finally she was allowed to wait until Yun Wanya narrowed his eyes and looked at her sarcastically, with a cold smile on his lips.
Did you forget that your surname is Su? This is your Su family's housework. What does it have to do with me?
In the past, he disliked this cousin very much. He always felt that she had evil intentions, for the sake of her mother. I don't want to embarrass her to save my face, but she is a parasite on the Yun family, but she hates Yaoer. In the future, she will join forces with outsiders to harm his own sister. She is so hateful that she even tries to ask him to save her. It's really ridiculous. He designed this specially for her, so how could he save her?
Cousin, I am your sister, how can you be so cruel?
As if she didn't expect him to be so heartless, Su Qingqing looked at him blankly, tears streaming down her face, looking extremely pitiful.
Don't try to get married randomly. My only sisters are Yun Wanyao and Xiaoxi. Who do you consider your surname to be my sister?
After saying this, Yun Wanya showed no mercy. He left. Su Qingqing hurriedly chased after him and tried to entangle him, but was stopped by Song Xian indifferently. She could only watch helplessly as the life-saving straw was cut off. Feeling a little bit desperate, the prey came to the door, but Yun Wanya did not ask anyone to send her back to the Su family immediately. This was not to let her go, but to let her experience hiding around for a few more days. The taste of wandering, she can't escape. Wan court. After Yun Wanning woke up from her sleep, it was already sunset. After eating and drinking, she was lying in Mrs. Yun's arms as bored as possible, thinking about things. Mrs. Yun closed her eyes and fell asleep, quietly listening to her interesting thoughts. I've been reincarnated for several days now, and I don't know if the relationship between the big-budget movie actor and Wu XX has changed. Well, speaking of melons, now it's probably someone else's turn to eat my melons. According to my status in the world, after the autopsy results are announced, they will definitely be hotly searched, and maybe they will steal the popularity of the entire internet. A few days ago, celebrities who were exposed with black material were on the black hot search list.
Internet celebrities are probably queuing up to thank me. A genius from the royal family of medicine actually died from self-medication. Netizens still don't know how they will laugh at me. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame.
Just thinking about the ability of today's netizens to make jokes, Yun Wanning wishes she could go back in time to avenge her shame. Not if you die, you will die, but after you die, your reputation will be ruined. Not only will you lose your own face, but you will also lose the face of your ancestors. How can you be calm about this? Fortunately, she was sent here directly after arriving in the underworld, otherwise, she would not know how to face her ancestors who had not yet been reincarnated. Mrs. Yun opened her eyes and looked at her face full of regret and shame, feeling very funny. It turns out that Xiao Naibao poisoned himself to death and was reincarnated into her family. Although she doesn't know what movies, trending searches, celebrities and netizens are, she can probably understand that the fourth child in her family had quite a lot of status and fame in her previous life, and was a descendant of the Yao King family.
Mom, where is Yun Wanyao?
At this moment, Yun Wanyao strode in. After he came back, he first went to Yun Zheng to recover, but was told that Yun Zheng was busy and had no time to pay attention to him. He went to Yun Wanyao again, but in vain. Yun Wanyao was not at home. Mrs. Yun looked up at him and said softly, Princess Huayang and the Zhang family heard that she came back from the women's school and asked her out.
Suddenly hearing this name, Yun Wanya was slightly startled, and her heart was severely blocked. Tisk, second brother looks unhappy.
Yes, I have liked him since he was a child, but now he can't even say a word, and he has a bad look every time he sees him, which is really heartbreaking. Yun Wanning tilted her head and looked at him, feeling a little gloating in her heart. Who does Yi like, Princess Huayang or the daughter of the Jiang family? Mrs. Yun was stunned. She never expected that Yun Wanya liked one of these two people, but both Princess Huayang and the Jiang family have already made an engagement, so what should we do? Oh, I got it. Aware of Mrs. Yun's eyes, Yun Wanya quickly came back to her senses and forced her expression to return to normal. Afraid that Yun Wanning would continue to reveal more information to his mother, he strode over, picked her up, and kissed her heavily on the forehead several times, deliberately disrupting her mood. Little sister, do you miss your second brother? Please, you only hugged me at noon. Yun Wanning didn't want to be perfunctory at all. She couldn't speak anyway, and her second brother couldn't hear her thoughts, so she didn't have to coax him against his will. Well, look at your little eyes, brother, you know you miss me very much. No, it's obviously a look that wants to roll your eyes. Ha, the little sister is so cute. Can you hear Xiaoxi's heartfelt voice? Mrs. Yun was brought back to her senses by the strange interaction between the brother and sister. She looked at Yun Wanya with inquiring eyes, temporarily forgetting who he liked. This happened too suddenly. Let's test Xiaoxi later and make plans after getting more information. By the way, Yi, I heard from Xiaotao that you went to the Su mansion for your father. What happened to the Su family daughter? Did you lose your etiquette? Suddenly thought of this, Mrs. Yin couldn't help asking about this matter. My husband is also true. She clearly asked him to go to the Su mansion in person. It would be better for him to leave this matter to Yi, and he is not afraid of the Su mansion's dissatisfaction. I was just about to tell Mom about this. Mom, Dad went too far. He only prepared a pot of evergreen trees. He sent me there because he couldn't help himself. Tell me, Mother, who came to visit the patient and gave the tree to me? If you get angry when you find out, it's better to confess now that he didn't earn the errand fee, so he ran for his father in vain. Of course, he couldn't continue to take the blame for this matter. So, Yun Wanya took off everything without hesitation and blamed everything on her father. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Our Yun family is the biggest obstacle for them to be together. I just want to blame others, but he actually fanned the flames, giving evergreen trees. If this spreads out, where will the dignity of the Duke's mansion go? Mrs. Yun's breath was stagnant for a while. She was just about to get angry when she heard a burst of excited appreciation. Wow, as expected of my dad, he did a great job. Evergreen trees are so good, eternally new, good for longevity and good health. They are environmentally friendly and meaningful. They are much more practical than those yellow and white vulgar things. Of course, yellow and white vulgar things are still reserved for vulgar people like me. Mrs. Yun, the fire in her stomach disappeared without a trace in an instant. She smiled helplessly. What should she say to these father and daughter? Good, that's all. If you're rude, just be rude. At midnight, dreams are shattered outside the window and the stars are shining brightly. In the carefully decorated incense boudoir of the Taiwei mansion, makeup and powder are displayed, the table is full of pearls and greenery, and candles are flickering. On the bed, the woman, who had been in a coma for many days due to high fever, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed suddenly, frowned and looked at everything around her in confusion and confusion. Where is this? She was just tricked into being knocked out and kidnapped by the big brother. Why did she wake up in such a strange and weird place? Mrs. Awake, come here, come quickly. Mrs. Awake Su Qianxue then noticed that there was a little girl lying next to her bed. Looking at her with surprise. A moment later, a group of people broke in from outside the door, led by a couple with outstanding appearance and temperament. The woman held her and cried, saying "Schwer" every time, and greeted her with greetings. Su Qianxue was confused. Was she sold to the crew by the top brother to film a movie? Tell her directly if you have such a good thing, and she will be happy to cooperate. Why do you want to do something like kidnapping, brother? Kidnapping is illegal, forget it, because brother rewarded her with so many gifts before, he sent her to the crew to praise her. After filming, she stopped going to the police, but what about the script? Why don't you let her memorize the script before letting her film? Su Qianxue rolled her eyes, looked at Mrs. Su in front of her, and spoke in a flattering tone while suppressing her voice. Sister, can you please let the director pause for a moment? I want to read the script and at least understand what we are filming. Finally got the opportunity, but it can't be wasted. She must prove to the top brother that his vision is right and choosing her will be the most correct choice. As everyone knows, as soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Big sister. Mrs. Sue's eyes widened and she looked at her blankly. Tears suddenly rolled down her face. Damn it, her Schwer's head must have been burned by the high fever. Bar, what should I do? The next moment, Mrs. Sue turned her head and looked at Su Jian eagerly, urging, quick, get someone to ask for the imperial doctor. Su Qianxue? Didn't you say you should read the script first? Why is this woman so into drama that people ask the imperial doctor? How does this make her act? Guogong Mansion. After Yun Zheng finished handling the matter, he called Yun Wanya and Yun Wanyao to come to Wanan Court to have dinner with Mrs. Yun. I heard that the daughter of the Su family woke up last night, but her head was burned out and she was talking nonsense. Mrs. Su was so frightened that she sent someone to call the imperial doctor overnight. After the meal, Yun Zhang wanted to get information from Yun Wanning, so he deliberately mentioned the matter to Mrs. Yun. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Yun Wanning, who had been thinking about all sorts of things before, immediately focused on the girl of the Su family. What's burning my head, Dad? It's obviously the heroine's appearance. The gears of fate have turned. Next, the heroine should steal the show, and then fall in love and kill each other with King Qi. Because of their identities and their engagement, this love is destined to not go smoothly. If you want to achieve success, you will inevitably have to sacrifice many people. Unfortunately, our Yun family is the biggest obstacle to their being together, so we must be eradicated. Listening to Yun Wanning's endless chatter, the family could not see any emotion on their faces, but they each had their own concerns in their hearts. The fists in Yun Wanyao's sleeves were slightly clenched, and her heart was so blocked that she couldn't breathe. Besides feeling uncomfortable, she was also a little confused. Mo Yuanhao was the male protagonist, but she was not the female protagonist. Ask her to let go now, not to mention whether she can do it. Even if she can, this engagement was given by the late emperor and cannot be broken off at will. What should she do? Knowing that Yun Wanyao could hear those thoughts, Mrs. Yun looked at her with pity in her heart, while Yun Zhang and Yun Wanya's eyes were dark. None of what Xiao Si wanted to hear has happened yet. Since it didn't happen, it means that it can be changed. What about the male protagonist and the female protagonist? This time, even if the King of Heaven comes to bring them together in person, his Yun family will definitely be broken up. A trace of cold calculation quickly flashed across the eyes of the father and son. It's good to wake up. However, if Su Qianxue really burned out her head, then we should carefully consider this marriage. Mrs. Yun's eyes flashed slightly. Yun Zhang and his brother and sister suddenly came back to their senses and looked at her in surprise. No one expected that she would have such a thought. After a moment, Yun Zhang chuckled softly, with a doting and indulgent voice. Madam is right, everything is entirely up to Madam. Wow, Dad is so doting, Mom is so happy, even the air is full of happiness. Full of sweet flavor. And I am the crystallization of that love. Yun Wanning was indulged in the joy of knocking on CP. Looking at the faces of her parents with a smile on her face, she was so happy that she took off. Mrs. Yun was slightly startled, and her bright face quickly turned red. She was delicate and shy, like the morning glow reflecting the snow, making her even more beautiful. Yun Zhang's eyes almost went straight when he saw it. When she was in her early 30s and pampered with care, she blossomed into the most beautiful woman. Yun Wanyao and Yun Wanya looked at their parents with a smile. They also felt that their relationship was indeed very good. Looking at the entire Haojing, there is no one with a better relationship than theirs. Dad has been able to love his mother exclusively for more than 10 years, which is simply a breath of fresh air among men. Alas, it would be great if she could be like her mother and meet a man like her father. Yun Wanyao was extremely envious of Mrs. Yun. In the next moment, she suddenly froze. Obviously she is engaged to King Qi. Why would she still have such thoughts? Deep in her heart, has she accepted that Mo Yuanhao will fall in love with the heroine in the future? Yun Wanyao pursed her lips slightly. Her chest felt like a heavy mountain was being pressed on her, so much so that she could hardly breathe. She really hoped that everything her little sister said was false. Mom, this matter concerns my eldest brother after all. I think we should wait for him to come back and ask his opinion first. Yun Wanya coughed and said, interrupt. The room full of pink bubbles. The look between his father and his mother was so sticky that it made him feel superfluous. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Thanks to the sisters for their gifts and tickets. Thank you all, I love you. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. The younger sister seemed very happy to hear that she met her brother-in-law Mrs.
Yun quickly avoided Yun Zhang's eyes and nodded with a blushing face. Okay, let's wait for Chener to come back first. I have already written to Lao Qi.
They should be back when Shaoxi's full moon party is held. Afternoon, Mo Yuanhao came to visit again. It was still huajianting from last time. Yin Wanyao went to meet him with complicated thoughts. Dai in the bedroom. Mrs. Yun leaned on the beauty couch by the window, watching Yin Wanya hugging Yin Wanning and teasing her little sister. King Qi is here.
You must not know him.
Second brother tells you that he is Yaoer's fiancé and will be your brother-in-law in the future.
When you have the full moon banquet, second brother, I'll take you to meet him.
Although you are still young and can't understand what the second brother says, it doesn't matter, the second brother loves to talk to you.
Yun Wanning. She looked at him with disgust. Who can't understand? I can understand. I can understand. And that King Qi, how could I not recognize him?
He is the male protagonist of this world, not my brother-in-law. Second brother, we don't want to recognize each other randomly. Alas, it's a pity that my sister will continue to be tortured by him, but the appointment failed, and a lot of trouble can be avoided in the future. Hey, my little sister seems very happy to hear that she met her brother-in-law. Our little sister is so cute, King Qi will definitely like you.
Not very happy, second brother, can you please stop labeling me? You can't just misunderstand me just because I don't know how to speak.
Also, I don't care about King Qi's liking. He is the enemy of our Yun family. Looking at the angry eyes of the little milk bag, Yun Wanya almost laughed out loud, but he was still trying to hold it in on his face. Well, I can't, my little sister is really interesting. If she knew that many people in their family could hear what she was saying, what would she think? Yun Wanya suddenly felt very excited. Yaoer, what happened to what I told you last time? Back garden. After a moment of affectionate gaze, Mo Yuanhao curled his lips and got straight to the point. There is no room for fooling around in this matter. Yun Wanyao's eyes moved slightly, and a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Yuanhao, I can't help you.
Hearing this, a trace of surprise quickly flashed across Mo Yuanhao's eyes.
He raised his eyebrows and looked at her.
After pondering for a moment, he said in a low voice, "What does Yaoer mean by this?"
I never thought about it. There will be problems if he takes the initiative to mention the appointment to her. My eldest brother's legs have not healed for a long time. The Su family has other ideas, and the marriage may change. And I am still young and have not yet had my haircut ceremony, so my mother hopes that we will wait a little longer. When the eldest brother comes back this time, we will first settle his marriage properly and then discuss the matter between you and me. Yun Wanyao raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of apology and peace.
Looked at him uneasily. Yuanhao, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault for not being able to convince my mother.
Mo Yuanhao understood and breathed a sigh of relief.
The next moment, a beautiful smile appeared on his lips.
I see, Madam's words make sense. Brother Mingyue's marriage is indeed more anxious than you and me. This matter is due to my lack of consideration.
Yaoer does not need to blame herself. It was because he was so eager to marry her that he neglected other issues. He couldn't blame her, but, as a result, his marriage may still be delayed, but Mrs. Yun has said so, and it is not good for him to be too tough. It is really a headache. Yuanhao, you are so kind. Yun Wanyao looked at him with bright eyes, filled with unconcealable admiration and joy, as if she was looking at the best man in the world. This look pleased Mo Yuanhao. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, and his previously upset mood instantly improved a lot.
Since I am so good, why don't you see Yaoer express anything? Could it be that Yaoer is just talking?
He looked at her with burning eyes, and there was a bit of darkness in his eyes. The look in her eyes made Yun Wanyao blush. After pursing her lips and troubling for a while, she looked around nervously, and when she found that he was alone, she shyly threw herself into his arms, stretched out her hands and hugged him gently.
Yaoer is so proactive, this king is so kind and gracious.
Mo Yuanhao chuckled and hugged her back, feeling extremely satisfied that he had gotten an advantage and behaved well. What he didn't know was that the shyness and joy on her face immediately disappeared as soon as the girl in his arms threw herself into his arms. She pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes were red, and her face was sad. She and he have reached the point where they need to act. She showed weakness, pretended to be innocent, and pretended to be embarrassed, all just to delay the appointment. In fact, until now, she still doesn't believe that he will fall in love with another woman and become bored with her soon, but she doesn't dare to bet, and she can't afford to bet the price, and the younger sister's heart was too heavy. She couldn't afford to fall into such a miserable end, and she didn't want to be implicated in the Yun family because of herself. So, she couldn't get along with him as innocently as before. After sending Mo Yuanhao away, Yun Wanyao returned to Wanan court with a lot of worries.
Prince Qi is gone?
Seeing her return, Yun Wanyao picked up the teapot, poured a glass of water, and pushed it over with 2 fingers. Yes. Yun Wanyao nodded in agreement, walked over and sat next to him, and unceremoniously picked up the tea he poured and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing her imageless look, Yun Wanya's mouth twitched hard. Who would have thought that the dignified eldest daughter of Duke Ningguo and the fiancée of King Qi, who was married by the late emperor, would be so careless about appearance and manners in private, without any sense of being a lady? Where's the little sister? Yun Wanyao put down the teacup, not caring at all about his disgusted and speechless eyes. After all, I have been used to it since I was a kid.
I fell asleep. Mom was with me inside.
Lifting up the teacup and adding another cup to her, Yun Wanyao suddenly thought of something and lowered her voice to give a meaningful reminder. By the way, although you and King Qi are engaged, they are not married yet.
Isn't it not good to see each other frequently like this?
If word spreads, if your reputation is completely ruined, how will the world view you? He didn't know what Yun Wanyao was thinking. According to his observations, she could definitely hear the younger sister's thoughts, and naturally knew the so-called plots, and knew that she and King Qi were destined to have no good outcome, but she still did not shy away from alienating King Qi. Could it be that she doesn't believe her little sister's voice? But he has personally verified that the little sister's words are very effective and absolutely cannot be wrong, and the last time she used an excuse to delay King Qi's appointment, wasn't it because the younger sister had said it right? So didn't she have scruples in her heart? What's going on now? Not sure what Yun Wanyao was thinking. Yun Wanyao felt a little unspeakably irritable. If she is really determined to marry King Qi, then she should tell him so that he can make sure plans to eliminate all accidents in advance and protect her marriage. However, he still felt that the King Qi in his younger sister's heart was simply rotten and unworthy of marrying the daughter of his Yun family. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. The person who writes to me has always been you. I have my own sense of responsibility for this matter, so don't worry about it. Yun Wanyao lowered her eyes and replied. He sighed helplessly in his heart. The king of Qi came to see her. Could she hide from him? Furthermore, the things that the little sister said in her heart have not happened yet. He is all about her in his heart now, and he is not obsessed with her at all.
If he is alienated like this, she will have an uneasy conscience.
Okay, as long as you know what's going on, don't be so stupid all day long that you get deceived and don't even know what's going on.
Yun Wanyao rolled her eyes and sneered.
She said that, so of course it was hard for him to continue preaching. After all, he was only born half a cup of tea earlier than her, and preaching would only make her unconvinced. It's night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Liu Wu, who had been squatting for 2 days, finally found an opportunity to distract the personal guard and successfully handed over Yang Xainer, the confession, and Yun Zheng's personally written scolding letter to Lin Weian. He told everything about Yang Xainer's use of Mrs. Yun's name. Lin Weian looked at the confession carefully. His expression was terrifyingly calm throughout the whole process, and there was no emotion at all on his elegant and humble face. Our Lord said that since Mrs. Yang is so in love with Mr. Lin, he will do a good deed and give her to you.
Mr. Lin does not need to thank you too much. However, don't use the guise of our mistress anymore.
Our Lord is just a martial artist. He is not as good as Lord Lin, who has read the books of sages and is full of great principles. If the reputation of the mistress is tarnished this time, and my lord does something bad in a rage that makes Master Lin infamous and makes everyone in the Lin family uneasy, it will not end well.
What do you think, Master Lin?
When it came to reading the books of sages and being full of great truths, Lu Wu deliberately emphasized his tone, full of sarcasm that could not be ignored. No one in the outside world would mention this Mr. Zhongshu's minister without praising him as a gentleman, but who would have thought that he would write letters to a married woman in private? Although it was Yang Xainer who seduced her first in the name of his wife, he still replied to the letter and kept in touch for a long time, without shying away from her, which was shameless. I don't blame the Lord for scolding me so harshly. If it weren't for the fear that the mistress' reputation would be affected by the commotion, the Lord's temper would have definitely not just scolded him angrily for a long time, but would have directly beaten the person to the ground and made him cry for father and mother. Lin Weian finally finished reading the confession, folded the document without emotion, and turned to look at the dirty Haggard woman on the ground. There were obvious scars on the back of the woman's hands and neck, and she looked like she had been severely beaten. When she noticed his eyes, she immediately huddled in panic, like a frightened bird.
Is this confession letter true? You have always been the one who wrote to me?
His voice was very calm, but Yang Xaner inexplicably felt that there was an unspeakable danger hidden under the calmness. Her whole body trembled violently several times, and she pursed her lips and said nothing. The air condensed instantly, but Lu Wu laughed very unkindly. The words have been brought, and the person has been sent to you. I will not disturb you to get along with your old lover. I will say goodbye. After finishing speaking, before I could leave, I was the personal guard who was diverted rushed back in time after discovering that they had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The 4 guards looked very ugly and drew their swords to stop Lu Wu. Lu Wu chuckled and looked at the man with an uncertain expression.
Master Lin, your men are blocking the road. Do you want to take action? Let him go.
Lin Weian ordered in a calm voice, and the guard was stunned. He quickly sheathed his sword.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Lu Wu said a word carelessly, and the next moment, he disappeared into the night.
Sir? The confidant came to Lin Weian unwillingly, stretched out his hand to wipe his neck, and said, Do you need a subordinate? No need. Lin Weian squinted his eyes and said indifferently, Have you forgotten how you were transferred?
That man is Yunjing's right-hand man. There must be someone nearby to help him.
You can't kill him.
How could that person be so arrogant to intercept him? An official of the imperial court. The confidant was instantly ashamed and humiliated, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground on the spot. It's all because of the incompetence of my subordinates that I put you in danger. Please punish me. Your Excellency is a dignified servant of the Secretariat, but he was approached so easily. If this spread, wouldn't it make all the civil and military officials laugh to death? Lin Weian did not punish them in the end. He only said that they should be warned and would not make an example next time. That he knew better than anyone else that it was not that his guards were useless, but that Yun Zheng's confidants were too strong.
Even if a group of people were replaced, the result would not change much. Of that night Lin Weian did not return to the Lin family, but took Yang Xaner to another place.
On the way, he took the time to read Yun Zheng's autographed letter. Although he had already guessed that the man would not write anything nice, he never expected that all of them would be scolding him, for more than 10 pages, and each sentence was particularly unpleasant. Lin Weian was so ashamed that her head was smoking with anger, her face was red from holding back, she gritted her teeth and crumpled the letter into a ball.
He is indeed a vulgar and reckless man.
I don't know how Wei Wei fell in love with such a brutal and unreasonable guy. Thinking of Yi Shiwei, Lin Weian was stunned for a while, as if a heavy stone was weighing on his heart, and he was so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. After returning to his house and interrogating him all night long, the results he got made him even more uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood.
The person he has been seeing for a year is indeed Yang Xaner, not Yi Shiwei, whom he has been thinking about.
Deeply, all hope was shattered at this moment. Lin Weian felt like the world was spinning in despair. He gritted his teeth and looked at the embarrassed woman on the ground with murderous intent. How dare you tease me like this? Tell me, why did you do this? Who ordered you?
Yang Xaner grew up with her cousin, so she naturally knew Lin Weian's affection for her cousin.
He had no choice but to fail to fulfill the engagement and marry her cousin. It didn't mean that he didn't love his cousin. So, she didn't dare to tell him that it was to harm Yi Shiwei, or he would have someone beat her to death in a rage. As soon as her eyes rolled, Yang Xaner had an idea. Sir, no one ordered me to do it. I admire you myself, but I also know that you will ignore me, so I pretended to be my cousin. Sir, I have been in love with you for a long time, but I can't help myself, so I do such stupid things. I am at fault, but it is also because I love you too much. She hugged his thigh and cried, crying sincerely, determined to rely on him. There is no way back to the Duke's mansion. That stubborn Yun Zheng only has Yi Shiwei in his heart, and it is useless to seduce her in every possible way. The world is difficult, and she is a helpless woman in Haojing. Her life will not be easy in the future, so she might as well take advantage of the opportunity and find a backing for Qingqing. Lin Weian's face gradually became brighter. He kicked the woman at his feet away and said angrily, You are so shameless. After being kicked away, Yang Xaner continued to rush over and hug her. She held his legs and cried and expressed her love, but in her heart she was filled with contempt. She is shameless, but what about him? How much better is he than her? Even though they each have families, they still miss Yi Shiwei. He talks about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but he does such a despicable act.
It is hypocritical and disgusting.
It is far worse than Yunzheng, that stubborn guy. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. She thought the Yang family and Su Qingqing had too many heads. Yang Xaner was left behind and placed in an outer house. This matter spread to Yun Zhang's ears that night, and he told Mrs. Yun early the next morning.
Husband, you said that Shi Lang Lin is an official of the imperial court. If he places people in an outer house like this, aren't you afraid that if the news spreads, his reputation will be ruined and his official position will be lost? What is the reason for him to do this?
Mrs. Yun felt strange no matter what she thought. Most people would have no time to avoid suspicion when encountering this kind of situation, but this Lin Weian did the opposite. Is he tired of being an official? Since returning from the border, although she has never paid attention to Lin Weian, she has heard that the wife of the Lin family is not a kind person. Yunjing touched his chin, squinted his eyes and spoke slowly about his opinions. Madam can understand the truth, and the man named Lin naturally understands it, but he still took the risk to keep the person. My husband felt that either he was being taken advantage of, or Yang Xaner is useful to him. Hearing this, many thoughts suddenly appeared in Mrs. Yun's mind. Compared to useful, she felt that the former was more likely. The two of them had been exchanging letters for a year, which in itself was enough to be a clue. A dignified minister of Secret Service, but he had an affair with his colleague's wife through letters. If the news of this matter leaked out, the consequences would be disastrous.
Husband, Yang Xaner used my name.
If this matter really gets out, Mrs. Yun's face turned a little pale. If Yang Xaner dies, then there will be no evidence in this matter, and she can only bear the blame. Therefore, she must be sent to Lin Weian so that this matter can be explained clearly, and she can be successfully exonerated. But obviously, Yang Xaner has become a future trouble, and can bring endless trouble to her in the Duke's mansion at any time. Yunjing grabbed her hand and gently stroked her hair to comfort her. Don't worry, my husband has already taken care of this matter. If I were really afraid that her news would spread, how could I let her out? All the evidence has been destroyed by him.
Moreover, he still held Yang Xaner's handwritten confession in his hand.
He didn't believe that woman dared to slander Mrs. Ning Guogong, unless she thinks the Yang family and Su Qingqing have too many heads. That's good. Hearing this, Mrs. Yun finally felt relieved. Ever since she heard Xiaoxi's voice on the day she gave birth, she had all her personal belongings with her maiden name destroyed. When Yang Xaner and her daughter were sent out, they were carefully searched to make sure that nothing was taken away and there should be no mistakes.
Well, everything has to do with my husband. No matter what bad things those two are holding back, they will not be able to do it.
Madam, you can relax. Yun Zhang kissed her on the face, comforted her a few words, and suddenly asked about Yun Wanning.
By the way, when can I bring Xiaoxi back?
What?
Is your husband going out?
Mrs. Yun's expression changed instantly, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Looking at him, this look pleased Yun Zhang. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, and spoke softly and dotingly.
Madam is really smart, she can guess right.
I have something to do in the military camp, so I have to go back to my husband.
It will take about 2 or 3 days. When I finish my work, my husband will rush back immediately.
During these 2 days, Mrs. Xinxin has taken good care of herself and Xiaoxi. Hearing that there was something going on in the military camp, Mrs. Yun couldn't force her to stay, so she sent the maid to go to the wet nurse to bring the fourth lady over. During this period, she snuggled in Yunjing's arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and whispered goodbye.
Husband, you should take care of your health when you are away. Don't think about your home. I have everything at home.
Well, okay. Looking at the bright-eyed, white-toothed, gentle beauty in his arms, Yun Zhang's throat felt dry for a while. He endured it again and again, but finally couldn't resist kissing the pink lips that fascinated him. But he kissed her hard, fiercely, and Mrs. Yun couldn't resist it at all. She let out a soft cry and fell into his arms. It wasn't until the maid's announcement came from outside that Mrs. Yun suddenly woke up, pushed him away, and arranged her hair and clothes in a panic. The culprit looked at her with a dangerous expression. His slightly narrowed eyes were dark and hot, making people blush and heartbeat. So, after getting permission, when Yun Wanning was brought in by the nanny, he saw that his beautiful lady looked very strange. Hey, why are my mother's cheeks flushed, her eyes moist, and she looks like she's been ravaged? Could it be that when I was brought here, my father and mother,
I understand, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Ah, it disturbed the love between father and mother. Yun Wanning smiled so mischievously that it immediately made Mrs. Yun blush to the point of her neck. Her heart was beating wildly, and she complained fiercely to Yun Zhang, but more importantly, it is embarrassing, alas, it's okay if my daughter understands so much, but she is still making fun of her in her heart. What will she do in the future? Compared to her, Yun Zhan was much thicker-skinned. He still looked calm and composed, not feeling embarrassed at all. He smiled and held Yun Wanning in his arms, kissing her soft little face. Xiaoxi, Daddy is going out for a trip. He won't be able to come and hold you for the next 2 days. When Daddy comes back, he will come to see you as soon as possible. You should be good and drink milk well these 2 days. Sleep well, don't disturb your mother, you know? I know, don't worry, Dad, I will be very good and will never disturb your mother's rest. Dad must also pay attention to safety. Yes, although she knew that her father could not hear her voice, Yun Wanning still responded very seriously in her heart. Halfway through her response, she suddenly thought of something serious, and her expression immediately changed. Wait, Dad is going out today? It's broken, I must go back to the military camp, something is going to happen to Dad. What, is something going to happen to your husband? Mrs. Yun's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly ignored her shyness. All her attention was focused on Yun Wanning's inner voice, and her ears quietly perked up. Even Yunjing's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his natural state and was not noticed at all. It is said in the book that my father returned to the military camp once while my mother was in confinement, but he was assassinated while passing by Han Liupo. Although the assassination failed, Dad was seriously injured because he was not prepared. His body was not healed for a long time and was not as good as before. He has been tortured by illness for several years. For this reason, when I went to the battlefield again in the future, my father was far less brave than before. He gradually lost his reputation in the military camp, and then the heroine and the traitor took advantage of him. Hey, although when I grow up, I can heal Dad's old injury, but the problem is that Dad can't wait until I grow up. When I grow up, everyone in the Yun family will die. What should I do? No, I have to find a way. I must not let Dad go to the military camp. I already cried with my second brother last time, and obviously crying too hard doesn't work. Let's take some strong medicine this time and just hold your breath. TSK. Fortunately, I was full of skills in my previous life. Otherwise, I would be helpless in this situation. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. He didn't dare to let this quack doctor prick Xiaoxi with an acupuncture. Dad, I'm going to hold my breath. I hope I won't scare you and Mother later. Yun Wanning did not forget to praise herself in her heart, and then she held her breath for a moment, closed her eyes and fainted. Her heartbeat and pulse were so weak that she could hardly detect it. Although he heard her voice in advance, Yun Zhang was still startled. He probed her nose with a white face and growled with a trembling voice. Call the doctor, hurry up, go and call the doctor. The maid left in a hurry. What's the matter? What's wrong with Xiaoxi? Mrs. Yun came over with a panicked look on her face. She originally knew that Xiaoxi did it on purpose, but she didn't think anything was wrong. She could see that Yun Zhengxi was a little frightened by this look. What is breath holding? Why is your husband so panicked? Yunjing shook his head and said with a slightly confused breath, I don't know, husband, so I'd better wait until the doctor has seen it before talking. He has heard of breath holding, but he can't guarantee Xiaoxi's condition. She at such a young age, can he still control his body? What if something unexpected happens? Mrs. Yun nodded and said suddenly, what about my husband? Will he still go to the military camp? After the words were spoken, her heart hung tightly until now she doesn't even know if her husband can hear Xiaoxi's voice, and if she knows that someone is going to assassinate him today. Xiaoxi suddenly held his breath to prevent him from going to the military camp. What if he still insisted on going? Yunjing hesitated for a moment and said, it's important, little four. We'll hold off on the military camp for now. If the sky doesn't fall, even if it does, it won't be as important as my daughter. Soon, the government doctor was carrying medicine on his back. Xiang Xingse came over in a hurry, feeling his pulse and rolling his eyelids. After looking for a long time, he couldn't figure out why. The fourth lady has a sluggish pulse and a weak heartbeat.
She suddenly fainted without any obvious cause. This is really strange. I have never seen such a weird situation in my half-life of practicing medicine. The doctor's expression was solemn, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he was puzzled. Yunjing asked, "When will Xiaoxi wake up?" "This, even a villain can't say for sure." Yunjing, he asked again, "Is Xiaoxi's life in danger?" Judging from the pulse condition, the fourth lady should not be in danger. However, if the master is really worried, the villain can use the golden needle to prick the acupoints, which will definitely wake up the fourth lady. Forget it. Yun Zhang waved his hand with a dark face and rejected the proposal of the government. Dr. Jin's acupuncture point. This quack doctor doesn't know anything when asked, either can't tell or should. Listen to what those words are. He didn't dare let this quack doctor prick Xiaoxi with an acupuncture. He didn't dare to use force on Xiaoxi's small arms and legs. How could he bear to let someone prick her with a needle? At this point, I can only place my hope on Xiaoxi himself. Yunjing finally gave up going to the military camp, but he called Shintu and asked Shintu to disguise himself as him and take people to Han Liupo. Before departure, he sent a letter to the military camp via a flying pigeon. After arranging things, he returned to the bedroom and stayed beside Yunwan Ningnai. In the afternoon, after Yunwanyao came back, they heard about the commotion in the front yard, and the two of them rushed over in panic. "Dad, Mother, what's wrong with little sister?" "It's okay, don't worry." Mrs. Yun didn't want them to worry, and there were some things she couldn't say, so she just said it casually, but the brother and sister are obviously not that easy to fool. Yun Wanyao frowned and said, "I heard from my servant that my little sister suddenly fell into a coma. The doctor came over to take a look, but couldn't tell what happened. How could she be fine?" "Mom, what happened to my little sister?" "That's right, Mother, there is no way for my little sister to fall into a coma like this. Otherwise, I will go to the palace and ask the emperor for a doctor to look at my little sister." Yun Wanya, I couldn't let go, and I was even more confused. My little sister was unconscious. Why didn't my parents look very worried? Hearing Yun Wanya's words, Mrs. Yun hesitated. The imperial doctor has superb medical skills. It's not that she and her husband have never thought of asking the imperial doctor. However, what should they do if the imperial doctor discovers that Xiaoxi's coma is caused by self-absorption? Such a young child has such a special ability. Once discovered by the imperial doctor, Xiaoxi may not be able to live in peace in the future. Maybe even the entire Yun family will be pushed to the forefront. Seeing his mother not letting go for a long time, Yun Wanya couldn't help but become more anxious. "Mom, what are you hesitating about? The most urgent task now is to wake up my little sister first." Hearing this, Mrs. Yun became even more at a loss. She turned her head and looked at Yun Zhang helplessly. Yun Zhang gently holding Yun Wanning's little hand, she made a decision in a deep voice. "Wait a minute, if Xiaoxi still can't wake up tonight, you can take my badge and go to the palace immediately to ask for an audience with the emperor." He felt that if Xiaoxi still couldn't wake up, if Xi wanted to hold him back, then it would be enough to hold him off until night, unless absolutely necessary. He did not want the imperial doctor to diagnose and treat Xiaoxi. Yun Wanya had no choice but to obey the arrangement. All four members of the family stayed by the bed, looking at the unconscious little baby with eager eyes. It is night in a blink of an eye, and the streets are brightly lit. A few people were waiting anxiously. The brother and sister took turns urging Yun Zhang, and Yun Zhang finally couldn't help but let go. Just when he reached out to pick up his waist badge, Yun Wanning finally woke up. "I'm so hungry. I've been holding back this sleep for a long time. I'm about to starve to death. I don't know if my plan has been successful if I have sacrificed so much. Dad, let me see if Dad is here." Everyone looked startled and turned to look at the bed. I saw the little milk bag tilting its little head, a pair of aura eyes falling on Yun Zhang, grinning softly. "Dad is really not willing to leave me behind. It's not in vain that I sacrificed so much to save him this time. The plan is successful." Yeah, seeing Yun Zhang, Yun Wanning was almost very happy. If everyone wasn't looking at her, she really wanted to stretch out her hand and say, "Yeah, it seems that even though I can't speak, I am still very useful. Since I can save my father this time, I will definitely be able to save my sister in the future. Come on, come on." In the weird eyes of everyone, Yun Wanning praised herself proudly again. Yun Wanya. So, the little sister did it on purpose. Did she just take a nap? If he was just sleeping, why would Dad ask someone to call the doctor? The brother and sister had many things they couldn't figure out, but they understood one thing, that is, their father should have been in danger today, but the younger sister used a trick to hold him back and saved him this time. I'm starving to death, mother, I'm so hungry. Yun Wanning looked at Mrs. Yun with tears in her eyes, stretched out her little arms and tried to wave to her. Mrs. Yun quickly came back to her senses, strode to the bed and picked her up. It's getting late. You haven't eaten yet. Go and eat quickly. Xiaoxi hasn't had any milk all day, so she must be very hungry. I'll breastfeed her. End of chapter. Chapter 25. I have been practicing to perfection in my previous life. Wow, Mom is so kind, but if Dad and brothers and sisters didn't eat, Mom must not have eaten either. Otherwise, Mother, you can go eat too and ask the wet nurse to feed me. I am very good. Mrs. Yun was immediately moved and couldn't help but bow her head and kiss her on the forehead. Mom, why don't I go call the nanny over, and you also want to have dinner with us? Yun Wanyao said guiltily, she is so old, but she is not as considerate as her younger sister. She is completely. I didn't expect that my mother didn't eat either, which was really unfilial. Mrs. Yun refused softly, no, I can just feed Xiaoxi myself. You can ask someone to bring the food to me. Okay then. The father and son did not insist anymore, and soon opened the door and left. Mrs. Yun squeezed the milk into a bowl, fed her slowly with a spoon, and chatted with her while feeding. Although Xiaoxi can't speak, after hearing her words, he will definitely respond in his heart. Xiaoxi, you suddenly fell into a coma, and your father and mother were scared to death. Although you are awake now, Mother doesn't know whether you are okay or not, and she still can't let go. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Yun Wanning responded in her heart while drinking milk, I'm sorry, Mother, I didn't mean to scare you. I can't speak. I really have no other way to save Dad, so I can only do this. Also, breath holding is a very advanced Taoist practice, which has the effect of strengthening the body, removing diseases, and prolonging life. I had already practiced to perfection in my previous life. Not only would I be fine, but it would also be of great benefit. Don't worry about me, Mother. When I grow up, I will teach my mother this secret skill. It's okay, Mrs. Yun breathed a sigh of relief thinking of Yun Wanning's last words. She was coaxed to smile. The little baby girl really thought of her in every good thing. She was such a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. After the whole family had dinner, the brother and sister stayed by the bed to tease Yun Wanning. Yunzheng was called away to eye in the study. A tall and sturdy man stood in front of the desk, like a hill, with a fierce and iron-blooded aura. Seeing Yunzheng, he bowed his hands respectfully. Lord! Yunzheng waved his hand and said, how is it? How is the situation? As expected, my lord knew what was going on. His subordinates followed my lord's instructions and sent a message to Vice Admiral Pei Fei Gu. They attacked from both sides and intercepted a group of dead soldiers at Honliupo. Passing by my subordinates. Observation, this group of people is indeed here for the Lord. Shintu was so impressed that he couldn't figure out how the Lord knew about Honlu since he came back this time and has been staying at home for many days. Po lurked the dead. Fortunately, the Lord had anticipated it and made a foolproof plan. Otherwise, when he rushed to the military camp as scheduled today, he would definitely be ambushed. In this case, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Have you found out the origins of those people? Yunzheng frowned. In the early years, he had cut off the influence of the aristocratic family for the late emperor, and offended most of the court. People who wanted to get rid of him would be happy. Assassinations have been commonplace for a long time, but no one has ever succeeded. But in Xiaoxi's heart, this group of people succeeded, which shows that the other party has an unusual background. The incompetence of my subordinates has not been found out yet. Seeing that their mission failed and they were besieged, these dead soldiers fled in all directions without hesitation, and the few who were caught also fled. He bit the poison bag and committed suicide, leaving no one alive. He and Vice General Pei checked the corpses and found that all the dead soldiers had no tongues, no markings on their bodies, and no history could be found at all. Shintu was very confused. Continue to investigate, tell Zhongli and let him stay with you until we find out. Yunzheng did not believe that such a perfect thing could really happen in the world. Yes. Taiwei Mansion. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed since Su Qinxue woke up. She also finally figured out the situation. It turned out that she was not knocked unconscious by the big brother and sent to the crew at all,
but she wore a book. If you wear books, you can wear books, but why do you want me to dress up as a vicious female supporting character? What? This original owner is basically the kind of person who serves as a stepping stone for the love between the male and female protagonists. A pure tool person, she was the fiancée of the heroine's eldest brother, but she fell in love with the hero. She kept acting against the heroine, and even seduced the hero. In the end, she angered the hero and died miserably, but who knows, something went wrong along the way. The male protagonist sent someone to teach the original owner a lesson. Unexpectedly, the original owner, a coward, was so frightened that she became sick and had a high fever that wouldn't go away for several days, so he actually let her travel through time. The original owner is an idiot. There are so many men in the world. Who should he fall in love with but the male protagonist? I really want to be killed by her. No, from now on. I want to keep my tail between my legs and never provoke the male and female protagonist to end up like the original one. Thinking of the fate of the original owner, Su Qianxue couldn't help but feel chills all over her body. Oh, it's just a pity that she traveled through time a little late. The original owner was now infamous for ruining the reputation of the heroine and seducing the male protagonist, and was disgusted by the male protagonist and the female protagonist's best friends. If she wants to restore her image, it may not be that easy. Forget it, it's been a few days since I traveled through time. I still don't know what Haojing looks like. Let's go out and have a look first. I'll talk about the rest when I think of it. Alas, no wonder I couldn't sleep well because of nightmares all night. It turns out that today is the day when the fate of the heroine and the hero is bound. Oh, this damn plot is about to officially begin, and nothing can stop it. Early morning, Wanning Court. Yun Wanning had just woken up, and her heart was groaning and sighing, and her little face was wrinkled up, like a bitter melon the whole family was eating. When they heard the sudden voice, several people's ears twitched slightly and quietly stood up. Yun Wanyao drank the soup with her head down, listening most carefully. Yun Wanning was extremely worried. She turned around and saw the whole family eating so deliciously, and she instantly became even more worried. Eat, you know how to eat. It's so urgent that you can still eat it. The whole family, everyone looked at the chopsticks in their hands silently, and then looked at the half-eaten meal on the table, feeling embarrassed. So, do you want to eat this meal? Yun Wanya's throat moved and she almost choked. Her delicate face flushed red. It was neither a matter of swallowing the thing in her mouth nor a matter of not swallowing it. After the female protagonist loses her relationship with the male protagonist, she will not dare to marry the eldest brother and will find a way to break off the engagement with him. But this engagement has been made a long time ago, and the Duke's mansion and the Taiwei's mansion are also unusual families. The engagement is not so easy to break, unless one of the parties has had a previous relationship. But why would the heroine risk her reputation to break off the engagement? This is not the 21st century. If a woman's reputation is ruined before she leaves the court, her life will be completely over. Therefore, the only one who is at fault is the eldest brother. She will design to destroy her eldest brother's reputation. When the time comes, even the Duke's palace will be notorious, forcing her parents to agree to terminate the engagement and apologize to her. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 free chapter recommended by my friend Jing Xiu Wenwen looking for another marriage. Mother Homen was reborn and was driven crazy. Sisters who like this kind of article can pay attention to it. Thank you. The following is the introduction of the article. Frowny face old saying house fight plus rebirth to torture the scum and slap the face plus the emperor uncle chasing his wife in the last life. Trailing he didn't know until he died that his stepson was raised by someone else. The position of the head wife is to protect her husband's sweetheart from the sword. Her husband, who once knelt in front of her and cried bitterly because he had a hidden illness, turned out to have someone in his heart. I was afraid that she would find out about the fuss, so I told this big lie. It's ridiculous that in order to hide it for her husband, she took the blame for nothing. She originally wanted to treat each other with respect like this for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, when her stepson passed the imperial examination, she would get a divorce letter. After reliving her life, she quit exchanging a dowry of thousands of dollars for an imperial edict of reconciliation. Everyone in the capital was in an uproar. The most favored little emperor's uncle couldn't wait to invite his wife into the family with the betrothal gift, but he was afraid that it would be too late and his wife would run away. Unexpectedly, the whole mansion fell apart without her. Her ex-husband in Jara begged her to go back.
The little emperor's uncle hurriedly chased people out. You can kneel down, but you can't steal my wife, no way. Chapter 27. This is the time for this plague-stricken ancient marriage and childbirth. It's ridiculous. The eldest brother was obviously set up and was a victim, but not only did he have a bad reputation, he also had to apologize to her and admit his mistakes. Dad, mother and sister, it would be great if you could hear my voice, alas. Hearing this, Yun Wanya suddenly bit her chopsticks hard and almost broke them, feeling very dissatisfied. The little sister called her parents and Yun Wanyao, but she missed him. Why, he is the only second brother who was an outsider in her heart, right? She is such a heartless person, it is unreasonable for him to love her so much. What a pity, my parents will not know my thoughts, nor will my sisters and brothers know their fate. Although I traveled here, because I was too young and couldn't speak, it was still difficult to change all this. I could only watch them take the fate in the plot. The more Yun Wanning thought about it, the more powerless she became. Everyone was touched in their hearts. Alas, the little milkbag has not yet been weaned. I worry about them all day long. It is all their fault for not living up to expectations, especially Yun Wanya. She felt guilty for a few moments. Didn't the little sister remember him in her heart? He had wrongly blamed her. After dinner. Mrs. Yun personally breastfed Yun Wanning. While breastfeeding, she listened to her thoughts and memorized every key information carefully. The weather outside is nice, the sun shines in through the window lattice, making the house warm. After eating, Mrs. Yun carried her to the window to bask in the sun, frowning and looking at the scene outside the window, with a worried look on her face. I don't know if my husband can hear Xiaoxi's thoughts? What should she do if her guess is wrong and her husband cannot hear Xiaoxi's thoughts and does not know all the plot? No, she can't sit still and wait for death. Just thinking that the Su family daughter would actually design to destroy Chinner's reputation in order to break off the engagement made Mrs. Yun angry, and she wished she could do something immediately. Making up her mind, she called the maid and asked her to carry Yun Wanning to the wet nurse. She was enjoying herself under the sun when she suddenly heard what her mother told her maid. Yun Wanning's eyes suddenly opened wide and she was a little confused. What are you doing? Why did mother let Xiaotao take me away? Does this mean you don't love me anymore? Wow, I don't want to leave, it's so comfortable here, I just want to lie here and bask in the sun. Mrs. Yun was stunned for a moment, turned to look at her, and suddenly sighed. Forget it, Xiaotao, watch the fourth lady carefully, don't let her fall, I'll go out. Yun Wanning, Br, could it be that when my mother asked Xiaotao to carry me to the wet nurse earlier, she just wanted to go out? But what are you going to do? She is still in confinement and cannot be exposed to the wind. Mrs. Yun raised the corners of her lips slightly, kissed Yun Wanning on the face, and said softly, Xiaoxi, then you can bask in the sun here and don't move around. Mom will be back soon. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. If you must go out, remember to wear more clothes and cover yourself tightly, but be sure not to catch the wind. Okay, Mom also knows, and she will cover her up tightly. Mrs. Yun couldn't help but wanted to blurt out, but she finally held back. She lowered her head and kissed Yun Wanning on the face again, touched her head, and walked towards the closet. Without much effort, she changed into a set of clothes, which included a red bean paste green skirt and a beautiful lotus-colored cloak. She instantly looked many years younger. Yun Wanning's eyes widened. Light, wow, this mother is so pretty. She got married and had children early in the plagued ancient times. She is only in her early 30s and is the mother of 4 children. If it were modern times, she would be a proper little fairy. Good-looking, her demeanor and temperament alone make people unable to take their eyes away. The empire's double beauties are indeed well-deserved. Every time she complimented someone, it was different. Mrs. Yun was once again praised so funny that she grabbed the hat of the cloak and put it on, making sure to cover it tightly, walking towards the outside. Mom, you haven't given up your confinement yet, why are you out? Yun Wanya, and her brother and sister were sitting on the vermilion railing under the corridor. Suddenly they saw their mother appear in the corridor. They were shocked and jumped down to greet her. I have something to ask your dad about. If you want to find Dad, let the servants call you. Why don't you run out on your own, Mother? Yun Wanya expressed great confusion about this. As long as Mom raises her finger, his dad will run over happily, just like those who see flesh and bones, the kind that can't be pulled. Why does his mom need to be like this? And Mrs. Yun glanced at them.
Xiaoxi was still in the bedroom basking in the sun. She wanted to avoid Xiaoxi. I'm fine, so don't worry about it, just go and have fun. Yun Wanyao. Looking at their mothers walking back, the brother and sister's eyes were deep and thoughtful. Outside the study, there were several red feather guards with cold and solemn expressions and as straight as pine trees. Seeing Mrs. Yun, several people were slightly startled and bent down to salute. Please send a message, I want to see the Duke. As soon as she finished speaking, before the red Lingard had time to respond, the closed vermilion door was pushed open. The tough and handsome Lord Duke came out and strode up to her. Yunzheng quickly grabbed her hand and led her towards the study, frowning and complaining in disapproval. If you want to see your husband, just send someone to look for him. Why did you run out in person? Could it be that you forgot that you haven't given birth yet? Mrs. Yun replied softly, I have a sense of propriety, no, it's in the way. Okay, madam, you'd better be sensible, otherwise you'll hurt your body and your husband will be heartbroken. Yun Zheng closed the door and shut out the outside world. Isolated from everything, the light dimmed instantly. Mrs. Yun looked at the coldly displayed study room. She only glanced at it and quickly looked away, not daring to look around. The husband has an extraordinary status and shoulders great responsibilities. There are countless secrets here. She knew very well that the more she knew, the sooner she would die, so even though the two had been married for 18 years, she only came into this place a few times, and each time she did not look around or move. The Yunzheng had a panoramic view of her movements, and the corners of his lips curled up. Madam is so innocent and innocent. How could the real secret appear here? Madam is so cute and tight. Yunzheng, I have something to tell you. Her expression was more serious than ever before, and the smile on Yun Zhang's face slowly faded, and he nodded slightly. Madam, please speak. Let me ask you first, do you know what I want to say to you? Mrs. Yun stared at him closely. His eyes did not allow him to avoid or dodge even a little bit. Yun Zhang continued to nod, stretched out his hand to gently touch her face, and sighed helplessly. Oh, madam is so simple and can never hide her emotions. Even if my husband doesn't want to know, he can still do it. You, Mrs. Yun was instantly angry. A pair of seductive beautiful eyes glared at him angrily. Well, you Yunzheng, so you can, but you keep lying to me. Chapter 28. I want to break off the engagement between Chenner and the daughter of the Su family. Madam, calm down. Whenever she abandons her ladylike manners and calls him by her first name, that means she either has something very important, or she's really, really angry. Yunzheng hugged her and kissed her twice on the face, but the beauty thumped her chest and struggled. However, her little strength was nothing to him. Tria, he pressed his forehead against hers and spoke in a low and slow voice. After all, this matter is magical, and it is of great importance. How can I dare to publicize it so easily? Hasn't Madam never told my husband proactively? If outsiders know about Xiaoxi's specialness, I'm afraid it will cause uproar and cause disaster. After all, whether it is a prophetic thing or the ability to know the fate of others, it is enough to shock the great Wu kingdom. Mrs. Yun knew that what he said was true. After all, this had been her concern all along, but she still had a grudge in her heart. But I came to you today because I took the initiative to tell you. What the madam said is true, but the husband did not deceive me. Hasn't this already been admitted? If the husband intends to deceive the madam, he can continue to pretend today. Yun Zheng slightly raised his lips and held his hand. He held her face and pecked her lips a few times. Okay, madam, please don't be angry again. My husband knows all the reasons why madam came to see me today. Don't worry, madam, I will make all arrangements for you. Yes, now that we know our fate and have the upper hand, my husband will never let us end up in a drama. Mrs. Yun was finally comforted and calmed down. Lowering her head, she reached out and hugged his waist, burying herself in his arms. Okay, but I want to terminate the engagement between Chenner and the daughter of the Su family. Okay, Yun Zheng smiled extremely fondly, looking resigned. Everything depends on madam. By the way, Mrs. Yun suddenly thought of something, looked up at him, and said with worry, Xiaoxi is so special. What should I do if an outsider can? Xiaoxi will always grow up. We can't always hide her and prevent her from seeing outsiders, right? Don't worry, madam. Yun Zheng whispered comforting words in her ear. After my husband's testing and observation, currently, only you, me and Yi or Yao brother and sister can hear it, so my husband guesses that it must be related to relatives.
The maids and women in the mansion, it's impossible for everyone to be good at pretending that. He also bought several very young servants for this purpose. A few days ago, he specially arranged to go to the bedroom of Wan and Court to clean the bedrooms, so that these servants could have close contact with Xiaoxi, but these servants did not behave differently. In addition to him, Yun Wanyi and Yaoer each arranged a group of people to test, but only the madam saw nothing from the beginning to the end. Of course, these 3 waves of servants may not represent all others in the world, so he still needs to continue to test before he can reach a conclusion. However, there is no need to tell his wife and make her troubled. After receiving the definite answer, Mrs. Yun finally felt relieved. After being dragged away by the Duke for a while, she returned to Wan and Court to accompany Yun Wanning. Everything outside has a husband, she just needs to collect as much useful information as possible. Night falls, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street, and lanterns are lit up one after another. There were no empty seats in Itsue Tower, and there were endless clapping and applause. Suddenly, a thin figure ran out of it with a panicked look and hurriedly disappeared into the night. The heat inside her body was surging and the torture was to the extreme. Su Qianxue felt that her legs were weak and her heart was filled with panic. She grabbed her sleeves and kept wiping the sweat from her forehead. No matter how stupid she was, she still realized that she accidentally drank the dirty stuff downstairs. Today, she disguised herself as a man and slipped out of the house. She excitedly walked around Haojing City, which was different from the modern city. She felt that everything was extremely fresh. When passing by Itsue Tower, she saw loud music and excitement inside. Curious, she stopped at the door and looked inside. Then she was enthusiastically pulled in by the girl soliciting customers at the door. There are not only free oirins and singing and dancing in the building, but also free drinks. Many guests are holding beauties in their arms, drinking, and having fun while admiring the graceful and charming dance of the oirin. She was watching enthusiastically when suddenly a girl in the building handed her a glass of wine. She happened to be thirsty and saw many people drinking, so she didn't think twice about taking it and drinking it down. Unexpectedly, these free drinks were simply a trick that Hualu made for performance, with added ingredients. It's so wicked. It's so wicked. Su Qianxue gritted her teeth and scolded Itsue upstairs hundreds of times, but what should she do now? Is it really necessary to find a random man to be the antidote? But in this era, if a woman loses her virginity before marriage, her reputation will be ruined and she will be drowned in saliva. No, she had better go find a doctor quickly. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she felt like she was about to explode. Su Qianxue gritted her teeth hard, feeling that her teeth were trembling. Damn it, she can't stand it any longer. The vision gradually became blurry, and her consciousness became increasingly unclear. Su Qianxue slammed straight into a wall of flesh. Bang, she was knocked to the ground. She could hardly feel the pain, and her body was extremely sluggish. Hey, young lady, are you okay? I didn't bump into you on purpose. That's weird. Luwu bent over, raised his peach blossom eyes, and looked at the poor little man on the ground with a smile. Tsk, this unmarried daughter-in-law of the Lord's family is indeed quite wild. She dared to visit the flower house alone at a young age. No wonder it made the Lord unhappy. My lord, I have never had a good impression of the land of fireworks and willows. Miss Su Qianxue vaguely remembered that she was wearing men's clothes. She lowered her head and looked at it, only to find that her hair had fallen down at some point and was hanging on her shoulders, and the placket on her chest had also been pulled open a little. Revealing a piece of jade-like skin, she quickly gathered her clothes, hugged her chest and looked at the man in front of her warily, but it was as if there were several layers of fog, and she could not see clearly, and could only see a vague black shadow. I see that Miss seems to be unwell. Why don't you take Miss to the hospital? Hearing this, Su Qianxue nodded casually, biting her lip and holding back. There was a groan beside him and he said weakly, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Well, I'm offended. Luwu smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed the girl on the ground, as if grabbing a little chicken, threw a look at his subordinate hiding in the dark, and then walked towards him with leisurely steps. Walk to the medical center not far away, the subordinates understood and hurriedly headed towards the Taiwei mansion. Behind the big tree there is another person hiding. It is Yun Wanyao who sneaked out. After witnessing Su Qianxue falling into Lu Wu's hands and being taken away from the marriage temple, Yun Wanyao's tense nerves finally relaxed and she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she thought of Mo Yuanhao, who was still trapped in the dry well, and she couldn't help but worry. No, she was going to save him. However, as soon as she stood up, someone covered her mouth from behind. Huh? Yun Wanyao's eyes widened in horror, a dense chill crawled up her back, and her whole body felt weak. She struggled and screamed, but because her mouth was covered, she could only make a low groan.
Don't be afraid, it's me.
Suddenly, a low but familiar voice sounded in her ears. Yun Wanyao instantly became quiet, leaning weakly in the arms of the person behind her, closing her eyes to calm the fear in her heart. Let's go, get out of here first. After a burst of wind, Yun Wanyao was carried and disappeared in the marriage temple. Yun Wanyao was so dizzy and nauseous that she felt like her stomach was churning. She was so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but want to vomit. Put me down. With a creak, the vermilion wooden door was closed, and Yun Wanyao was put down. She immediately covered her chest and retched, and after a while, she finally relieved. After a while, all the discomfort in the body gradually subsided. She turned her head and glared angrily at the young man covered in moonlight. The young man was rummaging around in the small temple, not knowing what he was looking for.
Yun Wanyao, are you sick?
He appeared behind her quietly and covered her mouth without saying a word. Does he know that scaring people can scare them to death? At that time, her 3 souls and 7 souls were almost frightened away. Yun Wanyao searched carefully, even the cracks in the wall, and after confirming that there was no one hiding in the temple except the 2 of them, he relaxed his guard. He strode to Yun Wanyao and looked at her casually.
What do you know?
I was afraid that if you screamed and alerted others, tonight would definitely be uneasy.
Do you know how many people are around here?
If I hadn't taken you away first, this would have been impossible. It's probably time for you to fall into someone else's hands. Why, maybe you think it would be nice for the eldest daughter of Ningwa Palace to stay up late at night and wander around sneakily and be caught by others. Yun Wanyao felt guilty for a while, but she would never admit that she was wrong so easily. Where is the person?
I didn't see it at all. Are you stupid?
Yun Wanyao hit her forehead mercilessly, rolling her eyes in disdain.
Why do you think the dignified King Qi was seriously injured and trapped in a dry well?
Who in this great martial kingdom dares to touch him? Where are his personal guards?
You, as expected.
You can also. Yun Wanyao looked at him with wide eyes, and then she suddenly realized.
Well, Yun Wanyao, you are really good at acting. For so long, I haven't noticed you at all. How about I call you stupid?
Yun Wanyao, keep rolling your eyes. Yun Wanyao simply didn't bother to refute this. Her intelligence had been suppressed since she was a child, and she had long recognized the reality. It must be because this guy robbed more nutrients than her when he was in his mother's belly, so his brain developed better and was smarter. Well, that's definitely the case. Wait a minute, you just said that no one in the Dada Kingdom dared to touch King Qi, but he was seriously injured and trapped in a dry well.
What do you mean? Did you mean to say that? The Emperor wants to kill him, right?
How is this possible? The Emperor and King Qi are from the same mother, and their brotherly love is obvious to the entire Dada Kingdom.
Yun Wanyao does not believe at all that the Emperor wants to kill King Qi. Alas! Yun Wanyao sighed helplessly, once again making Yun Wanyao cry.
That's not true, forget it. I can't tell you some secrets, but you have to know that several streets nearby are full of people who arrested King Qi. Those people are you will find him here soon. In addition, King Qi's secret guards are also looking for him. But you are stupidly preparing to run out to rescue King Qi.
This will not only expose him.
His identity and position pushed him into danger and aroused the suspicion of King Qi. Speaking of which, what else does Yun Wanyao not understand? He specifically mentioned exposing his identity, which means that the other party does not know Mo Yuanhao's identity. Even his personal guards do not know his movements, so they are looking for him. Presumably he was hiding his identity to do something shameful, but he accidentally alerted the other party and was surrounded and killed. He escaped with serious injuries, and the other party followed him all the way. Just imagine, even his personal bodyguard couldn't find him for a while, but she appeared in front of him accurately at this moment. How could Mo Yuanhao not be suspicious? What should he think of her? He will definitely feel that she is following him, and maybe he will also think that there is also the handiwork of the Duke's palace in this. Thinking of this, Yun Wanyao shuddered all over and looked at Yun Wanyao with great fear. Looking at her expression, Yun Wanyao knew that she must have figured out the key issue. He sighed and said in a low voice, "Now do you know why Dad just let people take Su Qianxue away to prevent them
from meeting, instead of saving King Qi and taking the credit?"
King Qi is a man with deep roots and a suspicious nature. If Dad rushes to save him, not only will he not be grateful, but it will arouse suspicion.
Even Dad gave up on saving him.
It's better for you. If I hadn't been watching you secretly, you would have gone out to stir up trouble. Yun Wanyao felt guilty, lowered her head and defended in a low voice, "I'm just worried about him, so." I didn't think too much. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a cold scoff. "Worried? What is there to worry about?" If Brother Lu hadn't intercepted Su Qianxue just now, her route was indeed heading to dry well. In her current state, there was a high chance that she would have slipped and fallen into dry well. I don't need to say more about what would have happened then. What can happen? It's nothing more than the story of the encounter between the male and female protagonists in the little girl's voice. Yun Wanyao's heart felt like being pricked by a needle, and there was a dense stinging pain that made her breathless. Yun Wanya frowned and looked at her with hatred. In the plot, the two people did such things without being discovered. Now that he is the only one, how can anything happen? Okay, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. We should leave here as soon as possible, to avoid being involved in this turmoil. The younger sister said that he is the hero of this world. How could something happen so easily? Lu Wu's subordinates pretended to be ordinary people and went to the Taiwei mansion to send a message, saying that something happened to her young lady and she was sent to the hospital by a kind person. After learning that something had happened to Su Qianxue, Mrs. Su asked for the address of the medical center and then pulled Taiwei Su towards the medical center crying. When they arrived, the good Samaritans who rescued people had already left. The patients in the medical center looked at them with strange eyes. As a result, the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Taiwei mansion was completely ruined. Chapter 29. Are you serious about breaking off this marriage? Overnight, everyone in the city knew that she had been drugged while visiting a flower house disguised as a man. Oh, Taiwei Su was self-sacrificing and noble. How could he give birth to a daughter like this? What a misfortune for his family. Isn't that right? Let me tell you. Then Ning Guigong's palace is also unlucky to have arranged such a marriage for the prince early. Some time ago, this daughter of the Su family went around saying bad things about Ning Guigong's eldest daughter, and even shamelessly seduced King Qi. Now she even went to wait for him. In a place where people are looking for pleasure, marrying this kind of woman back home is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. I heard that the Su family girl was poisoned yesterday and was sent to the hospital by a man. Yes, I don't know if I was taken advantage of before being sent to the hospital. How can there be so many good men in the world who can stay pregnant? The daughter of the Su family is not ugly, but rather pretty. Driven by the drug, if she becomes sexually active and seduces her, I don't believe that any man would. Can you bear it? I definitely can't. After that, there was a period of unbearable obscene words that hit my ears. In the market tea houses, there are many people who gossip and laugh at jokes. In a corner on the second floor, an elegant-looking man in white robes looked back from downstairs and looked at the romantic and handsome man opposite with a smile. "My son, so, what have you done?" Among them, this guy has the most outstanding face and is the best at coaxing women. It's really funny. I don't understand, why would my lord send him to do that? Aren't you afraid that this guy will do something bad and seduce the little girl? Lu Wu has long been unable to get used to his good brothers taking advantage of him verbally, yet he picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly, and said slowly, "Am I that kind of person? You should ask if she did anything to me." On the way to the medical clinic, Nasu the young lady touched him, kissed him on the face and neck, put her hands into his clothes and touched him randomly. He couldn't bear it anymore and knocked him unconscious. That is the prince's unmarried wife. Even if the mistress intends to terminate the engagement, he will not do it casually. She is just a woman, not worth the risk of upsetting the prince. Oh, if I hadn't known who had hired Miss Queening from Itsue Tower, I would have believed you. Mingzhan shook his head and blew the hot air from the teacup. Hearing this name, the corners of Lu Wu's lips curled up, and his heart felt hot. He reached out and rubbed his lips gently, with a nostalgic look on his face. Speaking of which, I've been too busy recently. I haven't gone to see Miss Queening for a long time. No, I have to go to her tonight. She hasn't seen me for so long. What if she thinks I'm bad? What to do? I will feel bad. Mingzhan, Taiwei Mansion. Yunzhen came uninvited. Looking at the man who was not angry and proud, Mrs. Su and Su Jian subconsciously thought of what happened last night. They both felt guilty and felt uneasy in their hearts. The Duke suddenly came to visit. Is there something important? Because of her guilty conscience, Su Jian rarely looked down on Yun Zhang. Of course, her expression wasn't very good either. As a clear figure in the court, he has always looked down on treacherous villains like Yun Zhang who wield power, please the late emperor, and do whatever it takes to achieve their goals.
It's nothing, I just want to ask Mr. Taiwei, have you heard the gossip in Beijing?
Yun Zheng squinted his eyes, with a strong and handsome face that was gloomy. Yes, it can be seen that he is in a very bad mood. The expressions of the Su family couple changed instantly. Sure enough, this man came here because of this matter. Su Jian was ashamed and pursed her lips in silence, but Mrs. Su became angry. She glared at Yun Zheng and said, "What is gossip?"
You also said it was gossip. Could it be that you, the majestic duke of the country, came to the door of my Su family just because of a few gossips? Are you here to show off to us? Just a few gossips?
Yun Zheng sneered and said, "There are rumors in the outside world that your daughter has lost her virginity and Mr. Su's reputation has been ruined.
If Yui doesn't say anything, everyone in the Yun family will be criticized."
In Mrs. Su's eyes, this is just a few gossips.
Then what do you want?
Mrs. Su raised her chin and looked at him angrily. Those untouchables spread rumors all day long when they are full.
Cher's reputation has been tarnished.
As Cher's future father-in-law, you heard those vicious and hateful rumors and did not stand up to teach those untouchables a lesson and preside over her. To be fair, he came to the door of my Su family to show off his face.
How dare you ask?
Thinking of the rumors from the outside world, Mrs. Su was almost angry to death. Her Schwer is obviously flawless, but people are saying that she has lost her virginity. Buckets of all kinds of dirty water are poured over her, so that Schwer can't even wash it off when she jumps into the Yellow River. It's simply hateful. I don't know what evil person spread the news about last night. If she were to find out, she would not let it go so easily.
It's simply unreasonable.
Yun Zheng's eyes were really opened. Seeing this woman's messy skills, he was really at a disadvantage.
Is this the kind of place my father-in-law asked Miss Su to go to? Why should my father-in-law seek justice for her?
As a lady from a famous family and the eldest daughter of the Taiwei mansion, but the Su family is really well educated when they go into places like that. People who don't know it may think that Miss Su yearns for the situation of the woman in the building. It's really ridiculous. It was a rumor he deliberately spread to ruin the reputation of Su Qianxue and the Su family, and to vent his anger on Chener in the plot.
Will he still stand up to refute the rumors?
You. Mrs. Su looked at him with wide eyes, shocked and angry. Her face was red from suppressing it, and she was so angry that she couldn't help but want to scratch or spin his hateful face. What does it mean to long for the situation of the woman in the building? This bitch is openly mocking Schwer for going to that kind of place because she wants to be a fireworks woman.
How dare he? Schwer is young and ignorant, and it is inevitable that she will make mistakes, but as an elder, you can forget about it if you don't forgive her? How can you say such things?
My lord, please be careful with your words. Su Jian was furious, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes cold and cold.
Ha!
Unfazed, Yun Zheng slapped a vermilion post and a sachet on the sandalwood table with a cold scoff, his voice cold and gloomy.
My father-in-law has no time to quarrel with you.
This is your wife's gung tai and token. Please bring Chener's gung tai and token. Let this marriage be over.
From now on,
no matter what gossip is said about your Su family, it has nothing to do with my Yun family, and my father-in-law will not come to see you too just because of a few gossips.
Boom, like a bolt from the blue, the Su family's eyes widened and they looked at him in disbelief. Mrs.
Su slammed the table hard, stood up and glared at him.
Yun Zheng, do you want to break off the engagement?
Although she has long been dissatisfied with Yun Wanchen's lack of conduct in the marriage, and has been thinking about how to break off the engagement all day long, she never expected that the Duke's mansion would be in. We proposed to break off the engagement first. Schwer is now surrounded by rumors. If the Duke's office can prove Schwer's innocence to the outside world, then this matter will be settled over time, but the Duke's government chose to break off the engagement at this critical juncture. Wouldn't this move help those rumors become true? At that time, Schwer really couldn't defend herself. Even if she presented evidence of innocence, she couldn't stop everyone from talking. If she loses her virginity before getting married, which family in this great martial arts country will dare to marry such a notorious woman like her, and become a joke that is ridiculed by the world? No, this marriage cannot be cancelled, at least not until Schwer is proven innocent.
How can you break off the engagement at this juncture? Can you wait for a while until the limelight has passed?
Asking for help, Mrs. Su's attitude and tone softened. It's a great thing that he can take the initiative to break off the engagement.
It's just that the timing is wrong. You need to stabilize him first.
That's right, this marriage cannot be cancelled now. Su Jian's face was very ugly, her face was as dark as the bottom of the pot.
Yunjiang, although you and I have always been at odds, you don't have to add insult to injury like this, right? Ha! Yunjiang is full of sarcasm.
He snorted coldly and said without mercy, whether it's saying that my father-in-law is adding insult to injury or other things, this marriage must be cancelled today.
No matter what you say, it's useless. If you firmly disagree, then it doesn't matter to me.
When I return to the palace later, I will ask the servants in the palace to let the news go, saying that the engagement has been unilaterally terminated. If you plan to be shameless to the end, then my father-in-law will also accompany you.
I want to see who will be more embarrassed in the end.
After saying this, Yunjing only felt a strong anger and stood up.
Get ready to leave. Does this evil woman from the Su family really think that he doesn't know how she dislikes Chenner on weekdays?
If her daughter hadn't caused such a bad thing yesterday, I'm afraid he would have come to break off the engagement today, and she would have been so happy that she went to heaven on the spot. She can despise Chenner, but why can't the government of another country despise a woman who behaves ridiculously and has her reputation ruined?
Uncle Yun suddenly, a crisp voice came from the door.
Yun Zheng turned around and saw a slender and beautiful girl walking slowly. The girl was wearing a light-colored green dress, her face was pale and fragile, but she also had a hint of tenacity and stubbornness.
What? Do you have something to say?
Yun Zhang looked at the girl in front of him with sharp eyebrows and a majestic expression. She is just an ordinary and weak woman. If Xiaoxi had not verified everything in his heart, he would never believe that such a woman would be able to destroy his Yun family. Why are you here if you don't take a good rest? Mrs. Su quickly walked towards the girl and looked at her with a distressed look on her face. Su Qianxue ignored her and stared blankly at the tall and majestic man in front of her. Is this the heroine's biological father, Ning Guogong, so handsome? Although the article mentioned that the Yun family are all good-looking, she never expected that Yun Zhang would be so handsome before this. She had always thought that this character was an old man. Unexpectedly, the contrast between reality and imagination was so different that it completely exceeded her expectations. The man in front of me is tall and majestic, with an angular face, strong and handsome, and at the age of 36 or 77, he looks prosperous and charming, like a mature big brother. This appearance and aura are beyond words. If you have nothing to say, just get out of the way and don't block the way of my father-in-law. Yun Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. A chill appeared all over his body, and he felt full of oppression that he thought this woman could say something that would disgrace him and make him regret breaking off the engagement. It seemed that he overestimated her. Why are you so fierce? You scared my Shuer. Mrs. Su protected Su Qianxue behind her and glared at Yunjiang.
However, Su Qianxue came out from behind her very ungratefully. Mom, please don't interrupt. I have something to say to Uncle Yun.
Mrs. Su hated that iron cannot become steel, but she still kept her mouth shut silently.
Uncle Yun, do you really want to cancel this marriage? Have you really thought about it?
Yun Zhang's eyebrows were cold and he did not hesitate at all. Yes, my father-in-law wants to cancel the marriage. This marriage happened. Su Qianxue quietly clenched her fists in her sleeves, a trace of unwillingness and shame flashing through her heart. She never thought that the Yun family would take the initiative to cancel the engagement. After all, leaving aside Yun Wanchen's situation, this did not happen in the plot. The original owner kept seeking death and seducing King Qi. Even though her reputation was ruined, the Yun family still did not give up the idea of marrying her. The original owner did not want to marry Yun Wanchen, so on the eve of the wedding, he incited his mother to marry his concubine instead. Therefore, when the maid told her this, she still didn't believe it, but now the facts were before her eyes. The Yun family really came to break off the engagement. Is it because her behavior yesterday triggered the butterfly effect and caused the plot to collapse? Okay, then let's break off the engagement. I am willing to become a public figure in the world. As soon as Su Qianxue said these words, the Su family couple became anxious. Shuer, what are you talking about? How can we break off the engagement at this juncture? How will the Su family see people in the future? Su Qianxue smiled palely. Mom, we have already broken off the engagement. Do you still want to stay on? It's not sweet to be coercive. Prince Yun and I are destined to be together. Besides,
I don't care. Isn't it just a marriage? I, Su Qianxue, don't have to marry into the Yun family? Even if I don't marry, so what? I also hope that Uncle Yun will never regret it in the future. Chunlan, go to my room and fetch Crown Prince Yun's Gengtian tokens, and return them to the Duke. The words were so powerful and resounding that the Su family couple felt helpless and distressed. Proud, the two of them acquiesced to her choice. Forget it, I, Su Jian, can't afford to raise a daughter. Even Yun Zheng was shocked by this. This woman is worthy of being the soul of the outside world. Her words and deeds are indeed very different from the women of Dada Kingdom. Perhaps it is precisely because of her unique thoughts that she can destroy the entire Yun family with her fragile body. Fortunately, Xiaoxi came, and Yun Jing suddenly felt that it must be God who saw that his Yun family had been wronged, so it sent Xiaoxi, the savior, to rescue them. Yun Wanchen's Gengtian tokens were quickly fetched. After Yun Zhang got the tokens, he strode away. The Su family and his wife had a grudge against him. No one went to see him off, and they didn't even bother to show off. Su Qianxue grabbed the vermilion gold sticker on the table, squinted her eyes and sneered, "She is from the 21st century. How could she be like this ancient person? If her engagement is annulled, she will just feel shameless and cry and live in search of death. Not only will she not seek death and be sad, but she will live a good life." The rumors from the outside world cannot hurt her at all. However, one day, she will take back the shame that the Yun family has imposed on her today. She must make the Yun family regret their decision today. Chapter 30. Why does this plot always exceed my expectations? When returning to the yard, Su Qianxue looked around deliberately, not knowing what she was looking for. Except for Ningguo Gong, is there anyone else coming to the house today? After a moment, she frowned and stopped the servant guarding the courtyard. "Miss, no." Hearing this, Su Qianxue frowned even more tightly, feeling empty in her heart. No, according to the usual routine of time travel novels, when a time-traveling girl comes to break off her engagement, the right man will definitely appear then. After witnessing the perseverance, arrogance, and grace shown by the time-traveling girl when her engagement was annulled, interest arose and gradually turned into love. Although she is not the heroine, she doesn't have her own Mr. Right? Why doesn't this routine work? Until she returned to her yard, Su Qianxue was still puzzled. She had a very strong feeling that she seemed to have missed something important from yesterday to today. Having the same feeling as her, there is also Mo Yuanhao, who has been recovered by the secret guard Prince Qi's mansion. The man in black and silver had taken off his disguise and changed into a set of clean and gorgeous robes. He bent his knees and leaned on the bed, revealing his scarred chest. The confidant half knelt on the ground and applied medicine to him very carefully. Mo Yuanhao closed his eyes gently. For some reason, there was a strange illusion lingering in his mind, as if he had lost something very important. Did anything happen near the marriage temple last night? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the confidant in front of him with a dark look. Tingfeng was startled for a moment, then quickly recovered and replied truthfully. "Going back to your lord, apart from the Xie family leading a large-scale search for the mysterious people who trespassed into the Xie family's forbidden areas, the one worth mentioning is the eldest daughter of the Taiwei mansion." Hearing this person, Mo Yuanhao frowned, and a trace of disgust quickly flashed in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't stop him, his confidants gathered the courage to continue. "Yesterday, Miss Su disguised herself as a man and went to visit Itsui Tower, but accidentally drank the wine in the building to cheer her up. She probably sensed something was wrong and escaped from the building, passing by the marriage temple. However, he was stopped halfway by Ningguo Gong's people and sent to the hospital." Mo Yuanhao's eyes moved and he said, "Ningguo Gong's people?" "Yes." Tingfeng nodded firmly. Although the other party acted very carefully and carefully disguised himself, he still found some clues from a subordinate. Mo Yuanhao's eyelids drooped slightly and he fell into deep thought. How could Ningguo Gong's people appear near there yesterday? Is it a coincidence or something else? And Su Qianxue, send the order and ask Qi Yun to take people to investigate Su Qianxue in Duke Ning's mansion, and tell him to be careful and not to be discovered by Uncle Yun. Yes. After receiving the order, Tingfeng hesitated and said, "There is one more thing. I don't know whether I should talk about it or not." "Talk about it." Mo Yuanhao said a word lightly and closed his mouth. "On the eyes." "Yes. Miss Na Su visited Yuquilo Chinese medicine yesterday and was sent to the hospital by a strange man. The news has been completely spread. The subordinates sent news that it was Mr. Ningguo. I went to the Taiwei mansion today to cancel the marriage between Prince Yun and Miss Su." "Oh,
That Su Qianxue behaves absurdly, has no shame, and has no trace of the demeanor of a noble girl from a famous family.
She is definitely not a good match for Yun Wanchun. Uncle Yun was really wise to cancel the marriage.
For Su Qianxue, Mo Yuanhao didn't have the slightest favorable impression, but soon, he felt a little irritated.
Something happened to Yun Wanchun's marriage.
What would happen to him and Yaoerd *? Alas, this was the first time Yun Wanning sighed. In addition to drinking milk and sleeping, she kept sighing, looking worried. Mrs. Yun originally planned to wait for Yun Zheng to come back before telling her about breaking off the engagement, but seeing her look like this, she finally couldn't hold back.
Why haven't you come back yet? Could there be any accidents when you go to Su's house to break off the engagement?
She shook her head slightly, sighed, and looked concerned.
The infant Yun Wanning next to her suddenly widened her eyes and looked at her in surprise. What is Mom talking about? Dad went to the Su family to break off the engagement? What is going on? There is no such plot in the book? Because it is a time-traveling novel, in the heroine's vision, Su Qianxue is originally a vicious female counterpart.
Even if she keeps acting like a monster, the Yun family has never broken off the engagement. On the contrary, they are afraid that she will continue to cause trouble and are desperate. Arranged the wedding date for her and her eldest brother. Seeing this marriage, she couldn't avoid it, but it turned out that Su Qianxue liked King Qi and didn't want to marry her eldest brother, so she tried her best to instigate her mother to marry her concubine Su Qianyue to his eldest brother instead. On the wedding night, after taking off the hijab, the eldest brother discovered that his new wife had changed. But the two of them bowed in the presence of a full hall of guests, and they were already known as husband and wife.
In desperation, the Yun family had to admit this secret loss. After the heroine came over, the plot changed. She did not ask her concubine to marry her, but after she designed to ruin her eldest brother's reputation, she took the initiative to come to the house to break off the engagement. Who can tell me now, how did her father come to break off the engagement? Why did the plot collapse again and again? Everyone is numb, okay?
This plot is always beyond my expectations every time, which makes me lose the sense of superiority of getting the script.
Fortunately, it always goes in a good direction. Otherwise, I would really die of nausea. Listening to her endless thoughts, Mrs. Yun couldn't help laughing. Xiaoxi is so cute.
He always suspects that she is wearing a fake book, and always questions why the plot collapses, but he does not doubt them. I don't know how she will feel when she knows that her family can hear her voice. Needless to say, she was quite looking forward to it.
Madam, my husband is back.
A steady sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Arriving before anyone arrived, the mother and daughter on the beauty's couch immediately looked towards the door with their necks stiffened. Dad is back. I really want to know the follow-up.
Mom, please ask more carefully. I really want to know the outcome of this matter.
Mrs. Yun smiled slightly. The next moment, Yun Zhang walked in, strode to the mother and daughter, bent down and picked up the small milk bag on the bed, which was spitting out milk foam and stretching out her little arms. Xiaoxi, do you miss Daddy?
Give me a hug.
Dad, Mom said you went to Su's house to break off the engagement.
Let's get to the point. I'm in a hurry. Mrs. Yun.
I know you are in a hurry, but baby, don't be anxious yet. Husband, how did things go? Hearing this, Yun Wanning immediately looked at Mrs. Yun with joy in her eyes. Mother, you are really my mouthpiece. I love you even more. Talk. The couple said they learned a new word. Yun Zheng kissed Yun Wanning's little hand before speaking slowly.
Well, things went very well. My husband got back Chinner's gung tai in tokens, and the marriage was cancelled. Mrs. Yun raised her eyebrows. Mrs. Su's consent?
Although she had long heard that Mrs. Na Su was dissatisfied with Chinner, what happened to the Su family yesterday, and Mrs. Na Su's fiery temper, she should not agree at this juncture. My husband must have done something. Yun Zheng sent someone to intercept Su Qianxue midway yesterday and spread rumors without telling her in advance.
Therefore, Mrs. Yun is also very curious now. Well, what can I do if I don't agree?
Yun Zheng smiled and told the story of Su Qianxue visiting Hualu Chinese medicine yesterday, being sent to the hospital by a strange man on the way, and the news that she had lost her virginity in the capital.
The matter was explained in detail.
The reputation of the girls of the Su family has been ruined, and we are taking advantage of it to prevent them from retreating. I am afraid that the strange man is someone arranged by her husband, Mrs. Yun immediately understood in her heart. I understood the whole story and what my husband did in this matter, but Jin Wanning didn't know everything, so her beautiful black eyes widened again. Not what?
Su Qianxue was sent to the hospital by a strange man? Was it seen by outsiders? Rumors are spreading throughout the city that she lost her virginity?
Where did this strange man come from?
Isn't this too fake? Su Qianxue is the heroine.
Her looks are definitely not bad, at least she must have the level of a beautiful lady.
Would a man really send her to a hospital if he encountered the kind of medicine she took? How could there be such a good person in the world? How outrageous!
The plot of Su Qianxue disguising herself as a man and going to Hualu traditional Chinese medicine was all on point, but the plot fell apart when she became bonded with the male protagonist.
What went wrong?
I think the strange man who suddenly appeared is very suspicious. Alas, it's a pity that I am too young now, otherwise I would have personally picked out this good Samaritan who ruined the plot. Although I don't know what his motive is, he has helped our family invisibly, so I will give him credit first. No, listening to her thoughts, Yun Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly and raised the corners of his lips. Fortunately, she was too young to pick out the good Samaritan with her own hands, otherwise, it would have been her father who was picked out. If that is the case, how should he explain it? When my husband went to break off the engagement, he saw the Su girl. I don't know if it was an illusion or something.
My husband felt for some reason that the Su girl had become very different.
Yun Zhang looked at Mrs. Yun and repeated Su Qianxue's words. She said that she doesn't have to belong to our Yun family, nor does she have to marry.
Since ancient times, women have regarded their husbands as their top priority. Madam, tell me, can any woman really say such a thing?
Yun Zhang chuckled lightly, not knowing what he was laughing at. Mrs. Yun was slightly startled, and then said softly, "It seems that this girl from the Su family is indeed very different, very courageous and courageous.
The world is harsh on women after all. It seems that the only way out is to get married. A woman who does not marry will be drowned in the spit of the world. If a girl from an ordinary family does not marry after the age of 15, the whole family will have to pay 5 times the heavy tax. If she does not marry after the age of 17, the father and brothers in the family will be punished. In a family of high-ranking officials, the conviction of the father and brother will naturally not be established, but the payment of extremely high taxes is inevitable, and when there are male heirs in the family, women do not have the right to inherit. After their parents pass away, they may be kicked out by their brothers, sisters, and sisters. After death, they are not allowed to enter the ancestral graves, and can only become a wandering ghost. In short, in order to increase the population, the imperial court issued many iron laws ordering women to marry. Almost no woman in this world has the thought of not getting married. Of course it's different, the heroine's setting is from the 21st century. In our era, women also held half of the sky. They could be independent and independent without relying on men. There were many single aristocrats. It is a common phenomenon for girls not to marry. The heroine has been influenced by the times, so it is normal to have this idea. And she is the heroine, and the author has created her to be awesome. She has a halo and buffs, and she is also a tens of millions of ancient-style handmade anchors. The heroine knows Tang poetry and song lyrics, military strategies, and the production of various strange weapons and foreign objects. She has almost all of her professional skills, and she will blind everyone in the future. Although the plot was ruined this time and I missed the male protagonist, according to the heroine's character, sooner or later, in future contacts, she will attract the male protagonist and many liquors. Fortunately, the marriage contract between the heroine and the eldest brother has been successfully terminated, which is a good start. As for the future, we will just take it one step at a time. I hope our family can try their best to ensure that I can speak. Then I will definitely be my parents' spoiler tool. Although they didn't understand what halo, buff, anchor, Tang poetry and song poetry were, the couple still vaguely understood her words, and both smiled knowingly. Little Naiba doesn't know yet, there is no need to wait for her to speak, she is already their spoiler tool now. Then the couple couldn't help but think of the 21st century she mentioned. Is there really such a magical and unique era in the world? Women can be independent and self-reliant without relying on men, cannot marry, and can hold up half of the sky.
What an exciting era must that be. Soon, Yunjing thought of something more important. Xiaoxi said that Su Qianxue knew Tang poetry and song lyrics, military strategy, the manufacture of various strange weapons and foreign objects. All professional skills were fully maxed out, and there were many licking dogs. I don't care if I don't understand the meaning of Tang poetry, song poetry, and dog licking, but it seems a bit tricky to think about military strategy, crafting of rare objects, and full skills. What are strange weapons and foreign objects? Weapons, *. More than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the breakup of the engagement between the Yun and Su families has spread to every corner of Haojing. Even the rats passing by are probably aware of it. The rumors that Su Qianxue lost her virginity are completely confirmed and cannot be washed away. Ning Guogong has already gone to break off the engagement. Can this be fake? That is, who is Ning Guogong? Will it be impossible to find out whether Su Qianxue lost her virginity? The prince is bad at what he does. If Su Qianxue is really flawless, will Ningguo Guild personally come to cancel the engagement? Yes, that's right, that's definitely the case. Let me just say, Su Qianxue is also good looking. She is quite handsome. How can any man remain pregnant? I have already lost my virginity, and the engagement was annulled by the Ningguo Palace. Who would dare to marry her in the future? I'm afraid the Su family will. I have an old aunt. She is probably the first noble girl in our dog kingdom who cannot get married. These days, the Su family has been subjected to unprecedented rumors. Even when Su Jian went to court, he was humiliated and ridiculed by hostile forces. After completely losing his face, I almost couldn't help but want to hit the pillar several times. Although Yunjing had expected all this on the day he broke off the engagement, he never expected that when he actually faced it, it would be so painful. He gritted his teeth and remembered Yunjing bitterly in his heart, but Yunjing was in a good mood, because he received letters from Lao Qi and Shen'er. They are coming back. Chapter 31. The Yun family is indeed good-looking in its own way now. We have arrived in Leon County, 60 miles outside the city, and we will probably arrive home in the evening. Early in the morning, everyone in Duke Ning's mansion began to be busy, making preparations for the seventh master and the prince who had returned from afar. Madam, please wait patiently at home while my husband takes their brothers and sisters to pick up Lao Qi and Shen'er outside the city gate. Okay. After watching the father and son leave, Mrs. Yun changed into a set of clothes and called Xiao Tao to do her hair and makeup. After a simple makeup, she carried the sleeping Yun Wanning to the front hall. Hey, where is this? Why am I here? Where is your mother? When he woke up and found that he had changed places, Yun Wanning was confused and a little uneasy. He subconsciously turned his head to look for Mrs. Yun. I don't know whether it was the reason for being reincarnated as a baby or something else. She was very insecure about strange places and relied heavily on Mrs. Yun. She turned around and was picked up. Mrs. Yun looked at her with a smile and kissed her on the face. Xiaoxi is awake, mother is here. Mother, where is this? Why are we here? Knowing that her mother would not answer, Yun Wanning still couldn't hold it in and asked, but who would have expected that Mrs. Yun's next words actually answered her question perfectly? Does Xiaoxi know that we have changed places? Xiaoxi is so smart, you can see it all. That's right, we are indeed in the front hall now. Your seventh uncle and eldest brother will be back later. They haven't seen Xiaoxi yet. They will definitely meet Xiaoxi when they come back, so Mom brought Xiaoxi here. Oh, my mother is so amazing. She can accurately read my thoughts every time. Is it true that children's thoughts are really simple and easy to guess? After raising 3 children, my mother is experienced, so she knows my thoughts well? Yun Wanning stared at Mrs. Yun blankly, once again shocked by her ability to guess her thoughts. Mrs. Yun, but Mom just said that Uncle Qi and Big Brother are coming back? No wonder Mom carried me to the front hall. Although Uncle Qi was raised by Mom, he is an adult now. Uncle and sister-in-law are different, so it is not allowed for him to go in and out of Mom's residence. Mrs. Yun, little Naibo seems to be really bored. As long as she is awake, she will keep talking in her heart. She will talk about this and that. Sometimes it will be irrelevant, and other times it will read some unheard of prescriptions. Although Mrs. Yun did not understand the purpose of those prescriptions, she followed her inner voice and memorized them all, copied them down and kept them. These things should be quite important to Xiaozide. It will be a long time until Xiaoxi can write. If she forgets in the future, what she has written down may still be able to help her. So Yun Wanning also discovered a strange phenomenon. When she was thinking wildly, her mother would write beside her. My mother seems to like writing. There was a sudden noise outside the door. Mrs. Yun put down the pen in her hand and looked outside. It must be Lao Chi and Chenner who are back. Gulialu. Not long after, the sound of rolling wooden wheels came along with the sound of everyone's footsteps. Mrs. Yun, as I trotted to the door, I saw a group of people walking towards here. Yun Wanya pushed the wheelchair and walked in front. Yun Wanya followed beside him, and behind him were two brothers of similar stature. Mom, the baby is back. Sister-in-law. Okay, just come back. Just come back. Mrs. Yun nodded casually, staring blankly at the handsome man with a jade-like face in the wheelchair. The eyes could not help but feel sore. Mom, Uncle Chi, and my eldest brother have been on the road all day. They must be hungry. Let's go and eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. Seeing that my mother's eyes were red and she wanted to cry, Yun said. Wanyao quickly spoke out to divert her emotions. Mom is not pregnant yet, so she can't cry, or her eyes will be damaged by crying. Yes, let's go inside first. Look at me blocking you at the door. Mrs. Yun quickly got out of the way and the group entered the hall. As soon as I entered, I heard the sound of milk squirting. Hey, Uncle Chi is back. Although I can't speak yet, baby, I should say hello to you, otherwise I'll look so rude. Uncle Chi, hello, big brother. Not only did she say hello in her heart, Yun Wanning also waved her little arm, regardless of whether they could see it or not. Yun Zhan? Yun Wanchun? Can a newborn baby talk? No, she just said she couldn't speak, so what is this voice? When encountering such a weird thing, the two of them showed no emotion at all, and they were extremely calm for a while. Yun Zhang and the others were a little unsure whether they could hear Yun Wanning's heart. Yun Wanchun's eyes moved. He raised his head to look at Mrs. Yun, and said, Mom, where is the little sister? Uncle Chi and I haven't seen the little sister yet. Bring her here for us to see. Okay. Yun Wanning was carried over, and Yun Wanchun took it carefully. The eyes met, and unsurprisingly, Yun Wanning became obsessed again, staring straight at the brown tear mole at the corner of her eldest brother's eye. Wow, is this the number one son of Haojing, Mr. Menuet, who was able to bring order to the world with his pen and settle things immediately with his martial arts? When he was a young man wearing bright clothes and angry horses, he met the bright moon and lost his life? Although the author of Hot Chicken was criticized by many readers when he wrote this loose sentence, I think it is very appropriate and it is definitely a true portrayal of the elder brother. Oh, what a pity, no matter how well the dog author writes the eldest brother, it is just to set off the male protagonist. He is just a tool in the relationship between the male and female protagonists, and will eventually die tragically. Moreover, before he died tragically, he was made deaf and blind by his friends, and competed with wild dogs for food. It was really cruel and inhumane. Yun Wanning sighed, feeling extremely regretful. Jun Zhang and Mrs. Yun already knew that all of them would end badly, so they didn't have much emotion when they heard that, but the twins were different. The younger sister had never mentioned her eldest brother before, and they didn't know that his eldest brother would also die tragically, and it would still be so tragic. Deaf and blind, fighting for food with wild dogs. How could a man like Big Brother be reduced to such a situation? The two of them felt cold all over their bodies, but when they thought about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. My parents, my younger sister, including Yun Wanyao, will all end badly, and my eldest brother will not be spared. This does not seem to be an incomprehensible matter, but they couldn't accept it. But Yun Zhan and Yun Wanchun finally realized that they could hear the little milkbag's heartfelt voice. Although the two were surprised inside, they did not show it. Yun Wanchun gathered his mood, smiled slightly, and said warmly, Little sister, I am the eldest brother. It's our first time meeting you, but the eldest brother didn't prepare a gift for you. I hope my little sister will have more gifts. Forgive me, I'll make it up to you later. Yun Wanning blinked and tried to smile, but spit out a string of milk foam. She has experienced all kinds of embarrassing things during this period, so spitting out milk foam no longer makes her feel any discomfort. It doesn't matter, I won't blame brother. But if you have to make up for it, remember, the more tacky the better, preferably yellow and white. I like vulgar things. The Yun family couple, there is nothing that can be changed about Xiao Naibao's love for money. The twins couldn't help laughing, and Yun Wanyao covered her mouth and chuckled. Yun Wanchun glanced at her lightly, and suddenly understood in his heart. It seems that Yaoer can also hear the little sister's thoughts. Well, I guess my parents and Yeer can too. As for Uncle Chi and outsiders, it's not clear yet. Then Yun Wanchen secretly remembered that the gift he prepared for his little sister must be valuable. Come, give me a hug, too, my little niece. Yun Wanning was moved into another embrace, and the person in front of her was replaced by another strange man. The man was about 20 years old, wearing a blue robe, with eyebrows as sharp as a knife and eyes like glass. He was as handsome as a god. Yun Wanning was numbed by the continuous beauty attacks and could no longer continue to praise her. This is Uncle Chi, who had to support me for 6 years, and was shot to death by random arrows together with me in the end. Tisk, TSK, TSK, the Yun family is indeed good looking in its own way, all of them are good looking. As the number one villain in the world, Uncle Chi is not inferior at all in terms of appearance or ability. Hello Uncle Chi, I would like to thank you in advance for your upbringing. The number one villain, the grace of upbringing, shooted to death by random arrows. Listening to her thoughts, Yun Zhan and Yun Wanchen were confused. The information the two heard was limited and there was no preliminary preparation. Even though they were by no means stupid, they still couldn't figure it out for a moment. No one would have thought that they were just characters written by others. On the other hand, the other four people understood it immediately and felt even more uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, even Yun Zhan was not spared, and he and Xiaoxi were shot to death by random arrows. The Yun family was really miserable. After taking turns hugging Yun Wanning, the family started to eat. There was no talking during eating or sleeping. Except for the sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks, the meal was extremely quiet. After the meal, Mrs. Yun looked at Yun Wanchen's legs distressfully and asked about the situation. "Chener, what did the miracle doctor say? Are your legs still?" Yun Wanchen slowly shook his head and sighed softly. "I'm afraid that my mother will have fetal irritation. So I didn't dare to tell my mother the truth before. In fact, Uncle Chi and I have never seen the miracle doctor." "Saw a figure. How could this happen?" Mrs. Yun murmured, looking shocked. Learning that there was a miracle doctor in Jingzhou with superb medical skills, Lao Chi took Chener to Jingzhou to look for the miracle doctor. This trip lasted for more than 3 months. "Haven't seen them yet. What should I do?" The family was miserable and in a very low mood. Yun Wanning couldn't help but talk about it in her heart again. "Oh, don't think about finding a miracle doctor. That miracle doctor never appeared in the early stage and only had one name. He does appear in the later stage, but he is the heroine's old friend and is in the same camp as the heroine. The eldest brother is a villain and is the opposite of the heroine. How can the miracle doctor heal him?" In the plot, the eldest brother's leg was not cured until it died. Also, when the eldest brother returns home in vain this time, Dad and Uncle Chi will use all their strength to find the miracle doctor. Of course, they will not find it. Instead, they waste a lot of time and expose Dad and Uncle Chi of many powers. After hearing this, everyone suddenly felt even lowered. Is there really nothing that can be done about Yun Wanchen's legs? A few people looked at Yun Wanchen with red eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. At this moment, Yun Wanning's heartbeat continued to sound. "Alas, it's a pity that I'm too young and can't speak. Otherwise, I could try to look after my elder brother. After all, I am also a descendant of the ancient medicine clan, so I can't be worse than this miracle doctor, right? Brother, come and give me a hug. I'll check your pulse first to see what's going on." Wow! Yun Wanning burst into tears, trying to attract everyone's attention. When Yun Wanchen hugged her earlier, she only looked at her face, and the contact time was too short. She didn't think of this at all, and missed the opportunity, which led to such trouble now. Mrs. Yun felt happy and quickly walked over and picked her up. Yes, how could she forget that Xiaoxi had long said that she was the descendant of the king of medicine? Maybe she could really do it. Yun Wanning waved her arms vigorously towards Yun Wanchen, as if she wanted him to hug her. "Mom, you always understand me so well. I have made such obvious movements. You must be able to tell that I want my big brother to hold me, right?" Mrs. Yun, well, Xiaoxi has already said that she is a mouth substitute. Since she is a mouth substitute, she should also play a role now. She walked to Yun Wanchen and stuffed Yun Wanning into his arms. "Chener, Xiaoxi seems to want you to hug her. Please give her a hug again." Yes, I want my eldest brother to hug me. Mom really understands me best, every time understand." Yun Wanchen, he carefully hugged the little milk bag in his arms. As soon as it was in his arms, she stopped crying immediately. Those dark, beautiful, and extremely agile eyes stared straight at him, and a small hand quietly climbed up to his wrist. The little guy actually used her eyes to attract his attention. Was she afraid that he would notice her little move? Yun Wanchen was slightly startled, and soon, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yun Wanning seemed to be shocked. Here, brother, can you stop smiling at me like that? You have no idea about your appearance, right? Who can hold you back when you smile like this? I can't hold you back. You, don't laugh. Yun Wanchen, the corners of his lips stiffened, all the emotions on his face disappeared, and he returned to his usual cold and snowy look. Well, what the younger sister said is very good. The eldest brother is the number one son of Haojing. His appearance is indeed outstanding, but no one can resist his smile. Yun Wanyao covered her mouth and chuckled, agreeing very much with Yun Wan Lemon's point of view. Oh no, brother, holding my arm like this will cause stress and affect my pulse, so the diagnosis may not be accurate. How should I remind my eldest brother to hold me with one hand and free up one hand for me to touch? Yun Wanning tried to roll in her eldest brother's arms to remind him that she was uncomfortable, but she is not yet a full moon, and except for her arms, head, and legs, she cannot move her body at all, and she is completely unable to do this difficult movement. She was almost dying of anxiety. In desperation, she grabbed one of Yun Wanchen's hands and pulled it out hard. This time she really used her milk-feeding power. Yun Wanchen understood, held her steady with one hand, and placed one hand in front of her. His hands were well-jointed, slender and beautiful, and seemed too big next to her. One of her hands was less than half of his fingers. Yun Wanning touched Yun Wanchen's wrist with both hands, and began to show the attribute of praising everyone in her heart, regardless of whether the praise was correct or not. Wow, eldest brother is so smart. He is indeed the number one son of Haojing. He can actually see that I am interested in his hands. The small brows suddenly knitted together, and her face became extremely solemn. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become nervous, eagerly waiting for her next move. Chapter 32. You, a male partner, can't beat the heroine. It turns out that the eldest brother's injury was not his leg, but his lower back. The spinal cord was broken and compressed. Nerves, leading to blood stasis in the body and loss of feeling in the lower limbs. No wonder those quack doctors at the Imperial Hospital are not optimistic about it. Brother, this situation is quite serious. Even in modern times, surgery is still needed, and there is no guarantee of cure. But if I take action, it will be foolproof. If it were me, I would first take 3 qian each of Shenjinko and Daguko, and 1 qian of millet spatholobi, turmeric, hematoxylin, etc., and take a decoction. This medicine can activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, soothe the meridians and activate the meridians, and then take Sichuan radix aconite, Chaowu, Changhua, to warm the meridians and dispel cold, and finally use my unique technique to rejuvenate the muscles and bones. During this period, combined with acupuncture to strengthen the body, dispel evil and dredge the meridians, it is guaranteed that within 3 months, the eldest brother will be able to be alive and kicking. Oh, it's a pity that I can't speak. When I can speak, I don't know how much my brother's condition will continue to deteriorate. I'm bald. Although my mother understands me very well, she can't guess the prescription, right? Do I really want to watch my eldest brother be completely destroyed? Sorrow, Yun Wanning wanted to pull her hair out in depression. When she looked up to find Mrs. Yun, she found that she was writing and drawing in front of the table again, and she couldn't help but continue to sigh out, hey, Mom really loves writing. Although she is a bit neglected by Uncle Chi and Big Brother who have returned from afar, writing can cultivate one's character and improve one's temperament. This is a good habit. Everyone who did Xiao Naibo inherit this character of praising everyone and speaking good words, knowing that Yun Wanchen's condition could still be saved. Everyone's depressed mood finally improved. They listened quietly to Yun Wanning lying in her eldest brother's arms and showing off her unique acupuncture and bone-setting skills. Brother, do you know? There are 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and central meridians in the human body, totaling 14 meridians and 361 acupoints. She may be really boring. She gave a complete introduction to the meridians and acupoints of the human body once. Even every step and precautions for acupuncture were recited clearly after finishing the recitation. I also added a section on inner strength and mental methods. Having mastered the meridians and acupuncture points, practicing internal strength will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of internal strength, I should start practicing it early, and try to do 100 before I am 7 years old. Several men in the hall didn't notice this sentence at all. Their attention was all on the inner skill and mental method. It can be said that everyone's eyes were shining with gold and they were excited. These people are all practitioners, so they can naturally tell how exquisite and profound the inner skill Yunwan Ning read is. If they can master it, their internal strength will be greatly increased. Except for Yun Wanchen holding Yun Wanning, the other three people could not wait to start operating according to her internal skills and mental methods. Mrs. Yun, on the other hand, bent over her desk and wrote quickly, writing in a flowing and smooth manner. She completely wrote down Yunwan Ning's prescriptions, acupuncture techniques, bone setting skills, internal skills, etc. I'm so sleepy, I can't hold my eyelids anymore. Go to bed first, I'll practice my internal strength tomorrow. I forgot to mention that my brother's arms are so comfortable. The two little fists rubbed their eyes. Yunwan Ning murmured, tilted her head and fell asleep in Yun Wanchen's arms. When Yun Wanchen looked down at her, she was already snoring slightly, her breathing was light and even, and she was obviously asleep. Hai Yun Wanchen curled his lips and was in an unprecedented good mood. He folded his arms and leaned back slightly so that she could lie down more comfortably. Husband Mrs. Yun copied 2 copies of the prescription. She planned to keep one and give it to Yun Wanning later, and took the other without copying the inner strength and mental methods. In front of Yun Zhang, he looked at him expectantly. Yun Zhang withdrew from the practice state, nodded slightly, reached out to take the prescription and folded it. Okay, I will go to Tai Hospital in person later to see Dr. Yao. Yeah. Yun Zhang took the prescription and left impatiently. Mrs. Yun took the sleeping Yunwan Ning away and said to several people, "It's getting late. Lao Qi and Chen'er must be very tired from traveling all the way, so they should rest early. You take Chen'er back to the room. Lao Qi and Yaoer, you can go back alone." Yes. As for Yun Zhang, after he went to the backyard to get his horse, he galloped all the way towards the Imperial Hospital. The people who were watching him secretly from a distance immediately sent the news back after seeing this. Yun Zhang's eyes flickered and he sneered, but his speed did not slow down at all. To hospital, when Dr. Yao read the prescription, he couldn't help stroking his beard and marveling. Wonderful, wonderful, this prescription is really exquisite. I have never heard of it or seen it before. I never thought that there is such a miracle doctor in our country. He moved his eyes away from the prescription. He looked at Yun Zhang with a glow, as if looking at some rare treasure. My lord, may I ask where you got this prescription? If there is a chance, I would like to. Yun Zhang had already thought about it on the way to Tai Hospital. He knew the answer to this question, so he deceived the imperial doctor at this moment without changing his expression and without any psychological burden. Yao Yuyao must have heard from someone that some time ago, my brother took Quanzi to Jingzhou for medical treatment. This prescription was obtained from Jingzhou. He made up a recipe for the other party. The identity of unknown origin was sold to Yun Zhan for 1,000 taels of silver because of his downfall. He came here to ask for advice because the identity of the other party was unknown and he had no money. Yao Yui immediately felt regretful. He cherished talents and wanted to introduce people to Tai Hospital, but if the identity of the person was unknown, it would be impossible. So, he came up with the idea of prescription again. There is no use for the Duke of Gui to keep this prescription. It is better to sell it to me. I am willing to pay 5,000 taels of silver and will never cause the Duke of Gui to suffer any loss. For an imperial doctor of this level, any prescription can be understood and mastered thoroughly after just one glance. However, the other party is still willing to spend money to buy it. Firstly, he has a noble character, and secondly, he may be afraid of Ningbo Gong's reputation. Yun Zhang shook his head and refused without hesitation. Not for sale. Yao Yui was immediately disappointed. However, what he heard next made his eyes widen in shock. However, it can be given to Imperial Physician Yao, but I still need Imperial Physician Yao to do a big favor for my father. Master Yun Qi and Prince Yun have returned home. Ningbo Gong went to the Imperial Hospital and met with Yao Yui. Yao Yui, I will go to the Duke's mansion every day for the past 2 days and stay for 2 hours each time. Everything is normal at the Kangyanling garrison. Prince Qi's mansion, looking at the news sent back by the secret guard in real time. Mo Yuanhao's eyes gradually darkened. These days, the news sent back by the secret guards are all messy and trivial matters. There is no difference between Ningbo Gongfu or Yun Zhang himself. Could it be that he is really overthinking? Could it be that Ningbo Gong's people stopped Su Qianxue near the marriage temple that night, and they really just wanted to break off the engagement with Su Qianxue, not him? Coming to this conclusion, Mo Yuanhao felt slightly relieved, but he did not completely dispel the suspicion in his heart that he always felt that what happened that day was too coincidental. Going back to Sue's house from Itsue House, there was no need to pass through there, but the incident happened in that place. How could this make him feel at ease? Keep staring. Yes. The next day, after the meal, Mrs. Yun hugged Yun Wanning and called Yun Wanchin over. Chunner, there is something very important. I didn't have time to tell you yesterday. Well, let me say it now. My child is listening. Yun Wanchin nodded slightly, his eyes seemed to have the clear light of the cold moon, bright and holy, unstained by dust. A few days ago, the daughter of the Su family caused some trouble and her reputation was completely ruined. Therefore, I asked your father to come to the house to terminate your engagement with her. Mrs. Yunwell, the whole story was explained in detail, but Yun Zheng's actions were concealed. How can a woman who behaves without rules like this be your prince's wife? Chunner, because you were not at home at the time, I didn't ask for your opinion in advance. Will you blame your mother? Yun Wanchin smiled faintly and said, marriage has been the order of parents since ancient times. The matchmaker's words mean that children will obey their parents. Wow, eldest brother is so good. Marry when you let me, and retreat when you give in. How can you be so obedient? Mrs. Yun Wanchin, he just has no feelings for Su Qianxue, and he has no one he likes, so he has no objection to the marriage no matter what, so why is he so good in her eyes? Yun Wanchin raised his eyelids and looked over, and his eyes dazzled when he saw the little milk bag. Hey, why are you looking at me suddenly? Did he notice that I was praising him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Big brother must be looking at me because I am cute. Mother and son, you can only eat well if you listen to what others say. It's a good thing, brother, that you accept the breakup of the engagements so obediently. Su Qianxue doesn't like you anyway, and she is not your destined person. If you continue to entangle, you will be miserable. You, a male supporting character, can't beat the fate of the female protagonist. Let go as soon as possible, maybe you can escape the fate of a toolman. When I grow up, I will try my best to help you stand up. With your identity and talent, you will definitely be able to find a woman who is happy with you and a perfect match in the future. Speaking of which, Su Qianxue, the concubine of the Taiwei mansion, is obsessed with you. In the original plot, it was only mentioned that Su Qianxue married her to you, and it is unknown what happened next. But in the official plot, Su Qianxue designed to ruin the reputation of you and the Duke's mansion. Your legs have not been cured, and all the women in the capital are rolling their eyes and ridiculing you. Only Su Qianxue has been saying good things about you, and even had a dispute with the ladies because of you. She was pushed into the water by several women and almost drowned. Later, Ningguagon's mansion fell. Except for the second brother, everyone in the family died. You didn't even have anyone to collect the body. Su Qianxue sneaked out to help you collect the body. She also lay in your grave, preparing to die for her love with you, but was found and kidnapped by Taiwei Su. Su Taiwei saw that she was obsessed and crazy, and he was afraid that she would ruin the reputation of Taiwei's house, so he wanted to find someone to marry her off as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the day before the wedding, Su Qianxue committed suicide with a hairpin and died in the boudoir. Such a love brain is really rare, but I still hope that she can be smooth, safe, and happy in this life. The mother and son were very shocked when they heard this. Yun Wanchin was immersed in the heavy news that the Yun family was dead, and felt completely unbelievable. The Yun family is in good order. No matter Uncle Qi, he or Year, they all have the ability to protect their families. How could everyone in the family die? Where is King Qi? Don't he love Yaoer very much? Will he watch Yaoer die too? Yun Wanchin couldn't figure out these things. When his thoughts changed, the name Su Qianxue appeared in his mind, and a faint emotion emerged in his heart. Su Qianxue, Mrs. Yun is also thinking about Su Qianxue. She was extremely shocked by Su Qianxue's infatuation for Yun Wanchin in the plot. She never thought that there would be a girl in this world, Chunner, who loved her so madly in an inconspicuous corner. That Su Qianxue, if given the chance, she must take a good look at this girl. Brother, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so worried? In the courtyard, Yun Wanyao came close to Yun Wanchin's face, looked at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she suddenly understood. I understand, brother, you can't bear to part with that cancelled marriage, right?
What are you talking about? Yun Wanchen raised his eyelids and glanced at her lightly. Yun Wanyao put her hands on her hips and laughed so hard that her branches trembled. You said that eldest brother is reluctant to part with the cancelled marriage, right? Brother, is it possible that you really like that Su Chin Shui? Some time ago, she was chasing Chi Chi every day. Wang Ran has caused gossip all over the capital and has brought shame on you. Don't you know? No. Yun Wanchen's voice was as cold as snow, and he explained indifferently, I'm not reluctant. Oh, that's good, that's good. Yun Wanyao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest hard, as if she was really afraid that he would not be able to let go. Yaoer, he suddenly spoke softly, and Yun Wanyao raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? You said, little sister. Yun Wanyao looked at his hesitant expression and suddenly understood something in her heart point. She looked around and found no one, then leaned over to Yun Wanchen's ear, covering her ear and mouth with one hand, and kept her voice extremely low. Brother went to see mother just now. Did the younger sister mention something else in her heart? Yes. Yun Wanchen's throat moved and he responded softly. I know, brother, no matter what the little sister says, you must remember it and regard her words as God's. You may not have experienced it yourself. But Yun Wanyi and I have personally verified it several times, and it's accurate every time. I believe you can tell by looking at your parents' attitudes. My little sister's voice has helped our family resolve several crises. Yun Wanchen was speechless, and his heart sank again and again, but, my little sister said, our Yun family will be completely dead. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, but how could his father, Uncle Chi Yer, and his two younger sisters end up like that? Seeing that he was in a low mood, Yun Wanyao could not help but comfort him softly. Even if there is something bad happening in my little sister's heart, brother, don't worry too much. Mom is always with my little sister and is collecting information at any time. Our Yun family has the opportunity and will be able to resolve the crisis in advance. Well, okay. Asterisk in a blink of an eye, the whole month is coming to an end. Yunwan Ning is about to be full moon. Mr. and Mrs. Ning Guogong are preparing to hold a grand event. All the invitations were sent out half a month ago. In the past 2 days, they have been preparing for the banquet. Chapter 33, Becoming the Heroine's Licking Dog is Not Bad. Xiaoxi, these clothes are prepared for your full moon party. Which one do you like? Mrs. Yun brought several Yun Wanning tried on the little baby clothes one by one. Every time she changed into a piece, she would hold her in front of the mirror and let her look at it. Wow, it's so beautiful. I like every piece. It's a pity that I can only wear one piece. I'm so confused. Otherwise, I'll just wear this one. Take a look. I still like this one the most. Yun Wanning held on to a set of red embroidered coats. The collar and cuffs of the coat were sewn with a circle of white raw edges, and the words peace and peace were embroidered with gold thread on the chest. I really liked it. Looking at her appearance, Mrs. Yun couldn't help laughing. Okay, mother knows you want this, so on the day of the full moon banquet wear this one and wear the rest as usual. Oh yeah, great, they're all mine. Yun Wanning looked at the several small clothes of different colors beside her with gleaming eyes, wishing to wear them all immediately. Mrs. Yun reached out and touched her cheek, teasing her deliberately. Why do I think that my little four can understand what my mother is saying? Is our little four really that smart? I can understand what my mother is saying when I am just 1 month old. Hearing this, Yun Wanning blinked and walked away. The small coat in his hand looked at Mrs. Yun with a proud smile. Understand, mother, this is definitely not your illusion, I can really understand you. Mrs. Yun raised her lips and smiled softly, and kissed her on the face. Xiaoxi is so cute. After trying on clothes, Mrs. Yun went to do other things. Yun Wanning was lying on the couch basking in the sun as bored as possible. Suddenly, Yun Wanya came. I'm here to look after my little sister, you go out first. Dismissing the maid, Yun Wanya strode over and sat down next to her. He opened his eyelids and took a look, then lazily closed his eyes and fell asleep. Yun Wanya, he was very unbalanced. Why did the younger sister become so enthusiastic when she saw her elder brother? She praised and asked for a hug, and even took the initiative to give him a hug. Diagnose your pulse, worry about your eldest brother,
and just ignore him when you see him. Isn't he his brother? He spent more time with her than his eldest brother. He is such a heartless person. Reflecting on the thought that she had something to ask for, Yunwanya had no choice but to suppress the imbalance in her heart, smiled, pinched Yunwan Ning's little face, and kissed her on the forehead. Little sister, do you miss your second brother? Your second brother is here to see you. Yunwaning opened her eyes and looked at him lazily. I refuse to answer this question. If I say that I think about it, it will be somewhat against my will, but if I say that I don't think about it, it seems too heartless. The most important thing is that whether I think about it or not, I can't tell you. Yunwanya, my little sister's logic seems to be, well, there is nothing wrong with it. Well, second brother, I have a lot to say, but unfortunately I have no one to talk to. After thinking about it, I still think it's best to tell my little sister. Anyway, my little sister can't understand, let alone will tell others. He suddenly sighed, a hint of sadness and frustration appeared on his delicate and handsome face, which was really distressing, but the person in front of him was Yunwan Ning. Humph, I just said why the bastard's second brother thought of visiting me. It turns out that he used me as a tool to express his feelings. That's not impossible, but it depends on whether I am interested in what you say. If I am not interested, then don't blame me for going to bed and not giving you face. Asshole second brother. Yunwanya's breath was stagnant, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth slightly. Why was it that he was the bastard when his parents, eldest brother, Yunwanya, and even his seventh uncle were all dear to him? Forget it, it must be because she cried so hard before to keep him. He didn't believe in evil and wanted to see it with his own eyes. He didn't stay to hug her and coax her, so she mistakenly thought that he didn't love her. I still hold the grudge to this day. After struggling to calm down, Yunwanya made a sound to test. Little sister, my second brother has been diligent in martial arts, good at writing and shooting since he was a child, and he also has the dream of pacifying the world. Although I don't get my father's approval, I have never given up on my dream. I believe that in the future, I will become a great hero in the hearts of people all over the world, right? Yunwaning rolled her eyes in her heart and complained disdainfully, just you, hey, there is no chance of becoming a great hero in the hearts of the people all over the world. Becoming the heroine's licking dog is more like it. What, lick the dog, does it mean the same as a dog? How could he? Yunwanya's expression instantly cracked, his eyes were blank, and a burst of disbelief flashed through his mind. Feeling extremely ridiculous for that Su family girl, it was too late for him to hate her, so how could he do it to her? He originally wanted to test it. In the plot, when things happen to his family one after another, what are you doing? But you don't expect this answer. My little sister must have made a mistake, right? Among all the heroine's lickers, except for that one, you are the one who works the hardest, and has spent all your efforts to eliminate all opponents and pave a beautiful road for the heroine. If it weren't for you, with Uncle Chi's ability, how could he have fallen into the trap of the male and female protagonists so easily and been shot to death with random arrows along with me? Yunwaning continued to complain about his evil deeds, but he couldn't listen to it at all. The whole head is in a mess. Yunwanya is so messy. How so? How could he be complicit with the woman who caused his Yun family to be wiped out, and it caused Uncle Chi and his little sister to die tragically? There must be a problem somewhere. It must be, hey, there seems to be something wrong with the second bastard brother's expression. What's going on with him? Is it because his father does not recognize his dream that he is so heartbroken? Yes, but this expression seems a bit too sad. Yunwanya came back to her senses, pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying, and touched her gently head. Is the little sister encouraging the second brother to stick to his dream? If the second brother knows it, the second brother will stick to it. Well, after talking to the little sister, the second brother, I feel much better now. That's weird, my eyes are obviously red when I look at you, and you almost look like you want to cry. What happened to the second brother? This expression looks very pitiful. Second brother, don't be sad, I'm not used to seeing you like this. Yunwaning waved her little arms, trying to comfort her bastard second brother, but she could only make a babbling sound. Seeing that she still wanted to comfort him, Yunwanya was moved and felt soft in his heart, but then his whole person was overwhelmed by a surge of guilt like a tide in the little sister's heart. He clearly killed Uncle Chi and her, but she still cared about him. For the next day or two, Yunwanya kept feeling depressed, and everyone in the Yun family discovered that something was wrong with him. Yunwanya held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She leaned close to him and asked in a low voice, Yunwanya, what's wrong with you? How can I stay with my little one? After playing for a while, the little sister became abnormal. Right, what did the little sister say? Bad things again? Yun Wanya shook his head and said nothing. Forget it if you don't say it. Yun Wanyao sighed, too lazy to care about him. Anyway, this guy is smart. Even if something happens, he can solve it perfectly and she doesn't need to worry about it. Soon it was the eve of the full moon feast. Everything was finally prepared. Mrs. Yun and the housekeeper went over it again and again. After finding that there were no mistakes, they finally felt relieved. In the evening, the whole family gathered together to have dinner, and after the meal they discussed some details of tomorrow's banquet. Mrs. Yun arranged tasks for everyone, and Yun Wanning on the couch could only be heard yawning again and again. Oh, it sounds so troublesome. I didn't expect that there are so many things to do to hold a full moon banquet. No wonder my mother is so busy these days. It's really hard work. Everyone chuckled. Mrs. Yun paused, walked over, hugged Yun Wanning, kissed her, and then continued to make arrangements. My husband and Lao Chi will entertain all of you adults together. Chener Year, you two brothers will accompany the young masters of each family. I will be with you, madam, and the female dependents. After saying this, she turned to look at Yun Wanyao, said, Yaoer, Princess Huayang and the Jiang family are your best friends. You will accompany them tomorrow. Don't neglect them. Don't worry, mother, I won't neglect the princess. And a tang's broken. As soon as Yun Wanyao finished speaking, Yun Wanning's heavy and serious heartbeat sounded in everyone's minds. Is something going to happen again? Everyone pricked up their ears and their expressions became solemn. Something is going to happen to the princess. The heroine will also come to my full moon party tomorrow. Some time ago, she always spoke ill of her sister and seduced King Qi. Although her sister ignored her, as her best friend, the princess couldn't bear it. So, when I met her at my full moon party, she wanted to push the heroine into the water when she wasn't paying attention, teach the heroine a lesson, and vent her anger on my sister's behalf. But who knew that this plot also existed in the original plot? The princess successfully taught the original Su Qianxue a lesson, causing the original Su Qianxue to suffer a big hidden loss. The Taiwei and his wife were very angry, but because of their status as princesses, they dared not speak out, so they could only admit that they were unlucky. The heroine who got the script knew the princess's plan in advance and launched a counterattack perfectly. While the princess was not paying attention, she stretched out her legs and tripped the princess, so the princess fell into the water instead. The princess was rescued, and she was extremely angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, as soon as the heroine's sharp tongue came out, no one could compete with her. She took advantage of everything and made the princess speechless. In this confrontation, the heroine became famous and stole the show, attracting the attention of many male supporting characters. Even the male protagonist looked at her with admiration. The princess suffered such a big loss, even though she stole the chicken but failed to lose the rice, harmed others instead of harming herself, and suffered herself. But after all, she is the most beloved sister of the emperor and King Qi. She has doted on the empire since she was a child. How can she bear to suffer a loss? As a result, she hated the heroine in her heart. From then on, she regarded the heroine as a thorn in her side and opposed her at every turn. If the elder sister is the most vicious female supporting character, then the princess is the second most vicious female supporting character, and she has exerted her value as a vicious female supporting character throughout the whole process. Oh, what a pity! The princess is sincere to her sister, but as a vicious female supporting role, how can she defeat the heroine's aura even if she is a princess? Her fate was not much better than that of her sister. She was betrayed by everyone and died in the arms of her sweetheart. As for why this plot happened at my full moon banquet, I have also thought about it very seriously. After all, I am the biological sister of the vicious female supporting character. This Ningguogang mansion is the female supporting character's home. It is definitely the best place for the heroine and the female supporting character to have a rivalry scene. Bah, my sister is not a vicious female supporting role. My sister is obviously the kindest and most beautiful. Everything is clearly a dog author trying to smear my sister. Everyone was listening carefully. Only Yun Wanya lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. His heart seemed to be blocked by cotton and felt uncomfortable. Out of breath, the princess, she is also a supporting actress? Well, that's good. Seeing Yun Wanning's voice stop, Mrs. Yin nodded in response to Yun Wanyao and gave her a wink. Yun Wanyao nodded slightly to express receipt. She will definitely watch the princess the whole time tomorrow and will never let her do anything in the plot. She will not be allowed to become a tool for the heroine to gain limelight, nor will she become a vicious supporting actress and end up in the plot. The next day, Ning Guogon's mansion has been given a new look. There was a ball of red silk flowers hanging on the plaque at the gate. The house was decorated with lanterns and festoons, and the ground was filled with flowers. It was a joyous scene. The two brothers Yun Zhang and Yun Zhan led Yun Wanchen and Longfengtai to stand outside the door to welcome the guests. Dignitaries from Haojing and relatives of the Yun family came to the door one after another amidst the sound of fireworks. Ning Guogon, congratulations. The officials, dressed in casual clothes, led their family members to congratulate Yun Zhang with smiles on their faces. Yun Zhang greeted him with a smile, and Yun Wanchen greeted him with a smile. The twins, are obedient and greet everyone they meet. At the end of the morning and the beginning of the morning, when the guests were almost here, a dark red chariot stopped at the door, and a girl in palace clothes and a man in purple and gold robes got out of the chariot. The girl's palace dress is as red as fire, bright and flamboyant. She waved to Yun Wanyao from a distance and ran over with her skirt in hand. Looking at that figure, the corners of Yun Wanyao's lips curled up, and he greeted her with a smile, but Yun Wanyao's eyes dimmed slightly. Am I late? Huayang Princess Mo Zhaozhao walked up to Yun Wanyao, reached out and grabbed her hand, and looked at her with a chuckle. Not too late, just right. Yun Wanyao let go of her and looked at the handsome and majestic man not far away. Sensing her gaze, Mo Zhaozhao looked at her, sticking out his tongue. He muttered something softly. Brother Huang doesn't want to ride in the dragon chariot, but he insists on coming with me. I don't know what he thinks. My maid Yun Wanyao did not dare to complain about the emperor with her, so she hurriedly walked over to salute. Before she could kneel down, the man reached out to support him. I will leave the palace in casual clothes today, no need to be polite. A low and solemn voice slowly sounded above the head, with a hint of majesty that was irresistible. Yun Wanyao always felt that a pair of dark, terrifying, cold and deep eyes hung above her head, making her shudder. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Because of the emperor's arrival, everyone was extremely restrained, especially Yun Wanyao. Ever since she was a child, she had been most afraid of the emperor. Fortunately, men and women are separated at the banquet. Chapter 34 Yun Wanning's online gossip. Mrs. Yun was forced to eat melon. Yun Wanyao pulled Mo Zhaozhao and eagerly walked towards the female relatives in the backyard. After exiting the moon cave gate, the cold sight was completely cut off. Yun Wanyao's nerves immediately relaxed and she couldn't help but breathe heavily. Looking at her appearance, Mo Zhaozhao rolled his eyes and complained softly. My royal brother didn't seem to have done anything to you, right? Why are you so afraid of him? It was like a mouse seeing a cat, terrified to the core. Yun Wanyao looked at her speechlessly. Isn't it normal for me to be afraid of him? That is the emperor. In the whole world, besides King Qi and Zhao Zhao, who else is there? Not afraid, Mo Zhaozhao. Has this girl forgotten that she will marry the prince and join the royal family in the future? If she is so afraid of the prince, what will she do in the future? Yaoer, imperial sister. Suddenly, a deep and pleasant voice came. The two girls turned their heads and saw Mo Yuanhao wearing a black python robe, and walking slowly behind him were two guards carrying congratulatory gifts. Brother Wang. As soon as I thought of him, he came, and Mo Zhaozhao waved to him happily. Mo Yuanhao walked to and stood in front of the two of them, first took a deep look at Yun Wanyao, and then looked at Mo Zhaozhao. You came quite early. I heard that Brother Huang is also here. It's just a little earlier than you. Mo Zhaozhao nodded. He nodded and said, yes, just as I was about to go out, the emperor's brother came to the princess's house and said that he wanted to attend the full moon banquet of little sister Yao with me. He is sitting there with all the adults at the moment. Got it. Mo Yuanhao's brows moved slightly, turned to look at Yun Wanyao, and said, Yaoer, I'll go over there first and come back to you later. Okay. Yun Wanyao responded softly and watched his figure disappear through the door. Why do I feel that your treatment of Brother Wang is a little different from before? His eyes fell on Yun Wanyao's face, and Mo Zhaozhao tilted his head, and said his face was thoughtful. What's wrong? It's all an illusion. Yun Wanyao smiled with a smile, but her heart was filled with fear and confusion. Did she really behave differently? Probably not, although she is indeed dissatisfied with the fact that he is the male protagonist and cannot accept it until now, but that's all. How can she behave differently to him? Yes, I also think it must be an illusion. Io and brother Wang have such a good relationship, how could it be different from before? Mo Zhaozhao smiled and took her arm and said, "Come on, take me to see the little sister." I haven't seen the little sister yet. I heard Io say that her little sister is very cute. Before the full moon, she couldn't catch the wind, and it was best not to see strangers, so she endured it again and again, and she has endured it until today. Well, okay. Garden. Mrs. Yun wore exquisite makeup and gorgeous clothes. She held Yun Wanning, who had put on new clothes, and walked among the ladies with a smile on her face, looking at her white and rosy skin and her good complexion. All the ladies knew that she was in a comfortable mood during confinement and had not suffered any grievances. The backyard of Duke Ning's mansion is clean. Except for the principal wife, I have never heard of any concubines having a common room with each other over the years, let alone a concubine or a concubine. No wonder she is so beautiful. Rejuvenated and full of spring. A woman who is pampered and nourished looks different. The ladies then thought of their smoky backyard, feeling both jealousy and envy in their hearts. I don't know what kind of charming tricks this she has to make men like Yun Zhang so docile. Yun Zhang has unparalleled martial arts skills and a strong body. Even his appearance is top-notch. How can he be so single-minded? Let's look at their husbands. Obviously he is about the same age as Yun Zhang, but due to long-term addiction to alcohol and sex, he has either gained weight, has sparse hair, has a saggy face, has trouble sleeping, or has many wives and concubines. Oh, it would have been nice if they had been the ones to marry Yun Zhang. Humph, I know you are envious of my parents' relationship, but this is something you cannot envy. Seeing the cryptic eyes and expressions of the ladies, Yun Wanning ate her little hands and complained proudly in her heart. After complaining, her eyes lit up and she started gossiping. Hey, this is Mr. Zhang's wife, right? Your husband has a habit of cutting off his sleeves, and he is raising a beautiful actor outside. While you are working hard for the family, he is having fun with the actor outside. The outside world says that you are a hen that does not lay eggs, but how do they know that your husband has never touched you in 10 years of marriage, and you are still a virgin? How could you possibly give birth? A child? Your husband is not fond of women now. The original purpose of marrying you was to block the public opinion of the world, and to find a free old lady who can take care of the back house for him. He lets his mother point at your nose and scold you for not laying eggs, and then pretends that he wants to adopt a child for you. Actually, that child was born to a widow he had earlier for the sake of family incense. But I was afraid that you would be concerned, so I lied to you and said that I brought it from outside, and you stupidly believed it. In the future, when your son grows up and learns about his life experience, he will find a way to drive you out and bring his mother back. It's pitiful that you have worked hard all your life to take care of the house and raise your son for the scumbag, but in the end you ended up living on the streets and starving to death. It's so miserable. Mrs. Yun's eyes trembled, and she subconsciously looked at Mrs. Zhang. This Mrs. Zhang is many years younger than her, but she has fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She always looks tired and mentally exhausted. I always thought that she was not in good health, but I didn't expect that she was actually there. So inside her, the whole outsiders in Haojing thought she could not give birth, and pointed at her behind her back, saying that she was a hen that could not lay eggs. Her husband's family always humiliated her for this reason, but she didn't expect that she was still a virgin, and she was just taking the blame for her husband. She is so kind-hearted, but her husband treats her like this, tricking her into adopting a son from a foreign wife, and even having an affair with an actor. What's even more hateful is that if there is no use for her in the future, he will kick her away and abandon her like a pair of worn-out shoes. Such a wolf-hearted person is really hateful. Mrs. Yun has always hated evil and secretly made a note to Mr. Zhang in her heart. Just waiting for the time in the future, she will find someone to secretly investigate this scandal and send it to Mrs. Zhang secretly. When the time comes, it will be up to Mrs. Zhang to decide. While Mrs. Yun was thinking about this matter, Yun Wanning was still chattering in her heart, and her eyes fell on another gentle and calm lady. And you are Mr. Wang's wife, right? With so many ladies, you are the most successful. Your husband spoiled his concubine and destroyed his wife. He often bullied you because of his concubine. On the surface, you kept silent. In fact, you had an affair with the nursing home very early. Even your 3 sons are all the nursing home. More than a month later, Mr. Wang suffered a stroke. He could not speak or move his legs. He could only lie in bed all day long. Your chance for revenge finally came. In front of him, you asked your servants to beat the concubine who was riding on your head until she became paralyzed. You also told him personally that none of the 3 sons were his, in front of him. Being so happy with the nurse almost made Mr. Wang so angry that he almost left his body. But you are reluctant to let Mr. Wang die like this. You still want to keep him to vent his anger. Just like this, Mr. Wang was angry with you for 3 years, and finally he was angry to death. I don't even close my eyes. Mrs. Yun, it relieves one's anger. This is such a relief. It's really satisfying. Madame Yun looked at Madame Wang with admiration in her eyes. I have long heard that Mrs. Wang is virtuous and gentle, and she is praised by the outside world. Sure enough, someone who can manage such a good reputation must be very resourceful and calculating. According to Mrs. Wang's reputation outside, even if someone really revealed that her 3 children were not Mr. Wang's, but the result of her affair with others, I am afraid no one in the outside world would believe it. After all, how could Mrs. Wang, who was so beautiful, smart, and virtuous, do such a thing that is despised by the world? That Mr. Wang really deserved it. He spoiled his concubine and killed his wife. Even if this was brought before the Holy Lord, he would still be punished. But he knowingly committed the crime and deserved to end up like that. Mrs. Yun has never had a good impression of such a heartless and unjust person who spoils his concubines and destroys his wife, so she has no sympathy for Mr. Wang at all. Oh, you are Mr. Chow's wife, right? Your husband is having an affair with your sister-in-law, your sister-in-law is having an affair with her father-in-law, your son is having an affair with his cousin, your concubine is having an affair with her uncle, and you yourself are having an affair with your cousin. Legs. Speaking of which, in the entire dog kingdom, your backyard is definitely the most exciting. A dozen people can sing 300 performances. Wow, wonderful, wonderful, really wonderful. Hey, you are Master Do's wife, right? Your family committed adultery a few years ago, and was caught by her husband and beaten on the bed. The attack was not serious, and all the descendants were crippled. Every time Yun Wanning looked at a lady or a young lady, she would gossip a bit, while Mrs. Yun was forced to eat in silence the whole time online. At first, Yun Wanning was talking about some weird things in the inner house, and she could still hold back, but gradually, she started to make fun of other people's sexual affairs. What about one dragon playing with 2 phoenixes, slugging a man in seconds, etc.? Mrs. Yun's face became redder and redder after hearing this, feeling shy and helpless. Her mistress, what's going on? They all know it, even some of the strange and bizarre methods used in sexual intercourse. What will happen next? Mrs. Yun felt that she would have to bear a psychological burden whenever she was happy with her husband in the future. She was really worried that the little girl would tease her in her heart at some point, and everyone in the family can hear her voice. When the time comes, won't she be embarrassed to find a crack in the ground and crawl in? Alas, Mrs. Yun felt pain and happiness, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, her husband told her that only their family could hear Xiaoxi's voice, but she was not yet reassured. She was always on tenterhooks before the banquet, always afraid that others could hear it, but now, Xiaoxi has told so many shady secrets about the back house, but all the people in the room have the same look on their faces, which shows that they really can't hear Xiaoxi's voice. Otherwise, being arranged like this in front of someone, I am afraid that I would like to become angry or find a crack in the ground to hide. How can I be so calm? Mrs. Yun's high-hanging heart was finally completely relieved. At this moment, Yun Wanyao appeared with the princess. The ladies and ladies quickly saluted Princess Huayang. Imo Zhaozhao raised his jade hand slightly, skipped everyone's salutes, and walked towards Mrs. Yun. Aunt Yi, show me your little sister. She smiled slightly, full of expectation. Mrs. Yun smiled and nodded, turning her body slightly to one side so that she could see Yun Wanning. Wow, the little sister is really cute, can I hug her? Seeing the tender and pink dumpling in Mrs. Yun's arms, Mo Zhaozhao's eyes instantly lit up. Extremely rare. No wonder Io always looks happy when she mentions her little sister. Who can not like such a little sister? The princess is also very cute. Reciprocal courtesy, Yun Wanning smiled slightly and started the business mutual praise mode. Hearing that Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanyao were laughing so much, Mrs. Yun hesitated for a moment and gave Mo Zhaozhao the little milk bag in her arms, and taught her how to hold it. Don't worry, Aunt Yi, I will be very careful and will never drop my little sister. Mo Zhaozhao carefully hugged Yun Wanning. She knew that Mrs. Yun was worried about her. She had no experience holding children and was afraid that she would drop her little sister, so she quickly made a solemn promise. The little sister was so cute that she couldn't bear to let her go. While Mo Zhaozhao was hugging Yun Wanning and couldn't let go, Yun Wanyang's eyes were flying wildly, and she quickly scanned the surroundings looking for Su Qianxue. There were many people at the banquet today. She was busy welcoming the guests and didn't notice if anyone from the Su family came. She didn't think of it until now. After searching around and finding no one, Yun Wanyao began to murmur in her heart, "Hey, didn't the little sister say that Su Qianxue would come? Why didn't she see Su Qianxue and Mrs. Su? Could it be that my little sister's voice is not accurate? No. How could my little sister's voice be inaccurate? There must be something wrong somewhere." She had just finished her thoughts when she saw several figures appearing at the arch. The servants of the mansion led 3 women towards the side slowly. The woman in the front, gorgeously dressed and dignified, is obviously Mrs. Su. The doubt in Yun Wanyao's eyes disappeared immediately, and she said, "How could the younger sister's voice be inaccurate?" It turned out that the Su family came late on purpose. It must have been because my father broke off the engagement in the limelight before, which made the Su family feel embarrassed. Therefore, today at the little sister's full moon banquet, the Su family also wanted to make the Yun family feel embarrassed, so they came so late on purpose. "Mrs. Yun, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very well today. I came a little late. I hope it's no wonder." Mrs. Su looked at Mrs. Yun with a smile, but not a smile. With a sinister tone, specifically to make Mrs. Yun unhappy. They were having a nice full moon party, but she said she was not feeling well. What else could this mean if she wasn't looking for bad luck? "Hey, I look at Mrs. Su's complexion turning blue and her hall turning black. She does not look happy. What's going on? Could it be that you were angry because of what Miss Su caused some time ago?" Before Mrs. Yun had time to speak, Mo Zhaozhao couldn't help it. He hugged Yun Wanning and looked at Mrs. Su with the same smile. She has long been unhappy with Su Qianxue, but she has never been able to find a chance to vent her anger. However, Mrs. Su, a murderous person, happened to hit the muzzle of her gun. How could she be polite? Wow, she is worthy of being the second vicious female supporting role. The princess also has a very strong tongue and speaks well. This Mrs. Su is so angry that she is going to get internal injuries. Ha, Yun Wanning laughed happily in her heart. As for those words about the princess, she didn't know whether they were compliments or derogatory. "Oh, but princess, you'd better restrain yourself. Just say a few words to make people angry. Don't do anything else. Otherwise, you will sacrifice yourself to be the heroine's takeoff tool." Chapter 35, Princess, please don't be fooled. The aura of the heroine cannot be matched by your status as a princess. Hearing this, Mrs. Yun glanced at Yun Wanyao and reminded her again with her eyes. Yun Wanyao nodded heavily and tightened her fists in her sleeves. Today, she must follow the princess every step of the way and never let the princess do anything stupid. "Thank you for your concern, princess." However, the princess misunderstood. "I just accidentally caught a cold because of the change of weather." Mrs. Su gritted her teeth and replied while holding back the unhappiness in her heart. She almost hated Hua Hua in her heart. Princess Yang. In recent times, the incidents caused by Su Qianxue have been spreading. Which of the ladies here has not laughed at her in private? Today's Yun family's little girl's full moon party. These ladies must be waiting to laugh at her. She finally mustered up the courage and endured the embarrassment and shame to go out to attend the banquet. However, she didn't expect that before others laughed at her, the princess took the lead in using Schwer to ridicule her in order to stand up for the Yun family. This was a tough issue. No matter how angry she was, Mrs. Su did not dare to get angry and could only suppress her temper and endure it. "I see, I must be angry at Miss Su's stupid things one after another." The noble and arrogant princess smiled slightly, looking as if she would kill Mrs. Su if she was so angry. Appearance, all the ladies present covered their mouths and snickered, all looking like they were watching a good show. Mrs. Su's jawline was stretched and her face was extremely ugly. If she wasn't afraid of being even more embarrassed, she would have just thrown away her sleeves and left on the spot. She has a fierce and fiery nature, and because of the high position of Taiwei, she usually walks sideways among the wives. When has she ever felt such a coward? My daughter was once ignorant and made a mistake, but things have been over for a long time and my daughter has changed her mind. Why should the princess repeatedly ridicule and humiliate my daughter in front of so many people? Su Qianxue raised her head slightly, as if she had been greatly wronged, and looked at Mo Zhaozhao with red eyes. People who don't know may think that Mo Zhaozhao bullied her. Wow, the strong shows weakness. The heroine is starting to show off her acting skills. Princess, please don't be fooled. If you can't help it, with the heroine's acting skills, the whole Haojing will know that you bullied her before tomorrow. When the time comes, you should be notorious for using your power to oppress others and bullying noble ladies. Yun Wanning shouted anxiously in her heart, babbling nonstop, and gestured at Mo Zhaozhao with her little fingers, trying to remind her, however, Mo Zhaozhao's attention was not on her at all, and even if he was, he probably wouldn't be able to understand her. Fortunately, there was Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanyao, and their nerves immediately became tense, and they were more vigilant than ever before. There is no room for carelessness when dealing with the heroine. Are you blaming me? Mo Zhaozhao raised his chin and frowned at the woman in front of him, who was obviously wronged but had a stubborn and unconvinced expression. I asked the Su Qianxue, why does it seem a little different from the idiot in her memory? What happened? Su Qianxue seemed to be a different person. I don't dare. Su Qianxue lowered her head and laughed mockingly. She was clearly using honorifics, but her tone did not sound respectful at all. My daughter just wants to beg the princess and be merciful to others. Don't keep talking about the mistakes I made when I was young and ignorant. This will make the princess appear too narrow-minded. What is this? Dare you say she is narrow-minded? A surge of anger emerged from Mo Zhaozhao's head and chest. She squinted her eyes and was about to explode, but her sleeve was tugged hard. Turning around, he saw Yun Wanyao looking at her thoughtfully and shaking his head at her. Mo Zhaozhao's breath was stagnant, his face full of disbelief. Yama is stunned? Do you want her to endure it? Didn't you see this hateful woman slamming the shit basin on her head? Yun Wanyao knew that she had misunderstood, but this was not the time to explain. She turned to look at Su Qianxue and said angrily, how dare you slander the princess? Princess is just talking about things. Miss Su actually uses the word forgiving and narrow. Who else in the country is not narrow-minded? Also, you asked the princess to be merciful, and so many ladies are watching. I would like to ask Miss Su, the princess will treat you mercilessly. What happened to make you say that? The princess was involved in this turmoil because she wanted to stand up for her family. So, she must protect the princess this time and never let her reputation be damaged. Half damaged. And no matter what happens, just go for her. That's right, since Miss Su and Mrs. Su came, the princess has only said a few words in total, and all of them were concerned about Mrs. Su. How come Miss Su's words made the princess become a narrow-minded bad person? My wife, I really don't understand. Mrs. Yun sneered and lowered her face to support Yun Wanyao. The scene suddenly became subtle, and Mo Zhaozhao realized that it turned out that Yun Wanyao was not asking her to endure it, but was afraid that she would get angry on the spot and be unreasonable, and would be offended. Thinking of this, Mo Zhaozhao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, there is a Yao, otherwise, according to her temper, she would not bother to waste words and directly let people teach this woman a lesson. In this way, she will definitely get a bad reputation of bullying others with power and corrupt the emperor. The reputation of my brother's hard work. Looking at the mother and daughter of the Yun family who stood up for her, Mo Zhaozhao's heart warmed up, and then he became proud, looking at Su Qianxue arrogantly and threateningly. Why am I so narrow-minded? If you can't tell me that I am ugly today, don't blame me for being so narrow-minded. The situation reversed instantly. Yun Wanning felt in her heart, shouting happily, wow, mother and sister are so awesome. They took care of the princess in just a few words and blamed all the faults on the heroine. She is beautiful and beautiful. The plan to anger the princess failed. Now the heroine should be tight. Can't live anymore? I was praised by Xiaoxi. Listening to her thoughts, Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanyao snickered inwardly, feeling slightly proud. Su Qianxue's expression changed slightly. She pursed her lips and looked at the three people in front of her, her fists in her sleeves clenched slightly. She didn't expect that Yun Wanyao would discover the deliberate intention in her words so quickly. The trap left by that princess. As expected of the heroine, this insight is really sharp. There is something wrong with what the little girl said, but she said it unintentionally. She did not deliberately go against the princess. I hope the princess has more knowledge and does not want to be the same as her. Seeing how aggressive everyone was, Mrs. Su couldn't think of a way to refute, so she had to admit her mistake to Mo Zhaozhao. As for the mother and daughter of the Yun family, she didn't even look at them and didn't take them seriously at all. Humph, Mrs. Su said it lightly.
Can you slander the princess with just one sentence and not require ordinary knowledge? If it is so easy, what if everyone follows suit in the future? I still need more reputation. No more?
Mo Zhaozhao had a sullen face, not intending to settle the matter. He finally got the chance to deal with Su Qianxue, so how could he let her go like this? How could he be worthy of a Yao? Then, what do you think, princess? Everything is due to the servant's failure to teach her daughter. If the princess wants to punish, she should punish the servant. Mrs. Su blocked Su Qianxue behind her. Ready to take the responsibility for Su Qianxue, she has a destiny. Even if the other party is a princess, she cannot do anything to her at will, but Su Qianxue didn't appreciate it. She came out from behind Mrs. Su and looked at Mo Zhaozhao, unwilling to admit defeat. The princess asked me why I am so narrow-minded. I made mistakes, but no one in this world is a saint. Who can avoid making mistakes? Didn't the princess make any mistakes? Then why do I have to keep the mistakes I made? Talking about it? The sage has a saying, when you see a virtuous person, you will think about it, and when you see a virtuous person, you will introspect. The princess knows the mistakes made by her servants, so she should take them as a warning to avoid making the same mistakes herself, instead of always using this to ridicule and humiliate my daughter. Besides, the princess can only see the mistakes she has made, but cannot see her strengths. What is this if it is not narrow-minded? Mo Zhaozhao was shocked, everyone was shocked. People say that the Su family girl is stupid, but when I saw her today, I saw that she was eloquent and full of truth. She didn't look like a stupid person. Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanyao were secretly surprised. No wonder Xiaoxi said in his heart that the heroine had a sharp tongue, and it was indeed true. Looking at her sage cloud in a few words, the narrow-mindedness of the princess is confirmed. If I hadn't known her origins, I would have laughed at her and asked her what her strengths were, and then I'm afraid it would be the time when she performed her strengths and shocked everyone. After all, Xiaoxi said that this heroine knows everything. With all her skills, how could she not have any strengths? Is it possible that she is destined to be in the limelight today and become famous in one battle, and she cannot change it even if the plot collapses? Look, the heroine's mouth is so powerful, she is going to make a comeback again. The story writer is also very good. Even if it is so outrageous, he still has to develop towards the key events. This is the only way to continue to bias the plot. Yun Wanning complained in her heart while watching the show, wishing she could open her mouth and fight for the princess in this game. The princess who was worried about her came back to her senses and opened her mouth to make fun of Su Qianxue's strengths. Yun Wanyao saw that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth and winked at her. Wink, what a good princess, don't let me be fooled and become a tool for her to show off. Mo Zhaozhao's words were muffled when he reached his lips. He was anxious and confused. What happened to Io today? Why can't she always understand a Yao? Su Qianxue also looked at Yun Wanyao with deep eyes. She always felt that Yun Wanyao's behavior today was a bit strange, as if he could understand all her thoughts. Could it be that the heroine is really that powerful? Oh, who said you have to see Miss Su's strengths to not be narrow-minded? The princess is a princess of a country. What is Miss Su's status? Do you deserve to let the princess discover your strengths? Furthermore, according to it's hard to see the merits of Miss Su's past deeds. Yun Wanyao's words completely ruined Su Qianxue's plan. Su Qianxue felt greatly insulted by the constant talk of poor status. Everyone is born equal, no matter their status or status. The heroine is so weak that she is used to being inferior to others, so she still wants to hold her back, which is really ridiculous. The war of words finally ended peacefully. Afraid that Mo Zhaozhao, a toolman, would cause trouble and end up as a stepping stone, Yun Wanyao kept suppressing her and would not let her continue to provoke and punish Su Qianxue. This made Mo Zhaozhao very unhappy. She is the most noble woman in Dog Kingdom. When has she ever felt so aggrieved? Therefore, when he saw Su Qianxue walking towards the small lake behind the garden alone, his eyes started to roll around, and he quickly started to think twice. Io, my stomach is not feeling well, and I want to go for some relief. She covered her stomach with one hand and rubbed it, with a distressed expression on her face. I'll go with you. Yun Wanyao stood up immediately, but she quickly grabbed her arm and pinned her down on her seat. You are here with Aunt Yi. Mrs. Su can tell from her appearance that she hates Aunt Yi. What if she takes the opportunity to bully Aunt Yi when we are not here? I will be back soon, don't worry.
No, I want to go with you.
Yun Wanyao kept in mind the plot mentioned by Yun Wanning.
She saw that Su Qianxue was indeed heading towards the lake.
The plot was so weird, how dare she let the princess out of sight? In that case, forget it, let's stay with Aunt Yi. Mo Zhaozhao curled his lips, feeling more and more that Yun Wanyao was weird today, as if he had made up his mind to die. She looked like death, Yun Wanyao. Suddenly, a maid from the Yun family came over and whispered something in her ear. Yun Wanyao's face changed and she looked at Mo Zhaozhao in embarrassment.
Princess, I have something to do and I need to leave first. You must not run around, do you hear me?
Hearing this, Mo Zhaozhao's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded repeatedly, solemnly.
Sure. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here waiting for you to come back.
After a pause, she smiled and added, at most, it's convenient. Yun Wanyao was very anxious, nodded casually, and hurriedly left with her skirt in hand without saying anything else. Seeing her walking away, Mo Zhaozhao's eyes moved, looking at Mrs. Yun, who was surrounded by many ladies in the crowd, and then at Mrs. Su, who was staring at Mrs. Yun intently while no one was paying attention. Mo Zhaozhao stood up and walked quietly towards the lake. An azure wall separates the courtyard and the garden. From a distance, Mo Zhaozhao saw Su Qianxue standing by the lake without a fence. She was immediately happy, stepped on the long corridor, and walked towards that side. Beside the lake, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a sneaky girl in a red dress, and a sneer flashed across Su Qianxue's eyes. This fool, indeed, was obsessed with her. He actually wanted to push her into the lake to teach her a lesson, just like in the plot. In that case, don't blame her, she wanted to see who was teaching whom a lesson today. What about the princess? She is just an arrogant and domineering woman who only uses her power to bully others. Su Qianxue raised her chin slightly, quietly waiting for Mo Zhaozhao to approach. Suddenly, a huge rockery blocked her sight. The girl in the red dress seemed to disappear out of thin air and did not appear for a long time. What's going on? Su Qianxue frowned, but did not act rashly, still waiting patiently at the cloister. Mo Zhaozhao had just walked to a rockery when suddenly, a figure covered her mouth from behind and, regardless of her struggle, took her to a secret attic at the top of the corridor. Chapter 36. The Taiwei's daughter fell into the water during this period. She was tapped lightly or hard on the back of her neck, and there was a numbness in an instant. Mo Zhaozhao felt that his strength was rapidly draining away, his whole body was filled with weakness, and he could no longer resist at all. Who was so desperate that he dares to touch Princess Huayang? Where are her secret guards? They are all dead, right? Can't you see she is being held hostage? Mo Zhaozhao snorted, his eyes looking uneasily at the cramped and dark space, filled with fear in his heart. Click, after a small sound sounded, the secret door was closed, completely cut off from the outside world. The stamina was clicked again, and the strength that had been lost quickly returned. Mo Zhaozhao ignored his fear and reached out to grab the face of the person behind him. However, her wrist was grabbed easily, and the other person's fingers even lightly scratched her palm with such frivolity. You are a disciple. Mo Zhaozhao's eyes were red with anger, and he had the intention to kill. Tsk, the princess is still as fierce as when she was young. A low voice came from behind, close to the base of the ear, revealing a familiar frivolity and evil spirit. Mo Zhaozhao subconsciously, his whole body trembled slightly, and he raised his leg and stepped hard on his foot. Yun Wanya, you dare to hold me hostage, do you want to die? Yun Wanya didn't dodge and let her step down hard, letting out a weak and painful groan in her throat. You deserve it. Let this guy hold her hostage. Seeing the pain caused by stepping on him, Mo Zhaozhao snorted proudly, and the bad breath in his heart dissipated a little.
The princess is really ignorant.
I saved the princess with good intentions, so forget it if the princess doesn't appreciate it.
There is no need to be so cruel to me. My feet will be trampled by you. Yun Wanya suppressed her voice and deliberately acted pitifully. What nonsense are you talking about? I am perfectly fine and need you to save me? Besides, how can there be such a way to save people? You are clearly holding me hostage. Mo Zhaozhao. She looked at him angrily, and after she finished speaking, she realized that he was still holding her two wrists in a weird posture. She twitched her wrists hard, her voice filled with a hint of imperceptible disgust. Let me go. Yun Wanya's heart shrank slightly, and he let go of her. After getting free, Mo Zhaozhao waved towards his exquisite and picturesque face. Removed from the face, damn you bastard, look at his skillful and frivolous moves with women, he doesn't know how many women he has taken advantage of. Noticing her movements, Yun Wanya moved her head slightly and hid away. Princess,
please don't slap me in the face.
What if I slap you in the face?
If you dare to hold me hostage and belittle me, I will chop off your head.
No one would say anything.
Yun Wanya felt guilty, but still defended himself.
Princess, what you said is wrong. I just said that it was to save the princess, not to kidnap her. As for frivolity, princess, do you have a misunderstanding about frivolity? The previous contact was just an unavoidable contact in the process of rescuing the princess. Kia.
Imo Zhaozhao was so angry that he wanted to spit at him, but then he thought about the princess's upbringing and endured it reluctantly.
Forget it, I don't have time to settle accounts with you. Take me down quickly. I still have very important things to do. Damn it, such a great opportunity was ruined by this hateful and disgusting guy.
I don't know if it's too late to go down and teach Su Qianxue a lesson. If Su Qianxue cannot be taught a lesson today, she will definitely make this guy look good. Important things? Yun Wanya suddenly raised her lips and smiled, raising her eyebrows evilly at the bright and flamboyant girl in front of her. The important thing the princess said is that she is going to push Miss Su into the lake?
Imo Zhaozhao's eyes widened instantly and she looked at him in disbelief.
After realizing that she had lost her composure, she quickly looked away and made a somewhat panicked sound. You are just slanderous and full of nonsense.
Be careful that I will punish you for slandering the princess of this dynasty. Hey, the princess is so majestic. She is the princess. To punish me, I will also remind the princess, Su Qianxue, the princess cannot move.
Yun Wanya said lazily, looking completely unafraid.
You, what do you mean?
Imo Zhaozhao became angry and gritted his teeth and stared at him.
In anger, he admitted everything. Yes, you are right.
I want to push her into the water and teach her a lesson.
Who dares her to contradict me? What? Do you want to protect her? Or do you want to go and expose me to others? Look at this pampered, upright, stupid and naive princess. Alas,
Yun Wanya shook her head and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, it was him who was standing in front of her. If it had been anyone else, she would have been scolded in the streets and alleys of Beijing tomorrow. I in my younger sister's words, she is simply an extremely qualified vicious female supporting role, burning herself to illuminate the heroine. No, I did not protect her, and I will not expose the princess.
Then you will stop me?
Yun Wanya explained again, I have already said that I am saving and protecting the princess.
It's just the princess who doesn't believe it. Humph. Imo Zhaozhao snorted coldly, you are protecting me by holding me hostage here? When I do bad things, you are protecting me by protecting me. Do you understand? Yun Wanya, it's not easy.
The little princess actually knows that this is a bad thing. He raised his lips and smiled softly, guiding Imo Zhaozhao step by step.
Su Qianxue is the daughter of the Taiwei.
The princess pushed her into the water.
Can the Taiwei spare you? Can his followers miss this opportunity to attack the emperor? I didn't mean to bite him to death, so what can they do to me? The worst I can do is apologize, and I can continue to show off my power again.
Imo Zhaozhao snorted coldly, not taking it seriously at all. Yun Wanya, so this is the original plot that the little girl thinks of, right? But this is not the original plot, so Su Qianxue is no longer a vicious supporting actress, she is now the heroine. Then princess, have you ever thought that if your plan fails, you will be pushed into the lake by Su Qianxue?
She dares.
She is Princess Huayang, a mere daughter of the Taiwei mansion. How dare she attack her? Imo Zhaozhao didn't believe at all that a noble girl would dare to do anything to her. Yun Wanya sneered. If she were a noble woman in this world, she would indeed not dare. But Su Qianxue was not a noble woman born and raised in this world. She was the heroine, and the younger sister had already proven that she was very brave. It's not intentional that the princess can bite her to death, so why can't Su Qianxue? Even if she pushed the princess into the water, it was the princess who took the initiative to approach her. The princess's evil deeds were exposed in public, telling everyone that it was the princess who pushed her into the lake and wanted to kill her.
She accidentally pushed the princess down when she was struggling.
She did it unintentionally to save herself.
What could the princess do to her?
I believe the princess has already seen her ability to speak like a lotus flower, and she can tell the difference between her and her.
Maybe she is both true and false.
Say, if you describe the princess as someone who brought it upon herself, who deserved it, and who is unforgivable, then even if the princess is ruined and her reputation is ruined, even if she falls into the water, she will only be applauded and no one will feel sorry for her.
Don't forget, she is the daughter of a Taiwei.
Although her status is not as noble as yours, she is still a high-ranking official. The Taiwei is in charge of the highest military power in the court and rivals the prime minister. Her gang members are all over the court and in the temples.
Even the emperor must treat her with courtesy. 3 points, can you get an advantage from him? If Su Qianxue really pushes you into the lake, you will definitely suffer the loss. In Dao.
In the country, Taiwei, who claims to be Qing Lu, is the leader of the biggest gangsters. What she said made Mo Zhaozhao tremble with fear, and she began to feel uneasy.
However, she was still unconvinced and unwilling to admit the possibility that Yun Wanyi said. It sounds like Su Qianxue already knows my plan. Yun Wanyi, don't think that you are the smartest.
You are protecting her all the time.
Yun Wanwan had a headache every night. I know your plan. How do you ensure that she doesn't know? You mean that I am the stupidest, right? Br, not really.
After all, the plan was successful in the original plot. It seems that the original Su Qianxue was the stupidest, but now this Su Qianxue holds the script in her hands. How can the little princess fight with her?
Come here. Yun Wanyi walked to the dark window of the attic and waved to her. What are you doing?
Mo Zhaozhao curled her lips and did not move her feet. Her mind was in a mess at the moment, and her mind was filled with the possibilities that Yun Wanyi said. The more I think about it, the more likely I feel that this is a possibility. The way Su Qianxue looks now, if she could know her plan in advance, she would really dare to push her down and let her suffer the consequences. But the question is, how did Su Qianxue know her plan in advance? How did Yun Wanyi find out? The more she thought about it, the scarier it became. Mo Zhaozhao felt a chill crawling up her back, making her shudder. Come here first and show you something interesting. Yun Wanyi's voice sounded again, as if it carried some irresistible magic power, and Mo Zhaozhao's legs couldn't help but move towards him.
Look.
He pointed at the window. The window was only the size of a fan, with several very hidden petal-shaped panes. Mo Zhaozhao looked suspiciously and saw that outside the window pane, he could see the small lake below. Su Qianxue was still standing in the same place, her green gauze skirt and waist-length hair being blown by the lake wind. Fei is like a fairy falling from the mortal world, very beautiful. Look at her position.
She doesn't stand in so many places.
She has to go to a place without wooden fences, and she stands there for such a long time.
Occasionally she looks around, saying that she doesn't have any evil intentions. I don't even believe it. Is our lake so beautiful?
The reason why she could stay calm and watch for so long must be waiting for something to happen, but the princess did something bad at this juncture. I have to suspect that the princess is her target. Mo Zhaozhao, these words are obviously not so reasonable, but after what happened before, coupled with the subtle brainwashing of Yun Wanyi's words, she can't find any refutation at all. Even she subconsciously began to feel that Su Qianxue was waiting for her. What a ghost.
Is it possible that this palace should just let her go like this? This palace's majestic princess can't even teach a person who was an eyesore. Won't she have to die of frustration in the future?
Knowing that the original plan would not work, Mo Zhaozhao was still very unwilling. If Su Qianxue cannot be taught a lesson today, she will be upset at how her arrogant and unwilling look was so cute that it touched Yun Wanyi's heart.
Yun Wanyi chuckled and said, "It's not easy to teach her a lesson. Why dirty the princess's hands and ruin her reputation? Please watch, princess."
He took out a small stone from his waist and used his internal energy to flick the stone out. In an instant, the stone cut through the air and hit Su Qianxue's knee without any bias. Suddenly something hit her leg, and there was a sharp and bone-piercing pain.
Su Qianxue screamed, her legs went weak and her body swayed.
Then he fell into the middle of the lake. Mo Zhaozhao was stunned, staring at the big splash of water, and then looking at Yun Wanyi. He actually, why, are you stupid?
Yun Wanyi chuckled proudly.
In the dim light, his face was enchanting and charming, like a monster. It was so beautiful that it made people lose consciousness. Mo Zhaozhao's heart beat wildly for a few times, and then look away and look out the window. Then, a tall figure jumped into the lake. rescued Su Qianxue, and swam towards the shore with her in his arms. Mo Zhaozhao's face instantly darkened. He squeezed his two jade hands tightly and looked at the man holding Su Qianxue. Hey, I helped the princess teach the troublesome person a lesson, but there is another troublesome person, TSK. He crossed his arms across his chest and shook his head, with a look of pity on his face. Mo Zhaozhao's face suddenly became even more ugly, and he bit his lips tightly. The Taiwei's daughter accidentally fell into the water. Such a big event spread quickly throughout every corner of Duke Ning's mansion. The servants in the mansion were so busy running around that Mrs. Su almost fainted on the spot. Schwer, my Schwer, where is it? Quick, take me there. Mrs. Yun hugged Yun Wanning. Both mother and daughter were very confused. Yun Wanning was originally dazed and drowsy while listening to the ladies chatting, but suddenly a servant came over and told her about this. She immediately woke up with her beautiful black eyes widened. What? Su Qianxue fell into the water? Shouldn't it be the princess who fell into the water? Where did I wear it? How does the plot collapse again and again? Let's go, Mom, let's go and have a look. I want to see how the good plot collapses. Mrs. Yun also had this intention. Although she had long reminded Yun Wanyao to secretly watch the princess, and knew that the collapse of the plot was probably related to Yao and Ye's brother and sister, she still wanted to watch it. See the follow-up. If the princess and the others were clumsy and left something to say, she would just go and help them get away with it. A group of ladies quickly arrived at the lake. People from the men's banquet also rushed over after hearing the news. In an instant, the lake was crowded with people. Su Qianxue has been rescued and is sitting huddled in the garden. She is wearing a man's robe. Her whole body is wet and she is shaking while pulling on the robe. Schwer, my Schwer, Mrs. Su yelled, ran over crying, hugged her and shouted to everyone, Ningguagong's mansion is not a mansion. Do you want a doctor? Please call the doctor and come over and give Schwer a look. Your Royal Highnesses, the end of the month is coming soon. If you still have the votes, please clear them. They will be invalid next month. Your Highnesses, please vote for me and show your support. Chapter 37. Let me take a look. Who rescued the heroine, Xiao Tao? Go and call the doctor. Mrs. Yun is also afraid that what happened will happen in her own home. If something happened, he would send his maid to call the doctor. The maid received the order and trotted away. Damn it, the heroine really fell into the lake? It's simply a fascinating plot. Let me see who rescued the heroine. Yun Wanning's eyes were darting around, but there were so many people everywhere, and it was impossible to tell that anyone's clothes or hair were wet. Oh, I can't see it. Don't worry, Mrs. Yun grabbed her little hand and comforted her silently. The person who saved people will definitely not be forgotten, but now, everyone's attention is focused on Su Qianxue. Early winter has arrived. Although it is not freezing cold, the lake water is bitingly cold. Falling into it is more cruel than scraping with a knife. Su Qianxue's face turned blue, her teeth chattered, and she felt like she was about to die. Can't say a word. Mrs. Su was distracted and took a handkerchief to wipe the water from her face. Mrs. Su, I think Miss Su is very cold. Why don't you take her to the wing to warm up first? I'll ask my servants to make some warming soup. Mrs. Yun hugged Yun. Wan Ning spoke with concern on her face. This kind of thing happened when entertaining guests. If it is not handled properly, the Yun family will inevitably fall into the trap. Yes, take Schwer to the room and change clothes. After hearing this, Mrs. Su reacted, nodded in panic and eagerness, and reached out to mix with Su Qianxue. I'll come. At this moment, Su Jian, who had heard the news and rushed in, pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. With a dark face, she took off her cloak and put it on Su Qianxue. He bent down and picked her up. Please ask Mrs. Yun to lead the way. Please come this way. Su Qianxue was taken to the side room. Mrs. Su accompanied her inside, and the government doctor also rushed over quickly. The adults moved their positions and headed towards the side room. While moving the position, someone noticed the wet man in the corner. The man's outer robe was missing and he was only wearing a dark brocade lining. Thinking of the men's outer robe on Su Qianxue, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that it was the young marquis who rescued the person. The young marquis is really a bodhisattva with a heart that is admirable. Yes, the young marquis was very fond of Nasu.
Miss, it's really a blessing. That's right, the Lord Marquis personally went into the water to save people. If it were them, they would never be able to do it. No, 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 it's just a little effort. You are overestimating me.
The tall man smiled slightly and spoke slowly. His hair and clothes were dripping with water, and he was in a mess. But it doesn't lose even a bit of nobility, TSK. I didn't expect that my family could stage a hero saving a beauty today.
This is really a commendable story.
Suddenly, a sarcastic voice sounded from the crowd. The adults turned their heads and saw the noble and proud Princess Huayang and the second son of the Yun family appearing one after another. The two of them seemed to hate each other as rumored. With dozens of meters between them, the person who spoke was none other than the second young master of the Yun family. These two young masters are indeed like dogs who cannot spit out ivory. All the adults sighed silently in their hearts. The young marquis rescued people smoothly, but he had to say these words to ruin the scenery. The young prince is engaged to the princess, but he insists on using the word hero saves the beauty.
Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for the young prince? The princess is domineering and possessive by nature.
After hearing this, why should she not show off to the young marquis? But then I thought about it. The second young master of the Yun family has been feuding with the young marquis for a long time, and they have never dealt with each other. Every time they meet, there is a strong smell of gunpowder. It would be strange if the young master really had to say something nice. Zhao Zhao. This time, Lu Huijin ignored Yun Wanyi and walked towards Imo Zhao Zhao.
Stop, don't come close to me. Look at you like this. You're so dirty.
Imo Zhao Zhao took a few steps back quickly, frowning and looking at him with displeasure. She was holding back a sigh of relief in her heart. A bad temper that makes Lu Huijin want to strangle him to death whenever he sees him. She had been dealing with Yun Wanyi for so long before he took action to get Su Qianxue into the lake. But this Lu Huijin appeared so quickly, jumped into the lake to rescue the person, went against her, and ruined her mood.
Zhao Zhao.
Lu Huijin looked at her in astonishment, with a hint of embarrassment and incomprehension on his handsome face. He lowered his head and looked at the wet clothes on his body, and slowly sighed. Okay, wait for me first, I'll go to the car and change my clothes. He thought that Imo Zhao Zhao disliked how disheveled and wet he looked now. Before leaving, he lowered his voice and said aggrievedly in Imo Zhao Zhao's ear, Zhao Zhao, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I haven't found you.
Where have you been?
Here at these words, Imo Zhao Zhao felt guilty for a moment, and his angry heart softened a little. His heart was sour, and most of his anger was gone. Not ha. Seeing her like this, Yun Wanyi snorted coldly and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. A front yard. Many people are waiting outside. Yun Wanyi was bored, so she took Yun Wanning in her arms and teased her. Imo Zhao Zhao also came over and touched Yun Wanning's little hands, which was very rare. Listening to the discussions of several adults, Yun Wanning finally understood that the person who rescued Su Qianxue was Lu Huijin, the young prince of the Chengel Marquis mansion. Sure enough, it's Lu Huijin again. In the original plot, when the princess pushed Su Qianxue down, it was Lu Huijin who saved her. After the heroine traveled through time, the person who fell into the water became the princess, and it was Lu Huijin who saved her.
Now this time, it is still the same. Lu Huijin, well, this Lu Huijin is a real rescue tool by the lake.
No matter how the plot changes, Lu Huijin's rescue of people remains the same.
However, I still don't understand why the plot collapsed. Why did Su Qianxue fall into the lake when she was clearly holding the script? I don't understand.
There is always a feeling that many people are reborn, and all of them are going towards Su Qianxue.
I don't know if it's my imagination.
Hearing this, Yun Wanyi curled her lips and smiled softly.
She wanted to tell her little sister that if no one was reborn, the plot would collapse.
Of course, it was all because of this little cutie like her. If she hadn't provided the plot, he would never have thought that the silly princess would have the stupid idea of pushing someone into the lake, let alone that she would be pushed back down. Luckily there is a little girl, otherwise, Yun Wanyi turned to look at the girl aside. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and his eyes became gloomy.
What are you looking at?
Imo Zhao Zhao glared at him fiercely, and that look was like a knife, tearing out a piece of flesh in Yun Wanyi's heart. Oh, what a heartless person, he is of no use to her. If many people are reborn, maybe it will be a good thing.
Maybe the fate of the Yun family and the princess can really be reversed.
Oh, such a bright and lovely little princess, who would have thought that she would die so miserably? Lu Huijin deliberately tried to please her and get close to her, just for the position of the young prince of the Changel Marquis mansion. Before he fell in love with Su Qianxue, he still had some sincerity towards her. But when they met by the lake, as a male supporting actor, Lu Huijin was inevitably attracted by the heroine's aura. After witnessing the heroine's limelight again and again, he couldn't help but fall in love with the heroine, and voluntarily became the sharp knife in the heroine's hand. When the emperor was around, the little princess still had the amulet to protect her. But when the emperor died, the innocent little princess was bored by the male protagonist and was completely helpless. Then Lu Huijin turned over and wrote on him. On her head. He conquered everyone in the princess mansion with thunderous means, and when he married the princess, he went to accompany the sick heroine, making the princess a joke in the entire Haojing. After the marriage, he did not treat the princess. Taking it seriously, using the name of the male protagonist, he ordered the princess to be humble and petty to the female protagonist, and opened the princess's treasure house to please the female protagonist. Later, because the princess forced the male protagonist not to marry the female protagonist, the princess drowned. When the stupid second brother rescued her, the princess was already dead, and died in the second brother's arms. Inside. The death of the Princess Su Shi caused the stupid second brother to be stimulated. The second brother then recovered his memory. Looking at the princess who died in his arms, he also thought of his seventh uncle and me who were killed by him. The stupid second brother also committed suicide. Every time Yun Wanning said something in her heart, Yun Wanye's face turned a bit paler, and her whole body could not help but feel a chill. He never expected that even the emperor would die. That bastard Lu Huijin approached the princess, but he really had other intentions. He would become one of the heroine's dogs in the future, and would even kill the princess himself. What made him even more unbearable was that the princess died in his arms. No, absolutely not. Hey, Yun Wanye, are you feeling uncomfortable? When Mo Zhaozhao saw him, his face suddenly turned pale, as white as a ghost, without any blood, and with a pair of black eyes. Staring at her, she couldn't help but be startled by him. Reason gradually returned. Yun Wanye shook his head randomly a few times, panted and looked away. His panicked heart slowly calmed down. These things that my little sister thinks about have not happened yet, and they will definitely be changed. But what puzzled him was that the little sister said that he recovered his memory after being stimulated. So, did he lose his memory? Although I don't understand why he lost his memory, it seems that this is the only way to explain why he also became the heroine's dog. After some diagnosis and treatment by the doctor, Su Qianxue was not seriously ill, but she was frightened and the lake water was bitingly cold. In order to avoid hurting her body, she needed to rest for a while. Her mental state was not very good, and they could not find out how she fell into the lake. The Su family had no choice but to give up, and ordered the maid to change her into dry clothes, and then took her back to the house in a hurry. When something like this happened, the banquet naturally could not go on, and the other adults and family members also began to leave one after another. The Yun family couple went to the gate to see each other off. In the crowd of people, Lin Weian put one hand behind his back and his eyes fell deeply on Mrs. Yun. The men's and women's banquets were separated. He had no chance to see her today. This was the first time he saw her in a long time. After giving birth to 4 children. Instead of looking haggard, she became more beautiful. Obviously, she was living a good life. Lin Weian should have been happy, but her heart felt like being pricked by a needle. Deep pain. Aware of his gaze, Mrs. Yun moved her head slightly, not looking at him, trying to avoid suspicion, but Yun Zhang absolutely couldn't bear it. He took a step forward, completely blocking Lin Weian's restless sight and blocking Mrs. Yun behind him. Master Lin seems to be a little uncomfortable. Yun Zhang smiled with his right palm on Lin Weian's shoulder. This gesture seemed to be full of concern, but in fact, the only one who suffered was Lin Weian himself. It was as if there were 1,000 kilograms of weight on his shoulders. His knees softened, his whole body staggered, and he almost fell to his knees. Lin Weian was shocked, angry, and embarrassed, but he was overwhelmed by the pressure. Hey, why can't you stand still? Yun Zhang pretended to support Lin Weian and turned to look at the woman with sharp eyebrows not far away. Mrs. Lin, your elder seems to be unwell, please come over and help me. Mrs. Lin didn't know what was going on and really thought that Lin Weian was uncomfortable, so she hurriedly ran over to help her. Lin Weian, had a pale face and didn't offer any excuses, letting Mrs. Lin help him towards the carriage. Of the different looks from everyone fell on him, like needle pricks, which made him uncomfortable and just wanted to escape from this place quickly. A front yard. Mo Zhao Zhao raised his chin, stood up proudly, and said, I am leaving too. I glanced at Yun Wanya from the corner of my eye, and seeing that he had no expression, he frowned and added, Thank you for what happened today. Yun Wanya still didn't speak, and didn't even look at her. Mo Zhao Zhao snorted coldly in his heart, raised his legs and walked away. As soon as he took a step, he saw Lu Huijin, who had changed his clothes from head to toe, walking over. His hair was completely dry, and he returned to his usual handsome appearance. Zhao Zhao. Lu Huijin paused for a moment, then strode over, took Mo Zhao Zhao's hand, and looked at her tenderly. Mo Zhao Zhao felt as if he had been electrocuted, and subconsciously wanted to take his hand out, but he quickly realized something and forced a smile to endure it. They are about to get married, and she should not continue to reject him as before. The scene of the hands clasping together deeply hurt Yun Wanya's eyes not far away. His eyes were gloomy and he bit his teeth so hard that he wished he could chop off that hand. Tsk, what a sweet couple, but the second brother should be very sad, right? Oh, stupid second brother, as long as you take the initiative and keep your mouth shut, the princess will not choose Lu Huijin. It was clear that we were childhood sweethearts and secretly in love. What a wonderful story, but in the end we could only watch my sweetheart marry someone else. I have been praying for 2 lives to no avail. I don't know whether to say you deserve it or you are pitiful. If you don't work hard in this life, then you should miss the 3rd life. What, 2-way secret love? Yun Wanya frowned, and a trace of confusion quickly flashed in his eyes. Does the little sister mean that the princess also likes him? But how is this possible? Thinking of how Mo Zhao Zhao had frowned and disliked him in the past, Yun Wanya didn't believe it at all, but expectations and excitement inevitably rose in his heart. What if what the little girl said is true? He raised his head and found that Mo Zhao Zhao had left and the courtyard was empty. Alas, Yun Wanya sighed, with a touch of helplessness lingering in his heart. All the tickets have been received, thank you. All princesses. Chapter 38. What should I do if he wants to throw me to death? Forget it. Let's take my little sister to get close to the emperor first. Earlier, the little sister said that the emperor was also dead. He wanted to see what the little sister would say after seeing the emperor. The emperor was young and strong. How could he die when he was so good? What's more important is that the emperor has no concubines in the 6 palaces, not even a prince or daughter. If he died suddenly, wouldn't the great martial kingdom be in chaos? At that time, what will happen to the people of the world? Front yard hall of the 2 royal brothers and Yun Zhan sat down one after another. The 3 of them were talking and laughing happily and in great interest, even though something big happened outside before, and all the senior officials rushed to join in the fun. The 3 of them remained motionless and sat firmly here. The emperor was very interested in Yun Zhan and Yun Wanshan's trip to Jingzhou. He kept asking questions, and even asked local officials about their governance, style, and folk customs. Yun Zhan did not dare to lie and told everything he saw and heard. The emperor listened very carefully. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. The 3 of them looked up and saw Yun Wanya walking over with a little baby in her arms. When he walked to the door, he looked slightly startled and said he looked very surprised. Hey, the emperor and King Qi are here too. Can I come in? What? Why are the emperor and the hero here? Second brother, where are you going to take me? Before you take me to meet the male protagonist, can you tell me in advance? As soon as she thought about meeting the legendary male protagonist, Yun Wanning couldn't help but tremble. She was not even prepared at all. Why was she about to meet the male protagonist? Before she could continue to think about it, a low and slow voice came to her ears. It was obviously very easygoing, but it was filled with the oppression of the superior invisibly, making people want to surrender involuntarily. This is your home, of course you can go wherever you want, why bother asking me? Mo Yuanlin raised his eyebrows and said, his eyes falling on the baby in Yun Wanya's arms go up, a hint of interest appears on the handsome face. Then let me go in. Yun Wanya raised her legs, walked in with a playful smile, and threw Yun Wanning into Yun Zhan's arms. Uncle Qi helps me hug you. I have been hugging you for most of the day. Please let me rest for a while. Am I heavy? I'm exhausted after holding less than 1 stick of incense. I'm afraid you're not a fool. If you are so weak, it is strongly recommended that you eat more cordyceps, cinnamon, oysters, velvet antler, eukamia, and other supplements every day. Oh, I almost forgot, stupid second brother is not yet an adult and cannot take supplements. Yunwan silently moved the little breast bow took it, and Yunwanya's handsome face turned red with shame, and he couldn't stand it. He was not weak at all, okay, those words were just to cover up his sudden running in. They were excuses, not facts. I really wanted to ask my little sister to clarify, but he couldn't. It was so frustrating. Is this Ning Wagon's little daughter? Come and give me a hug. Mo Yuanlin put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Yun Wanning with interest. Ning was a little confused and couldn't react. Why does everyone want to hug me? Are human cubs really so attractive? I don't understand. Yunjian silently glanced at the little milk bag in his arms, his eyes wandering around, hesitated for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, let's forget it. My fourth child is still young. What if the collision disturbs you? Is that good? Yes, Uncle Chi is right, let's forget it. What if I accidentally bump into him and he wants to throw me to death? Don't hug me, please don't hug me. I'm not a ginseng fruit, and I won't survive even if you hug me. Yunjian, what kind of nonsense are these? The emperor is not so cruel. It doesn't matter, it's just a little baby. If you can hit me, I won't care. Mo Yuanlin's words played into Yun Wanya's heart, and when Yun Wanning was thrust into Uncle Chi's arms, the target was originally Mo Yuanlin, but due to his identity, he could not say it clearly. Hearing this, Yun Wanya wanted to snatch Yun Wanning away from Yun Zhan's arms and put her into the emperor's arms, but in the end he suppressed his temper and held back. Well, then, Yun Zhan lowered his eyes to look at the little baby in his arms, patted her gently to comfort her. Xiaoxi, let the emperor hug you, don't be afraid, okay. But Uncle Chi, you have to be careful. If the emperor wants to throw me down, remember to react quickly to save me. Yun Zhan, why does Xiaoxi keep talking about the emperor trying to throw her? Yun Wanya curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Why did the younger sister only tell Uncle Chi to save her and not mention him at all? Could it be that his second brother was not worthy of being trusted at all? The embrace soon changed. Yun Wanning carefully grasped Mo Yuanlin's sleeve. She felt insecure about men outside the Yun family. Don't be afraid, I will be very careful and will never fall on you. Looking at the little hands tightly grasping his sleeves, Mo Yuanlin felt very funny. There was a strange feeling in my heart. I always felt that this little baby was smart and precocious. It was just 1 month old, and he already knew that he had to grab something in his hand. It was so magical that he had the illusion that the little milk bag could understand words. Hey, I didn't expect that this emperor who died young and died suddenly overnight was quite gentle. Yun Wanning relaxed a little, raised his head and stared at the sacred and inviolable young man quietly. His eyes suddenly tightened. A click, a subtle sound spread, and the teacup in Yun Zhan's hand cracked. A trace of astonishment quickly flashed across his eyes, and a huge wave emerged in his heart. Your Majesty, he died young, died suddenly overnight. After noticing the movement, the two royal brothers looked over. Yun Zhan quickly came back to his senses, smiled lightly, and placed the teacup that was broken in half in his hand on the table. This teacup is too poorly made. That's not right, Yun Wanning murmured suspiciously, frowned, and never left his attention. Mo Yuanlin, his face does not look like he died suddenly, but more like he died of a long-term illness without medical treatment and poison. The eyes are purple, the lip line is dark, and the complexion is gray with a light cyan color. It looks like symptoms of being poisoned for many years. It's normal for ordinary people not to see any difference, but experts can always tell that something is wrong, right? Isn't there anyone among the imperial doctors who can treat him? Poisoned, Yun Zhan and Yun Wanya both looked at Mo Yuanlin in astonishment, observing his face carefully. I don't know if it was because of Yun Wanning's inner feelings, but the two of them actually felt that his eye color, lip line, and skin color were a little abnormal. Why are you looking at me like this? Mo Yuanlin frowned, always feeling that the eyes of the uncle and nephew were somewhat strange. Because of the courtesy of a monarch and his ministers, no one would look at him like this, let alone stare at him for so long. Yun Zhan's eyes moved slightly, and he said calmly, It's nothing, I just think it's a bit strange for the emperor to hold a baby. Since the emperor likes babies, why doesn't he accept his concubine and give birth to a few little princes and princesses? Brmo Yun Lin, looking at the entire dog kingdom, this person is the only one who dares to say such things to him.
Then why doesn't brother Mingche marry a wife and have children? Is it because he doesn't like babies?
Yunzhan, we can't talk. If he says he doesn't like it now, will his niece ignore him in the future?
Stop, Your Majesty, let's change the topic.
Alas, I am about to get married to Yaoer, but my brother is still worthy of being a brother to Mr. Yun. The seniority will be messed up from now on.
Mo Yuanhao, who was watching silently, shook his head slightly inside. He can already foresee that after he and Yaoer get married, the emperor brother and Yunzhan will get married and have children respectively, plus the little baby in the emperor brother's arms now. What kind of chaos will the generational hierarchy be like? Hey, is it the male protagonist who is speaking?
I haven't even made an appointment yet, but I'm thinking about getting married.
What a beautiful thought.
Go find your heroine, don't harm my sister, she won't marry you.
Let me take a look at what the male protagonist looks like.
Oops, the emperor's arms in the corner of the table block my view, so I can't see it. Originally, all of Yun Wanning's attention was on the emperor and she did not notice the male protagonist at all, but the male protagonist's opening immediately attracted her attention away. She turned her little head and looked for the male protagonist, but couldn't see anything.
Has your wedding date been set? Why didn't I know? Mo Yuanlin turned his head and looked at his biological brother beside him. Hearing this, Mo Yuanhao didn't have time to say anything.
Yun Wanning shouted in her heart. No, he hasn't hired me yet. The wedding date has not been set yet, but I plan to wait for Yaoer to become a hairpin queen, and then I will betrothal him.
I think it will come soon. No way, you will fall in love with me soon.
Lord, thinking of this, Yun Wanning was suddenly startled, and her heart stopped for a moment. Yes, the plot fell apart. The first encounter in the plot where the two became bonded, completely collapsed into a mess. The female protagonist of Chinese medicine was cut off and sent to a medical clinic, and she was separated from the male protagonist. This directly led to the important plot that the male protagonist sent people to assassinate the female protagonist several times after losing her body, but she escaped, and thus became interested in her.
Disappear. Today was supposed to be the second encounter. The heroine took the script and used a trick to push the princess into the lake.
She also excused herself eloquently and put all the blame on the princess, stepping on the princess to steal the show, attracting the male protagonist to treat her differently. But who would have expected that the plot would collapse inexplicably again, and the one who fell into the lake turned out to be the heroine? The pool of ice water directly touched her, and she was so cold that she couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Because the one who fell into the lake was not a princess, the emperor and the male protagonist did not even show their faces or look at them.
The second encounter between the male and female protagonists also ended in this way. The plot collapses again and again.
It may not be realistic for the male protagonist to fall in love with the female protagonist in the short term.
So what should we do? Without the heroine, he will definitely marry his sister. What if after marrying his sister, he is kidnapped by the plotmaster and falls in love with the heroine? Isn't my sister going to follow the old path of a vicious female supporting role again?
Oh my god, I suddenly feel that this is a dead end with no solution. No matter whether the male protagonist loves the female protagonist or not, to the sister, the female protagonist will always be a time bomb, unless the sister does not marry the male protagonist.
But my sister is a vicious female supporting character.
Her character is that she loves the male protagonist to the point of going crazy, to the point of disregarding everything, and to the point of becoming a victim of his feelings.
How could she not marry the male protagonist?
Headache. Yun Wanya has heard these thoughts many times, without any unnecessary emotions, and is very calm. However, this is the first time for Yunzhan to hear the full version, so he feels very sad.
Not calm, with countless thoughts racing around.
Oh. Mo Yuanlin lowered his eyelids and replied lightly to Mo Yuanhao, and the hall suddenly fell silent. However, the Yun family's uncle and nephew's minds were never quiet at all, and that whimpering voice was always showing its talkative nature. Forget it, I don't want to deal with such troublesome things. Why not see what kind of poison the emperor has?
The emperor was not kind to his father, and he had a close personal relationship with his seventh uncle.
If he could save his life, he might become the talisman of the Yun family.
Hey, why can't I remember things that I can't speak? Even if I know how to cure the emperor's poison, I can't save him. I can't even sit up. How can I prepare the medicine and save people? Despite thinking this in her heart, Yun Wanning's little hands seemed to have autonomous consciousness, loosening the emperor's sleeve and quietly touching his wrist. After noticing her movements, Mo Yuanlin lowered his eyelids and looked at her with deep eyes. The more he looked at her, the more interesting she became. He always felt that the little milk bag in his arms was very extraordinary. She seems to have a sense of autonomy that a baby of this size should not have. Huh? How could it be lead and mercury heavy metal poison? Is this emperor still obsessed with elixirs? Or am I making a mistake because my pulse is inaccurate? The body next to me was actually diagnosed with several types of heavy metal poisons. This was obviously a condition that occurred in ancient history when the pills were taken too hard. Yun Wanning was stunned, but soon she noticed something strange again. No, this pulse is weak to lift, empty to press, light and soft, loose and unretracted, floating without roots, to the point of being innumerable, all showing weakness and dispersion. It turns out that this elixir it was to save his life. The emperor was born with a weak body. This elixir was of great benefit to him and made him no different from ordinary people. However, the remaining toxins were not cleared away. Over time, the toxins accumulated and gradually became worse and out of control. This makes sense. However, since the imperial doctors dared to give the emperor pills, didn't they want to find some ways to remove the remaining poison? Using elixirs to kill people but not removing toxins, what is the difference between this and tearing down the east wall to repair the west wall? Well, no wonder the book said that the emperor died suddenly overnight, and if he allowed the poison to develop, he would die at any time. This toxin is not difficult to remove. Why has the imperial doctor been so reluctant to take action? Is it because this is a world of novels and the author is not professional enough, so his medical skills only stretch his legs? Or does the author have to die in order for the male protagonist to ascend to the throne? Yun Wanning was puzzled. As of now, the emperor's situation is already very difficult. If it had been earlier, it would have been completely resolved in less than a week. Alas, she complained endlessly, but refused to tell her about the prescription or treatment method. Yun Wanya was so anxious that she couldn't help but want to ask her several times. Chapter 39. Why are you spying on my eldest son here? But he still held back. If he couldn't help but expose his little sister's peculiarities, don't doubt it, his father would be the first to chop him up, and his mother would be clapping and applauding. Alas, you can't say anything to urge, you can only wait eagerly, not to mention how uncomfortable Yun Wanya is. Fortunately, Yun Wanning didn't keep him waiting for too long, and soon began to recite the prescription, refining process and precautions. In his mind, each item was recited in such detail that even a layman could understand it. It would be great if someone could help make some detoxification pills. Grind coptis, bezoar, ginger, forsythia, borneal and other medicinal materials into fine powder, and then use honey to make honey pills. Pill refining usually involves refining honey, preparing pills and strips, dividing and rounding pills, drying, coating, etc. Refining honey is detoxification. After the pills are refined, the emperor is asked to take one pill 3 times a day. He should also pay attention to his daily diet, which should mainly be light and detoxifying. With the help of silver needles and medicinal baths, it can take up to 3 months to remove toxins from the body. However, the emperor's biggest problem is that he is born with a weak body and has been relying on the golden elixir to survive. Once the golden elixir is stopped, he may be bedridden and find it difficult to deal with government affairs. Therefore, if you want him to be like a normal person, you still need to treat the symptoms. Well, first detoxify and break the golden elixir, then recuperate the body and practice internal strength. When I can walk, I will refine some pills to strengthen the body and enhance genes, which will definitely make the emperor stronger than ordinary people. Oh, I think too much, my head hurts so much, go to sleep. Yun Wanning closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing slightly, and fell asleep. When Yun Zhan and Yun Wanya finished digesting the things in her heart and turned to look at her, she had already fallen asleep. Very sweet. Your Majesty, Xiaoxi is asleep, give her to me. Okay. Mo Yuanlin reluctantly returned the small nipple bowl to Yun Zhan. At the same time, outside the Yun family mansion. At a glance, Mo Zhaozhou saw the Jiang family's carriage parked behind a big tree not far from the roadside.
and his mind instantly thought of Yun Wanya, who had left in a hurry, and Jiang Zitong, who had not shown up. My cousin is already here. Why don't you go in to attend the little sister's full moon party? Did something happen? Zhao Zhao, what are you looking at? Seeing her looking around on tiptoes, Lu Huijin looked along her line of sight. It's nothing, I just saw my uncle's carriage. I'm going to say a few words to my cousin. You can go back by yourself. After saying this, Mo Zhaozhao raised his legs and walking towards the Jiang family's carriage. Looking at her back, Lu Huijin narrowed his eyes and his eyes gradually deepened. For some reason, he always felt that the princess's attitude towards him today was a bit strange. She is not as enthusiastic as before, but instead has the slightest hint of resentment and displeasure. Why is this? Could it be that he saved the Taiwei's daughter who fell into the water and made her unhappy? Thinking that Mo Zhaozhao always said bad things about Su Qianxue in front of him the past few days, Lu Huijin couldn't help but be stunned, and a dark light quickly flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Su Qianxue's fall into the water had something to do with her? Inside the carriage, Jiang Zitong and Yun Wanya were chatting when the sounds of maids and grooms saluting Mo Zhaozhao suddenly came from outside. It's the princess. Yun Wanya was startled, and suddenly thought of something. She quickly stood up and opened the curtain and jumped out. Princess, why did you come out? Nothing happened to you, right? She pulled Mo Zhaozhao's sleeve and looked up and down. She didn't look like she was falling. After seeing the appearance of the lake, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yun Wanya was quite reliable. He actually took notice of the princess and lived up to her high expectations. Last night she told Yun Wanya to help her watch the princess together, one in the dark and one in the dark, to prevent her from making mistakes when something unexpected happened. For this reason, when the maid told her that something had happened to Jiang Zitong and that she could not come to the house to attend the little sister's full moon banquet, she would leave the princess and run out in a hurry. I'm fine. How are you? What, did something happen to my cousin? Before Yun Wanyao could say anything, the car curtain was opened, revealing a soft and pale little girl. Jiang Zitong lay on the car window, looked at Mo Zhaozhao weakly, and said feebly, I'm sorry, princess, I don't feel well, I can't go down. It's okay, but what's wrong with my cousin? Mo Zhaozhao looked at her with concern. Jiang Zitong moved her lips, but couldn't say a word. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Yun Wanyao secretly smiled, leaned into Mo Zhaozhao's ear and whispered a few words in a low voice. That's it. Mo Zhaozhao nodded and understood everything. Cousin, please take some rest these days. In fact, it was not a big deal, but when she was about to get off the car, Jiang Zitong noticed discomfort in her lower abdomen, and her menstrual period stained her dress. Afraid of bumping into the adults in the house, she thought for a while and decided to ask her servants to send the gifts in, and then tell Yun Wanya that she would not go in. Unexpectedly, the maid was shy and spoke very cryptically. Yun Wanya misunderstood her and thought something big had happened to her, so she ran out in a hurry. By the way, it's still early. Is the banquet over? I saw many adults leaving one after another. Does the princess want to leave now that she comes out? Yun Wanyao didn't know what was going on and was very curious. She always felt that today's full moon party was not normal. Mentioning this, Mo Zhaozhao felt much better instantly and laughed happily. Ha, I was about to tell you about this matter, but when I was relieved, Su Qianxue fell into the lake. The Taiwei and his wife hurriedly took her back to the house, and all the adults also raised their concerns. I have to say goodbye, so my little sister's full moon party ended early. What a pity. Su Qianxue was rescued by Lu Huijin. Mo Zhaozhao sighed, uncontrollably feeling a little dissatisfied with Lu Huijin. How? Yun Wanyao and Jiang Zitong said in unison. They both looked at her in surprise, especially Yun Wanyao, not to mention how shocked she was. Didn't my little sister say that Su Qianxue had a script in her hand? Why did she fall into the lake? She ran to the lake to play by herself. Maybe her foot slipped. Maybe it was a lesson given to her by God because she was unhappy with her. Who knows? Of course Mo Zhaozhao will not tell them the truth, not even to his cousin and friends. After all, it is not a glorious thing. Moreover, there are many people with mixed eyes, and if the news leaks out, that old guy Su Jin will never let her and Yun Wanya go. On the surface, the old man really didn't dare to do anything to her, a princess, but secretly, he couldn't tell. She couldn't handle sending people to assassinate or poison her. After all, in the previous dynasty, powerful ministers killed princes and princesses, and even the emperor was killed many times. Speaking of which, Grandpa Huang is a powerful minister. Every time a dynasty changed in history, it was almost always related to powerful officials from aristocratic families. The more I thought about Mo Zhaozhao, the more I felt afraid. In the past, she was too stupid to be arrogant. Just because she was a princess, she did not take the high-ranking family seriously. Only after Yun Huanya pointed her out did she understand the reason. Of many vital points, it seems that in the future it is better to keep a low profile with one's tail between one's legs. Oh, then she is really unlucky. Jiang Zitong smiled lightly, feeling happy about her misfortune. But Yun Huanya was not that easy to deceive. She didn't believe in Mo Zhaozhao's words at all. What she said about her slipping foot in God's lesson was just serious nonsense. Compared with these two arguments, she felt that Yun Huanya's secret plot was more reliable. Yun Huanya is not a kind person, he is a born black-hearted person. Apart from caring a little about his family, he will always retaliate against outsiders and compare every penny he has with others. He learned from his younger sister's heart that the heroine was the natural enemy of their Yun family, and also knew the heroine's plan. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Perhaps the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind, and the heroine plans to wait for the princess, but he targets the heroine and drags her into the lake. The princess would hide it for him, so she must have known about it. Recently, the princess hates the heroine because of her. Now that they have the same goal, they naturally protect each other. Yun Huanya and the princess are really in collusion, but she likes it. Soon Yun Huanya frowned, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. When he turned around, the captain would definitely investigate this matter carefully. He just hoped that he could do it covertly and leave no clues. Otherwise, if he is found out, there will be big trouble. After sending Mo Zhaozhao and Jiang Zitong away, Yun Huanya returned to her house. Then she remembered that Mo Yuanhao had said that he would come to her later, but she waited for a long time and no one was there. After asking a servant, I found out that he had left with the emperor. Not only was Yun Huanya not disappointed, she was relieved. With so many things happening recently, she didn't know how she should feel when facing him. At night, the lights are bright. The servants in the mansion were busy cleaning up the mess of the banquet. After a day of hard work, Mrs. Yun was very tired, so she took Yun wanting to rest early, while Yun Zhan and Yun Huanya wrote down the prescription. After checking it carefully several times, the two went to Yun Zhang to discuss the emperor's affairs. Lan Yuxian. At this moment, I am relying on a malnourished bean sprout. Miss Su, it's getting late. You should go back. I'll ask someone to take you back. Yun Wanchen raised his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him with a calm expression. The girl has a sallow face and thin muscles, but her dark eyes are extremely bright. His legs were injured, and he didn't like the sympathy, pity, or gloating looks from others, so after welcoming the guests, he returned to his yard and cooperated with Yao Yu to treat his legs. After sending Yao Yui away, he went to the hospital to bask in the sun. Suddenly, the servant's words startled him. Who are you, and why are you spying on my heir apparent? Then, there was a bang sound, and the girl was frightened and her head hit the wall, but she seemed not to be afraid of the pain. Covering his head and wanting to run, he waved his hand towards Song Yan. Song Yan stepped out of the wall, and soon came back with a girl in his hands. As if he was carrying a little chicken, the girl was thrown in front of him. Trembling and frightened, Yun Wanchen lowered his eyes and looked at her carefully, only to feel that she was too thin, and her wrists and neck were so slender that they seemed to be broken with a little force. The clothes on my body were not old. It was obviously early winter, but they were very thin. My face turned blue from the cold, and I didn't even have any jewelry on my body. Who are you? He asked calmly, but thinking in his heart, everyone who came to attend the little sister's full moon banquet today was either rich or noble, and even the maids brought out should not be so shabby. Could it be that this little girl sneaked in? The little girl stammered for a long time, but could not utter a complete sentence. If you don't say anything, I will have to ask someone to take you to the banquet and let your family recognize you. If no one recognizes you, then breaking into the Duke's mansion without permission is not a small thing. Crime. No, don't, I said. Under his coercion and threats, she finally revealed her identity. It turned out to be Su Qianyue, the concubine of the Taiwei mansion. Hearing this name, Yun Wanchen's eyes moved, and a touch of surprise flashed through his heart. Is this what the little sister said in her heart? Su Qianyue, who collected his body and died for him, but was pulled back by Su Jian and forced to marry, and finally committed suicide in the boudoir. The concubine of the Taiwei mansion lived in such a miserable state. If this were known to outsiders, they would probably think that the Taiwei mansion would be unable to uncover the pot, and actually raised the concubine to look like she has not had enough to eat for a long time. The banquet is over there in the garden, why are you here? I'm lost. Su Qianyue lowered her head and answered with a guilty conscience. In fact, she wasn't lost, she just wanted to see him. My aunt originally thought she was not worthy of being on the stage, so she didn't plan to bring her to the Yin family's banquet. No, to be precise, my aunt herself didn't even plan to come. Last time Ning Guogong went to break off the engagement, the Taiwei mansion and his eldest sister lost face. Her aunt felt that she would be laughed at if she went out today, but her eldest sister persuaded her, saying that if she didn't come, those people would be behind her. I'm afraid the jokes will be even more outrageous, thinking that they don't dare to see anyone anymore. My aunt felt that what her aunt said made sense, and finally decided to attend the banquet. They wanted to tell everyone that even though their eldest sister had a bad reputation and had her engagement broken off, she was still living a good life, and they wanted to silence everyone with their actions. In order to be able to see him from a distance, she begged her father for a long time before. He allowed her to go out. However, in order to embarrass the Yun family, the aunt came deliberately late. When she came, she didn't see him at all. She was unwilling to give in and used an excuse to go to the toilet, so she stopped a maid and told lies to deceive him. The maid asked where he lived and sneaked over. Finally, she saw him as she wished, but unfortunately, she was discovered. Su Qianyue thought she would be beaten to death, but unexpectedly, he magnanimously let her go and asked his servants to bring her food. When she came to the banquet today, she didn't go to the women's banquet at all. She was so hungry that she couldn't stand it. Besides, she had never seen such a good meal in her whole life. What to do? The obsession with him seems to be getting deeper. Thank you for the food, Prince. Su Qianyue lowered her head, not wanting to leave at all. After today's farewell, she doesn't know if she will see him again in this life. However, the eviction order has been issued, and she cannot continue to rely on him. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and her eyes began to soar. Su Qianyue kept cursing herself for being hopeless, but she couldn't bear the emotion no matter what. No need. Chapter 40. When did the Crown Prince turn around and start cultivating? Yun Wanchen lowered his eyes and took off a jade pendant from his waist and gave it to her. In the future, if anything happens to you, you can bring this to Ning Guogong's mansion to find me at any time. No one dares to stop you. What? Su Qianyue raised her head, looked at the crescent moon pendant in astonishment, and then slowly looked at him. Under the bright candlelight, the young master, who was as cold as snow, had picturesque eyebrows and jade-like face, and there seemed to be some inexplicable tenderness in his eyes. Are you dreaming? With her heart pounding wildly, Su Qianyue stood there blankly, not knowing how to react. San Yan. Yun Wanchen called lightly, and the young man in black behind him stepped forward, took the pendant in his hand, and handed it to Su Qianyue. Miss Su, this is the kindness of my heir apparent, just accept it. Although I don't know why the heir apparent would want to protect this thin bean sprout, but since it is the heir apparent's decision, it must be his. Reason. Su Qianyue took it and held it in her palms. Suppressing the unbearable excitement in her heart, she looked at him and said cautiously, Prince Yun, do you mean that I can still come to you in the future? Yes. After receiving the clear answer, Su Qianyue secretly pinched her thigh. Hiss, it hurt. It seemed that she was not dreaming, but how could this be possible? He actually gave her a token and said she could come to him later. Song Yan, send Miss Su back. Remember to be careful not to disturb the Su family. Yes. Song Yan stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Su, please. Su Qianyue looked at Yun Wanchen reluctantly and moved outside with difficulty. The footsteps were getting farther and farther. Yun Wanchen lowered his eyelids and turned the jade ring on his finger. After a long time, he laughed coldly. When something happened to the legitimate daughter, she hurried back without even leaving any servants behind, completely forgetting about the concubine who was brought out with her. Ning Guogong's mansion is in the west of the city, and Taiwei's mansion is in the east of the city. The distance between the two places is a full 40 miles. For such a weak little girl to walk back, both legs will be broken. Look at the little girl's figure and clothes. This Su family is really ruthless. An hour later, Song Yan hurried back. What, has anyone alerted the Su family? Song Yan shook his head. Don't worry, Prince, Miss Su lives in the side courtyard, and except for 2 servants guarding the gate, she doesn't even have any guards. My subordinates can come and go freely. Miss Su lives in a remote area. The house is not as good as a servant. The window paper is in tatters. I don't know if it has been replaced in several years. When the wind blows, air leaks everywhere. When winter comes, you can imagine how difficult it is. I really don't know if I haven't been there. I was shocked when I went there. Song Yen couldn't even imagine that a concubine from a high-ranking family in Haojing could live such a shabby and difficult life. Song Yen told Yun Wanchen what he saw and heard in detail. "TSK, Prince, that Su Jian is really nothing. Miss Su is a concubine, and she is also his biological daughter. The Su family is not short of money. How could they treat a concubine so harshly?" Yun Wanchen had expected this when he saw Su Qianyue today, so he didn't have any emotions at this time. "I have long heard that Mrs. Su is jealous, domineering, and does not allow Su Jian to take concubines. Su Jian has nothing to do with her. Even Su Qianyue is surprised that she did not kill Su Qian early. Yu is already rare, but she is just treated harshly, and Su Jian probably can't say anything. Besides, she is just a concubine, and she is not worthy of turning against her wife. Send some food and money to Miss Su tomorrow night. Remember to tell her to hide it so that no one finds it." Originally, Yun Wanchen wanted to send some quilts and clothes to keep out the cold, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Clothes and quilts are not easy to hide. Mrs. Su, I don't think she wants to see Su Qianyue live a good life. If she is found to be well-fed and well-dressed, she may be framed for theft and take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. TSK, when did the Crown Prince's sexual transformation begin to heal? Song Yen touched his chin and looked at the handsome man with a teasing look. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the eldest son of his family is as holy and gentle as the breeze and the bright moon, he is really not a good person with random kindness. If we want to say that he is attracted to the concubine, let alone the huge difference in their identities, just say that the little girl is just a beansprout that has not grown. Even he can't look down on it. What kind of beauty is the prince? I've never seen one before. Would I fall in love with a beansprout? Yun Wanchen smiled lightly and did not reply to him. Is it repaired? It is better to say that it is repaying the favor. Taiwei Mansion. After settling Su Qianyue, Su Jian suddenly looked startled. "Madam, we seem to have forgotten Qianyue at Ningbo Duke's mansion." Hearing this name, Mrs. Su's already ugly face became even more ugly. She pinched the handkerchief and snorted coldly. "A sound, just forget it. What are you afraid of? Can the Yun family still eat her? I've said it a long time ago, don't take that loser out of the house with you, so as not to be laughed at. You had to bring it with you. Now it's okay. That loser runs around everywhere when you leave the house, not even seeing anyone. I can't even find her. She's never been seen before. Such a big thing happened to Shuer. It's simply unreasonable that this can be blamed on Su Qianyue." Su Jian's face turned cold. However, thinking that she would be in a bad mood when encountering such a thing, he explained patiently. "She is the daughter of the Su family after all. If we leave her in the Yun family like this, we will inevitably be laughed at by Yunzheng. What is there to laugh at? Shuer today this kind of thing happened in his house, and I haven't even settled the accounts with him yet. How dare he laugh at us? Don't worry, he will definitely send the money-losing guy back respectfully by nightfall at the latest. If you have such leisure, you might as well care more about Shuer. In such a cold weather, she must have been frightened when she fell into the lake. She is still speechless. Wow, my poor Shuer." As she spoke, Mrs. Su held the handkerchief and began to cry again. Su Jian had a splitting headache from crying and wished she could run away immediately. At night, Su Qianyue had developed high fever again. The whole person was in a daze and lacked energy from the burning. It lasted for 3 days before it gradually subsided. Mrs. Su stayed by her side day and night. In just 3 days, she lost a lot of weight and became much more haggard. Her eyes were bloodshot and frighteningly red. When she saw Su Qianyue wake up, she immediately started to fight. Got the spirit. Shuer, you finally woke up. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to bring you some food. Su Qianyue stared at her, her brain spinning slowly. After a long time, she slowly remembered something. Mother, as soon as I opened my mouth, my throat felt like I had swallowed a razor blade, and there was a tearing pain, and my voice became hoarse. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but want to see her white. Su Qianyue's eyelashes trembled and tears flowed out. Don't cry, don't cry.
Mom is here, isn't Schwer feeling well?
Mom, let someone call the doctor now. Chulon, go and call the doctor again. Calling the doctor, bringing water, and feeding food. The maids and women in the room were busy for most of an hour. Su Qianxue finally came to her senses, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the snow-green bed curtain, her mind filled with thoughts of that day.
Banquet scene.
The plot clearly states that Imo Zhaozhao will push the original protagonist into the lake at the full moon party of the heroine's sister. She held the script in hand and was waiting there early to set up a trap. She clearly saw Imo Zhaozhao walking towards her, but why did he suddenly disappear when passing a rockery? Who is it who took away Imo Zhaozhao and ruined the plot? That person must have known about Imo Zhaozhao's actions and her plan. Moreover, he hated her because he was close to Imo Zhaozhao, so he intercepted Imo Zhaozhao halfway and secretly attacked her. But how did that person know her plan? Could it be that there are other bookwearers like her in this world? No, even if there is a bookwearer like her, he should only know Imo Zhaozhao's actions and not her plan. What went wrong? A flash of fear flashed in Su Qianxue's eyes, and a dense chill crawled up her back, making her whole body shudder. She felt like she was living under the surveillance of others, as if her every move could be discerned. Scary, so scary. Schwer, how did you fall into the lake?
Tell Mom the whole truth quickly. Don't be afraid.
No matter what it is, Mom will definitely make the decision for you. Seeing that her condition was getting better, Mrs. Su took her hand and asked impatiently. In fact, she just wanted to know whether Su Qianxue was accidentally pushed in by herself or someone pushed her in. If it's the former, that's fine, she's unlucky, but if it's the latter, let's see if she doesn't lift the other party's ancestral grave. Even her daughter dared to touch her, it would be a shame to die. Oh, Mother. Su Qianxue came back to her senses, threw herself into Mrs. Su's arms, and cried in grievance. Mom, I was standing by the lake looking at the scenery, and suddenly I saw the princess walking towards me. I was thinking that the princess wanted to cause trouble for me. After all, I had a few arguments with her, and she passed by a rockery. It disappeared immediately.
Not long after, someone attacked my knee with a hidden weapon. My knee seemed to be broken.
I fell into the lake as soon as I couldn't stand still. You see clearly. Are you sure she's the princess?
Mrs. Su was a little stunned.
She never expected that Princess Huayang would be involved. Yes, it's her, I can see it clearly. Su Qianxue came out of her arms wiping her tears and rolled up one of her trouser legs. Sure enough, her knees were bruised and swollen.
Like a steamed bun. Mom, look, this knee was hit by a hidden weapon.
However, I didn't see the princess's hand.
Moreover, the princess probably didn't have any internal strength.
I suspect that it was her who knocked me into the lake.
Secret guard or acquaintance.
Seeing Su Qianxue's bruised knees, a surge of anger rushed to Mrs. Su's Tianling cap. She stood up angrily, her teeth chattering. What a princess of Huayang, she actually did such a cruel thing to my Schwer behind her back. It's simply hateful. Schwer, just rest, Mother will go find her right now. Your father, ask him to send people to collect evidence. As long as the evidence is found, Mother will definitely seek justice for you. After saying this, Mrs. Su left angrily, looking at her back. Su Qianxue was inexplicably panicked.
Shouldn't she have told the princess?
I always feel like something bad will happen, but soon, she shook her head to suppress the uneasiness. Who made the princess insult her in the first place? Even if there is no evidence, it is certain that the fact that she fell into the lake has nothing to do with the Princess Dai and the plot. The original owner was actually pushed into the lake by the princess. Her move was considered as giving the original owner some vent. After Mrs. Su went to find Su Jian, Su Jian sent people to sneak into Ningbo Duke's mansion to investigate the matter. However, as soon as his subordinates stepped into the gate of Ningbo Duke's mansion, they were discovered by Lu Wu and Zheng Li. One person secretly stared at the other person, and the other reported it to Yun Zhang.
Ignore it and let them check.
Yun Zhang waved his hand with a calm expression. 3 days have passed since Shaoxi's full moon party.
Yun Wanya has always been clean in his work. Even if he leaves any traces, they have been completely removed. Even the dark windows in the cloister and attic have been replaced. It has become a sealing plate and can detect ghosts. If no evidence can be found, this matter will go away after a while. On the contrary, if they were to capture the people now, Su Jian would definitely feel that they were guilty of committing crimes, and would instead hold on to them, which would be even more troublesome. But remember to keep an eye on them and don't let them fabricate evidence. If you want to incriminate someone, why bother? Afraid of it?
after Su Jian couldn't find any evidence, she created some evidence herself, yes. The recent Duke of Guo's mansion was really lively. Before the people from Prince Qi's mansion left, the people from Taiwei's mansion came again. It was really interesting. Yun Zhang's eyes moved, and a coldness flashed across his eyes very quickly. *1 in court. Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanya were taking stock of the gifts received at the full moon banquet. The mother and daughter, one doing the counting and the other keeping the accounts, worked together flawlessly. On the beauty's couch by the window, Yun Wanning touched a few small things beside her and drooled. It's interesting, Uncle Qi and eldest brother are so interesting. Uncle Qi actually gave me an exquisite and compact imperial green jade screen. The carving and appearance are simply amazing. I have never seen imperial green with such high purity in my previous life. This small, surely it would be no problem to exchange the screen for a large Seaview villa in Haichun? And eldest brother gave me a lot of mutton fat jade hairpin bracelets and jade pendants. He also gave me a big and thick collar made of gold. Wow, this necklace weighs half a caddy visually, right? He also gave me a pair of anklets and gave me a pure gold pillow. This gold pillow is conservatively estimated to weigh more than 10 kilograms. I love it so much. Waiting now that I can speak, I will sleep on a golden pillow every day. Just thinking about it makes me extremely happy. No wonder others say that doing well is not as good as being reincarnated. Look at me, who was reincarnated. I won right after I was born, right at the starting line. Well, it would be even more perfect if all my parents, my seventh uncle, my brothers, and my sisters could go smoothly and live a long life. Wait a minute, mother, I read it wrong just now, don't forget it, I'll read it again. Listening to her inner voice, Yun Wanyao endured. She tried to endure it, but she still couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who can tell her why the little sister's voice is so interesting? She was distracted for a moment and even read the things in her hands wrongly. Fortunately, she found out in time. Mrs. Yun had long been accustomed to Yun Wanning's chaotic thoughts every day. She shook her head, changed to a cinnabar pen, and crossed out a column of words that she had previously remembered. What's the matter with sister? Why are you smiling so happily? Have you thought of anything interesting? Can you share it with me too? I'm so bored. Chapter 41. Love between men and women is the best tonic for human beings. Mom, we have been taking stock all day. Let's take a rest and do it later. Yun Wanyao put the jade gourd in her hand on the table, and without waiting for Mrs. Yun's response, she went over to pick up Yun Wanning and walked over. Look, little sister, these are the gifts you received at the full moon banquet. Dad and Mom said they are all yours. Are you happy or not? It's about accounting. It was just to make it easier for my parents to return the favor in the future. Yun Wanning stared blankly at the gift boxes on the floor and the gold, silver, and jade articles on the table, and her saliva started to flow again. Wow, so many, are they all mine? Happy, I am so happy. Sister, look through it to see if there is anything you like. If you like it, just take it. I will give it to you. Yun Wanning looked at Yun Wanyao with bright eyes, stretched out his little hand and patted her arm gently, making Yun Wanyao laugh even happier. Yun Wanyao, who is such a money-crazed little girl, is willing to let her take it as long as she wants. It seems that she really likes her as a sister. Yun Wanyao's heart feels warm. My little sister's expression is so interesting. Are you asking your elder sister if there is anything she likes? Sister, do you understand me so well? Is my expression perfect, or is my sister able to read minds? It's really weird that you can even guess this. Yun Wanning was filled with doubts and always felt a little weird. Oops, the secret is about to be exposed, right? Yun Wanyao was shocked. Her expression calmed down a bit, she coughed, and hurriedly changed the subject of Yun Wanya's embarrassing incident. Little sister, let me tell you an interesting thing. You must not know that when Yun Wanya was a child, she was encouraged by several friends to ride a dog, but ended up being chased by the dog for more than a dozen times. Even my pants were bitten off, and I came back naked in the end. Hey, is there such a thing? Sister, tell me more in detail, I want to hear it. This is what happened. Yun Wanyao talked eloquently for a long time. When she lowered her head to see Yun Wanning's cute little expression, she realized that she had fallen asleep long ago, with one little arm on her side. On her arm, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. Mom, the little sister is asleep. Yun Wanyao walked to Mrs. Yun, hugging Yun Wanning and looking at a lost Mrs. Yun put down the account book, took Yun Wanning over, and said angrily, "You told Xiaoxi the embarrassing things that happened when Year was a child. One day, Year found out about it, and it's not because of you."
I can't be angry. Oh mother, wasn't I shocked? I couldn't think of anything else for the moment. I only thought about this matter.
As long as mother doesn't tell him, he won't know.
Yun Wanyao quickly approached Yun Wanyao.
Beside the madam, he hugged her arm and acted coquettishly.
Mom won't betray me, right?
Oh, you. Mrs. Yun sighed helplessly. She wouldn't. As for the rest, it's hard to say. After putting Yun Wanning on the bed, Mrs. Yun went to take a bath. This was the first time she had taken a serious bath since giving birth, so she took it very seriously. The bathtub was covered with flower petals, and it took a full 2 hours to wash it off. The bathroom is located in the back room of the bedroom, separated by an inner door. Mrs. Yun got dressed and returned to the bedroom with her half-dry and half-wet hair. She saw Yun Zheng sitting casually on the edge of the bed, relaxing. The open black hair is slightly damp, and it has obviously been washed. Wearing a herb-colored robe, when he saw her coming back, he immediately got up and walked over, dismissing the maid. "You go down, I'll do it." The maid stepped back. Yun Zheng picked up the dry cotton cloth on the dressing table, and gently helped her absorb the water from her hair. "Where is Xiaoxi?" After he was no longer in the way, Mrs. Yun glanced at the bedside again, but saw that the large couch was empty, and the little baby girl was no longer there. Yun Zheng's brows moved, and the movements in his hands stopped. Looking at her, his eyes instantly burned with blazing flames, hot and dangerous. And the next moment, the cotton cloth was ruthlessly thrown away, and Mrs. Yun was suddenly lifted up. When she realized what she was doing, she was already sitting on his lap. He looked at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to devour her, and his voice was even more hoarse and heart-wrenching.
"Madam, you only have mistress in your heart. Have you forgotten that your husband is in the prime of life but has abstained from sex for a long time? He also needs Madam's love?"
After Madam found out she was pregnant, during sex, he suppressed himself all the time, not daring to exert force and not being able to enjoy himself to the fullest. When his wife was 6 months pregnant, he completely banned it. I finally waited until delivery, but still had to confine myself. Calculating the time, he had been abstinent for half a year. It was not easy for him to endure it until his wife finished her confinement. He could not endure it for another day. Hearing these words, Mrs. Yun was very shy, and her face was stained with a thin blush, but she felt more guilty and distressed. Other dignitaries have concubines or intercourse with each other. When their wives are pregnant, there are other women to take care of them, but the husband only has her. When she is pregnant or has physical inconveniences, he can only endure it. She reached out and touched Yun Zheng's handsome face, then took the initiative to lean in and kiss the high bridge of his nose. "Thank you for your hard work, husband, but Xiaoxi has been sleeping with me, and suddenly I am in a strange place. I am worried that she will be scared." With the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms, the blood in Yun Zheng's body immediately started to burn, and his body was extremely restless. However, she still teased him. How could he bear it? He roughly pulled apart her clothes, buried his head in front of her, and said vaguely, "I asked the wet nurse to take her away." After being together for so long, Xiaoxi got to know the wet nurse. "Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before we separate the little girl. She knows everything." He can't keep it in or have fun with his wife in front of her, right? Although he is naturally thick-skinned, if he really wanted to do that kind of thing with his wife in front of his daughter, he really couldn't do it. Husband, wait, I don't want to have any more children." "Don't worry, my husband won't let you have any more children. Our couple has 4 brothers and sisters, and my husband has already eaten after taking the anti-heirloom medicine. I will never let my wife suffer the pain of giving birth to a child again." What are you doing? Hey, my wife still has the strength to speak. It seems that she still has the strength to speak.
It's because you don't work hard enough for your husband.
When Yun Wanning woke up, she didn't smell the familiar scent and immediately realized something was wrong. Why does she seem to be in the wet nurse's bedroom? "Where is your mother? Where did your mother go?" When she opened her eyes, she didn't see Mrs. Yun at first sight. Yun Wanning was uncomfortable in various ways, but she kept her temper and did not see her why. It wasn't until it got light that the wet nurse noticed that she had woken up and immediately changed her diaper and fed her. The wet nurse is a pretty and clean little daughter-in-law. She is less than 20 years old. She gave birth to a child but unfortunately died young. In order to support the family, she came to the Yun family to apply for a job as a wet nurse. She was very considerate to Yun Wan Ning. At this time, she was feeding Yun Wan Ning with a spoon and talking to her very gently. "Miss, are you curious why you followed the slave but didn't see the madam?" "Ha, actually, it was the Duke who asked the slave to carry you here last night." "Yes, you will probably have to sleep with me from now on." "Don't worry, miss, I will take good care of you." Oh, Yun Wanning's eyes moved. She seemed to know why her father asked the nanny to take her away. "Well, my mother was out of confinement, so my father must have been in love with her. Ha ha, she should have thought of it earlier. My parents are still so young. My mother is only 33 years old, and my father is only 37 years old. In addition, my father is a military commander and has a strong body. Well, she has lost her eyesight. On this day, Mrs. Yun slept until noon. Yun Jing seemed to be in a good mood, and even the twins realized something. Sure enough, love between a man and a woman is the best tonic for human beings. Look at my father and mother's complexions. They don't look like they have fought hard all night and lack sleep. On the contrary, they are even more beautiful. It's like taking a great tonic pill." Mrs. Yun Zhang, the two brothers and sisters. Mrs. Yun's face turned red instantly, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Everyone could hear the little girl's heartfelt voice. This made her how to face Yao in the future. Brother and sister Year. Fortunately, Lao Chi and Shenner were not there, otherwise, she would have just found a pillar and bumped into it. Even Yun Wanye and Yun Wanyao's expressions almost cracked. The little sister was doing this and this was too fierce. They never expected that she would even tease her parents. "Oh, by the way, my sister was telling me a story yesterday and I actually fell asleep in the middle of it. I don't know what happened next. I never expected it, my second brother, no, to show off. Oh, little sister, I suddenly remembered that my elder brother said he missed you and asked me to carry you to see him." Seeing that Yun Wanning was about to give herself up when she came out, Yun Wanyao's face suddenly changed. She was so flustered that she interrupted her in desperation, picked her up and walked outside. Brother, did you miss me? Real or false? Okay, then I'll go see my eldest brother. Yun Wanning's attention was transferred to Yun Wanchen, and she immediately cut off her previous voice. Wait, Yun Wanya suddenly made a sad voice, strode over and stopped in front of Yun Wanyao. "I'll take my little sister to find my big brother." No, it just so happens that I have something to do to see my elder brother. I will carry my little sister over to save you an extra trip. Yun Wanyao smiled guiltily. How could she dare to let him follow? Yun Wan Ning gets along with each other. I guarantee that my little sister will continue to confess her later. Don't run too much, I just have something to see my brother. Yun Wanya sneered, squinting his eyes and staring at her. Humph, this damn girl must be talking to the little girl behind her back. My sister said bad things about him. Ah, do you have something to ask for? Then you go and find me first. I'll hold my little sister and bask in the sun. I'll go back later. Yun Wanyao shrank her neck and hugged Yun Wanning. Then he turned back. Yun Wanning stared at her eyes, her head full of questions, and ate her melon quietly. Hey, my sister is acting weird today, and my second brother is acting weird too. What's going on? The second brother looked at his sister with a scary look. He didn't want to beat her, right? Did sister offend him? I'll hold the little sister and bask in the sun. You go to the big brother first. Hearing the little sister saying that his eyes were scary, Yun Wanya quickly adjusted his expression and tried his best to smile. He was amiable, but in Yun Wanyao's eyes, he felt that his teeth were about to be broken. My little sister doesn't want you to hold her. You are not my little sister. How do you know that my little sister doesn't want me to hold her? Give her to me. No, Dad, look at him being mean to me. After the brother and sister argued for a while, Yun Wanyao trotted up behind Yun Zhang, struck first, and sued Yun Wanya in advance. One condition: you said bad things about me behind my back and you sued me. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Dad, he's going to beat me up too. Yun Wanya, he was so angry that Yun Wanya felt a wave of anger rising from Tianling Ai. Okay, stop arguing. Go and call your Uncle Chi and Chun'er. Your mother needs to see them if she has something to do. Yunjing turned over the teacup and poured it for himself calmly. I had a cup of tea,
and it was rare that I didn't get sidetracked. Let Yun Wanyao go, I want to hold the little sister. Mom, just hold the little sister. I will call the eldest brother, and you call the seventh uncle. Br Yun Wanyao stuffed Yun Wanning back into Mrs. Yun's arms and made up her mind not to let Yun Wanya hug Yun Wanning. Song Xian, go call Uncle Chi over. Yun Wanya did not move and said something to the outside. Song Xian's figure flashed and disappeared. Yun Wan was angry. Yao stomped her feet. You are the only one who has a long-term follower, Hua Wu, go and call Big Brother. Hua Wu bowed his lower body to her, turned and walked towards the door. Yun Wanya strode up to Yun Wanyao. Tell me, what bad things did you say about me? Nothing. Yun Wanyao turned her head, somewhat lack of confidence. Hey, has my sister been caught speaking ill of her second brother? It doesn't look like it. If the package was captured, the second brother probably wouldn't have kept asking questions, and he probably wasn't captured. I was shocked. I almost thought that my sister told me yesterday that my second brother's embarrassing story was known to me by my second brother. I said that my sister should not be so unlucky. Yun Wanyao, little sister, can you not think about this, dear sister? I am about to be betrayed by you. Wu Wu, didn't you see that the second brother's eyes were getting more and more scary? In his heart, saying embarrassing things about him is more serious than saying bad things about him. Yun Wan, Yao. Yun Wanya gritted his teeth and stared at her fiercely. Oh, second brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Yun Wanyao immediately grabbed his sleeve and admitted her mistake. Mrs. Yun shook her head inside. Look, she knew it. Even if she didn't say it, Yer would know it. Why is Chelsea such a talkative person? She couldn't speak, she was bored all day long, and she didn't know that everyone could hear her voice, so she thought about whatever was on her mind all day long. In front of her family, she has no secrets at all. As long as she knows something, everyone will know it. It's just a matter of time. I also hope that Yaoer can have a better memory this time and stop arranging Yer behind her back in the future. In the end, Yun Wanyao gave more than half of her private money to Yun Wanya, and promised him that she would never speak ill of him behind his back again. She also agreed to 3 conditions. Over, sure enough, no matter who it is that offends Yun Wanya, they will have to shed their skin. Even the passing dogs will have to leave some fur behind. Yun Wanyao secretly gained a little memory. Yun Zhan and Yun Wanchen came over quickly, and the family gathered neatly. Mom, you are looking for me and Uncle Chi, but there is something important? Yes. Mrs. Yun nodded, stood up and looked at them and said, Old Chi, Chenner, we are all a family. If you have anything to say, I will just say it. Chapter 42. Uncle Chi, I hope you won't let me knock you out of my CPB. You two are not young anymore, and you are of marriageable age. A few days ago, I asked the matchmaker has sent some portraits and introductions to the ladies of the official family who are waiting for marriage. See if there is any match between you two. If so, I will ask someone to arrange marriage. If not, then just prepare yourself to attend the winter banquet in 1 month, the winter temple fair in 2 months, and the lantern festival in next spring. In short, your engagement must be finalized in spring next year at the latest. Come on, especially you, Lao Chi, who is already 20 and has not yet gotten married. You don't even know what others are saying about me and your eldest brother behind our backs. Those people were saying that in order to monopolize the Yun family's wealth, the couple deliberately delayed the lifelong events of the 7th child of the Yun family, and deliberately refused to marry or start a family. Their consciences were so dark, there are worse things to say than this. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. When Mrs. Yun and Yun Zhang were together, Yun Zhan was less than 2 years old. Her mother-in-law died young, so Yun Zhan was almost raised by her. Although he was a brother-in-law by title, however, she loved him as a son, and it was not easy for her to bring him up, but she didn't expect that he would end up with such a reputation. Every time she thought about this matter, Mrs. Yun felt extremely uncomfortable. My sister-in-law has been wronged. I didn't consider this matter well. I will definitely finalize the marriage after the year at the latest. Yun Zhan nodded and compromised. No one knows better than him how sincere his sister-in-law is towards him, and he should not let her and his brother bear such a bad reputation. Okay, Mrs. Yun suddenly burst into tears of joy. Then she thought of something and sighed. Old Chi, I didn't mean to force you. It's just that the male is getting married. It's time for a girl to get married, and you have indeed reached the age of marrying and having children.
Your eldest brother and I sincerely hope that you can find a woman who will cherish you and love you and want to stay with you for the rest of your life. This time, you should take a look first. If there is a match for your eyes, it would be better. If there is really not, then we will continue to ask someone to introduce you. There are thousands of women in the world, and I believe there will always be a beautiful woman that you like. As long as you like someone, no matter what their background is, my sister-in-law will welcome them and respectfully and gracefully. Hey, my mother actually started urging Uncle Chi and my eldest brother to get married, and Uncle Chi actually agreed. In the plot, at this time, the second brother has been forced to marry the woman who was rescued by him but relied on him instead, and he and his mother were in deep trouble. The matter of Yang Xian pretending to be her mother and exchanging letters with Lin Weian was also exposed. Rumors spread everywhere. Her mother was so busy all day long that she couldn't care about anything else, so today's marriage push did not happen. Uncle Chi never married until his death. However, Uncle Chi and Sister Inshuang were obviously in love with each other. However, Uncle Chi was burdened with a blood feud and wanted to avenge his father and elder brother. He was afraid of harming Inshuang. Sister Shuang has never confessed to her. What he doesn't know is that Sister Inshuang's true identity is actually the crown princess of Dayu Kingdom. She was poisoned by the enemy and fled to Da Kingdom, where she was rescued by her seventh uncle. After the death of Uncle Chi, Sister Inshuang completely broke off all love. She changed her face, changed her identity, and returned to the kingdom of Dayu to seek revenge. It finally took her 3 years to kill the enemy with the sword, take back everything that belonged to her, and become Dayu, the empress of the country. Afterwards, Sister Inshuang steadily developed her national strength for a period of time, and then began to lead troops to attack Da Kingdom. Everyone thinks that she is ambitious and wants to annex the Great Wu Kingdom, but in fact, she just wants to avenge her seventh uncle. Unfortunately, in front of the male and female protagonists, she is just a giveaway of experience packs, and it is difficult to escape defeat. Fate. In the end, Sister Inshuang committed suicide in front of the palace gate, and Dayu was completely annexed. What? Miss Inshuang is actually the crown princess of Dayu Kingdom. Will you fall in love with Yun Zhan in the future? Will he destroy his country in revenge for him? All eyes turned to Yun Zhan, and they were all astonished. Yun Zhan's eyes moved, unexpectedly but not so unexpectedly. Although Inshuang tried her best to disguise herself, the talents and abilities she showed accidentally were definitely not something that ordinary families could cultivate. He had already guessed that her origin might be extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Ahem. Let me ask one more question, Lao Chi, do you have a sweetheart? If you do, don't hide it. Even if you say it, it will save your sister-in-law a lot of worry and time. Yun Zheng glanced at Yun Zhan, seemingly supplementing Mrs. Yun's previous words, but in fact he was giving him a chance to choose, or it could be said to be a test whether he would choose Inshuang now. Mrs. Yun immediately realized this and said with a smile, yes, why didn't I think of that? Maybe Lao Chi himself has a sweetheart. If Yun Zhan listens to Xiuxi's wishes and really chooses Inshuang, Mrs. Yun will also be happy to see it happen. Although Miss Inshuang is only Lao Chi's personal maid, her appearance is, but these are not problems. Appearance is nothing more than skin. What matters is the feelings and thoughts between the two of them. She thinks that girl Inshuang is also quite nice. She has a quiet temperament, but she does things cleanly and beautifully. More importantly, she is devoted to Lao Chi. In the words of Xiao Si. It's such a pity to let down such deep affection. Thank you for your concern, brother and sister-in-law. I won't look at the portrait today. Yun Zhan stood up, curled his lips, and said, but I promise my sister-in-law that the wedding will be decided before next spring. Okay, I will feel relieved with your guarantee. Then this, if you don't want to look at the little statue, don't look at it. As soon as Mrs. Yun's voice fell, Yun Wanning's heartbeat immediately started to ring. Hey, the painting style has changed so quickly. Mother clearly promised to let Uncle Chi see the portraits of the girls, why did she suddenly stop seeing them? Uncle Chi promised that he would get engaged next year, but he didn't even look at the portrait, so who would he book it with? Baby, I'm confused. No, this is not the point. The point is, does Sister Inshuang still have a role? In addition to kowtow to my parents, I also kowtow to Uncle Chi and Sister Inshuang. Uncle Chi, I hope you won't let me knock CPB off, otherwise I will be very sad. Everyone,
What does the last sentence, CP/B, mean? What is this all about? Mrs. Yun and Yun Zhang vaguely knew that CP meant a pair or combination, but what did B mean? Does it mean separation? As for the rest of the people, none of the four letters can be understood. It is like listening to a heavenly book, but this does not prevent their vocabulary from increasing by 1. Yun Zhan left quickly, and Yun Zhang and Long Fengtai also went out. There are only 3 owners left in the bedroom. Mrs. Yun held the album and looked at Yun Wanchun. Shen'er, it's your turn. Come and see if you are compatible. When your 7th uncle's engagement is agreed upon in the spring of next year, I will also make yours. Yun Wanchun, I won't even spare him a broken leg. How can I avoid being forced to marry? Yes. He gave a wry smile, took a booklet from Mrs. Yun and opened it. A shy and graceful woman appeared on the booklet. Mrs. Yun introduced him carefully at the side, but he didn't have any unnecessary emotions. This is Princess Xianyi's daughter. Her name is Shui Jinyu. She is 16 years old. Due to the accidental death of her fiancé, whom she had been engaged to since childhood, her marriage was delayed. I heard that Princess Xianyi is in a hurry to give birth to her daughter. She is looking for a new home. Oh my god, this Miss Shui is not suitable for my eldest brother. Princess Xianyi is anxious to find a home for Miss Shui, not because her fiancé is dead and cannot find a good marriage, but because she has been deceived by a poor scholar and has now reached the point where you won't marry. Princess Xianyi thought that the other party was poor and had short ambitions, and was afraid that Miss Shui would suffer hardship if she married him, so she was anxious to find a nobleman with a similar background to take over. But Miss Shui is currently being whipped up and has a rebellious mentality. She only has that poor scholar in her heart. Only then would she be willing to marry her eldest brother. If I forcefully propose a marriage, I'm afraid I'll get into a lot of trouble and make a huge joke. When the time comes, there's no telling whether the marriage will be successful or not, and instead, we'll end up with a grudge. Mrs. Yun. Is there such a thing? No wonder I heard people say that Princess Xianyi was worried about Miss Shui's marriage. She had wondered what was so urgent before. After all, Miss Shui was also the daughter of the princess, and her father was also an official of the imperial court. Can't get married but can't get married. It turns out that there is such an inside story. Mom, I don't like this one, let's go to the next one. Yun Wanchun closed the book and handed it to Mrs. Yun. Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanning breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Yeah, the eldest brother didn't like Miss Shui, and the potential trouble was eliminated. Okay, then look at this again. Mrs. Yun smiled and handed over another booklet. This is Mr. Zhang's daughter Zhang Meng. She is 15 years old and has never been engaged. This won't work either. Mother, although Zhang Meng has never been engaged, she is a fake daughter. When Mrs. Zhang gave birth to a daughter, she was plotted by the servants in the palace and the children were swapped. It won't take long for the real daughter to be got it back. My mother is getting married to the Zhang family now. When the real and fake daughter comes out, who should I let my eldest brother marry? Mrs. Yun, this matchmaker is too unreliable. What did he bring? Either you have a private lifelong contract with someone, or you have a real or fake daughter. Mom, I don't like this one either, let's go to the next one. Yeah, he is indeed the eldest brother, he has a high vision, he didn't like 2 in a row, it's potential trouble. Unlock X2. This is, next, Mrs. Yun showed Yun Wanchun 6 or 7 times in a row. Yun Wanning didn't complain much, but something happened on Yun Wanchun's side. I don't know if the first 2 were rejected by him too smoothly, but the next few were all rejected by him, using the same words as before. Unfortunate. Next one, everyone in Mrs. Yun was numb until the last booklet was opened, and a sallow, thin, malnourished bean sprout appeared in Yun Wanchun's sight. His eyes moved and he looked at Mrs. Yun in astonishment. How about this? Does this suit your eyes? Mrs. Yun asked him angrily. Mother, why is she in there? All those in front are legitimate daughters, and she is the only concubine who got into it. It can be seen that it was mother's intention, although my mother never mentioned it again, she took everything her little sister said that day to heart. My subordinate reported it to your father, so your father and I both know what happened in Lan Yuexian that day. What on earth do you think? Give your mother inaccurate words so that she can help you. Plan. Hey, maybe the mysterious lady suddenly appeared? Who is this? I really want to know. What happened in Lan Yuxian that day? Why did my mother and eldest brother suddenly start a riddle? Are you trying to annoy me on purpose?
Mother is bad, big brother is bad. Mrs. Yun Wanchen, my dear, I really can't let you know about this matter.
If you now that we know it, we still have to doubt life and why we know this, what if you doubt that we can hear your voice? Mom, please don't worry about this matter. I have my own plans. I promise you that when Uncle Chi's marriage is finalized, so will the baby, okay?
Mrs. Yun, so you spent a long time with me looking at the little portraits of the girls, just to make trouble, right? Mrs. Yun sighed and put away the album helplessly. Yun Wanchen had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she stayed and teased Yun Wanning. Yun Wanning liked him very much and kept chatting with him in her heartfelt voice. After being picked up by him, I took the opportunity to feel his pulse with my little hands. I didn't know if I didn't feel it, but I was shocked when I touched it. Let me go. How come all the blood stasis in brother's body is gone? The meridians have also been dredged.
Doesn't it make sense that the eldest brother still has his own healing skills? If I really had this skill, would it always be bad in the plot? What the hell is going on?
All day long, Yun Wanning had been doubting her life. Xing Yuan. As soon as Yun Zhan stepped into the moon cave gate, he saw a woman in a silver dress standing under the corridor, exuding a unique sense of tranquility. Hearing the footsteps, the woman turned around and saw half a mask with a cold light shining on her palm-sized face. The mask covered her entire middle face, leaving only her smooth forehead,
chin, and a pair of eyes as clear as snow. Master Chi, you are back.
She raised her legs to greet him, her steps small and fast. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to wait for me outside in the future? Yun Zhan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. After listening to his little niece's thoughts, he still can't calm down until now. I have been thinking about it for as long as I have walked from the front yard to here. He knew that his feelings for Yin Shuang were different from those of other women. Not counting his mistress, except for his sister-in-law in Yaoer, Yin Shuang was the only woman around him, but he never thought that it would be love. But if not, what is love?
This slave just happened to come out to relax.
Yin Shuang lowered his head slightly. Even though he was wearing a mask, he could imagine the unruly look on his eyebrows. This is the untamed little wolf cub. It is precisely because of this that he saved her in the first place, right? Thinking of the scene when the two first met, Yun Zhan felt a little better and a smile appeared on his face.
Come in, I have something to ask you.
Yes. In the bedroom, Yun Zhan sat in front of the red wooden table and said, "Stop standing, there are no outsiders, sit down and talk."
Yes.
Without much hesitation, the slender woman sat down next to him, with an upright posture and a straight-backed eye. In Yun Zhan's memory, she will always look like this. His eyes fell on the slender waist that could not be grasped. His eyes moved slightly, and he didn't know when this waist would bend down.
Chapter 43. I haven't met Niu Honghong's empress yet. Xiaoxi is 1 month old and can meet new people. Find a time tomorrow and I will take you to meet her.
Br little 4, Miss Fourth. Yin Shuang didn't understand why he specifically wanted to take her to see the fourth lady, but she still nodded in agreement. Yes, but I am afraid that I will scare the fourth lady. She lowered her head slightly and reached out to touch the silver mask on her face. Although this mask was beautiful, it was different from a human face. Xiao, if she is frightened, she will feel bad, and Madame may also mind.
It doesn't matter, Xiaoxi won't be scared.
When Yun Wanning was mentioned, Yun Zhan chuckled lightly. His Xiaoxi was an extraordinary person with memories of his past life. How could he intimidated by a tiny piece of silver? And judging from her voice, she also likes Yin Shuang very much.
She will definitely be very happy to see Yin Shuang in person, and then, well. Okay.
Yes. At night, Yin Shuang held a luminous pearl and gently opened the door and came in. Seeing that his quilt was well covered and everything was normal, he turned around and prepared to go out. Suddenly, a low sigh came from behind him. I've told you many times to sleep well at night and don't have to do these things.
Why can't you always remember?
Yin Shuang turned around, lowered her head and lowered her eyebrows and said, "It is your duty to go to the night, but you should not wake up Master Chi."
I will pay more attention next time. Ha! Yun Zhan laughed in anger.
He sat up and looked at her closely through the dim light.
Is the maid so good? Why are you so persistent? What is there to do, maid? What's good about serving people? Master Qi saved my slave, and I should repay you. Yin Shuang still lowered his head, and his eyes dimmed slightly. It is true that the maid is not good, but this is the only reason for her to stay in the Yin family and stay with him. Come here. His emotionless voice came to her ears. Yin Shuang almost didn't hesitate and took a step forward to stand in front of him. What are your orders from Master Qi? Suddenly, Yun Zhan's wrist was pulled, and he pulled her hard and sat her down on the bed. His body was pulled over, and their eyes met. His eyes were dark and deep. Yin Shuang, what will you do if I die? Yin Shuang frowned and retorted without thinking, No, Qi Yi will definitely have everything go well and grow long. Live 100 years. Ha, he chuckled and reached out to touch her head. Just answer my question. This slave has returned. Master Qi will not die. She would never allow it. You know, this is not the answer I want. He looked at her with burning eyes and sighed softly. Yin Shuang's eyes blurred for a moment. Then, I don't know what will happen. I have never thought about this problem. Probably, I will go crazy. Or, it depends on how he died. If it was birth, old age, illness, or death, there was nothing she could do. But if he was harmed by someone, she should crush the person who harmed him into ashes. She really doesn't know. Why did Master Qi suddenly ask this question to this slave? Could he be? Yin Shuang suddenly raised her head and looked at him, her eyes extremely nervous. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just asked casually. Seeing the nervousness in her eyes, Yun Zhan felt a little better, paused, and said slowly, Yin Shuang, are you happy with me? Boom! Just like the sound of thunder on the ground, a trace of panic flashed through Yin Shuang's heart quickly, and her fists clenched unconsciously, but her expression remained calm, without showing any emotion. I dare not. What do you dare not? Yun Zhan's heart sank and he was very dissatisfied with the answer. You have to make me angry, right? Tell the truth. My slave is telling the truth. Okay, I understand, then go down and sleep. Remember not to come at night. You can't sleep well, and neither can I. Yun Zhan let her go and explained lightly before her, he didn't have a personal maid for so many years because he didn't like people disturbing his good dreams. Yes, I have remembered it. Yin Shuang clenched her fists. The next day. As soon as she got up, she saw two young maids standing in the courtyard, their brows furrowed slightly. My slave has seen Miss Yin Shuang. The two little maids saw her and hurriedly came over to salute respectfully. You are here, are you busy? In the Qingyuan, except for passing messages and fixed cleaning days, there are few maids coming in and out. Today, I don't know why it is like this. Could it be suddenly thinking of something? Yin Shuang's eyes dimmed and her heart sank. Returning to Miss Yin Shuang, it was Master Qi who sent two slaves here, asking us to stay with Miss Yin Shuang in the future. Hearing this, Yin Shuang was slightly startled, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Here, I can take care of myself. It's better for the two girls to go back. She herself is a maid, how dare she be served by others? The two little maids were unmoved and said, but this is Master Qi's order. Please also ask the girl to keep two slaves. Yin Shuang, Br noon, when Yun Zhan came back from the palace, he saw her holding a handkerchief and standing in a daze under the magnolia tree in the courtyard. What are you thinking about? He strode over and stood beside her. Yin Shuang turned to look at him. She was dressed in purple court clothes, which made him even more luxurious and handsome. Why did Master Qi bring the maid here? Well, there are few people in Qingyuan. After I went to court, you were the only one left, so I asked them to take care of you and accompany you to relieve your boredom and talk. Yin Shuang smiled lightly, I can take care of myself. Besides, I am a maid. How can I be taken care of by others? The servants in the house will gossip. You can rest assured that from now on, you are no longer a maid, so there is no need to call yourself a slave. The majestic princess of Diyu Kingdom is in trouble. This is the phoenix of 9 heavens, how can it be violated by others? This is inappropriate. She is no longer even a maid, how will she deal with herself in the future? How to continue to rely on Ningguo Gongfu? There is nothing wrong. My brother and sister-in-law are kind and my nephews are well behaved. No one will have any objections. If you still feel uncomfortable, I have a house outside and can accommodate you there. Why did Master Qi do this? Do you want to be a slave? She raised her eyes and looked at him, with a hint of sadness in her snow-like black eyes. Yun Zhan sighed,
I don't want you to, I just don't want you to continue to be a maid, so stop thinking about it. Let's go, I will take you to see Xiaoxi. After saying that, he took the initiative to hold her hand and walked outside. Yin Shuang froze, staring blankly at the two hands intertwined with each other, like puppets on strings, keeping up with his pace. Why are you so obedient? On the way, he suddenly turned to look at her, with a beautiful smile on his lips. Could it be that I can do anything to you? Yin Shuang was stunned again. How should she answer these questions? When did he become like this? Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's go. Wait a minute, Yin Shuangyu twitched her hand, turned her head and said, Master Qi, please let go first. Will be seen. Then, someone will say something about him, okay. Yun Zhan let her go, feeling a touch of regret in his heart. He finally understood why his eldest brother always liked to hold his sister-in-law's hand wherever he went. A woman's jade hand seems to be born to be held by a man. One in court, the maid came in to report. My lord, madam, the seventh master is waiting in the front yard with Miss Yin Shuang. He said he wants Miss Yin Shuang to see the fourth miss. Ha, Yun Zhang's eyes moved, as if he had a bright mirror in his heart. When I saw Xiaoxi, Lao Qi's abacus was so loud that the beads on his abacus collapsed. He clearly saw Xiaoxi's superb medical skills and wanted to bring the girl to try to see if Xiaoxi could cure the girl. It seems that Lao Qi really has that girl in his heart, otherwise, how could he have achieved such a degree? Okay, you go and tell Lao Qi, and I will take Xiaoxi to see him. Mrs. Yun dismissed the maid with a smile, feeling extremely good. Unexpectedly, Lao Qi got the idea so quickly. She thought that his temper, which could not be suppressed even if he was hit with a stick, would be postponed until the spring of next year at the latest. I didn't expect it to be so fast. What a great thing. She walked to Yun Wanning's side. The little girl had just woken up and had a full meal, but she hadn't fully woken up yet. She was a little tired and not very energetic. Xiaoxi, Uncle Qi, and Miss Yin Shuang want to see you. Mom will take you to see them. Yun Wanning raised her eyelids and looked at Mrs. Yun for a few seconds, and her brain finally became clearer. Hey, Sister Yin Shuang is coming to see me. Okay, let's go and have a look. I want to meet Sister Yin Shuang too. But mother, please remember to wipe my face, change into beautiful clothes, and make me look cute. Mrs. Yun Zhang, hey, there are milk stains on your face and your clothes are a little dirty. Mom, please wash your face and change your clothes. Mrs. Yun couldn't bear to refuse her, so she had to help her find reasons. You know that my mother loves me the most, you can even see the milk stains on my face. But are there really milk stains on my face? Then am I not a dirty child? Fortunately, my mother saw it and wanted to wash my face, otherwise I would have been disgusted by Sister Yin Shuang. What a risk. The front yard hall, hearing the footsteps, Yun Zhan and Yin Shuang stood up immediately. The next moment, Mrs. Yun walked in, followed by the Duke holding the child of the Duke of the country. At this moment has nothing to do with majesty. My slave has met the Duke and his wife. Yin Shuang immediately saluted. Mrs. Yun took a step forward, smiled and flattered her, and said, Miss Yin Shuang, there is no need to be polite. You are an honored guest brought back by Lao Qi, not a servant of our house. Don't do it again in the future. Salute. Wow, the voice is so nice, how can I resist this voice control? Quick, Dad, let me take a look at Sister Yin Shuang. I haven't seen Niu Honghong's Empress yet. The couple, Yun Zheng coughed and tried his best to adjust the angle so that she could see the silver. Although she is a woman in clothes, she still cannot escape the fate of being rejected. Oh Dad, your skills in holding a baby are really bad, far worse than my mother's. This arm is just blocking my eyes, so I can't see. Dad, when you have some free time, practice how to hold the baby. Yun Zhang, he was not afraid of throwing her. I miss him. Yun Zhang, he can fight on the battlefield and win the court, he can kill the enemy with tricks, he can play tricks and settle accounts, but he is despised for holding a child. Yin Shuang's eyes moved. She didn't know why, but she always felt that the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little subtle. Brother, give me a hug, Xiaoxi. Yun Zhengrua looked at him meaningfully before putting Yun Wanning into his arms. Yun Zhan naturally knew what does big brother mean. We are all smart people, how could the eldest brother not see that he wanted to take advantage of Xiaoxi? So, the eldest brother is warning him again, just this time, and it won't happen next time. He nodded heavily in response to Yun Zhang. Xiaoxi, Uncle Qi will introduce you to a sister.
He held Yun Wanning in front of Yin Shuang and said, "This is Yin Shuang."
Yun Wanning looked up and saw a beautiful silver mask. His eyes instantly lit up and he looked excitedly at the woman who looked like pure snow in front of him. Wow, this is Sister Yin Shuang. I love this temperament so much. He is worthy of being the most powerful and beautiful villain on the surface after Uncle Chi, and the future empress of the Great Yu Kingdom. Wow, Sister Yin Shuang and Uncle Chi stand together, they are really a perfect match. What should I do if I get even more upset? Together, I urgently need to make up for the regrets of chasing the article. The moment Yin Shuang was defeated and forced to commit suicide in front of Daiyu Palace, my heart was broken and I felt uncomfortable for several days. God knows how I recovered. Now that I finally see a real person, I fall in love even more. God, please give me the power to speak. I have decided that I want to save Sister Yin Shuang. Although Yun Wanning was more dissatisfied with the male and female protagonists at that time, the aesthetics of the two villains was what made her unhappy and regretful in her heart. The couple, come on, they are just worrying. Looking at Xiaoxi's enthusiastic attitude towards Miss Yin Shuang, if she knew that Yun Zhan was going to use her to save Yin Shuang, she would probably faint with joy. Didn't you hear that she started calling God in order to save Miss Yin Shuang? Yun Zhan's anxious heart was completely relieved at this moment. A chuckle appeared on the corners of his lips. He turned to look at Yin Shuang, only to see Yin Shuang looking at Xiaoxi stupidly. Although she has never seen a baby of this size, Yin Shuang always feels that the eyes of a baby of this size should not be so smart. Those eyes, at the moment they saw her, were full of surprise, joy, and several other happy expressions, but there was no fear that she had been worried about. Did she see it wrong? It seems that Xiaoxi likes you very much, Yin Shuang, please give her a hug. Yin Shuang came back to her senses and looked up at Yun Zhan, a little worried, but I have never held a child before. What should I do if it makes the fourth lady uncomfortable? It would be even more serious if it falls. It's okay, I'll teach you. Mrs. Yin smiled and began to patiently teach her how to hold the baby. Yin Shuang listened very carefully and learned very seriously. Wow, Sister Yin Shuang is about to hug me later. Don't I have the opportunity to secretly feel her pulse? Sister Yin Shuang was killed by a traitor. Her meridians were severed, her martial arts was disabled, and she was also given several kinds of poisons. When she fled to Dada Kingdom, she was deaf and mute, covered with sores, and her appearance was completely disfigured. After the seventh uncle rescued her, he searched for famous doctors to treat her, and her ears and throat were all cured, even the meridians were connected, and Sister Yin Shuang started practicing martial arts again. Only the disfiguring poison, all the famous doctors are helpless. Chapter 44. Mainly because she is too unpopular, Sister Yin Shuang still has many poisonous scars on her face, so she shows off her silver face all day long. In the plot, after the death of Uncle Chi, Sister Yin Shuang made a human skin mask to restore her appearance and returned to Daiyu Kingdom to avenge and seize the throne. She did not completely detoxify until her death. I would like to see what kind of poison is so difficult. Listening to Yun Wanning's thoughts, Yun Zhan couldn't help but think of his first encounter with Yin Shuang. It was a border town 2 years ago. At that time, she was covered in filth and abscesses, and was pinned to the ground by 3 equally dirty beggars. Those 3 beggars obviously wanted to take possession of her body, yet he thought that this little beggar would probably suffer a loss, but the result shocked him greatly. She was unarmed, but she bit one of them's throat with fierce force. He even clearly saw her swallowing several times, sucking the man's blood. The other 2 were frightened by her ferocity. They stumbled and tried to get up and run away, but their legs were too weak to stand up. She let go of the dead man, grabbed one casually, pinched his neck and knocked him to the ground. The man was knocked unconscious within a few blows. She picked up the stone beside her and smashed the man's lifeblood in 2 or 3 blows. Such a bloody and cruel scene. The last person was so frightened that he peed on the floor, his legs were shaking like a sieve, and he even forgot to escape. She held the stone and walked towards the man with cold eyes, and hit the head mercilessly. In a short time, the head was smashed until it was flat. After getting rid of all the people who bullied her, she found him watching a show not far away. His eyes instantly turned ferocious, full of bloodthirsty and murderous intent, like a wolf cub whose eyes were red with blood. Do you want to kill him? He just found it funny. Calm down, you are not my opponent. The most important thing is, I will not hurt you, I am not your enemy. Bang her. Without replying to him, he closed his eyes and fainted, falling straight to the ground. He was not a nosy person, but at this moment, he was ridiculously compassionate towards a murderer. Not only did he save her, but he also disposed of the bodies of the 3 beggars for her and eliminated all evidence of the crime at the scene. Wow, Sister Inchwan's arms smell so good, it smells different from my mother's. This tastes cool and sweet, it feels a bit like ice cream. Hiss, I really want to take a bite. Stop, my task now is to diagnose the virus, I can't think about ice cream. The ice cream mistook me. See how the sound of Yunwanning swallowing saliva brought Yunzhan back from his thoughts, and his eyes fell on Inchwang again. The woman in front of me has calm and reserved eyebrows. She is completely different from the dirty, cruel and bloodthirsty little beggar back then. It is difficult for people to connect them together again. All this is due to him. For some reason, Yunzhan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He is actually the most vicious Hua Chan in both the medicine and poison worlds. That impostor was too ruthless, and actually fed Sister Inchwang with the poison of flowers. Flower residue medicine is as its name suggests. Those who are poisoned by this poison will pus and rot bit by bit from the inside to the outside. Within half a year, the poisoned person will turn into a pool of pus and die, just like withering. Like rotting flowers. This poison is so cruel that the poisoned person will watch his whole body fester and rot every day, slowly heading towards despair. While torturing the body, it also tortures the spirit of the poisoned person. It seems that the famous doctor that Uncle Chi found was reliable. He actually suppressed the poison in Sister Inchwan's body and saved Sister Inchwan's life. Otherwise, Sister Inchwan would not be alive now. I never imagined that there would be such a vicious poison in the world. Mrs. Yun was shocked. When she looked at Inchwang again, her eyes were full of distress and pity. This poor girl has suffered so much. She has been tortured to the point of becoming deaf and mute, her meridians have been severed, and she has been poisoned by such evil and cruel poison. It is really pitiful. Even Yunzhan was a little surprised. He didn't know who this girl's enemy was. He could kill people with just a nod of his head, but the other party tortured people like this without fear of damaging his moral character. Yunzhan tightened his fists, feeling both happy and scared. Fortunately, Xiu Hong, the quack doctor, was lucky and suppressed the poison in Inchwan's body by accident. Otherwise, this poison is actually not difficult to cure. The main reason is that it is too unpopular. Many doctors have never heard of it and are unable to start. Make pills with 26 kinds of medicinal materials including Tianshan snow lotus, Scrophulariaceae, Quartzia, Solanum nigrum, Plutosporum, Lithospermum, and take it for 7 days. Then use silver needles to force the poison to one place: Sealing Tiantu, Xuanji, Shenzong, Huagai, Gongsun, Neguan, Linqi, Waiguan, Shenmai, Hoshi, and Like, Zhaohai and other 12 major acupuncture points to prevent the poison from spreading. Finally, cut your middle finger to draw out the poison. After detoxification, Sister Inchwan's body still needs to be nursed back to health. Although the meridians have been reconnected, there are still several blood stasis, causing her skill to grow slowly. It would be great if I could give her my inner strength. Xiaoyao 9 Meridians has its own repair function. After practicing for a period of time, Sister Inchwan's meridians and appearance will be restored to perfection. However, if you want to quickly repair your appearance, it is best to use it with muscle building cream. Wow, how could I forget the killer product of muscle growth cream? Since ancient times, women have loved to be beautiful. Skin building cream can remove all scars, acne, and abscesses, and also make the skin more supple and fair. Isn't this an inappropriate business code? Once it is made, it will definitely kill all the heroine's future creams. This incredible wealth, will it be ruined just because I can't speak? Mrs. Yun picked up the wet ink on the paper, blew on it, and handed it to Yunzhan. There are still 2 copies, one to keep and one to use. Yun Wanning has long been accustomed to her mother's habit of writing at any time. She grabbed Inchwan's clothes and spit out milk foam, trying her best to attract Inchwan's attention with her incomparably cute starry eyes. Looking at the little pink dumpling in her arms, Inchwan's heart softened for some reason. She always felt that this little milk baby was not ordinary, and moreover, it was too cute. She wanted to kiss the little milk bag, but she was afraid that Mrs. Yun would mind, so she endured it and only used her fingers to hook Yun Wanning's little hand to get close to her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Taking the paper handed over by Mrs. Yun, Yunzhan glanced at it twice and put it in his arms, with a slight smile on his handsome eyebrows. It turned out that he was in a very good mood. Why are you so polite? You don't treat me as one of your own, do you? Mrs. Yun feigned anger, and Yun Zhan immediately smiled in apology.
Sister-in-law, please calm down.
In Zhan's heart, sister-in-law is like a mother. How dare you not treat your sister-in-law as one of your own family members?
Okay, it's time for Xiaoxi to nurse, so hurry up to get busy.
Seeing that his goal was achieved, Mrs. Yun didn't want to waste his time anymore, so she waved her hand to dismiss him. Yes. Yun Zhan walked to Yin Shuang with a smile, hugged Yun Wan Ning, and kissed her soft little cheek.
Xiaoxi, Uncle Qi will come to see you tomorrow and bring you a gift tomorrow.
His Xiaoxi is a great hero. Yeah, goodbye Uncle Qi, there is no need for the gift, let's give it to Sister Yin Shuang. If you don't work hard now, you will have no chance when Sister Yin Shuang succeeds in seizing the throne. Yun Zhan, it seems that Xiao Naibao really hopes that he and Yin Shuang will be together. Unfortunately, Yin Shuang couldn't hear her voice. Yun Zhan suddenly couldn't help but feel regretful. That afternoon, Yun Zhan grabbed the medicinal materials and started making medicine according to the method Yun Wanning said in his heart.
He was busy until midnight before finishing the work. Master Qi, are you feeling unwell? He locked himself in a side room alone. After a burst of movement, a strong smell of medicine came out.
Thinking of what he asked last night, Yin Shuang's brows furrowed even more at her words, but she kept holding back her temper, waiting for him to take the initiative. As the distance got closer, the bitter medicinal smell on his body became stronger and swept in all pervasively. Yin Shuang's hand holding the handkerchief tightened, and her heart sank to the bottom. Yun Zhan lowered his head and smelled himself. He didn't know if it was because he had been smelling the medicine in the room for too long, but he couldn't smell anything. But he knew that she must have smelled it, otherwise she wouldn't have asked.
No, don't think about it.
He rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. Yin Shuang turned her head and glanced at the side room, pursed her lips and looked at him.
What about this medicine? For you to take. Me? I never expected this answer.
Yin Shuang looked at him in surprise, seeing that she no longer called herself a slave. Yun Zhan felt a little better. Yes, I accidentally met a famous doctor and got a prescription that is said to be able to cure hundreds of poisons. I just followed that prescription to make the medicine. Yin Shuang, do you dare to take it? He also has some knowledge of medicine, and simple medicine is not a problem for him. Yun Zhan took out the medicine bottle from his arms and looked at her with a smile. Without any hesitation, Yin Shuang took the medicine bottle, lowered his head and asked, how to take it?
Do you really dare to eat it?
Yun Zhan sighed and couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. As long as it is given by him, I will take the poison. Yin Shuang didn't say anything, she just uncorked the bottle, poured a pill and swallowed it. The pill was sweet and very different from the medicine she had taken before. This is called honey pill, which is made from honey. Looking at her expression, Yun Zhan knew that the pill was not difficult to eat. The last time Xiaoxi talked about the method of refining honey pills, he remembered them all. But one pill is not enough, you have to take another pill, 3 times a day, 2 pills at a time, for about 7 days. Then, the silver needle can be used to force the poison to die. In the past 2 days, he should find a doctor to practice acupuncture. The next day, the royal palace, when he went to court, Su Jin stopped Yun Zhang, which attracted the attention of countless officials. Why did the Lord Taiwei block the way of my prince? Yun Zhan was dressed in purple official uniform. He put his hands behind his back and raised his chin to look at the man in front of him. He was tall and majestic. The body gives people a strong sense of oppression. Why? Su Jian sneered and said, oh, has the Duke forgotten that my daughter fell into the water in your mansion, and the Duke has not yet given me an explanation? Many days passed, and his people went deep into the Duke's mansion and searched it one by one, but found nothing. Without evidence, he could not attack Princess Huayang and seek justice for his daughter. Unable to vent his anger, Su Jian had no choice but to target Yunzheng, but Yunzheng is not easy to deal with. In recent years, no one can really take advantage of him in terms of messing around. Oh? It's not my prince who pushed your love into the water. What kind of explanation does Mr. Taiwei come to ask my prince? It really doesn't make sense. Although your love is, it's true that he fell into the water at the Duke's mansion, but the Duke of Japan hosted a full moon banquet for his little girl, and all his civil and military colleagues were invited to the banquet. Could it be that the Duke of Japan had to arrange a personal bodyguard for each guest to protect him? Your Taiwei's mansion has held several banquets, large and small. Have you arranged escorts for the guests to protect their safety? If I tell you, your wife is not a small child. Mrs. Su is still following her, so why doesn't she know why she doesn't go to dangerous places? If your love hadn't been so curious and hadn't stood by the water for so long, this accident wouldn't have happened. My father-in-law expresses sympathy for your daughter's experience and will send someone to send some supplements to the Su mansion later. But if Mr. Su comes to ask for an explanation, then I'm sorry, but my father-in-law doesn't think anything needs to be explained in this matter. BR speaking of which, something like this happened to your daughter that day, which caused her colleagues to leave early and go back early. The full moon banquet that our couple carefully prepared for our little daughter was ruined. Where should I go to reason with you? Go. My Lord Tai Wei doesn't want such an accident to happen, so I haven't talked to you about this matter. It would be better for you to come to my lord first. In that case, Lord Tai Wei, you might as well tell me that your wife messed up my daughter's full moon banquet. How should I explain this matter to my father-in-law? After listening to this fan show's shameless tirade made Su Jian almost vomit blood in anger. It's simply confusing right and wrong, confusing right and wrong. Shameless. Yunjiang laughed, squinted his eyes and said coolly, to each other, talk about shamelessness, Tai Wei, you don't have to give in too much. Do you still want to explain? If you don't want to, please give in. My husband is anxious to go back to his house to accompany his wife. Su Jian, the self-proclaimed Tai Wei, was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his chest heaved violently, and his internal organs almost burst. The late emperor really turned his back on such a temple where shameless people could enter. After confronting Su Jian, Yun Zhang felt refreshed and the smile on his face had not disappeared all the way. When he returned to the house, Mrs. Yun noticed it at a glance and asked him curiously, did something good happen? Of course, after going to court, Su Jian's husband came to block the way and wanted to explain to her husband about Su Qianxue falling into the water, but he didn't want to. I performed extremely well today and silenced him with my sharp tongue, making his face as black as carbon with anger. That man was defeated in my hands, so of course he was in a good mood. Yun Zheng proudly told Mrs. Yun about the verbal battle in detail. Mrs. Yun was amused by him. My husband is so awesome. That's right, Yun Zheng was in a better mood after being praised by his wife. If he had a tail, it would be in the sky right now. Wow, Daddy did a great job, Daddy is so awesome, but I am still very curious, how did the heroine fall into the water, Br? Chapter 45, I almost want to cry because of my previous self. Is someone reborn, or is there another book wearer? Oh, anyway, I hope it's not for our family. Although it seems that the other party is going towards the heroine and is our friendly army, there is no guarantee that he will not turn around and target my house in the future. A female protagonist and a male protagonist are enough for us to deal with. If there is another book wearer or reborn person who is targeting our family, there will be no way to survive. Listening to her worried voice, Mrs. Yun could not help but tell her the truth, but she finally endured it. Anyone who knows that his voice can be heard by many people will feel that there is no secret at all, and will be very anxious, ashamed, and frightened. Xiaoxi is still young. If he can't bear it, he will commit suicide from now on. Close, what should I do? Afternoon. Mrs. Yun was checking the accounts in the room, while Yun Wanning was lying on the beauty couch by the window. The little maid played with her by shaking a string of very delicate bells. Miss Forth, isn't this a nice sound? This is called a bell. As long as you shake it gently, it will make a beautiful sound. Miss Forth, do you know why the bell makes a sound? That's because Yun Wanning wanted to roll her eyes, but out of politeness and cultivation, she held back. The sound of gold colliding. Isn't it nice to hear? Sister Xiaodao, although you don't know that I carry the memories of my previous life and just treat me as an ordinary baby, your behavior will make me think that I am mentally retarded. Also, the sound of this bell is quite pleasant to listen to for a while, but it makes my head hurt after listening to it for a long time. Sister Xiaodao, please take a break. I see that you have been shaking it for a long time. My wrist must be tired. Mrs. Yun, Xiaoxi's voice is really so interesting every day. The pen in her hand stopped. Mrs. Yun raised her head and looked at the window with a chuckle. Just as she was about to tell Xiao Tao to take a rest, the sound of a wooden wool suddenly came from outside the door. The sound moves from far to nearer. Following the open door, he saw Song Yan pushing Yin Wanchen towards him. Under the bright light, the man in the wheelchair has picturesque eyebrows and a jade-like face. He is dressed in white clothes that are as white as snow and not stained by dust. A gentleman behaves in an orderly manner and is as bright as the bright moon.
This is generally the case. Hey, big brother is here. Brother, give me a hug.
Yun Wanning's extremely excited heart sounded, and she kept waving her short arms towards Yun Wanchen, regardless of whether Yun Wanchen could see it or not. As soon as he entered the room, the voice of his little sister asking him to hug him rang in his mind. The corners of Yun Wanchen's lips curled up, but he still pretended not to see her.
Mom, where is the little sister? Well, the whole family is doing better than the other.
Mrs. Yun sighed, not knowing whether to be happy or melancholy, and walked over to greet Yun Wan. Ning hugged him. Brother, you finally came to see me and my mother.
I have been looking forward to you all day. Are you sure?
Yun Wanning looked at Yun Wanchen with tears in her eyes. When she was about to secretly feel Yun Wanchen's pulse with her little hands, she suddenly realized something. No, as a younger sister, isn't it reasonable for me to touch my elder brother's wrist?
Why do you have to be so secretive when you can obviously be honest?
No matter how smart the eldest brother is, he would never have imagined that a baby who has just turned 1 month old can diagnose a pulse, right?
So why am I still secretive? Even if it is blatant, the eldest brother will not suspect that he is going there.
Wow, I almost want to cry because of my previous self, Yun Wanning thought as she touched Yun Wanchen's wrist, openly listening to her thoughts. Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanchen couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Yun raised the corners of her lips and smiled softly. Silly Shosi, your eldest brother really didn't expect that a baby who was just 1 month old could diagnose his pulse, and he didn't suspect it. But the problem is, he doesn't need to think about it, you have poured everything out in your mind like beans. Does he still have to think about it, whether you do it blatantly or covertly? Your elder brother already knows everything. Last time it was indeed not an illusion. My brother's pulse was neither floating nor sinking, neither big nor small, calm and gentle, soft and powerful, with a consistent rhythm. The body's internal organs are functioning well, yin and yang are balanced, qi and blood are abundant, and the spirit is peaceful, is a sign of health.
This pulse condition is even better than last time. It's really a ghost. How long has it been since eldest brother came back? How come all the functions have recovered so well? It's like taking a special medicine.
According to my current pulse condition, I can stand up and move around a little, about 1 stick of incense every day.
It would be even better if I can add rock stressing. It will take less than a month. Then you can move freely. Brother, tell me honestly, have you awakened the healing power? Or, did you go and eat ginseng fruit secretly?
Yun Wanning stared at the handsome man in front of her with watery eyes, shouting in her heart with great shock. Hearing those inner thoughts, Mrs. Yun was slightly startled, and then looked at Yun Wanchen excitedly. Has Chunna recovered so well, in 1 month? Will I be able to move freely? Great, really great. She was so excited that Mrs. Yun couldn't help covering her mouth and sobbing softly. Fortunately, Yun Wanning wasn't paying attention to her and didn't notice anything unusual about her. Wait a minute, how come there are traces of the Xiaoyao 9 meridians running in my brother's body?
Are there 9 Xiaoyao sutras in this world? Yun Wanning was completely dumbfounded.
He started to feel the pulse again in disbelief. Yun Wanchen's heart was so excited that he almost lost control of his expression. He never expected that his little sister could even check out the internal strength he had practiced. Is my little sister really that amazing? No wonder the eldest brother recovered so quickly. It turned out that the 9 Xiaoyao meridians repaired the damaged meridians and opened up the stasis in the body. But the question is, where did the 9 Xiaoyao meridians come from?
Isn't this the unique skill of my Medicine King lineage? Could it be that the damn author stole the unique skills of my Medicine King sect? Why are things becoming more and more mysterious? No, that's a mistake. Am I so angry? Isn't it good for elder brother to practice the 9 classics of Xiaoyao?
In this way, he can stand up and his martial arts will be improved, which is a good thing for the Yun family. Unfortunately, my eldest brother has only practiced the first level.
After I can speak, I will teach him the rest.
I almost forgot, there are Uncle Chi and my second brother. They also need to practice. When they all reach the 9th level, the chance of survival of the Yun family will be greatly improved. I will also be able to reduce a few weaknesses by then. Hearing this, Yun Wanchen's tightly hung heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, the little girl didn't mind them practicing her skills, and said that after she could speak, she would teach him the rest. Otherwise, even though he had finished practicing, he would always be ashamed. Of course, I will never stop practicing even if I am ashamed. It's okay if you don't know these skills. If you know them clearly, why don't you practice them? Your Majesty, Mr. Gu needs to see you for something. He is waiting in the front yard. At this time, the young man came to inform. A smile quickly flashed across Yun Wanshan's eyes. Well, I got it. After you entertain Mr. Gu, I'll go right away. Yes. Dismissing the boy, Yun Wanshan prepared to say goodbye to Yun Wanning. Master Gu, why do you sound so familiar? Wait, I remembered, isn't this eldest brother's best friend Gu Hong? Gu Hong is the young master of the Gu family of Huangshan. He is also an important male supporting character in this article and one of the heroine's lickers. In the early stage, he regarded his eldest brother as a confidant. When he learned that his eldest brother had been framed by the heroine and his reputation was ruined, and he was forced to accept the breakup of the engagement, he was very angry. He patted his chest and vowed to vent his anger on his behalf. But in the end, he was attracted by the heroine who stole the show at the winter banquet and trampled the most talented woman in the Great Wu Kingdom to the ground. He was impressed by the heroine's talent. He started to say good things about the heroine in front of his eldest brother, asking him to be broad-minded and not to argue with the woman. It really doesn't hurt when I stand and talk. He is not the one who is embarrassed when his feelings are framed, but he can shamelessly persuade others to be generous. Later, the eldest brother saw that he was obsessed with the heroine, so he gradually alienated him. Unexpectedly, this shameless man took advantage of his eldest brother's trust in him to stab his eldest brother in the back, causing his reputation to be ruined and miserable. I came to see Big Brother today. In addition to visiting Big Brother, I also came to ask Big Brother for help. One of his cousins passed the Jinshi examination, but he never found a job. He only had the false reputation of being from the same family as the Jinshi. The Gu family knew that he had a good relationship with his eldest brother, so they asked him several times to seek help from his eldest brother, hoping that he would come forward and help him find a good job. The eldest brother foolishly agreed and asked Uncle Chi to help the cousin find an official position as a minister. Unexpectedly, people think that officials have too many trivial matters, and they have resented the eldest brother for a long time. They feel that the eldest brother is obviously capable of getting a better position, but deliberately refuses to contribute. Later, Ning Guogong fell, the eldest brother lost power, and his legs were still disabled. The white-eyed wolf cousin found the eldest brother and humiliated him a lot. The eldest brother is deaf and blind, and ends up competing with wild dogs for food, which is inseparable from this person. Oh, brother, I hope you will be more careful later. Don't be so stupid as to think that when your friends come to ask you for help, it is your duty to do so. If you stab him twice, he will really stab you twice in the future. Some things can be helped, and some things cannot be helped. It will be really thankless. Yun Wanning grabbed her elder brother's sleeve and kept talking to him. He was talking loudly, wishing he could say all these words, but other than spitting out strings of milk foam, he couldn't say a word. She was almost anxious. Ji Yu Hang is actually one of the male supporting characters, and he will turn against Chinner in the future. Mrs. Yun clenched her fists and looked at Yun Wanshan with distress. She knew how much Yun Wanshan liked that good friend. Chinner must have been heartbroken after hearing these words, but she can't help him. He has grown up, and there are some things that he needs to face and make choices by himself. Little sister, brother has something to deal with. I will come see you tomorrow. You must be good. Chapter 46. You disappointed your mother. Yun Wanshan curled her lips and smiled slightly, then reached out and touched her little head soothingly. Her eyes were dark and cold, like cold stars. Hey, brother, what's going on? Why do I feel that he suddenly feels a little sad? Is it my imagination? For some reason, Yun Wanning suddenly felt that his mood had changed. Outside the front yard, the man in a dark blue robe leaned against the red wooden pillars of the corridor with his arms folded across his chest, his chin slightly raised, his expression casual. Gulyalu. There was a sound of rolling wooden wheels. The boy in black appeared at the corner of the corridor pushing a wheelchair. Brother Mingyue. A faint joy suddenly appeared in Gu Heng's eyes, and he raised his legs to greet Yun Wanshan. Long time no see. How are you doing, Brother Mingyue? Everything remains as usual. Where is Jinan? Yun Wanchen smiled slightly, as if the stars were blooming in his eyes. The ice and snow melted in an instant, and there was no trace of haze. Jinan is the name of Gu Hong. Yu Hong touched his forehead and said, I just came back from Nanzhou Mansion.
Except for being tired, everything is fine. Brother Mingyue, I'm sorry. I came back too late to pick you up. In the Dao Kingdom, the status of imperial merchants was not high. There were 12 imperial merchants, who managed various royal industries such as salt, weaving, silk, tea, iron ore, and land transportation. Except for personal connections and business, the imperial merchants had no actual say in the court, but there were many things going on, especially the Gu family, which manages land transportation and tea. As the young master, Gu Hang is extremely busy all day long. It doesn't matter.
By the way, Gu Han looked at the legs on the wheelchair and inquired with his eyes, Brother Mingyue and Uncle Yun Qi are on this trip to Jingzhou.
How? Is there any gain?
It's a worthwhile trip. A faint smile flashed across Yun Wanchen's lips, and he admitted generously soon he will stand up again.
After all, he can't hide this matter.
Although he wants to hide it for a short time, if he wants to throw this matter on Jingzhou's head, he will lose his little sister's secret. To keep it, you must leak some news at the right time.
Ah? Really?
That's great.
I would like to congratulate Brother Mingyue in advance. Gu Hong couldn't help laughing happily.
It could be seen that at this moment, I feel happy for my friend from the bottom of my heart. However, things are unpredictable and people will change after all, right? Yun Wanchen lowered his eyelids slightly to cover up the dark spots in his eyes. I am the hall. The waiter served tea and then retreated. Apart from Gu Hong and Yun Wanchen, only Song Yan, who was quiet and had no sense of presence, was left. After chatting for a few words, Gu Heng's expression suddenly became awkward. Yun Wanchen took the teacup and blew it gently, his eyes moved slightly, and he spoke calmly, Jinan seems to have something to say. Hearing this, Gu Han looked even more embarrassed, gritted his teeth and spoke softly. Brother Mingyue, to be honest, in addition to visiting you this time, I actually have something else to ask. For the voice became weaker and weaker, and Gu Heng's handsome face showed a slight smile. Red, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, everyone wants to save face. If he had to, he really didn't want to say this to his friends.
Oh? Jinan has something to say, but it doesn't matter. There is no need to hesitate between you and me. Yun Wanchen smiled softly, like the bright moon in his arms. Thank you, Brother Mingyue. In that case, let me tell you directly.
Gu Hong coughed, suppressing his embarrassment, and said, My aunt's family has a cousin who died last year. I won the top 3 Jinshi in the imperial examination, but I haven't gotten any official position so far in the Dao Kingdom. The Jinshi are divided into the top 3. Ija is the number 1 scholar, the second best scholar, and the third best scholar.
They are called Jinshi and No.
There are 3 people in total. The second class is called Jinshi, and there are 50 people in total. As for the third class, there are 100 or 200 people. What does it mean to be born with a Jinshi? That's because I didn't pass the exam, and it was a false name to show comfort. Otherwise, why add the word same? Therefore, the top 3 Jinshi exams are worthless, and after passing the Jinshi exam, you cannot continue to take the exam. Born as a Jinshi, if you are lucky, you can be selected to study for the imperial examination. When the next imperial examination comes, you will be dismissed and stay in Haojing to find an official position. Those who are unlucky will have no choice but to wait forever, or be sent to a remote place where no one wants to go. My aunt's family has made many connections, but she has hit a wall at every turn. My grandmother knew that I had a close personal relationship with Brother Mingyue, so she and my aunt begged me to find a way with Brother Mingyue. Little brother. I didn't want to agree, but my grandmother and aunt wanted to kneel to me for this. They are elders. How could I accept their kneeling? In desperation, I had no choice but to shamelessly come to Mingyue. Brother, I hope Brother Mingyue can do this for me so that I can go back to work. I would be very grateful. Yun Wanchen tightened her fingers on the teacup slightly, and all the luck in her heart was completely eliminated at this moment. Turn into ashes. Sure enough, my little sister's words are all right. He smiled lightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. So that's the case, but even if I was born with a Jinshi, I wouldn't be able to get any good official position. Brother Mingyue is willing to help. As long as I can find an official position that is not open to outsiders, I and my aunt's family will be grateful. How can I dare to hope for a good official position? Even if the number one scholar is only a 6th grade official, how can a person who was born as a Jincher be rejected by the number one scholar by 300 blocks? Dare to think of a good position, it would be nice to have something to do. Gu Hong expressed great understanding of this. Okay, I will try my best. Then I'm so grateful to Brother Mingyue. After this is done, I will definitely ask my aunt and cousin to come to thank Brother Mingyue in person. More than half an hour later, Gu Hang left behind more than a dozen valuable supplements. Leave in a hurry. Mrs. Yun came in from behind the door. Song Yan, please step aside first. I have something to say to the Crown Prince. Yes. After getting rid of Song Yan, Mrs. Yun looked at the man in the wheelchair who was like a breeze and a bright moon. Her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Shenner, you clearly know, why did you agree to him? She originally thought that when he grew up, he would be able to handle his own affairs, but in her heart still unable to let go, he handed Yun Wanning to the nanny and followed her quietly. But who knew? You have disappointed my mother very much. Mother. Yun Wanchen gently touched his forehead and sighed helplessly. Since you know that the child knows this, why can't you give the child more trust? That's it. Deny him easily. You have already agreed to him. How do you expect your mother to believe you? At the least, you are asking for trouble. At worst, you are seeking power and accepting bribes. It does not count the harm to yourself, but you are also slandering. It ruins the reputation of your father and the Yun family. How can my mother say it is so serious? It is reasonable and within the law to find connections to get a small job if you are from the same Jincher background. You still talk back? Is that the problem? The problem is that Gu Hong, you still help him when he does that? Madame Yun burst into tears of anger, because she thought of something very important when Yun Wanchen went to see Gu Hong. Xiaoxi had said before that if Yaoer goes against the heroine in the future, she will be killed by the heroine. The misfortune caused by several suitors was extremely miserable, and this Gu Hang is obviously one of the suitors of the heroine, so it is very likely that he is among the culprits who harmed Yaoer. Having harmed Yaoer to such an extent, and betrayed and framed Chun'er, such a ruthless and disrespectful rat, she didn't understand why Yun Wanchen, who had always been sensible, would still help him. Mom, please stop crying. The kid has his own thoughts on this matter. Please trust the kid. If Mom doesn't believe it, then step forward and the kid will tell Mom all the plans, okay? Seeing his mother shed tears due to anger, Yun Wanchen felt heartbroken and felt extremely guilty at the same time. But if I let my father know that he will make my mother cry, I am afraid that I will inevitably receive 2 slaps from my father. Do you really care? Mrs. Yun wiped away her tears with her handkerchief and looked at him with red eyes. Yun Wanchen nodded heavily. Okay, then I believe you. Now tell me what your plan is. Appease Mrs. Yun, Yun Wanchen asked Song Yan to push into Qingyuan. In the Qingyuan, there was a faint smell of medicine. Yun Wanchen frowned slightly. From a distance, he saw Uncle Qi teaching his girl to practice internal skills under the magnolia tree. The two of them are quite close. It seems that after hearing the little sister's voice, Uncle Qi put forward some feelings. A faint smile appeared in Yun Wanchen's eyes. Uncle Qi is really quite old. If he really has feelings for Miss In Xuan, it would be a good thing. It's the Crown Prince, Master Qi. The Crown Prince is here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the handsome and magnificent young man in white under the cave gate. In Xuan's eyes paused slightly and he spoke out a reminder. Yunzhan shouted and then stood up from the ground. Yunzhan turned his head to look, smiled, and waved to him. Come here. Yun Wanchen moved his fingers, and Song Yan pushed him towards that direction. Yunzhan bent down, reached out, and patted his leg. How have you been these 2 days? It's good, Uncle Qi. I shouldn't have disturbed you, right? His eyes were teasing and he smiled slightly. Yunzhan's expression froze slightly and he subconsciously turned to look at In Xuan. After seeing her expression as normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. I want to say that I'm disturbing you. Will you get out? Yun Wanchen, he suppressed his smile and said seriously, Qi uncle, I came to see you because I need your help. Tell me, what's the matter? Just as Yun Wanchen was sent away, Yun Zhang sent someone over again. Master Qi, the Duke of Guai asked you to come over. Okay, I understand. Yunzhan looked at In Xuan. Brother wants to see me for something, I'll go over there. Okay. Study. After Yunzhan entered, he closed the door with his backhand and walked towards the desk. Brother, is there any news about the thing I asked you to do? Yeah. Behind the desk, Yun Zhang looked up at him and handed him a portrait. The Shadow Hall had collected the information there earlier. After getting the order, it immediately transferred all the information about the princess and sent it over quickly. You can see for yourself. The Shadow Hall is a special organization he established to understand the situation of various countries. Its duty is to collect all information from other countries so that he will not know anything about the enemy during the war, but I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly convenient. Yun Zhan took the portrait and in an instant, a face that was so beautiful that it made him lose his mind appeared in his eyes. The woman's face is picturesque, cold, and stunning, with a bit of coldness and aloofness between her eyebrows. The more I look at this temperament and demeanor, the more I feel that it is exactly the same as Yin Shuang. Yun Zhan put down the portrait, opened the envelope on the side, took out the information and read it carefully. Fengxi, the princess of Dayu Kingdom, is 17 years old. According to the secret report, there has always been only one crown princess in Dayu Kingdom, and there has been no rumor of seizing the throne. The crown princess's position is as secure as Mount Tai. Now it's even more exciting. He is still in the royal palace of Dayu Kingdom, and occasionally appears on the streets of Fengtian City to greet the victorious soldiers. Yun Zhang squinted his eyes and spoke thoughtfully. According to the secret report, Emperor Dayu's imperial chariot in his early years injured Zhen Zhen, and he only had one heir, Fengxi. Because he did not want to lose the throne, he never adopted the prince. Instead, he raised Fengxi by his side as the prince since he was a child. Same training. Then what's going on in their house now? Xiaoxi's voice is definitely not false. The only possibility is that the one in Dayu Kingdom's palace is fake. She has replaced the identity and face of the real princess and deceived the entire Dayu Kingdom, but forget about the civil and military officials and the people. Even Emperor Dayu, who single-handedly raised the imperial concubine, couldn't tell the truth from the false. Why is this happening? How could the majestic princess be harmed into such a situation without anyone knowing? Xiaoxi has confirmed that that is definitely a fake. Brother, I need to trouble you to continue investigating this matter. Yun Zhan folded the portrait and hid it inside his clothes. TSK, do you really like that girl? Yun Zhang raised his eyebrows and looked at him teasingly. My fair lady, a gentleman is always brave. Over the years, apart from Yaoer and my sister-in-law, she is the only woman around me. I think I like her. Being teased by my brother, Yun Zhan coughed slightly, his handsome face stained with a thin blush, but he still admitted it generously. There is no shame in admiring girls, and besides, he also learned this from his eldest brother, or it can be said that it is the inheritance of the Yun family, although he was not yet born at the time. He heard brother Zhongli say several times that his eldest sister-in-law's family was exiled and their engagement was forcibly broken off by the Lin family. It was so pitiful. When the eldest brother found out, he chased after her with a knife without saying a word. On the way, he hacked to death the government servant who wanted to do evil things to his sister-in-law, as well as countless ruffians who bullied his sister-in-law's family, and silently acted as a hero in secret. After sending his sister-in-law's family safely to the place of exile, he threw himself into a nearby military camp and began to kill the enemy and perform meritorious service. Others only make meritorious service to honor their ancestors and win titles as generals, but he made meritorious service just to bring his sister-in-law back from the bitter cold place at the border. With that passion, he actually accomplished everything. Moreover, he was promoted to a higher rank and received the late emperor's favor. It is true that the flowers planted with intention do not bloom, but the willows planted with no intention of creating shade. It's good if you can understand your own heart. No matter who you like, Big Brother will support you. You can rest assured to leave this matter to Big Brother. Yun Zhang patted him shoulders, and the words were extremely gratifying. It's not easy to raise my brother to such an old age before he finally understands to get him a wife and start a family early so that he can give an explanation to his ancestors and parents. To be honest, he started worrying about Yun Zhan's lifelong affairs 2 or 3 years ago. He often had headaches and felt that Yun Zhan was nothing like him. Is the plot of Chapter 47 The Big Fuss in Zuixiang Tower happening today? Now it seems like it is still the same. The two brothers left the study. Yun Zhang went to make out with his wife, and Yun Zhan headed towards Qingyuan. Along the way, his mind was filled with secret reports from the Shadow Hall. He still doesn't understand how the dignified princess ended up in the same situation. Master Qi, you are back. The slender woman walked towards him. Yunjan stopped and hummed, his eyes falling on the delicate and eye-catching silver face. His eyes were too direct, like a hook, locking her tightly. A faint doubt appeared in Yinchuan's eyes, but he did not dodge in the slightest. Why is Master Qi looking at me like this? Yinchuan, Yunjan stretched out his hand and gently touched the edge of the mask. I want to see your face. Yinchuan was startled for a moment, then took off the mask without saying a word. An oval face appeared in front of Yunjan. It was obviously an extremely delicate facial features, but the large black sores on his cheeks destroyed all the beauty, leaving only an ugliness and disgust that could scare a child to tears. Yunjan looked at her eyebrows, eyes, lips, and nose carefully, and sure enough, ignoring the black sores and damage on her face, her facial features were exactly the same as the woman in the portrait in his arms. The mystery has been solved, but there are more suspicious ones. Why did Master Qi think of looking at my face? Aren't you afraid of nightmares at night? Yinchuan lowered her head and gently covered her left cheek. This face was so ugly that she didn't even want to take another look at it. She would feel disgusted if she accidentally saw it. Now she has recovered very well. When they first met, her whole body was covered with abscesses and her face was not intact. She didn't know what kind of freak he was, but she didn't feel disgusted at all. Not afraid of being infected, he picked her up and took her back. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Yunjan took the mask in her hand and put it on her gently. His manner was a bit too intimate. Thinking of all the signs he had shown in the past 2 days, Yinchuan felt a little uneasy, always feeling that he was too abnormal. Master Qi, has something happened recently? Why do you ask that? No. Yinchuan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and calmed down. He slowly shook his head. He sighed and said softly, Yinchuan, if you have anything to do in the future, you can tell me directly without any worries. Hearing this, Yinchuan tightened her fingers and looked up at him. Tell me, I can see that there is something on your mind. I just think that Master Qi has become a little strange recently. Encouraged, Yinchuan no longer hesitated and mustered up the courage to speak out her heart. Yunjan chuckled, you want to say that I have been too attentive to you recently, right? Yinchuan's face froze slightly, not knowing how to respond. Yinchuan, if I ask to marry you, will you marry me? What? Her eyes widened suddenly. Yinchuan looked at him in disbelief, her heart beating like a drum, almost jumping out of her chest. After a moment, she lowered her eyes and smiled lightly. Master Qi, don't make fun of me. Such words are not something you can say casually. I'm not trying to make fun of you. Yunjan had a slight headache, I'm telling the truth. Not waiting for her to respond, he continued, Yinchuan, I really mean it. I want to marry you, but you can follow your own wishes and don't force yourself. I won't force you. I just want to tell you my feelings. Originally, it was still early before the time he promised his sister-in-law, so he didn't want to tell her now, but after seeing the portrait, he suddenly thought of many questions. He has learned the way to detoxify her from Xiaoxi's inner voice. Her face will get better sooner or later. If he waits for her appearance to recover before he expresses his feelings to her, I'm afraid she will only think of him as a lecher. She is beautiful, then what's the point of all this he did? Why? Does Master Qi like me? Yinchuan is a little confused. How could he possibly want to marry her? How could I like her? She doesn't even like the way she looks now, so how can any man like her? It's probably XINU. I haven't had much contact with women, and I don't really understand what XINU is, but I can't see you being wronged. I just want everything to be fine with you. What he didn't say was that he didn't want to see her marry someone else. She had been with him for 2 full years. He had already gotten used to her and couldn't live without her. He hoped that she could stay with him for a long time. In the past, this thought was so vague that he didn't even realize it, because she was always by his side, quiet and considerate, and never gave him a chance to realize it. But after Xiaoxi's inner voice broke the news, this thought grew like weeds and could no longer be suppressed. He cares about her. In his heart, she is more important than all other noble ladies. Do you have a tendency to like ugly women? Yinchuan still found it incredible. From a normal point of view, he shouldn't like her at all, but he actually admitted that he liked her. Although it is not very firm and clear, it is completely sufficient. How could this happen? This was the most secret desire in her heart, but when it actually happened, Yinchuan still felt that it was outrageous. In addition to being Ningguo's biological brother, he also holds a high position and is very popular with the emperor. What kind of woman can't marry him? It's not her turn to marry an ugly and shameful maid like her, right? Hey, what are you talking about? Yunjin frowned slightly. There are countless women in Dog Kingdom who are uglier than you. If only she is ugly, she can be my wife. It's really not your turn. Inshuang, I have told you my intention. You can reject me, but you cannot doubt my intentions. Of course, don't be so hasty to reject me. I'll give you enough time to think about it. After enduring it again and again, Yunjin still couldn't resist reaching out and touching her cheek. Although the appearance is damaged, it is not as ugly as you think. The eyes are so beautiful that they can cover up all the shortcomings. Beauty is not just about the eyes, but everywhere is beautiful. Asterisk the next day, front yard hall, Yunwan Ning was awakened by bursts of pungent aroma. Before her eyes opened, her nose started to twitch. It smells so good, I seem to smell the smell of roasted goose, as well as braised pig's trotters, honey barbecued pork, cordyceps duck tongue, mushroom soup, pickled sea bass, almond bergamot, mutton stew. My mouth is watering. My parents are too much. They know that I can't eat yet, but they still want to smell it for me. Oh, I want to eat, too. I don't want to drink milk, I want to eat, ugh. Everyone, in front of the round table, listening to her shouting as she kept swallowing saliva, everyone looked at each other in confusion as they looked at the table full of food. In the past, she was coaxed by her wet nurse during meals, but today she had something to do at home and went home on leave. He was afraid that she would wake up and need to drink milk, so he brought her over, but he didn't expect that it would end up like this. Everyone didn't know what to do. I'm going to see Xiao Si. Mrs. Yun got up from the chair and walked towards Yunwan Ning. She felt that Xiao Bao must be hungry just after waking up, so she couldn't stand the smell of food. Chongqing, as long as she waits until her stomach is full, she won't be so greedy. Where is Yunwan Ye? Why haven't you come over yet? The whole family is together, but Dudu Yunwan Ye has been missing for a long time, and the dishes waiting for him are almost cold. Yun Zheng's face dropped, and Yunwan Ye shook her head. I don't know, maybe I slept in. Yun Zheng's face turned even more ugly. Just when he was about to ask someone to call him, he saw Yunwan Ye appearing at the door with his head tilted. Mom and Dad, I have something to do and I have to go out, so I won't eat. You guys can eat by yourself. Come in. Yun Zheng's expression looking at him darkly, as if he could get angry at any moment. Yunwan Ye felt a little frightened and walked in with a shrunken body. Dad, why are you calling me? If you don't want to eat, why don't you come here and tell me earlier? Do you know that so many of us are waiting for you? Dad, I was wrong. I must come here and tell you earlier next time, otherwise you won't wait for me next time. I came here late, so I'm hungry. Yunwan Ye quickly admitted her mistake and smiled at her father, who didn't want to be beaten here. How unlucky must today be to be beaten up so early in the morning? What's more important is that if you meet your friends later, you won't be laughed to death by them. What are you going to do? Yunzheng snorted coldly and looked him up and down, but he didn't like it no matter what. Yunwan Ye did not dare to hide anything and reported the itinerary truthfully. Wei Jiaowei's birthday is today, so he invited many friends to get together at Zuixiang House, and I went to celebrate his birthday. What, is the plot of the Zuixiang House happening today? Dad, hold him down and don't let him go out. If the second brother goes out, he will cause trouble. Yun Wanning, who was breastfeeding, heard the two key words Wei Jiaowei and Zuixianglu. Her eyes suddenly trembled. She didn't even drink milk, and she screamed crazily in her heart. Everyone, Yunwan Ye, everyone trembled and their ears stood up, especially for Yunwan Ye. His lips trembled and he felt a little anxious. No way, he couldn't be so unlucky, right? Is it going to happen to him again? Why is he so unlucky? Little sister, tell me, what bad luck will happen to your dearest second brother today? Telling it out in advance can help my second brother and me have some idea. Wei Jiaowei is one of the second brother's friends. Today he held a birthday party at Zuixiang Tower and invited several dandies who usually play well. This group of dandy boys got together and drank and had fun. Each of them drank a little too much. When I was about to finish drinking, I met Lu Huijin, who came to Zuixianglu with his friends. The second brother has always been at odds with Lu Huijin, and often slanders and curses others in private. Naturally, the few playboys who hang out with him know this. In order to please their second brother when they were drunk, several dandy boys took the initiative to provoke Lu Huijin and ridiculed him for eating soft food. The other party replied a few words, but unexpectedly angered the second brother and his gang, who were driven by alcohol. The two parties started to fight, and things gradually got out of control. In the chaos, one of Lu Huijin's friends was killed, and even Lu Huijin was seriously injured. A life occurred, and people from the restaurant reported the case. Jing Zhaoyin's people quickly appeared and captured the second brother and his group. How can the status of someone who can stand with Lu Huijin be so different? Unfortunately, the one who was beaten to death was the concubine of the doctor in question. The chief minister and Marquis Chang'e jointly filed a complaint and brought the matter to the emperor. In addition, the princess was distressed that her future consort was injured, and this matter became a big deal for a time. The second brother was punished with 100 punishments and was demoted to a criminal. A young man who accidentally killed someone was beheaded. The other young masters, including Wei Jiaowei, were all punished and demoted to a criminal. He was sent to the border to work as coolies in building the city wall. This matter also affected my father and his seventh uncle. My father was accused by the official of being a poor teacher. Countless officials filed petitions and asked the emperor to issue an edict to punish my father. In desperation, the emperor suspended his father from his post, fined him 1 year's salary, and fined him half a year's probation. How could it be so serious? Mrs. Yun's figure trembled. She couldn't hold the spoon in her hand steadily, and milk splashed on Yun Wanning's face, but luckily it wasn't too much. Yun Wanning was stunned by a spoonful of milk. Mom, what are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? He actually threw milk on my face. Hurry up and wipe it for me, it's so wet and uncomfortable. Mrs. Yun came to her senses, quickly put the bowl of milk aside, took the handkerchief and gently wiped the milk on her face. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, my mother's hands were shaking just now. It doesn't matter, I won't blame my mother. Everyone will be careless sometimes, I understand. Mrs. Yun smiled slightly, wiped her clean, and then looked up at Yun Wanya. Since you came back from the military camp, you've been running out every now and then, either drinking or playing. You've been doing nothing all day and night. It's simply outrageous. If you really have nothing to do, just go back to the military camp and be good. Practice some enemy killing skills so that you don't hold your father back on the battlefield in the future. Yes, Mom is right. If you have nothing to do, just go to the military camp to train. Running outside all day long can easily cause trouble, especially today. You must not go out. Young and energetic, full of vitality, you will fight if you don't agree with each other. What's the point of fighting? Going to the hospital if you lose, and paying money if you win, it's not worth it no matter how you look at it. Is that 100 sticks very comfortable? Or are sinners glorious? Do you like to build city walls? Yun Wanya, why does he feel like he has already been punished even though he has done nothing? I agree with Madam. This boy has been too carefree recently. He should be allowed to pack his things and go back to the military camp. Yun Zheng narrowed his eyes and spoke sinisterly. Do you like fighting? Then go to the military camp and fight. What kind of hero do you think you are if you fight outside? When he turned around, he told Vice General Pei to take good care of this boy. Dad, Mom, I will go back to the military camp. Can you wait until after the New Year? My eldest brother and my seventh uncle have just come back. I still want to spend more time with my eldest brother. Yun Wanya said with a smile. He didn't dare to have any objections in front of Yun Wanning's inner thoughts. He could only obtain the greatest benefits for himself under the premise of obedience. Really? If you want to accompany me, then don't go out today. It just so happens that my legs have recovered well recently, so you can stay in the house today and exercise with me. Yun Wanchen smiled slightly. His smile was warm and gentle, and he was as bright as the moon. Chapter 48. Good words can't persuade someone who is looking for death. He has already seen the magic of his little sister. Today, he cannot let the boy Yun Wanya go out under any circumstances. Yes, it would be nice to do some activities with my big brother at home. I checked my elder brother's pulse yesterday. Judging from the pulse condition, my elder brother is now fully able to stand up. Exercise will help him walk normally as soon as possible. In short, it's fine to do anything, but you must not go to Zuoxiang Tower. You probably don't want to see that boy from the Xu family beheaded for beating to death the son of the doctor in question, right? Also, second brother, today is the most important day in the turning point of your destiny, so you must listen to my advice. Otherwise, after you are sent to the border gate, you will suffer a lot and suffer amnesia. When the time comes, I will be rescued by the heroine and become her loyal lackey. I will help her kill her eldest brother, Uncle Chi, and me, and watch the princess being killed as well. After my memory is restored, I should pull it out. The sword killed himself. In the plot, if it is said that he was forced to marry the woman who fell into the water, it may be the first setback in the life of the second brother to completely cut off the relationship with his sweetheart. Then, today's incident at Zhuxianglu will be the most important turning point for the second brother, and even for the entire Ningguo Palace. Since today, Ningguo Duke's mansion seems to have provoked the unparalleled evil spirit, heading towards an unstoppable path of decline and destruction. First, my father was grounded, and my seventh uncle was suspended. Then, after being punished, my second brother was sent to a border guard, and Mrs. Lin came to the door to scold me. The outside world is full of rumors that I am a bastard and not a child of the Yun family. My mother suffered a series of blows. In order to save the last face of the Duke's palace, she wrote a blood letter to prove her innocence and then hanged herself. After my mother died, my father was deeply hit and depressed. He neglected his sister, who began to go further and further down the path of a vicious female supporting role, constantly trying to commit suicide, and was eventually sold to a remote mountain ravine. After being tortured to madness, he was beaten to death. Alas, the matter of being forced to marry the woman who fell into the water has been disrupted by a mysterious person, who invisibly helped the second brother to resolve a disaster, making the stupid second brother happy till now. Now, disaster is coming again. I hope I can continue to avoid this disaster. If we escape this time, the butterfly effect will occur, which may change the fate of the whole family in the future. Yun Wanya, he asked why how Duan Duan lost his memory and became the heroine's lackey. It turns out that this is the truth of the matter. I can't believe that he just went out to attend a birthday party, and such a disaster would happen. It must be so unlucky. It seems that today is a very bad day, and you cannot leave this door no matter what. He doesn't want to be sent to the border to build the city wall, nor does he want to become the heroine's lackey after losing his memory, helping her kill his own family, nor does he want to see a friend beheaded because of it. Although he had already made up his mind, he did not agree immediately. After all, the little sister didn't know that everyone could hear her voice, so he couldn't let the plot collapse so easily. In front of my little sister, I still have to do the drama that needs to be done. Brother, it's not that I don't want to stay at home with you, it's just that I have made an appointment with Wei Jiaowei and the others. If I don't go, wouldn't I be breaking my promise? Then let Song Xian make a trip for you. Just say that you have something to do at home and can't get away. I'm sure Mr. Wei and the others won't mind. Yun Wanyao gave him advice with a smile. The eyes she was looking at him were like knives, secretly trying to stab him. No, what's going on with you guys today? Why don't you two let me go out? I'm not a prisoner, so why don't I go to a birthday party? Yun Wanya looked at her eyes. Yun Wanning on the couch took a look, coughed heavily, and deliberately protested, pretend well, keep pretending. It looks pretty good. Yun Wanyao rolled her eyes and began to use her acting skills not to be outdone. No, you are not allowed to go out. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that you would cause big trouble with those gangsters when you go out today. This nightmare is very realistic. In order to prevent you from being in bad luck, just stay calm. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Hearing this, Yun Wanning was shocked. Hey, my sister actually had a premonition, it's really magical. But the stupid second brother probably sneered and wouldn't take it to heart. Hey, he went there in the plot, which means that his sister did not stop him. It seems that this disaster is not easy to avoid. The plot has collapsed so many times, how great would it be if it collapsed this time too? It's just a dream, not as mysterious as you said. Yun Wanya sneered nonchalantly and worked very hard to perform according to Yun Wanning's wishes. Scoff. Okay, it's getting late. I'm leaving. Brother, I'll come back to accompany you when I show up at Zuixiang Tower. Oh, good advice. He is someone who is always looking for death. The whole family has said this, but they still can't keep the second brother. It's true that he is destined to be unlucky. Even if my mother's fate has changed, it still can't change my second brother's ending. I really want to knock him out. Yes, I can. Although I can't do anything with my small body now and can't use my hands, I can use my mental power. Ah, I am so awesome. Stupid second brother, you have been lying down for 2 days. This is the best way I can think of to prevent you from being unlucky. Yun Wanning praised herself in her heart, and then closed her eyes. A mysterious force came from her mind and attacked Yun Wanya very quickly. An invisible force enveloped him, and Yun Wanya froze in place. Before he could react, there was a stabbing pain in his mind, consciousness instantly fell into darkness, and his body fell straight toward the ground. Looking at the comatose young man, Yun Zhang and Yun Wanchen had a wave of shock in their eyes, and they were extremely shocked. What attack is this, so strong? They only vaguely felt a wave of power that looked like internal force but was not like internal force. Before they had time to investigate, Yun Wanya was knocked unconscious. This is too perverted. Who was Xiaoxi in his previous life? What is certain is that she is not only a doctor with superb medical skills, her martial arts are also ridiculously strong. The Yun family is really lucky to have such a lucky star as Xiaoxi. My strength is seriously overdrawn. I'm so tired, I'm about to fall into a coma. This blow used up all the strength, Yun Wanning murmured weakly in her heart, regardless of whether her parents would see her with her later. What would Yun Wanya think when he was unconscious all night? He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. There was deep fatigue between the eyebrows, the face was haggard, and the lips were pale, as if the yang energy had been sucked dry, which made Mrs. Yun feel distressed. She lowered her head and kissed Yun Wanning on the face, pulled the quilt over her and covered her up. Then she looked at Yun Wanyi, who was on the ground and no one cared about her, and made a sound of disgust. Husband, take him back to his room and lie here to be an eyesore. My husband also thinks he is an eyesore, so let Song Xian send him away. Song Xian, go and send the second young master back. Yun Jing turned his head and shouted outside, and the young man in black immediately walked in. Carry the clouds away at night then, he asked nervously, where is Xiaoxi, how is she? As soon as these words came out, Yun Wanchen and Yun Wanya were also worried, and they also I know what happened to my little sister. I fell asleep and I don't know the specific situation. Mrs. Yun sighed, and the father and son instantly became more worried. Why don't you send someone over to Zhuixi Angla to say something? It's not good to let those young masters wait. After a while, thinking of Wei Jiaowei and others, Yun Madam frowned. None of the Yun family broke their word. Even though Yun Wanya was now disgusting, he should not be allowed to have a record of breaking one's trust. Well, okay. Yunjing came back to his senses, nodded and said, I will let Lu Wu go there in person and watch them secretly, so as not to worry about the night. Even if they are not there, they will cause trouble. These boys all treat Yun Wanya well, and more importantly, the Wei family boy's grandfather Wei Gong was once kind to him. No matter what happened to him today, he would have to take care of it. The few boys in the province met the fate that Xiaoxi wished for. Okay. Yun Zhang didn't even eat, so he went to find Lu Wu. Lu Wu rushed to Zuishan Tower without stopping, and easily found the gang of boys on the second floor. Sure enough, except Yun Wanya, everyone in the group was here. At this moment, they are gathering together to discuss the reason why Yun Wanya has not come yet. It's strange, why is our second master Yun still not here? When we got together in the past, he was the most active in coming. Why is this happening today? I don't know. How about we send someone to the Duke Ning's mansion to have a look? If the second young master doesn't come, it would be boring for us to sit like this. Brother Wei, don't you know the reason why the second young master Yun is late? Wei Jiaowei closed the folding fan and shook his head slowly. Hey, this is weird. Oh, let's let someone shout. I can't move while watching the table full of wine. I'm starving to death. BR, stop shouting, my second young master will miss your promise today. Suddenly, a frivolous voice came, and everyone turned their heads to see a handsome man looking at them with a smile. Hey, I think I've seen you before. You are Lu Wu, Ning Guogong's counselor, right? That's right. General Lucian, you just said that second young master Yun is going to break his promise to us. Why? Wei Jiaowei stood up and looked at Lu Wu respectfully asked. Well, Lu Wu touched his chin and said nonchalantly, my second son may have caught a cold. When he was preparing to go out for the banquet today, he suddenly passed out. The Duke of Gui was afraid that everyone would be anxious about waiting, so he specially sent me to tell you. Everyone, put P, with Yun Wanye's physique, would he faint if he catches a cold? Liar, ghosts don't lie like this. There are probably two reasons why Yun Wanye didn't come to the banquet. Either something really happened and he couldn't get away, or he was detained by the Duke. It's very possible that the Duke of Guo thought they were all a bunch of idle dudes and didn't want Yun Wanye to get too close to them for fear of being led astray. Wei Jiaowei felt a little disappointed inside. Okay, we understand. Thank you, Lucian, for passing on the message in the future, but it doesn't matter to I, right? It doesn't matter, the words are over. I won't interrupt you, gentlemen. I wish Mr. Wei a happy birthday and all the best. I'll say goodbye. Thank you, General Lu. Lu Wu didn't. He really left, but kept watching them secretly. More than an hour later, another wave of distinguished guests arrived on the second floor of Zuishan Building. Look, it's the turtle grandson of Lu Huijin. Shu, lower your voice. Although he is a bastard who can't stand on the stage, he is now the young Marquis of the Changdal Marquis Mansion. Princess Huayan's fiancé. If you scold him like this, he will come to seek bad luck for us later. Just look for him. Who is afraid of him? He is just a pretty boy who relies on the princess to get his position. Without the princess, he will. It's AP. Before he finished speaking, his friend on the side hurriedly covered his mouth. Shut up, please. Today is Brother Wei's birthday, and second young Master Yun is not here, but there is no one to support us. Why do you need to cause trouble? Xu Yongcheng pulled his hand away, staring at him angrily. Are you scared? It's so kind to treat him like a donkey. Shani made a noise, turned around and sat down, ignored him, picked up the wine glass and congratulated Wei Jiaowei. After finding himself bored, Xu Yongcheng drank a glass of wine, stood up and walked towards Lu Huijin and others. Liu Wu, who was staring at him secretly, suddenly remembered what Yun Zhang had told him. His eyes changed, he took out a peanut, and used his internal energy to flick it towards him. Bang, bang, bang. There was a crashing sound, and Wei Jiaowei and others quickly looked up and saw Xu Yongcheng slipping to the ground and overturning the chair beside him. Xu Yongcheng was obviously drunk. After falling down, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Brother Yongcheng. Wei Jiaowei hurried over to help the person, and others also came to help. The movement here attracted the attention of the other side. Young master, you are one of Wei Jiaowei's gang of dandies. The speaker was Deng Rong, the concubine of the doctor in question. The man who died soon in the plot was looking disdainful at this moment. He looked in the direction of Wei Jiaowei. Lu Huijin looked over, and after a moment, he frowned and said, It's really strange. Yun Wanye is nowhere to be seen. Isn't that person inseparable from this group of people all day long? I don't know, I guess there's something going on. Well, little Marquis, look at how funny Xu Yongcheng is. Does he look like a dog? Ha 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 ha. Deng Rong laughed wantonly. Fortunately, there was a distance between the two parties, and Xu Yongcheng encountered this fall again. I was so drunk that I couldn't hear anything. Otherwise, I would have to rush over and beat him. I always feel uneasy, as if something bad is going to happen. Brother Yongcheng is also drunk now. Why don't we stop here today and leave here quickly? After helping the person up, Wei Jiaowei frowned and looked at the others and spoke. Ever since Lu Huijin and his group appeared, he had been flustered and restless for no reason, and his whole person was enveloped by an ominous premonition. Now, Xu Yongcheng had another fall, which made him even more uneasy. Well, we have almost drank today, and I am very dizzy. Let's meet up some other time. Shinibai has always been cautious, and he always felt that Xu Yongcheng was a little strange today. Satisfied, as if controlled by some invisible force, there is a feeling of being eager to reincarnate. This Xu Yongcheng has a fiery nature. Although he did not deal with Lu Huijin in the past, he is far less impulsive than he is today. Therefore, he had the illusion that his destiny was about to change. Okay, then let's all disperse. I'll send Brother Yongcheng back, and you can go back by yourself. Be careful and pay attention to safety on the way. Okay, BR soon. A group of young men left Zuishan Tower with their servants. Watching them go away, Lu Wu did not leave immediately, but kept watching, lest they come back again. It was not until late at night, after Zuishan Tower closed, that he returned to Ningguagon Mansion to resume his duties with Yun Zhang. Chapter 49. Your father is here. Why don't you come out and kneel down quickly? Yes, I understand. Yun Zhang responded without taking this matter to heart at all. The more indifferent he was, the more surprised Lu Wu felt. He wanted to know, how did his lord know that those young masters wanted to cause trouble? How can we be sure that the young Marquis of Changle Marquis Mansion will also show up there with someone? He actually told him in advance that he must stop them and never allow any conflicts between the two parties. Last time, the lord was sure that there were assassins ambushing Hong Liupo. This time, he was sure of every move of several young masters. When did the lord become so capable? His inquiry and curiosity were undisguised, but Yunzheng just pretended not to notice, waved him away, and returned to the bedroom. In the room, candlelight danced, illuminating the room brightly. Mrs. Yun was lying on the bedside, gently holding a small hand in her hand. The owner of the small hand was still unconscious until now. "Madam, go and have a rest. My husband is here to look after Xiaoxi. I'm not sleepy. I want to accompany Xiaoxi. Husband, please go and have a rest." Mrs. Yun shook her head. Rejecting, Yun Zhang sighed, grabbed her arm, pulled her up with force, and said helplessly, "You're not a doctor, so it won't help if you just stay like this. Xiaoxi should be fine. You need to rest well and recuperate, so that you can have the energy to take care of Xiaoxi when she wakes up. Be obedient, or your husband will be violent." His attitude towards her was rarely strong, so Mrs. Yun had no choice but to nod, take off her shoes and get on the bed. She went to the innermost part and hugged Yun Wanning inside, leaving a large space free. "We have to go to the morning court tomorrow. My husband, please come up and sleep together." "Yes, okay." Yunzheng did not refuse, his throat moved, he gave a low response, then took off his robe and lay down on the bed. He stretched out his long arms and took Yun Wanning and Mrs. Yun into his arms. "Madam, rest assured to sleep, my mistress will be taken care of by her husband." The moon sets and the sun rises, and the night passes. Yun Wanning woke up at noon. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mrs. Yun holding her hand with concern on her face. Seeing her wake up, she was so happy that she couldn't help herself. "Ah, Xiaoxi is awake. Xiaoxi has finally woken up. If you don't wake up, mother will die of panic." Looking at Mrs. Yun's red eyes, Yun Wanning felt a little guilty. She and Yun Wanya fainted inexplicably at the same time. You don't need to think about it to know how frightened she was. "I'm sorry, mother, I can't help it. It's better for you to be frightened for a moment than to have you cry all day long after something happened to your second brother. My head hurts, my whole body is sore, my stomach is hungry, and I feel uncomfortable in various ways." Yun Wanning has a droopy face, her whole body is wilted, her spirit is very bad, and even her heart is weak. I casually comforted Mrs. Yun in my heart, and then started to complain about hunger. Uncomfortable, hungry. Hearing her inner voice, Mrs. Yun was slightly startled and said quickly, "Xiaoxi must be hungry after not drinking milk for such a long time, mother. I'll just feed you after eating." Yun Wanning lay on the bed with her eyes closed and dozed off. She was listless and her voice was quieter than ever before. She looked like her vitality was severely damaged, which made Mrs. Yun feel distressed. "I wish I could feel the pain on her behalf." In the afternoon, Yun Zhan, Yun Wanchen, and Yun Wanyao all came to see Yun Wanning. Seeing that she was not in good spirits, they didn't dare to stay too long for fear of disturbing her rest. After leaving, they turned to see Yun Wanya. Yun Wanye also woke up not long ago. He was in a similar state to Yun Wanning, like an eggplant beaten by frost, looking wilted. Seeing the three people in front of him, he lowered his eyelids listlessly, and his lips were dry and pale, like flowers that had lost their nutrients. Yun Wanyao crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him with gloating. Yun Wanchen raised his eyebrows, looking completely different from the previous cautious person who was afraid of disturbing Yun Wanning's rest. "When you wake up, describe to us what it was like before you fainted. I am very interested in mental attacks." "Yun Wanya, look what this says. Didn't you see him so weak? He was such a good big brother." Yun Wanya gritted her teeth angrily, closed her eyes and simply ignored him. "Your elder brother is asking you something." Although Yun Zhan was having dinner with Yin Shuang and was not present at the scene, the fact that Yun Wanning and Yun Wanyi were unconscious at the same time was still alarmed him. So, he called Yun Wanchen to inquire. After hearing the whole story, he also became very interested in the mysterious power. After traveling all over the country for so many years, this was the first time he heard about the miraculous power of hurting people from a distance without using any force. "My head hurts, I'm hungry, I have no energy, my whole body feels uncomfortable, I don't want to talk." Forced by Uncle Chi being an elder, Yun Wanya opened his eyes and replied feebly, "Is this the sequelae of such an attack? There is no injury on the whole body, only the spirit is very bad. No wonder it is called mental power. Suddenly, the interest in Yun Wanchen's eyes deeper.
What do you want to eat? I'll have someone cook it for you. Porridge, I'm hungry, but I have no appetite. Well, okay.
After 4 full days of rest, Yun Wanya and Yun Wanning completely recovered their strength under joint questioning by Yun Zhang, Yun Zhan, Yun Wanchen, Yun Wanyao and others. Yun Wanya seriously told her feelings before and after she was attacked. At that time, it was as if I was locked by an invisible force, unable to move my whole body. Then, there was a stabbing pain in my mind, and my consciousness immediately fell into darkness.
Wake up. You all know what it looks like in the end, so you don't need me to tell you?
Is that so? A few people were lost in thought, feeling more and more mysterious about this power. The only drawback was that the attacker would also suffer strong sequelae. What they didn't know was that Yun Wanning would suffer from the so-called sequelae just because she was too young and the time to practice after being reincarnated here was too short, so she could barely gather a trace of it. Therefore, her mental strength was almost negligible. It takes all the strength to barely knock an adult out. If she cultivates in the future and her mental power breaks through to a certain level, then this situation will not happen at all, and her power will be beyond imagination.
Dad, after I fainted, did you send someone to Zuixiang Tower to talk to Wei Jiaowei and the others? Nothing happened to them, right?
Thinking of Wei Jiaowei and others, Yun Wanya couldn't help but worry about people in Yun Wanning's thoughts that day, fearing that even if he didn't go, those people would still be unable to escape their fate and cause some unmanageable things.
I asked Lu Wu to tell them, and I kept watching them secretly.
After the boy from the Zhu family saw the boy from the Changel Marquis mansion, something was indeed wrong, but Lu Wu secretly stopped him.
Everything is fine with those people.
They have successfully escaped this disaster. Yun Zheng simply told him what happened that day. After hearing this, Yun Wanya immediately felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. What happened at Zuixiangla that day was exactly what Xiaoxi said. Yun Wanya, if it weren't for Xiaoxi, you, together with those other boys, this time it was a complete failure.
Now, what do you think?
Yunjing put one hand behind his back, raised his chin and looked at the young man with delicate eyebrows and handsome features. His eyes were somewhat stern. Yun Wanya lowered his head, fearful in his heart, but also extremely happy. Thank God for giving him a little sister. My little sister must be his little lucky star who came to save him.
Dad, I was wrong.
I will drink less in the future, think twice before I act, and never act recklessly. He promised very seriously. This time Yun Wanning's inner thoughts really scared him, and at the same time, he realized very clearly that if he were not careful, he would turn from a noble son to a criminal, and be sent to border construction fortifications. And his friends will also be implicated and end up being beheaded and sent away. If anyone had told him before this that one day he would become a criminal and be sent to prison, he would have laughed out loud. So from now on, he will never
laugh again. Well, I also hope that after this incident, you can have a longer memory and never be as young, arrogant as before.
You have to remember, mistakes can happen in just one thought. As the saying goes, one thought of heaven or one thought of hell may make you fall from the sky to hell in an instant. If you really make a big mistake that is difficult to make up for, then it's too late to regret it. Yun Zheng's teachings were sincere. I only hope that he can listen to even half of them, but he has also come from this age, and naturally knows that the temperament of this age, if no one is restrained, or he cannot recognize right and wrong, has no clear sense of right and wrong, and does things regardless of the consequences, then it will easily lead to catastrophe. After receiving the education from his father, Yun Wanya went to Wanning Garden to see Yun Wanning, who was resurrected with full blood. On the beauty's couch by the window, the maid teased Yun Wanning with a paper kite, treating her like a baby who had just turned 1 month old, leaving Yun Wanning speechless. Sister Xiaodao coaxes me with gadgets like this every day, so helpless. They are all things that I am not interested in. Sigh, being a baby is really uncomfortable and boring. Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered something very important.
Why do people have systems for time travel? Or the golden fingers like space, why don't I have them when it's my turn? I was born as a baby. I can't talk or walk. I can only surf the internet. Obviously, I need a system more. How can I not have a system? This just doesn't make sense. How about I give it a try by shouting twice? Well, I'll give it a try, and it's a happy decision. System, your father is here, why don't you come out and kneel down quickly? The air is as quiet as a chicken, and Yun Wanning looks at the sky speechlessly. What about the system? Sure enough, it's just me, right?
I want a system. I want to surf the internet, play games, watch short videos, watch movies, and catch up on dramas.
It's best to have a live broadcast to show everyone with internet access my brother. My sister's appearance.
At the door, Yun Wanya was shocked again when he heard this series of words. What is a system? What is space? The most important thing is, why did the little girl ask the system to kneel down to her? And be a father to someone else? Why does my little sister do so many weird things every day? He coughed heavily, deliberately made his footsteps louder and walked in, dismissing shout how easily. Hey, second brother is here.
How has the second brother been these 2 days? Does your head still hurt?
This was the first time the two met after they both fainted. Perhaps because the crisis was successfully resolved, Yun Wan Ning looked at Yun Wanyi much more pleasantly when I saw him. Both eyes lit up, the corners of Yun Wanyi's lips were slightly raised, and he was in a very good mood. TSK, my little sister is caring about him. I'm really touched. It seems that since my little sister was born, this is the only time she has been pleased with him.
It is really not easy. Little sister, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss your second brother?
Don't say it, I really miss you these past 2 days. Mainly because I'm afraid that I can't control my mental strength well and accidentally kill you.
If you become an idiot, then I have committed a great sin. Now that I see you, I am completely relieved. Fortunately, I didn't make you an idiot.
The end is so miserable when you are not an idiot.
I really can't imagine what you will do in the future if you become an idiot.
Yun Wanya, no, why is there still such a risk? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? If he had known that he might be made an idiot, then he would have pretended to faint earlier without saying anything that day to give the little sister a chance to take action. I would rather let my little sister wonder why the plot collapsed than let him take the risk of becoming an idiot. Okay, Yun Wanya breathed a sigh of relief,
then smiled to test. Little sister, I was fine that day. Suddenly I felt a stabbing pain in my head, and I fainted. I don't know what happened. Could it be me? Is there something wrong with your health? But I don't feel any other discomfort.
Second brother, you don't have to worry too much.
It's because you will cause trouble when you go out.
I had no choice but to do something to you.
Point your fingers.
Although you will feel uncomfortable for 2 days after waking up, you will be fine after 2 days of rest.
Don't worry too much. No, I'm just a baby. I can't speak, and I can't understand human speech. Second brother, why are you telling me this? Can't you find anyone to talk to?
Yun Wanning wanted to roll her eyes again. She always thought this guy was weird and always liked to chat with her, but she couldn't tell why he was weird. Oh, by the way, that day I seemed to have noticed that I was locked by a mysterious force.
I don't know what it was. It was completely different from the internal force. Yun Wanya just pretended not to hear her.
He continued to speak out to seduce her to answer the question. Sure enough, Yun Wanning, who had no idea that her voice was being heard, just like a fish, obediently opened her mouth and bit the fishhook. Hey, the second brother has good perception.
He can actually detect fluctuations in mental power. Spiritual power is of course different from internal power.
Internal power cultivates the dantian, and spiritual power cultivates the sea of consciousness, which is a concrete power of consciousness. When spiritual power is cultivated to a certain level, it can capture souls, control beasts, retrieve objects from the air, move mountains and fill seas, etc.
It is unknown how much more powerful than internal power.
Internal strength is martial arts, while mental strength is superpower and cultivation. Chapter 50. Who wants to steal her milk? If you want to cultivate spiritual power, you need, no, what's the use of saying this in my heart? My second brother listened again. No, so who should I explain to? Forget it, let's take a nap, I'm so sleepy. Yun Wanya, no, little sister, please don't sleep.
Second brother, I can hear it.
You can continue to say it in your heart.
Why is it stuck in the middle of the sentence? Did you deliberately want to rush him to death?
Finally getting to the critical moment of the topic, Yun Wanya pricked up her ears and waited for the next key content attentively, but unexpectedly she stopped. How can this be like this? Yun Wanya scratched her head and ears anxiously, but Yun Wan Ning had no idea. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth, yawned a few times, and then fell into a deep sleep. Yun Wanya collapsed and went crazy, roaring crazily in her heart. wishing she could slap the little milk bag in front of her awake and force her to continue talking. Oh, with such a powerful power, why didn't you tell him? He really wants it too. No, he couldn't give up. After the little sister woke up, he deliberately waited until she was very bored before asking. The little girl is so talkative that when someone talks to her, she will definitely not be able to hold it in, and then she will tell him everything. Well, yes, that's it. His abacus was pretty good, but he didn't expect that after Yun Wanning woke up, it was time to drink milk, and she was taken to the wet nurse. It was getting late now. After drinking the milk, she would definitely sleep directly next to the wet nurse. Yun Wanya sighed in disappointment. There were differences between men and women. He couldn't go to the nanny's place. Well, the plan was aborted. He could only wait until tomorrow for another chance. The next day after dinner, Yun Wanya put aside everything, stayed by Yun Wanning's side to coax him, and showed great attentiveness to her, which surprised Yun Wanning. Hey, why do I always feel like something is weird? Second brother, don't you have anything to do? Why do you always stay by my side and show your attentiveness? This is very wrong. Why do I feel like I'm being plotted? Yun Wanya, does the little girl's intuition need to be so sharp? He hasn't said anything yet, and the little sister is just criticizing him like this. If he really speaks later, won't he make the little sister suspicious and investigate further? Can't you open your mouth yet? It must be an illusion. Now I only drink milk and sleep all day long. If my second brother really wants to plot against me, he would be so unhuman. Besides, what can I calculate? Is it possible that my second brother wants to steal my milk? No, the second brother should not have such a hobby. Yun Wanning's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yun Wanyi in disbelief, as if he was looking at some pervert. Yun Wanya, who wants to steal her milk and drink it. He didn't. A thin blush appeared on his delicate and handsome face. Yun Wanya felt ashamed and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl in. How can my little sister think of him like this? What weird thoughts are filling her head? Hey, why is the second brother's face red? Did I really guess it? He wanted to steal my milk and felt embarrassed, so did he blush? Oh, it doesn't matter. Second brother, if you really want to drink it, go ahead and drink it. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Just don't let your mother and nanny know about it, otherwise people will laugh at you if it gets out. Your wet nurse will be embarrassed too. On the table next to the beauty's couch was half a bowl of leftover milk, and Yun Wanya lingered on leaving, so Yun Wanning had such a misunderstanding. Enough. Yun Wanya gritted his teeth, wanting to force her to explain that he didn't want to secretly drink milk. He was just thinking about her mental strength. After working on it for a long time, the trick didn't come out. Instead, it was misunderstood that he had a quirk, but it still couldn't be explained. It was the first time in his life that Yun Wanya felt so depressed. He couldn't stay any longer, and he no longer wanted to talk. After leaving a few words, he stood up and left in a hurry. Little sister, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I will come see you another day. Yun Wanning, looking at the embarrassed figure who fled out the door, Yun Wanning was stunned. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Well, it seems that I misunderstood the second brother. Let me just say, how could the second brother have such a hobby? It was indeed my fault. Fortunately, the second brother didn't know that I arranged him in my mind like this, otherwise he would have been angry and probably would never pay attention to me again in the future. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yun Wanya tried several times, but all failed. Yun Wanning didn't seem to be interested in spiritual power. Even if he deliberately guided her, she would only reply briefly. It was completely different from before. When she mentioned something, she talked endlessly, in detail and completely, and he didn't dare to test it too deeply, fearing that Yun Wanning would notice something was wrong. Therefore, there was no substantial progress in this matter. He has not mastered the method of getting started with spiritual power for a long time, and he feels as uncomfortable as scratching his heart and lungs all day long. While Yun Wanya was surrounding Yun Wanning, Yun Wanchen was not idle either. He completed what Gu Hong asked him to do and successfully recommended his cousin from the Gu family to serve as the scribe to the province. Although Xu Lingshi is only a 9th-rank Shima official, he has become an official at least, and he can still stay in Haojing, which is enough for other people with same Jinshi background to fight over their heads. As long as he works hard, his future will be bright. That on the day he received the appointment letter, Gu Hong, along with his aunt's family and generous gifts, came to thank Yun Wanchen in person. Looking at the grateful cousin of the Gu family, Yun Wanchen smiled lightly. If his little sister's voice hadn't confirmed everything, how could he have thought that the person who was so grateful to him at the moment would actually resent him in the future because he thought the official had too many trivial matters? After the fall of Ning Guogong's mansion, he showed up. Humiliate him. In this case, don't blame him for attacking first. So, a few days later, the cousin of the Gu family destroyed an official document that the Lord Attendant wanted to submit to the emperor while he was on duty. After the Lord Attendant punished him, he still felt uneasy and told the matter report to the emperor. Subsequently, the cousin of the Gu family was dismissed from his official position, deprived of his fame, demoted to a commoner, and was not allowed to enter the examination room again for the rest of his life. He threw away his official hat before he could warm it up. He was probably the fastest person to lose his official position in the Great Wu Kingdom. I believe it won't be long before the news spreads, becomes known throughout the city, and becomes a common sight in the tea houses. New joke. Listening to Song Yan's report, Yun Wanchen's lips curled up slightly, and he was in a particularly good mood. This move is considered as revenge for him in the original plot. Your Majesty, I am confused about something. Song Yan frowned, his eyebrows twisted into knots. You're asking why I went to all this trouble, right? Yes. Song Yan nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. The crown prince doesn't want that person to be an official, so he just refuses to agree to young Master Gu's request. No matter how bad things are, he can do things in person and in secret, so why does he have to go around in such a big circle for favors? Is the emotional attendant so easy to control? Guess. Yun Wanchen responded lightly, his eyes widened and slowly darkened. How interesting is it to give hope first and then despair? More importantly, only in this way can we deprive that person of his fame as quickly as possible and ruin his possibility of becoming an official in this life. Song Yan. In the afternoon, Gu Hong came again. Different from the joy he felt when he saw Yun Wanchen last time, this time he was dejected and his face was very ugly, like a defeated rooster. What's wrong with Jinan? He seems to be in a bad mood. Yun Wanchen pretended not to know anything, and looked at the frustrated person in front of him with gentle eyebrows. Man! What, Brother Mingyue doesn't know yet? My cousin was dismissed from his official position by the emperor and his reputation was taken away. Gu Hong stared at him with his eyes. Yun Wanchen, act like you're surprised. Is this happening? My cousin is just a small bookkeeper. He can't even see the emperor's face on weekdays. How can he anger the emperor? What's the reason for this? Yes. Gu Hong said with a sad smile, my cousin can't even see the emperor, but he makes the emperor angry. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with the Lord Attendant. He falsely accused his cousin of destroying official documents and reported the matter to the emperor, so the emperor became furious and punished his cousin. Jinan, please be careful what you say. Yun Wanchen's expression became a little lighter, and he said without any emotion, the Lord Shizhong is in charge of the province, and he is a close official of the emperor. How can he frame a small shulingshi? Also, deceiving the emperor is a serious crime. If you say this, it is tantamount to directly convicting the emperor of deceiving the emperor. But the emperor has already made a decision, but you think that the emperor has been deceived. You're deceiving the emperor. Doesn't this make it clear that the emperor is confused? Can your Gu family afford it if it gets out and makes the emperor angry? Gu Heng's face turned pale instantly, but he still said angrily, it's okay to say that. It's clear that my cousin was framed. I asked him about it and the official documents were destroyed while he was on duty. In short, my cousin was either framed or made a scapegoat. Waiting patiently for him to finish, Yun Wanchen spoke slowly. Empty words are based on evidence, and everything depends on evidence. If my cousin is really being framed, he should collect evidence to redress his injustice, instead of just relying on speculation to slander the Lord Attendant like now. The Lord Attendant is an official of the imperial court. Before there is enough evidence, Jinan should be careful when speaking. Slandering an official of the imperial court is not a small crime. Gu Hong, my cousin was so frightened at the time, how could he think of leaving any evidence? Besides, if the Lord Attendant really took action against him, then the evidence would have been cleared away long ago. Where else could he find it? the other officials in the Manxia province are not fools. Between the Lord Shizhong and his cousin, they will definitely turn to the Lord Shizhong without hesitation. Brother Mingyue reminds me that because of my anger, I was indeed too reckless and said a lot of things that I shouldn't have said. I hope Brother Mingyue will keep this secret for me and not spread it out. Gu Hong took a deep breath. Tone, force yourself to calm down. That's natural, Yun Wanchen smiled slightly, his voice as gentle as the wind. Jinan and I are brothers and sisters, and those words just now will rot in my stomach.
I can trust Brother Mingyue. Brother Mingyue, I still have something unclear. Jinan, please tell me. My cousin was recommended by Brother Mingyue. The Lord Attendant must also know about this matter. Why is he still embarrassing my cousin? Could it be that Brother Mingyue has offended the Lord Attendant?
At this time, Gu Hong was still sincere towards Yun Wanchen, so even if his cousin was dismissed and returned home, he did not doubt Yun Wanchen. Yun Wanchen has already thought of the answer to this question.
To be honest with Jinan, my legs are not good. I have never been out since I came back from Jingzhou.
This recommendation for my cousin is not mine, but my seventh uncle.
As for the others, I'm not sure. Gu Hong, suddenly I don't know what to say. I see, can I ask Brother Mingyue for another favor? Tell me first. Yun Wanchen smiled, smiling.
It didn't reach his eyes, but Gu Hong, who was preoccupied with other things, didn't notice it. Can you ask Brother Mingyue to help investigate this matter and restore my cousin's innocence?
Oh, you really dare to speak? You are not joking.
The Emperor's order has been given, and there is no possibility of changing it.
Doesn't Jinan know?
But Ning Guogong and Yun Qishu are the Emperor's confidants.
If they come forward, as long as they find evidence that my cousin was framed, it will be possible for him to be innocent, right? Then do you have evidence now? Gu Hong was speechless and was about to ask him if he couldn't help check it out. Then I heard that cold sound like snow. Even if you have it, why should I let my relatives take such a risk of angering the Emperor for your cousin? This reversal of the verdict is equivalent to questioning the Emperor. It's equivalent to slapping the Emperor in the face in front of the courtiers. How big a deal is this? Jinan, you have to understand that I am helping you because you are my friend, but your cousin?
No, we just met by chance. Why would I take such a risk for him?
It is said that being with a king is like being with a tiger. Have you ever thought about what would happen if my father and Uncle Qi angered the Emperor over this? What consequences will our Yun family face?
No, it won't be. Gu Hong shook his head, having never thought of this possibility, and defended himself firmly. The Emperor will not anger Ning Guogong and Yun Qishu because of this. Now that the family is powerful, the Emperor still needs Ning Guogong and Yun Qishu to help him suppress the family.
Oh, have you forgotten that my Yun family is also one of the aristocratic families?
Gu Hong, he murmured, the Yun family is different from other aristocratic families. Of course it is different. Yun Wanchen lowered his eyelids and raised a cold smile on his lips. The difference between the Kuyun family and the Yun family is that my father abandoned his family, lost his position, and gained notoriety, licking blood on the battlefield. Others only see the beauty of the Yun family, but who can see how much blood and sweat Dad has put into getting to where he is today? Who knows that after the death of the late emperor, the court was in chaos and all the vassals rebelled? How much energy did it take to put down the rebellion, stabilize the court, and put the new emperor on the throne? Now that life is finally getting better, why should he risk the fruits of his father's sacrifice for someone who has nothing to do with him?
I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Brother Mingyue, do you really want to be so heartless?
Chapter 51 Mental Power still has this ability. Gu Hong looked at him with red eyes, looking sad and dissatisfied.
Heartless? Yun Wanchen seemed to have heard a big joke.
It was really ridiculous. How could he have thought that this person was of good character and worthy of friendship before? Now it seems that he was indeed mistaken. It's no wonder that he would reach out to him for a woman in the future. It turns out that this person has always been a selfish person, only thinking about himself and never thinking about others. He laughed and said, so this is ruthlessness.
Since Jinan is benevolent, it's just right.
I also have something to ask Jinan for help.
You are willing to help. Only then can I be qualified to say that this prince is heartless. Otherwise, how is he any different from those villains who say one thing and do another and mean something different?
Gu Hong, how could the dignified eldest son of Duke Ningguo, the emperor's personally appointed Major General Zhang Yuan, ask him for help? Obviously, this was a trap deliberately dug for him, but he still couldn't refuse. If he refused, it would mean that he was a hypocritical villain who said one thing and did another. If that's the case, why would you have the shame to come to your door and ask for help? Brother Mingyue, please tell me, if I can do it, I will not refuse. Being put on the pirate ship, Gu Hong could only face it with courage. Jinan said that, I feel relieved. Yun Wanchen smiled faintly and said, my aunt in Nanzhou Prefecture received a letter a few days ago, saying that business has been difficult in the past 2 years, and many shops are about to be unable to operate. Therefore, I would like to ask Jinan to give up the Gu family's tea and land transportation management rights to help my aunt's business revitalize. Is Jinan willing to help? Boom like a sunny day? With a thunderbolt, Gu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, and all the luck in his heart was completely extinguished at this moment. He suppressed his anger and said in a good voice, the tea and land transportation management rights are the foundation of the Gu family. If they are given away, the Gu family will be completely ruined. Isn't Brother Mingyue deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Besides, even if I am willing to agree to Brother Mingyue, other members of the Gu family will not agree. TSK, it turns out that you understand this truth. I thought you really didn't understand anything. The corners of Yun Wanchen's lips were slightly raised, and his voice was tainted with a touch of sarcasm. Since you know how to think about the Gu family, why don't you think about the Yun family? If you offend the emperor, how will the Yun family gain a foothold in the court in the future? Why don't you think about me? I think, even if I agree to such a big thing, my father and Uncle Qi won't agree? Does Jinan want me to be one of those people who is dishonest and treacherous? These words made Gu Hong so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl in right away. Red Face defended himself. This is different. Tea and land transportation are the lifeblood of the Gu family, but for Uncle Yun or Uncle Yun Chi, the matter of cousin is just a piece of cake until now. Gu Hong didn't think it was a big deal to reverse the case for his cousin. He firmly believed that Yun Wanchen deliberately exaggerated the facts just to not want to help him. Really, but in my opinion, tea and land transportation are not important to the Gu family. On the contrary, it is a fatal matter for my father to swim in this muddy water. Gu Hong, this is clearly a strong argument. Aren't you just unwilling to help him? Thinking of his grandmother's threat and Gu Yan's eager gaze, Gu Hong felt anxious and clenched his fists tightly. Today, no matter what, I have to convince Yun Wanchen to help him get this done. However, a voice soon sounded in his ears. The voice was cold and indifferent, tainted with sarcasm that could not be ignored, and it severely exposed his hidden thoughts. You think tea and land transportation are the lifeblood of the Gu family. That's because you value the Gu family as much as life. You think it's easy for my father to provoke the emperor. That's because you don't care about the life and death of the Yun family at all. Why should the Yun family be dragged down by you? Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. I don't understand. When you are willing to give up the Gu family's tea and land transportation, come and talk to me about this matter. Song Yan, see you off. Gu Hong was expelled by Song Yan indifferently after so many times in and out of Duke Ning's mansion. This was the most embarrassing time for him. Therefore, he couldn't help but blame Shang Yun Wanchen for being too ruthless. As for Yun Wanchen, seeing the man's hypocrisy being torn apart, his mood couldn't help but get better. No wonder his mother told him that he should pay attention to his family status when making friends. He didn't understand it before, but now he finally understands it a little bit. Paying attention to family background is not to look down on people with bad backgrounds, but it can actually avoid a lot of trouble. What happened to Gu Hong and his cousin soon spread to everyone in the Yun family. Yun Wanyao gave her eldest brother a thumbs up with great tacit understanding. He helped someone get to the top, and then secretly pulled him down. He not only helped, but also got revenge. He could also use this to kick Gu Hong away. Wonderful, this is really a wonderful thing to do. As for the cousin of the Gu family, he treated his eldest brother as if he had repaid kindness in the younger sister's heart. It would not be a pity to die. He would just be dismissed from office and lose his honor. It was really an advantage for him. Hey, why am I here with Uncle Qi? Who brought me here? Where is your mother? Where's the wet nurse? What have you been doing? After waking up, Yun Wanning found herself in a strange place. When she saw Yin Zhan beside her, she realized that she might be in Qingshusheng Yuan with Uncle Qi beside him. Yun Wanning did not feel scared, so he did not cry or make a fuss, but lay quietly next to Yun Zhan.
Hey, Uncle Qi, I'm awake. Why am I here with you? Where is Sister Yin Xuan?
Yun Wanning stretched out her hand and patted the man beside her on the arm, telling him that she was awake. As early as when he heard her voice, Yun Zhan knew that she was awake, but he kept pretending not to know, just wanting to hear what she would say after waking up. It wasn't until she reached out to pat him that he turned around and looked at her with the book in hand, smiled slightly and said softly, Xiaoxi woke up? I'm sorry, Uncle Qi was a little absorbed in reading and didn't notice it. After speaking, Yun Zhan deliberately waved the blue book in his hand in front of her eyes. Hey, is Uncle Qi reading a medical book?
Yes, I remembered it.
It was said in the plot that since Uncle Qi picked up Sister Yin Xuan, he began to study medical skills and wanted to cure Sister Yin Xuan. Later, my eldest brother was rushing on a rainy day and fell off a cliff and was seriously injured and unable to walk. This further strengthened Uncle Qi's path to study medicine. Wow, Uncle Qi and I have the same hobbies and skills.
It would be great if I could speak now.
If Uncle Qi has any questions, he can ask me directly.
It is much more efficient than reading medical books.
No, I am still a child in this life, and I have never been a disciple.
Isn't it strange to know medical skills? What if my parents suspect that I am not their daughter?
Well, this problem is quite serious. It seems that after I can speak, I need to be more cautious and not reveal too many flaws. Yin Zhan, then you are really cautious. However, it's useless no matter how cautious you are. Everyone knows what you should know and what you shouldn't know. He suppressed his laughter and lay down next to Yun Wanning, placing the book above the two of them to ensure that she could see clearly. Let me see what medical book Uncle Qi is reading.
Beauty, muscle growth, and scar removal? Uncle Qi saw this, probably because of the poisonous scar on Sister Yin Xuan's face, right?
This prescription is not bad, but it is only for beauty. It has no effect on muscle growth and scar removal. Alas, it would be great if I could tell Uncle Qi about my muscle growth cream. Hearing the words muscle growth cream, Yun Zhan's heart suddenly trembled. The last time we met, she told all about Yin Xuan, as well as the detoxification methods and prescriptions. She even mentioned the muscle sheng ointment, but she only missed the prescription for the muscle sheng ointment. As of today, Yin Xuan is on the 7th day of taking the medicine. Tomorrow he can use acupuncture to extract the poison. However, he still has no prescription for the muscle-building ointment, so he went to find his sister-in-law today, and after some ventilation, he brought her over. He set up a plan and took out medical books to show her, just to lure her into taking the bait step by step and get her to tell her the prescription for birth cream. Of course, he just wants to try his best, but there is no muscle-building cream.
After detoxification, Yin Xuan's appearance will slowly recover.
It's just a matter of time. So, even if you can't try it out, it doesn't matter. I always feel that this prescription is somewhat unsatisfactory, and I don't know if there is a better prescription than this. He deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to be talking to himself, his expression lost in thought. Listening to the low murmur, Yin Wanning nodded crazily in her heart. Yes, there. Uncle Qi, in the recipe you are looking at now, remove the medicinal materials of raw rehmannia, musk, centipede, and black plum, and add salvia, heterophylla, and valerian root. Simmer the nectar, tonka, platycodon, lead, red powder, pearl powder, goat's milk, frankincense, and peony petals with honey for 12 hours to make a paste. Twice a day, apply for 3 days to see the effect.
Alas, it's a pity that I can't tell you.
Otherwise, Uncle Qi will definitely let you see Sister Yin Xuan's peerless appearance early, and you will become interested in her and fall under her skirt. In this way, the CPI hit is not guaranteed. Alas, my mental strength is really too weak, otherwise I could tell you to ask for a prescription through dreaming. What, falling asleep, does mental power still have this ability? No wonder that boy Yun Wanya has been so anxious for the past 2 days that he almost got angry in order to extract his spiritual power. It is indeed a magical and powerful power. Yin Zhan was slightly surprised. After silently memorizing the prescription for the muscle-stimulating ointment, he threw aside the medical book in his hand and began to play with Yun Wanning. Hey, Uncle Qi doesn't want to read medical books?
It must be because I'm here.
I won't watch it if Uncle Qi doesn't want to be left out.
Speaking of which, why on earth am I here with Uncle Qi? An hour later, when it was time to nurse, Yun Wanning was a little hungry.
Before she could cry, the nanny appeared promptly and hugged her. Walk. Chapter 52. I bet he is here to trick you, Uncle Chi, goodbye. Hold by the wet nurse, Yun Wanning, who had no idea that she had become a tool again, stretched out her little arm and waved to Yun Zhan. She was sure that Yun Zhan couldn't see her movements, and even if he did, he wouldn't think much about it. But she didn't expect that Yun Zhan not only saw it, but also knew it without even thinking about it. Looking at the pair of swaying little arms, and listening to her inner voice, Yun Zhan couldn't help but smile. His heart was so soft. How great it would be if Xiaoxi was his daughter. If he goes to ask his eldest brother for his mistress and adopts her, his eldest brother and sister-in-law will definitely not agree, right? Alas, as soon as he thought that he could not have such a magical daughter. As Yun Wanning, Yun Zhan couldn't help but feel disappointed. But then I thought that he didn't even have a wife now, and I felt even more disappointed. After watching the wet nurse carry Yun Wanning away until she was completely out of sight, Yun Zhan turned around and went to the warehouse. Nanny, why did you leave me with Uncle Chi? It makes me feel weird if you do this. Obviously my mother and Nanny are here, as well as Sister Xiaodao. Why did you still leave me to Uncle Chi? Is this because you know that everyone wants to be cool and will rely on Uncle Chi to support me in the future, so you send me there in advance to cultivate a relationship with Uncle Chi? Hey, the scenery of Guigong's mansion is pretty good. The painted buildings, Zhu Tower, Guidian Orchid Palace, Fij Ludan, Hongtu Huagu, 5 steps to a pavilion, and 10 steps to a pavilion are really beautiful. The buildings here are also different from those seen on the day of the full moon banquet. It seems that the Duke's mansion is very big. Lying in the nurse's arms, Yun Wanning was talking to herself boringly, but she was unexpectedly attracted by the scenery that came into view. The wet nurse couldn't hear her voice, so naturally she didn't know that her mind was so active. Returning to Wanning Court, after feeding, Yun Wanning was carried to Mrs. Yun's bedroom. Mom, I'm back. Mrs. Yun was checking the accounts. After hearing her voice, she put down the account book in her hand after marking it, got up and walked to the wet nurse to take her away. Your 7th uncle said he had nothing to do today, so he wanted to take you to see him. When he woke up and was in a strange environment, Xiaoxi was not frightened and cried, was he? No cry, mother. It turns out that Uncle Chi was too bored with nothing to do, so I asked him why he would carry me over. It seems that I am indeed very cute and very rare. Knowing that her mother could not hear her response, Yun Wanning still couldn't help answering. Humans, when you are asked a question, whether you want to answer or not, whether you can speak or not, you will always think subconsciously in your heart. Mrs. Yun, yes, Xiaoxi is the cutest, Xiaoxi is the most rare. At this moment, Yun Wanyao's personal maid Hua Wu came and saluted Mrs. Yun. Mrs. Qi, the princess, and Miss Jian want to see the 4th young lady. The young lady specially asked the slave to come and let us know. Princess, when did you and Miss Jiang come to my house? Suddenly I remembered that Miss Jiang didn't seem to come to the last full moon party. Yes, it was said in the plot that her menstrual period stained her dress and she was afraid of bumping into the adults, so she didn't come in. However, she sent her maid to say hello to her sister. Unexpectedly, the maid didn't speak clearly, and her sister thought something big had happened to her, so she hurried out. It is precisely because of this that the princess found the opportunity to attack the heroine. Unexpectedly, she suffered the consequences and harmed herself. Oh, there were too many people at the last full moon banquet, and I didn't think of Miss Jiang at all. Let's go, Mom, let's go see the world-famous most talented woman in Dada Kingdom. Yun Wanning reached out and grabbed Mrs. Yun's sleeve and pulled hard. Mrs. Yun, she looked away from Xiaobao's cute little hands and asked softly, where are the princesses? Reply to Madam, in the ladies' yard. Well, okay. Mrs. Yun hugged Yun Wanning and walked towards Yun Wanyao's yard. Originally, she planned to ask the nanny to take Yun Wanning away. Unexpectedly, when the nanny heard that she was going to see the princess, she was frightened and was afraid that she would bump into the princess. She begged Mrs. Yun not to let her go. Let her go. The wet nurse's family and her husband's family are ordinary people. Before becoming Yun Wanning's wet nurse, they had never worked as a slave before, and they did not understand many etiquette. The biggest people she has ever seen in her life are the gentle and easygoing Ning Guigong family. Of the royal family members were full of intimidation to her, just like tigers, so terrifying that she didn't dare to meet the princess at all, let alone the possibility of having to deal with them. Seeing that she was so frightened, Mrs. Yun had no choice but to go there. Herself, yes, the outside world has spread rumors that the princess is domineering, arrogant and domineering. People who have never been in contact with her will inevitably find her scary. Mom, what are you doing? Stepping out of the moon cave door, you saw a young man in a dark blue robe walking towards you. There is a vigorous vitality exuding from top to bottom. Princess and Miss Jiang are here. Mrs. Yun looked at him and told in detail what the two girls wanted to see Yun Wanning, which made Yun Wanning go crazy in her heart. Make complaints. Hey, mother, did you know that you were deceived by him? I bet he is here to trick you. He must have known for a long time that the princess and Miss Jiang were looking for his sister. He wanted to see them but was afraid of losing face, so he kept watching secretly. When he learned that the princess wanted to see me, he lurked halfway looking for an opportunity, but he didn't want to bump into you. Mom, he just wants to use me as a tool to get close to the princess. Just wait and see. According to the second brother's character, he will definitely say a few nice words to make you happy, and then he will take me to him under the guise of sharing your worries. Princess Purpose. After arriving at my sister's side, the second brother would say, I met my mother halfway, and she happened to have something to do, so I asked him to take me. Mrs. Yun Wanya, what does it feel like to have your underwear peeled off? Yun Wanya is suffering from this feeling. His face turned red instantly, all the way to the root of his neck. His already delicate and beautiful face became even more charming at this moment, as if he had been smeared with rouge, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. This is too outrageous, right? Why can my little sister guess his thoughts and plans so accurately? Even if he knew the origin of Yun Wanning, Yun Wanya still felt that it was outrageous. He could not help but start to wonder, could the little sister also hear his thoughts? Otherwise, he didn't say anything. He just pretended to meet his mother halfway by chance. She actually got his thoughts right and revealed them all to his mother. I'm going crazy. Just thinking that all her thoughts were heard by her mother made Yun Wanya so embarrassed and ashamed that she couldn't help but fainted on the spot. Mrs. Yun looked up at him and saw that he looked embarrassed and ugly. His eyes were darting around and he was dodging in panic. She knew that Yun Wanning had got it all right. Oh, it turns out that this brat's sweetheart is actually a princess. Did he forget that the princess was engaged? Besides, it doesn't matter what kind of virtue he has, how can he be worthy of someone else's princess? Of course, no matter how bad this boy is, he is still much better than the young prince in the Changle Marquis mansion. Alas, this matter is not easy to handle. Mrs. Yun couldn't help but start to worry. Hey, why is the second brother acting weird? It feels like he was caught doing bad things. It's really strange. No one said anything about him. Why is he so embarrassed all of a sudden? Yun Wanya, no, someone said something about me. It was you who said it. Did the second brother take the wrong medicine? Shouldn't he smile like a fox, with a cunning face? Forget it if you haven't taken action for a long time. Why is there such a puzzling and weird expression? What's going on? Did I really guess wrong? Did I misunderstand my second brother? Second brother, let me apologize to you. I'm sorry, Yun Wanya. What's the point of apologizing? After I finished arranging and the plan was ruined, I came to apologize. Ugh, okay, the princess and Miss Jiang are still waiting. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do. It's better not to let him get close to the princess first. The princess is still engaged, so it's okay for him to get close to her without any trouble, but once he causes any trouble, it will be difficult to clean up. The entire Yun family is on the cusp of the storm. There are male and female protagonists in front of them, and behind them are the aristocratic family and husband's political enemies who are waiting for the opportunity. At this juncture, it is better to cause less trouble, lest the enemy seize the opportunity to make a fuss. After saying a few words, Mrs. Yun hugged Yun Wanning and left, completely cutting off all Yun Wanya's thoughts. Looking at his mother's retreating back, Yun Wan wanted to cry but had no tears every night. My mother clearly heard what my little sister was saying and knew his plans and feelings for the princess, but she still made such a decision. This is telling him that she does not support his decision, and also asking him to put his mind aside and stop doing things he shouldn't do in the future. It must be because of that damn engagement that mom is like this. Damn Lu Huijin, this person can't live, absolutely not. Auntie is here, little sister is here. As soon as Mrs. Yun entered the courtyard, the girl sitting on the red railing immediately stood up and walked briskly. The girl is dressed in a bright red palace dress, bright and flamboyant, and as passionate as fire. She came close to Yun Wanning and chuckled, "Little sister, do you still remember me? We met at your full moon banquet, and I even hugged you. Princess, my little sister is still so young, how could she remember you?" Jiang Zitong answered with a smile, then walked over and said hello to Mrs. Yun, who nodded slightly and chuckled. Responded, no, cousin, you don't know, my little sister's eyes are lively, and she is very smart at first sight, which is beyond the reach of ordinary babies. She will definitely remember me, right, little sister? In reply to Jiang Zitong, Mo Zhaozhao looked at Yun Wanning with a smile, and reached out to grab the little hand that made her jealous. Yes, the princess is right. I am smart. Unlike ordinary babies, of course I can remember the princess. Yun Wanning smiled at Mo Zhaozhao. Although her expression was not quite right, it was good that she got what she wanted. If it wasn't impossible, she really wanted to nod her head in agreement with the princess. Cousin, look, the little sister smiled at me. She understood what I said and knew that I was praising her. Wow, the princess is so awesome too, he was able to completely guess what I meant. Then get out of the way and let me see my little sister. Jiang Zitong had also been curious about Yun Wanning for a long time. She originally wanted to meet her at the full moon banquet, but unexpectedly something happened. Until now, she has not seen it yet. Mo Zhaozhao stepped aside, and Jiang Zitong leaned his head closer. Wow, what kind of milk dumpling is this? It's pink and tender, like a carefully crafted snow doll. It's so cute. No wonder the princess is so curious about it, she is also curious about it. Hello, little sister, I am Sister Zitong. Jiang Zitong smiled slightly and looked at the little milk bag intently. Sure enough, she saw the little milk bag's eyes filled with tears. An indescribable agility and intelligence. It is indeed different from ordinary babies. Hello, Sister Zitong. It's an honor to meet you. I never had the opportunity to meet the 4 most talented women in history, but it was really a magical experience to meet the most talented woman in the contemporary era of Dog Kingdom. Yun Wanning has no literary talent, so she admires talented people. For Jiang Zitong, there is a direct filter bonus. Sister Zitong is dignified in manners and beautiful in the country. The original text even describes her as a prodigious talent, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and an acquaintance of poems, songs and poems. It's no wonder she is so famous. It's just a pity that Sister Zitong's perfect character is only used to make the heroine pretend to be 13, slap her in the face, and become famous all over the world. After all, no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to defeat China's 5,000 years of literary accumulation. At the winter banquet half a month later, Sister Zitong's reputation as the most talented woman should give way to the heroine. The heroine tramples on the most talented woman under her feet. Can you imagine how much of a sensation it will cause? At that time, not only will she be able to gain a large number of fanatical fans and suitors, but she will also be able to gain a good reputation, paving the way for her to make waves in the business in the future. Many licking dogs, led by Gu Hong and Lu Huijin, were also completely attracted by the heroine's aura during the winter banquet, and began to fall step by step. Alas, the 3 major villain female supporting actors, or the 3 major cannon fodders, are all gathered together today. Not one is left behind. Jiang Zitong and Mo Zhaozhao couldn't hear Yun Wanning's second thoughts. They had no idea about their fate and were still watching Yun Wanning happily. As for Mrs. Yun and Yun Wanyao, their hearts sank to the bottom and their faces were extremely ugly. Is this the chosen daughter? In order for her to become famous and shine, she had to arrange for so many outstanding people to be her stepping stones. First it was the 2 brothers and sisters Yun Wanchen and Yun Wanyao, then it was the Princess Mo Zhaozhao of a country, and now it is the turn of Jiang Zitong, the most talented woman who is famous all over the world. Who will be next? Will there be countless stepping stones in the future? A suffocating and complex emotion swept over them, making the mother and daughter unwilling and angry. At this moment, Mo Zhaozhao's voice came. By the way, Aunt Yi, the brocade and silk tribute from Nanzhou Prefecture this year looked good to me. They are very suitable for making clothes for children, so I brought a few pieces to my little sister. In Io there are some in the house. When Aunt Yi is free, she can have someone make clothes for the little sister. Chapter 53, Eat people with short lips and use soft hands. Mo Zhaozhao's voice brought Mrs. Yun back to her senses. She quickly suppressed all the emotions in her heart, put her mood in order and smiled. Princess, you can't do this. The cloths offered as tribute by Nanzhou Prefecture are exclusively for the royal family. If you give them to Xiaoxi, it will cause gossip. It doesn't matter.
When he heard this, Mo Zhaozhao suddenly became unhappy. I can give my things to whoever I want. If anyone dares to gossip, I will make them look good. She originally wanted to say, pull out their tongues. When he was about to speak out his words, when he looked into Mrs. Yun's gentle eyes, he suddenly felt guilty and hurriedly changed his words. Jiang Zitong smiled slightly and said softly, Princess, please accept your kindness, Aunt Yi. I also brought a greeting gift to my little sister, which is also in Io's house for this reason. Mrs. Yin couldn't continue to refuse, so she accepted it after thanking her. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Sister Zitong. After receiving the gift, Yun Wanning smiled happily and couldn't help but thank the two of them in her heart. But soon she started to worry again. Oh, I am short-tongued and soft-handed. Isn't it a bit bad for me to accept a gift and not do anything? Alas, then just wait until I have enough mental strength to fall asleep, and then I can repay you. When the time comes, I will tell the Princess Lu Huijin's true identity. I hope she can wake up soon and avoid drowning. I also want to tell Sister Zitong that Xie Shenyong really loves her and does not like anyone else. The reason why Qi Qiaojie missed the appointment was because her maid was in the way and deliberately sent the wrong message to both parties, causing them to wait all night, but both thought the other party had broken the promise. Her maidservant has long been taken into the house by the young master of the Zheng family, He Wenyuan. He Wenyuan covets the beauty of Sister Zitong, while the Yi family behind him covets the power of the Zheng family. In short, no one wants Jiang Xia. When the two families got married, they crazily used the maid to cause damage. Because the maid is the most trusted person of Sister Zitong, in the plot, Sister Zitong and Xie Shenyang were really successfully separated. The two of them were like gourds with their mouths sawed off. They clearly had a bunch of misunderstandings, but neither of them asked, confronted, or explained. All the others' actions were based on imagination. Xie Shenyang thought that Sister Zitong had been dating He Wenyuan for a long time, but Sister Zitong thought that Xie Shenyang had moved on and fell in love with her sister, and did not want to fall out with her sister because of a man. She quickly married He Wenyuan. Xie Shenyang really died unjustly. He actually saw that his sister had a close friendship with Zitong and was a very important person to Zitong, so he helped Ning Guogong after the fall, but didn't want to cause Sister Zitong to misunderstand. Alas, after losing her reputation as the most talented woman, provoking the heroine several times, and marrying a playboy plus a heartless scumbag like He Wenyuan, Sister Zitong will also end up miserable. Killed to death by He Wenyuan's concubine, her current maid, after a long period of hard work. When she died, Sister Zitong was 6 months pregnant. Because the maid was jealous, she cut open Sister Zitong's belly and took out the child. In the end, both mother and child died. After the death of Sister Zitong, Xie Shenyang went on a killing spree and wiped out the entire He family. After that, his whereabouts are unknown. No one knows where he went. After hearing this, Yun Wanya trembled all over, and a trace of disbelief and guilt quickly flashed in her eyes. I never expected that Atang and Mr. Xia would end up without any illness, and that they were related to her. If this is the case, then her sin is huge. No, this time, no matter what I say, I can't separate Atang and Mr. Xia. In this world, I am afraid that Mr. Xia is the only one who is willing to destroy his clan for Atang. Tang must not miss him. Yun Wanyao clenched her fists and her eyes became firm. Looking at her expression, Mrs. Yun knew that she had already made plans for this matter, so she was not prepared to interfere anymore. If too many people do the same thing, problems will inevitably arise. Drowsiness swept over her and was overwhelming. Yun Wanning instantly lost interest in continuing. She stretched out her small fists and rubbed her eyes gently, opening her mouth and yawning. Seeing that she was extremely sleepy, Mrs. Yin said something to Mo Zhaozhao and Jiang Zitong, then hugged her and left. Tang, why haven't I heard you mention Mr. Xia recently? Watching her mother leave, Yun Wanyao's eyes fell on Jiang Zitong again, her eyes thoughtful. As soon as these words came out, Mo Zhaozhao also said with interest, yes, I seem to have never heard my cousin mention Mr. Xia recently. Jiang Zitong didn't expect that they would mention this, so she looked slightly startled, and then a trace of sadness quickly flashed in her eyes. He and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Why is that? Yun Wanyao frowned, knowing the answer, but still couldn't help but ask out. After a long time of waiting for a reply, Jiang Zitong remained silent, looking like he didn't know where to start. This made Mo Zhaozhao, who had a hot temper, very anxious. Did Xie Shenyang bully my cousin? Cousin, you can tell the truth. If Xie Shenyang dares to bully you, I will not let him go.
Princess Br Yunwanya sighed, looked at her disapprovingly, and said, Master Xie is not that kind of person.
We and Ah Tang are inseparable. Others don't understand, but don't we understand?
Master Xia regards Ah Tang as a treasure. There must be some misunderstanding. Before she finished speaking, Yun Wanyao couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness in her heart. Yes, Ah Tang has obviously never mentioned Mr. Xia these days, but how could she not notice anything unusual? If my little sister hadn't mentioned it today, I'm afraid she would have continued to ignore it. Then, with no one to persuade her, Ah Tang got into trouble and embarked on the plot. She is so slow and careless. Am I afraid that my cousin will be wronged? Mo Zhaozhao smiled, feeling a little guilty in his heart.
Mr. Xia really didn't say anything to his cousin.
What she said just now seemed to be trying to sow discord.
Io is right. Mr. Xia is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Cousin, why don't you tell us so that Io and I can tell the difference for you?
Looking at the earnest eyes of the two, Jiang Zitong pursed her lips, organized some words in her mind, and spoke slowly before the Qiqiao festival. We made an appointment to meet in front of the marriage temple. I waited for him all night, but he didn't come.
Princess, Io, he broke the appointment.
In the next few days, I have been waiting for him to explain this matter to me, but he has never shown up. Jiang Zitong's voice choked up, and he covered his face in pain. Asshole, he dared to break the promise with his cousin and not apologize to her.
No, I will bring someone to question him.
Seeing how uncomfortable his cousin was, how could Mo Zhaozhao endure it? He stood up with his chin in place and was ready to go find Xie Shenyang to settle the score.
Princess, calm down.
Yun Wanyao quickly reached out to grab her arm and pressed her hard on the jade stool.
Mo Zhaozhao immediately protested. Io, what are you doing? Did you hear what my cousin said? There is no misunderstanding. It's just that Xie Shenyang made a mistake first.
He broke the promise and refused to apologize.
He is simply a bastard. Oh princess, I still think there is a misunderstanding. How about you wait first? Mr. Xia can't run away. If the evidence of the crime is confirmed, can you go to him to settle the score?
Seeing her like this impulsively, Yun Wanyao was as big as two heads.
Just wait. Mo Zhaozhao mumbled softly. Ah Tang, let me ask you, are you sure that the place you agreed on is in front of the marriage temple? Is it the place you confirmed with him face to face? Yun Wanyao looked extremely expressive. The seriousness stunned Mo Zhaozhao and Jiang Zitong.
After a moment, Jiang Zitong slowly shook his head.
Io, don't make fun of me.
I am the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How can I have secret meetings with my foreign husband in private, except for Qiao Qiao festival and major public banquets?
If this spreads, won't it ruin the reputation of the Jiang family?
This was all what Yun Wanyao had expected.
The noble girls from aristocratic families had very strict upbringings.
Even if they made a marriage contract, most of them were not allowed to meet in private. My parents are more open-minded and not so strict. She only had the opportunity to meet King Qi in the past, but her reputation is not very good either. Many ladies are arranging various things about her behind her back, but her parents don't really care. But the Jiang family, the head of the family is the uncle of the country, the elder brother of the late queen, and the uncle of the current emperor. They attach great importance to etiquette, justice, and integrity, and Ah Tang is far less free than she is.
Then how did you arrange a meeting place with him? Yun Wanyao narrowed her eyes slightly and followed the temptation.
My personal maid will deliver the message.
Have you ever thought that your maid said the wrong thing when delivering the message, which is why you and Mr. Xie failed? Meet each other?
Obviously, Jiang Zitong did not understand her hidden meaning and hurriedly retorted, No, Linger is smart. He has been with me for so long and rarely makes mistakes.
How can he pass on a message? Wrong place?
Well, Yun Wanyao sighed. Ah Tang has always been smart, but he did not hear the other meaning in her words. This can only show that Ah Tang trusts the maid and does not want to doubt it at all. In this case, she couldn't make the matter too clear.
No one is a saint, and no one can make mistakes.
Even if your maid is smart, there is no guarantee that she will not say the wrong thing for a while, and she has not realized it yet.
Ah Tang, this is a big deal. I think it's best for you to ask Mr. Xie face to face. No matter what, wait until the inquiry is completed before making any plans. It's not worth it for you to abandon Mr. Xie just because of this matter. Yes, I think what Ayao said makes sense. Cousin, it's better to ask in person. If you don't dare to see young Master Xie because of the reputation of the Jiang family, or because of your uncle, I will ask for you, and I will definitely help you ask clearly. I was completely impressed by Yun Wanyao's words. Mo Zhaozhao nodded repeatedly, patted his chest in assurance, and admitted from the bottom of his heart that he was impulsive. If there is any misunderstanding, then why didn't he take the initiative to come to me to explain? Zhang Zitong clenched the handkerchief angrily, although after Yun Wanyao's persuasion, she felt a little better. Relaxed, but still very angry at this time, before Yun Wanyao could say anything, Mo Zhaozhao started to answer. Well, if it is true that Ayao said that your maid conveyed the wrong message, then I think that Mr. Xie has been waiting for you all night, but did not see anyone. You broke the appointment, and I'm waiting for you to explain, but I'm sulking now because I've been waiting for you. Either Mr. I was fooled and sent away by the servants of the Jiang family, and I didn't tell you. The servants of the Jiang family are not so bold and talented, so I think the first one is more likely. Hey, the princess's logic is so clear. Yun Wanyao raised her eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. According to what the little girl said, the princess is the second vicious female supporting character. Although she is a princess and has a noble status, she is a straw bag. She is the kind with big breasts and no brains. She can only act impulsively and act stupidly. Mainly slap in the face, but I don't want to. There are still times when I am awake. I almost forgot, Yun Wanyao is also a fool. Although she is the original heroine of this world, she is only there to set off the heroine. After the heroine traveled through time, she became the most vicious female supporting character, doing all kinds of mindless things to death. The meaning of life is to cause trouble for the heroine, and then she was pinned to the ground by the heroine and rubbed all kinds of ways, adding to the heroine's charm value. Such a life is really stupid. She must always be vigilant. She must not follow the old path of the plot and become a victim of the heroine's growth. Well, you must always keep it in mind. Yun Wanyao remembered it silently and did not forget to cheer herself up in her heart. Finally, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Zitong, who looked hesitant. Tang, I think what the princess said makes sense. Perhaps Mr. Xie is indeed in the same mood as you at the moment. Instead of being in such pain with each other, it would be better for you to go ask him face to face, and the worst result will be all your random thoughts these days. She bet that during this period, Tang must have had countless thoughts when thinking about why Mr. Xie broke the promise. She may be wondering if Mr. Xie fell in love with someone else when he missed the appointment. She may be wondering if she did something bad that made Mr. Xie unhappy. She may also be thinking, Mr. Xie, do you not want to marry her anymore? Okay, I will go find him now. I want to ask him face to face. After being persuaded by the two, Zhang Zitong finally made up his mind. As if she had been brainwashed, she became more and more aware that there was a high possibility that Linger had conveyed the wrong message. She felt that Xie Shenyong might really be like her, waiting all night in vain. The person I met was sulking somewhere at the moment. Hey, cousin, aren't you afraid of ruining the Jiang family's reputation? Mo Zhaozhao held his chin and teased her with a playful look. Zhang Zitong's face turned red and she was speechless for a long time. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Cousin, go ahead. Let me tell you, you just take your reputation too seriously. That old antique uncle is also a real person. He takes all kinds of etiquette, integrity, and women's rings every day. Women's training, women's virtues, and women's appearance oppress you. Look what they have done to you. I really don't understand. It's just a meeting, and it's not stealing or robbing, so why do you do it? Does it have to be related to fame? Besides, what is fame compared to a lifetime of happiness? Princess Huayang, who has been pampered since she was a child, cannot understand the standards for measuring noble girls. Chapter 54. Just thinking about it makes me feel so social. Zhang Zitong left in a hurry with a red face. With the instigation of her cousin and friends, she threw away all the reputation and rules of a noble girl for the first time, put aside her pride and dignity, and desperately wanted to find her sweetheart for verification. Princess outside the gate, watching Zhang Zitong's carriage drive away, Yun Wanyao turned to look at the girl beside her. Ha! What's the matter, Io?
Mo Zhaozhao also looked at her, his clear ink eyes full of questions. Tell me, with Ah Tang and Mr. Xia acting like this now, is it possible that Ah Tang's maid has a problem?
Probably not, that Linger is better off with her cousin.
Years later, her cousin treats her like a sister and relies on her very much.
Why would she do this?
If she is exposed, she will be betrayed at best, or her life will be lost at worst.
Besides, it should be. No maid wants to ruin the master's marriage, right?
After thinking about it, Mo Zhaozhao still didn't think that maid had the courage to do such a thing. Yun Wanyao blinked and said thoughtfully, it's hard to say, what if that Linger is bought by someone?
Princess, think about it for yourself.
Our Ah Tang is the most talented woman in the Great Wu Kingdom. She is both talented and beautiful, has dignified conduct, is of noble birth, and has a great reputation.
She is a model for noble women in the capital.
There are countless young talents in the capital who want to marry her. Compared to Ah Tang, Mr. Xia is no less generous. He was admitted to the civil and military championship at the age of 13 and became famous at a young age. He is also the young master of the Xia family. The Xia family is the head of the family. He wants to marry Ah Tang instead. I don't know how much money he has for his noble daughter. With so many people looking forward to the separation of Ah Tang and Mr. Xia, there is no guarantee that someone will not use some despicable and shady means.
Otherwise, it's just a matter of passing a message. As a first-class maid of the uncle's daughter, how could she make such a mistake? A smart noble girl will definitely not rely on her.
Therefore, I think there is only one truth to this matter, and that is that Linger did it on purpose.
Mo Zhaozhao's eyes widened.
Guang Tian looked at the girl chatting beside him, with a look of admiration on his face, and played the role of the idiot princess very well.
Wow, Io, I feel like you have one more head than me. How come you think about things so comprehensively?
Hearing this, Yun Wanyao felt ashamed she was able to think of this, thanks to the little sister telling the whole story in her mind. It was the little sister who told her all the details, and she was just responsible for relaying them, but Mo Zhaozhao didn't know this. He only thought that Yun Wanyao was extremely smart. If you think about it carefully, your words do make sense. Both my cousin and Mr. Xia have a lot of admirers.
It's hard to guarantee that someone won't want to break them up and do something secretly.
My cousin trusts that maid so much.
If that maid receives enough benefits, she may not be able to do such a thing relying on my cousin's trust. But since you suspected that maid, why didn't you just tell your cousin directly? Thinking of this, Mo Zhaozhao looked at Yun Wanyao curiously.
I just have suspicions, and there is no evidence. I told the princess this because I want you to secretly check on the maid. Tell Ah Tang directly that this is not an attempt to provoke the master of the house.
Do you think I'm a servant?
Ah Tang won't be grudged against me, but what should I do if the maid finds out and starts to take precautions?
Therefore, without sufficient evidence, we cannot tell Ah Tang about this matter in person, and you are not allowed to tell her, understand, princess?
Yun Wanyao warned Mo Zhaozhao solemnly, and Mo Zhaozhao nodded, giving an extremely serious assurance.
Well, I understand. Don't worry, Io. I won't tell my cousin. I'll just ask someone to check on that maid.
If that maid really dares to do this to my cousin, I want her to look good. Well, okay. Sending Mo Zhaozhao away, Yun Wanyao went to Wanan Court and stayed beside Yun Wanning, waiting patiently for her to wake up. The younger sister said before that during the winter banquet, the heroine would trample Ah Tang under her feet and take away her reputation as the most talented woman. Now there is only half a month left before the winter banquet. She must try out the specific details with her little sister so that she can make plans in advance. And no matter what, she will never let Ah Tang become a stepping stone for the heroine to become famous all over the world. This time, she must keep Ah Tang's reputation. Half an hour later, Yun Wanning woke up. Babies of this size usually have several problems when they wake up, such as being hungry, peeing, or having diarrhea. Unfortunately, Yun Wanning answered all three questions at the bottom of her but was wet and hot and felt very uncomfortable. Seeing Yun Wanyao next to her, Yun Wanning wished she could disappear on the spot. Ugh, why is sister here? What to do? I pulled my pants. My sister will definitely see me when my wet nurse changes my diaper, and I will lose all my face. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel very social.
No, 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 no. No, 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 my nanny and my mother are the best I can accept. Sister, can you stop being here? Can you go somewhere else? Although I am still young, I still want to save face. Woo woo. Yun Wanning looked at Yun Wanya with tears in her eyes. Her little appearance made her heart ache. Yun Wanyao instantly softened her heart. She doesn't mind watching her little sister change diapers, but if she does mind it, she'd better avoid it. After all, everyone has privacy that cannot be invaded. Just listening to her heartfelt voice will tell you how unbearable it is for the younger sister to watch her. Hey, my little sister is awake. I'll call the nanny for you. You just lie here and don't move. Yun Wanyao touched her little face and looked at her. He kissed her forehead and turned around to go outside. Soon, the wet nurse who was doing sewing outside came and seeing that there was only the wet nurse and Yun Wanyao did not follow, Yun Wanning was instantly relieved. Hey, my sister is gone. Great, great, I finally don't have to lose face in front of my sister. The diaper is wet. The lady must be very uncomfortable, right? I will help the lady change it right now. The wet nurse smiled softly, took off the dirty diaper, and gave it to her. Yun Wanning washed her little buttocks, changed a clean diaper, and started breastfeeding her again. Nanny is so considerate and gentle. When you leave your job in the future, I will definitely give you a big gold bracelet. It was very comfortable to be served. Yun Wanning was extremely grateful to her nanny. It was rare for her to be generous. Thinking of her small treasury piled up like a mountain, she instantly felt happier. When she was full, it was time for dinner at the Yun family. Yun Wanyao had no choice but to put aside the routine for the time being. Except for Yun Zhan, there was still one missing person at the dinner table. What's the matter with that boy, Yun Wanyao? Are you ready to eat? Every time during the meal, that boy is procrastinating and really needs to be dealt with. Yun Zhang is sitting at the main seat. On his face clouded. Mrs. Yun picked up the chopsticks and started to use them first. She laughed and said, "Let's eat. Don't wait for him." I guess he is ashamed at this moment and has no face to see others. Ah. What happened, mother? Tell me about it. Yun Wanyao held her chopsticks and looked at Mrs. Yun with interest. Yun Zhang and Yun Wanchen also looked at her. Obviously, they were both interested. This matter is of great interest. Oh, that boy, Yun Wanning was not there, so Mrs. Yun had no scruples, and Yun Wanya tricked her at noon, but Yun Wanning exposed her. Laudi's story was told. After hearing what happened, Yun Wanyao couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Yun Wanya. While embarrassed, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Yun Wanya is so embarrassed. No wonder he won't come to dinner tonight. But mother, Princess Yun Wanya Xinyue? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Based on what Shaoxi said, it should be right. After finishing speaking, Mrs. Yun sighed sadly. That brat, who can't please him? I prefer Princess Yu. The princess is engaged, and Yaoer was engaged by the late emperor first. He and the princess are destined to have no connection. Princess Xinyue, aren't you asking for trouble? But the princess is engaged, and the princess hates him the most. I guess even if all the men in the world die, the princess will not be happy with him. Yun Wanya shook her head, crying tears of sympathy for Yun Wanya in her heart. I really can't tell, he actually likes the princess. When did this happen? Does he have a masochistic tendency and just like people who hate him? That's not necessarily true. I think the princess is also interested in that brat. Yun Zhang took a chopstick dish to Mrs. Yun, raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly. Yun Wanchen smiled slightly and said, I agree with what Dad said. Dad, brother, why do you think so? But the princess keeps saying bad things about Yun Wanya in front of me. This is so unbelievable that Yun Wanyao can't believe it. Yeer did bad things several times and was exposed by the princess. However, the princess did not expose him.
Instead, she had people clean up all the traces he left behind her back. During Xiaoxi's full moon party, Yi easily got the princess to the attic. Although he brought Lu Wu and others to deal with the princess's secret guards, the fact is that when the secret guard saw that he was attacking the princess, he took the initiative, hiding and retreating. It can be seen that the princess has already told the secret guard that Yi cannot be stopped from approaching her. This is enough to show that the princess treats Yi differently. The speaker was Yun Wanchen. On the day of the full moon banquet, although he went back to his yard after welcoming the guests and never showed his face again, everything that happened that day was under his control. Yun Wanyao, okay, but the princess is engaged, what should I do? Yun Wanyao accepts death. Once he identifies the princess, it will probably be very difficult. It's hard to change again. Hey, he won't cause any trouble in the future, right? The younger sister said in her heart that he had already killed someone in Zuoxiang Tower and was captured by Jing Zhaoyin. Imprisoned. In the future, he will be exiled, and later on, he will lose his memory and forget everyone, certainly even the princess, but now, the plot of Zuoxianglu has been sidetracked by the little sister. The little sister tried her best to save him this time, and the matter of being imprisoned and exiled will not happen for the time being, but for a person who was destined to be a criminal, my little sister can save him once, but she may not be able to save him every time in the future. Yun Wanye is born with a black heart and a black liver. In order to achieve his goal, he will do anything. If he insists on not giving up on the princess, he may try his best to disrupt the engagement between the princess and Lu Huaijin. No one can say what will happen during this process. Let's eat first, don't think so much. I'll have people keep a closer eye on that brat from now on. However, if he really likes the princess, the engagement between the princess and that boy from the Changel Marquis mansion will be. It's not like it can't be abolished. The corners of Yunjing's lips curled up, and a hint of calculation quickly flashed in his eyes. It's just an engagement, and it's not something unbreakable. It may not be indestructible. Besides, Xiaoxi also said in her heart that the boy from the Changel Marquis mansion is not sincere to the princess and will become the heroine's lackey in the future. The boy approached the princess in the first place just for the position of the young marquis in the Changel Marquis mansion. Now that the boy's goal has been achieved, maybe he will give up on the princess with some random design. Yun Wanyao turned her head and looked at her father in surprise. No. Right, what does dad mean by this? If Yun Wanyao really likes the princess, will he help break the princess's engagement? That's okay. Anyway, that bastard Lu Huaijin will kill the princess in the future. Since her father has expressed her stance, why not let her give the princess a break in the future, overtly and covertly, if possible? Of course she hopes that both the princess and Yun Wanyao can get what they want. Although the bastard Yun Wanyao was born with a black heart and a black liver, he always loved and cared for his family, and he would probably not treat his wife too badly in the future. At the same time, in another place in Duke Ning's mansion, bursts of strong medicinal fragrance floated. Under the moonlight, Yinchuang stood outside the house, looking through the window at the busy men in the room. He didn't come out the whole afternoon, and he didn't know what he was doing. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at her through the window. Come in. A low voice came, and Yinchuang did not hesitate, raising her legs and walking forward with light steps. How have you been doing these past 2 days? Is it any different from the past? The poison was supposed to occur the night before, but until now, it has not occurred. In the past 2 days, I am in good health and feel more comfortable than ever before. Yinchuang answered truthfully. In the past few days, he would give her pills on time every day and watch her take them. This shows that the pills are really effective against her poison. I don't know where he found the strange medicine. That's good. Yunjian nodded without saying anything more, turning to look seriously at the stove in front of him. Is Master Qi making medicine for me? Yinchuang also looked at the boiling medicine stove, and her silent heart suddenly trembled uncontrollably. The pills he made here some time ago were given to her to eat, so this time, it was probably for her. Oh, I'm pretty good at guessing. Yes, a few days ago, I accidentally got a few prescriptions, one of which was for removing scars and promoting muscle growth, so I wanted to brew it for you to try. How can a girl not love beauty? Even though she didn't mention it in front of him, he could see that she actually cared about her appearance. After curing her this time, if she still didn't choose him, then he would have no choice. It actually removes scars and promotes muscle growth. Yinchuang was stunned, and subconsciously reached out to touch the silver face on her face. Is it really possible for her to regain her appearance? Chapter 55. Why did the princess come to my house again? Yunjian's faint words were like a bomb, setting off huge waves in her heart. making her unable to calm down for a long time. The night passed quickly. Yunjian stayed up all night, even taking leave from the morning court, and stayed by the medicine stove until the afternoon. Time was finally enough. Turning off the flame and turning on the stove, I saw that the ointment in the stove had solidified, showing a crystal clear light green color and exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. This plaster needs to be cooled before use. Yunjian rubbed his tired brows, put on the medicine stove, walked to the window and lay down in his clothes. He needs to rest for a while to recuperate, and it's time to detoxify Yinchuang at night. Wan in court, Yun Wanyao guarded Yun Wanning and planned to make some excuses, but after a whole day, there was no progress at all. Looking at the clear and innocent eyes of the little girl, Yun Wanyao felt an unspeakable sense of guilt in her heart, which made her unable to speak for a long time. Yeah, sister, do you have anything to say? Why do I always feel like she is hesitant to speak? What are the words that make it so difficult for my sister to speak? Curious, Yun Wanning blinked and looked at Yun Wanyao with curiosity. Yun Wanyao, is she so obvious? Well, all my mental power has recovered, and I have made a little breakthrough, and I can barely communicate with people using my thoughts. I really want to communicate with my sister and ask her what is it that makes her so embarrassed. Oh, stop it, stop having this idea. Talking to my sister with my mind will definitely scare her. What should I do if she thinks I am a monster? Besides, with my current mental strength, I can only say 3 sentences at most when communicating with people using my mind. After that, my mental strength will be exhausted, my vitality will be severely damaged, and I will fall into a coma. So you must hold back. Yun Wanyao, the younger sister, seems to be worried that they regard her as a monster, but before that, if anyone told her that there was a magical person like a little girl in the world, she would either sneer and not believe it, or she would think that there must be monsters and monsters living in the world. But why did the little girl accept it so calmly when it was her turn, and not just her? The whole family accepted the little sister's abnormality very calmly. After thinking about it, Yun Wanyao couldn't help but feel guilty again. The younger sister cared about her wholeheartedly, but she only wanted to use the younger sister. Miss, the princess is here at this moment, Hua Wu trotted in a hurry. Because she ran so fast, her hair was a little messy and her face was flushed. There was a little trace of sweat hanging on his forehead. Hey, the princess just came yesterday, and she's here again today? No wonder the outside world says that she and her sister are inseparable. The frequency of her visits to Duke Ning's mansion is indeed a bit high. Listening to her musings, Yun Wanyao held back her laughter, took her little hand and kissed it. Little sister, the princess is here. I'll go take a look and come back to accompany you later. I didn't get the words right, so I felt guilty, and the plan still had to go ahead. However, she still needs to do some mental construction. Well, I know, sister, go quickly. Hum. Yun Wanning replied in her heart and hummed a ditty leisurely, listening to the melodious melody. The tips of Yun Wanyao's ears trembled slightly, and a flash of surprise quickly flashed in her eyes. What kind of music is this? It sounds so good. She had never heard it before. When your little girl can talk in the future, you must coax her to sing to her. Yun Wanyao left reluctantly, feeling for the first time that Imo Zhaozhao came at the wrong time. As she walked to the front yard, the tune was still lingering in her ears, making her unable to forget it for a long time. Hey, why did the princess come to my house again? So what if she comes? I come here when I like, can you take care of it? I can't control it, of course I can't. I don't care about the whole world. The princess can go wherever she wants. But is the princess so angry? I've always been like this, and it's even more so when I see you. Why, do you have any objections? I don't dare. If you don't dare, then shut up. In the distance, I heard an argument. Yun Wanyao's eyes moved. She walked behind the moon cave door and stuck her head out to take a peek. Past then, in the yard not far away, he saw a girl in red clothes standing on the steps, and a boy with a long body like jade standing at the bottom of the steps. There was about a foot of distance between them. Mo Zhaozhao crossed his hands on his chest and looked at the sky with a disgusted expression, while Yun Wanyao looked at her with dark eyes. Until this moment, Yun Wanyao was finally convinced that Princess Yun Wanyao Xinyue, his behavior was not subtle. Why didn't she notice it in the past? She looked like a princess, but she didn't look like she had Yun Wanyao in her heart. Yun Wanyao couldn't help but wonder if her father and elder brother had made a mistake. Also, Yun Wanyao finally met the princess. Is it a bit unlucky that she came? Should she continue to hide here, or go out?
Yun Wanyao ran out of ideas for a moment. Hey, I'm asking you, why isn't Io here? Princess, are you asking hello or me? Mo Zhao Zhao was furious. Of course I am asking you. Hey, what is this? Can you answer her question? Just ask me, what do you call me? I don't have a name?
Also, the princess just told me to shut up.
Did the princess forget? Mo Zhao Zhao.
Oh, princess, I'm coming. Seeing that Mo Zhaozhao would get angry if they continued chatting, Yun Wanyao could no longer hold back and ran out quickly, giving Yun Wanya a speechless look. With the way he is, it would be amazing if he could please the princess. No wonder the princess looks disgusted every time she mentions him. The princess has been pampered since she was a child, and is sought after by thousands of people. She likes to be coaxed, but this guy always goes against others. Awesome.
Io, why are you here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mo Zhaozhao ignored Yun Wanya for a moment, took Yun Wanyao's arm and walked towards her yard. Let's change places, there are flies here.
Yun Wanyao, pulled by Mo Zhaozhao, she turned her head. He gave Yun Wanya a sympathetic look. Click. Yun Wanya seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking.
He squinted his eyes and stared at Mo Zhaozhao's leaving figure.
He did not look back until the beautiful figure completely disappeared. Io, let me tell you, in the courtyard. Mo Zhaozhao and Yun Wanya sat face to face, happily telling what happened when Jiang Zitong went to see Xia Xianyang yesterday. Yesterday, when my cousin went to see Mr. Xia, Na Linger noticed halfway that the carriage was not going back to Jiang's house, so she asked her cousin. She couldn't sit still when she learned that her cousin was going to Xia's house. Her face changed drastically, and she started to make excuses, saying that she had a stomachache, and asked her cousin to take her back to Jiang's house. My cousin started to hesitate when she saw that she seemed really uncomfortable.
Hearing this, Yun Wanyao frowned and said worriedly, what then? Tang won't really give up going to Xia's house and send the maid back home, right?
Yes, cousin hesitated. After some discussion, I finally decided to send the maid back to Jiang's house first, and it's all thanks to you, Io. Thanks to you for waking me up. I asked the guards to chase after me and bumped into my cousin's carriage halfway.
After asking for the reason, Mo Zhaozhao rolled his eyes and realized the plan.
She asked the Jiang family to the carriage, sent the maid back, and she sent Jiang Zitong to Xia's house. After hearing this, the maid almost fainted from fright. She grabbed Jiang Zitong's skirt and begging Jiang Zitong to send her back in person. Such abnormal behavior made Jiang Zitong realize something. She turned coldly, pushed away the maid's hand, and ordered the groom to take the maid back. While she got on Mo Zhaozhao's carriage, after arriving at Jiang's house, Mo Zhaozhao was waiting outside, while Jiang Zitong went to see Xia Xianyang himself. Yun Wanyao's guess was good.
Xia Xianyang also waited all night, but no one was there. In the next few days, no explanation was given. He couldn't bear it and went to Jiang's house to find Jiang Zitong.
Trying to get an explanation face to face, unexpectedly, the servant guarding the door of the Jiang family stopped him and said that Jiang Zitong's personal maid had told him that Jiang Zitong was cultivating a relationship with his young master and asked him to be more knowledgeable and not to come to the door to humiliate himself in the future. After hitting the wall several times in a row, Xia Xianyang felt angry and was sulking at home these days. Therefore, when Jiang Zitong came to the door, she was stopped directly outside. The Xia family servants ridiculed her, and then said that the young master was busy looking at the girl and had no time to see Jiang Zitong. Jiang Zitong didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, but she just thought that Xia Xianyang had really moved on, and that Kikieji's failure to make an appointment was intentional. She walked to the carriage in despair and asked Mo Zhaozhao to take her back home. Looking at her expression, Mo Zhaozhao knew that not only had she not seen anyone, but she had been bullied. In a rage, he was not willing to send her back with his tail between his legs, so he led the guards directly into Xia Mansion. Her Royal Highness the Princess arrived. Although she was trespassing without permission, the head of the Xia family also came to greet her respectfully. Mo Zhaozhao asked to see Xia Xianyang by name and threatened that she would stay at Xia's house unless she could see him. The head of the Xia family didn't dare to let her stay, so he quickly sent someone to call out Xia Xianyang, and then the two finally met each other. Why did you break your appointment on the Qiqiao festival? Your servant just said that you were seeing the girl, Xia Xianyang, is this true? This time, Jiang Zitong was really angry and made the worst plan. Even if it was a clean break, she still wanted to ask clearly, and she would have to be an understanding person until she died. Therefore, she asked two explosion questions as soon as she opened her mouth. Xia Xianyang was immediately confused by the question. Oh,
I broke the promise? Are you kidding me? You were clearly the one who broke the promise. You have been avoiding me since then, but now you are throwing all the blame on me. Jiang Zitong, do you know how many times I have been looking for you these days? What about you? What are you doing? Chatting with your cousin, spending time under the moonlight, what? Do you really want to marry that loser he won you on? Jiang Zitong frowned and asked anxiously, when did you go to see me? And you said I broke the promise? I've been waiting for you all night in front of the marriage temple. Where are you waiting for me? Could it be that Linger really told me the wrong thing? In front of the marriage temple?
Xia Shenyong also frowned, but your maid clearly told me that it is in the Yueying Lake Pavilion. Next, after another reconciliation, I finally understood. After Xia Xuanyong's personal statement, Jiang Zitong knew that it was someone from the Jiang family who was causing trouble between them. The most suspicious person is Linger. After coming to this conclusion, my cousin was in great pain, and I couldn't bear to see it. Mo Zhaozhao shook his head, and even now he feels distressed when he thinks of Jiang Zitong's expression at that time. What happened next? Since Tang knew that Linger was the one who was causing the obstruction and deliberately sabotaging her and Mr. Xia, how did Tang deal with Linger? Cousin yesterday. There is no other thought except pain. Thanks to Mr. Xia has suffered for so long in vain.
How can he swallow this sigh of relief?
Just because he is reluctant to vent his anger on his cousin does not mean that he will tolerate her. The maid put her hand on his head, and when he took his cousin back to his house yesterday, he took the Linger directly. The Xia family is full of torture methods. The maid was frightened and fainted on the spot, and then tortured to wake her up. She didn't even have time to hold on to a cup of tea before she confessed everything said. At this point, Mo Zhaozhao suddenly looked at Yun Wanyao with bright eyes.
Io, you are so amazing. You have guessed everything. That maid was really bribed by someone.
The purpose was to break up my cousin and Mr. Xie and prevent my cousin from marrying into the Xie family.
Io, why are you so powerful? You can even guess this. You might as well guess again who bribed that maid.
Yun Wanyao, she is not that amazing, nor is she that powerful. Although she knows who it is, she didn't guess it, it was her little sister who told her.
I really can't guess this.
After all, Tang has so many admirers. If I can even guess this correctly, I can go to the south of the city to set up a stall tomorrow.
Why are you setting up a stall? Do you want to set up a stall to tell fortunes? Io, are you going to be a goddess?
Mo Zhaozhao seemed to have thought of something funny and laughed so hard that he said. Wanya shook her head slightly and sighed lightly. She really couldn't figure out what was so funny about this. The happiness of people is indeed not the same.
Princess, stop laughing. We haven't finished talking yet. Please continue talking.
Okay. Mo Zhaozhao stroked his chest, put away his laughter and continued. He said, you must have never imagined that the person who bribed Linger was the good-for-nothing cousin from my cousin's aunt. That good-for-nothing guy didn't have much ability, but he was quite clever. He took Linger into his arms long ago. In the room, he promised that as long as he could help him marry his cousin, he would make her his equal wife. He also said that he only wanted to marry his cousin for the power of the Jiang family. He only wanted to marry Linger, and Linger was the only one in his heart. True love. That maid was so blinded by these sweet words that she dreamed all day about being a lady and being equal to her cousin, so she helped that loser ruin the relationship between her cousin and Mr. Xia regardless of the consequences. Now, that maid Linger was beaten to the last breath by Mr. Xia, and she didn't know if she could survive. Even if she survived, her cousin wouldn't keep her, and that loser from the He family.